Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 12. Although he didn't understand how the master would be able to take away such a massive number of humans, he didn't ask, because in his eyes, the master was omnipotent. Sumyubai waved his hand, interrupting his movement. No need. Just tell me the specific locations. Hearing this, Brian immediately lowered the scythe of the death god and used his divine soul power to convey the specific coordinates of those worlds to Sumyubai. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. Around the throne of death, a large number of spatial rifts suddenly appeared. On the other side of these spatial rifts were the very worlds he had just mentioned. In these worlds, a vast number of humans were gathered together. However, there was not a glimmer of spirit in their eyes. All their actions were driven purely by instinct. These humans, kept in captivity for generations, could not be called truly human until their cognition was reshaped. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? Brian's soul shook. The master's authority within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom actually far exceeded his own as the Kingdom Lord. No, to be precise, even the Lord of the Undead Realm did not possess such means. What Sumyubai was using was, naturally, the authority of the Domain Lord of the Death Domain, let alone a small Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. He could open spatial portals to anywhere in the entire Death Domain at any time, provided he had the specific coordinates. However, this time, Sumyubai did not step through the portals. He simply sat quietly on the throne of death, letting his world power permeate through those spatial rifts and spread into the various worlds where the humans were settled. These people didn't understand what resistance was, so they naturally had no reaction when faced with Sumyubai's world power. As the world power swept through, countless humans in the worlds on the other side of the spatial rifts vanished without a trace in an instant. They had all been taken into Sumyubai's internal world. When he broke through to the late stage of the Upper God Realm, 81 fruits on the world tree had ripened. This also meant that within his internal world, there were 81 internal small worlds. This number was exactly the same as the number of facets on his high-level godhead. Sumyubai had originally thought that he would need to fuse the rules of death to the 9-stripe limit and allow his high-level godhead to evolve into a top-tier godhead before he could possess more internal small worlds. But the reality was not as he had imagined. The moment the fire of faith was successfully ignited, a large number of fruits on the world tree ripened instantly. Currently, the number of internal worlds within Sumyubai's body had already reached over 10,000. Even Sumyubai himself was astonished by this figure. However, he also understood that compared to the vast and boundless myriad worlds, 10,000 small worlds were not even worth mentioning. The world tree was a rule-level creation, rumored to be capable of supporting an entire realm. With only 10,000 small worlds for now, it was still merely a sapling. Nevertheless, having these 10,000 internal worlds meant that even though the Golden Scourge Legion had blood-bathed several divine kingdoms and rescued countless humans who had been kept in captivity, Sumyubai could still house them all within his internal worlds. His methods left Brian, who was standing to the side, completely stunned. He could naturally sense the world power spreading into those worlds, but being able to take in all the humans from so many worlds at once still refreshed his worldview. Before long, Sumyubai had gathered everyone into his internal worlds. Only then did he slowly stand up and pat Brian on the shoulder once more. "All right. Continue doing what you must. Notify me if you encounter any thorny problems." As his voice faded, his figure had already vanished from the throne of death. Seeing this, the 9-headed golden skeleton dragon emperor withdrew his divine power and the power of laws, reverted to his human form, and returned to the Legion. Brian took a deep breath, raised the scythe of the death god high once again, and declared in a loud voice, "March. Pre-battle mobilization not needed. Wherever the Golden Scourge Legion passes, it shall become the territory of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom." The golden torrent surged majestically into the teleportation portal, beginning a new journey. Internal world. Sumyubai did not enter those individual small worlds, nor did he meet with the humans who had been kept in captivity, because before helping them reshape their cognition, meeting them was completely meaningless. Looking at the fruits on the world tree, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, and the wheel of time and space instantly appeared in his palm. The next moment, the wheel of time and space, shaped like a Teiji diagram, turned into a stream of light and hovered at the top of the world tree. Time rule time acceleration 100 times. These small worlds all contained a large number of humans, so the flow of time could only be increased by 100-fold. But this was already sufficient. After consuming a large amount of divine power to accelerate all the small worlds containing humans, Sumyubai finally retracted the wheel of time and space. Immediately after, he flipped his hand to take out a drop of supreme death divine power and began to absorb it directly. The connection between the Death Realm Domain Master's command and the origin land had already been established, and Sumyubai did not want to waste too much time here, because he was prepared to use the Supreme Death Divine Power directly to recover the massive amount of divine power he had expended. If other Realm Masters were to see this scene, one wonders what kind of expression they would have. Currently, there was not much Supreme Divine Power left in the entire myriad worlds, and every drop used was one less. Yet, Baiyu was actually using it as a recovery item. Isn't this a waste of a heavenly treasure? Sumyubai possessed an ocean of supreme death divine power, so he naturally did not care about the consumption of this single drop. As the supreme death divine power entered his body, the divine power he had just expended began to recover rapidly. Before long, his divine power had returned to its original state. It is time to help them reshape their cognition. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and the dream illusion divine talisman from the first internal world instantly returned to his hand. A large amount of divine power was injected into the dream illusion divine talisman, which then replaced the position of the wheel of time and space. Under the illumination of the purple divine light, even the world tree was dyed with a layer of purple halo. The light passed through each fruit and entered the internal worlds, instantly turning the pupils of everyone inside purple. Dream illusion divine talisman entered dream. In an instant, everyone was pulled into a dream world, beginning to experience a complete life over and over again, reshaping their cognition of being human. The number of people Sumyubai had taken into his internal worlds this time was far more than 1 trillion. As these people awakened from their dreams, the scale of his believers would inevitably skyrocket. Chapter 903. Entering the river of time and space again. Bonus chapter. Notification. You have gained 329,875 believers. Notification. You have gained 7,924,813 believers. Soon, a continuous stream of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears, because the number of people affected this time was massive. From the very first second, millions of people awakened from their dreams, successfully reshaped their cognition, and became Sumyubai's believers. Although these people were weak in strength, pulling so many people into dreams at once still consumed a large amount of Sumyubai's divine power. However, this was not a problem. He flipped his hand to take out another drop of supreme death divine power and began to absorb it directly. After his divine power recovered, Sumyubai glanced at the small worlds affected by the dream illusion divine talisman and vanished from the internal world. This time, he did not return to the special cultivation room of the Death Domain Bank, but remained in the undead realm. He did not know what kind of commotion would be caused by heading to the origin land. For the first attempt, one could never be too cautious. There was a place in the undead realm that was clearly the most suitable. However, that place was also somewhere Sumyubai could not reach through the authority of the Death Realm Domain Master, because that place simply did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Death Realm. Undead Realm. Ruined Star Sector. This star sector had become a ruin due to the aftermath of the great battle between the Master of Time and Space and the Void Monarch. Not only that, but it had also been filled with a large amount of spatial turbulence and temporal turbulence, making it impossible to rebuild. Therefore, even though 9 epochs had passed since that great upheaval, this star sector remained completely devoid of life. Sumyubai stood in the starry sky, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He still remembered that when he first came here, he had curiously used the eyes of the profound heaven to peer into the past. It was precisely that act of prying that allowed him to understand the level of power Zuxingchen and the Void Monarch had truly attained. Even though their great battle had taken place 9 epochs ago, they were still able to detect his intrusion from across the river of time and space. If Su Xingqian had not intervened back then to block the Void Monarch's actions, he would certainly have met a grim fate. It was also from that moment on that Sumyu secretly resolved not to forcibly pry into fate and space-time until he possessed absolute self-preservation capabilities. Even though he now possessed the strength to suppress top-tier realm lords, he still had no confidence when facing that gaze from the Void Monarch back then. The existence of those who break the rules of the realm was still something he could not comprehend. 10,000 years, that is more than enough. Sumyu narrowed his eyes slightly. With 10,000 years remaining, he believed he could definitely reach or even surpass that realm. After all, it had taken him less than a year in total to go from an ordinary person to his current level of strength. Throughout his journey, he had been leveling up by cheating in a very down-to-earth manner. If he couldn't break through to that realm in 10,000 years, wouldn't his cheat have been for nothing? Notification: you have gained 137,548,679 believers. Notification: your number of believers has exceeded 100 billion. The scale of your believers has reached level 2. The system notification sounds in Sumyu ears never ceased for a single moment. Just after arriving at the ruined star domain, the scale of his believers had successfully reached level 2. He could clearly feel that the faith provided by his believers was much greater than before. The speed at which the fire of faith refined the power of faith had also increased exponentially. Clearly, a scale of 100 billion believers was still far from reaching the limit of the fire of faith, which operated at 200% efficiency. After all, under normal circumstances, this was something only a ruler of rules could ignite. Level 2 was merely the beginning. The number of humans Sumyu had taken into his inner world this time was extremely vast. Once they all awakened from their dreams, the scale of Sumyu believers would reach at least level 3. Even level 4 was not entirely impossible. I wonder if I will be able to meet the ferryman this time, Sumyu murmured, raising his hand to summon the Wheel of Time and Space. Last time, he had needed the protection of the Wheel of Time and Space to slowly approach the tributary of the River of Time and Space. But this time, there was no need for such trouble. Before leaving last time, he had already left a space-time mark on the tributary of the River of Time and Space. Teleportation. As Sumyu divine sense stirred, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he lost all his senses. When he recovered, Sumyu had already arrived at the bank of the tributary of the River of Time and Space. At the same time, a series of familiar system notification sounds rang in his ears. Notification: you have stepped onto the bank of the River of Time and Space, the Death Realm tributary. Notification: do not step into the River of Time and Space at will, lest you become lost in the space-time turbulence. Notification: the bank is not absolutely safe either. If you wander about, you do so at your own risk. Notification: staying on the bank, your space-time flow rate will not change. Notification: if you see living beings in the River of Time and Space, do not be alarmed. They may be the ferrymen of the River of Time and Space. To seniors, are you here? Sumyu looked at the remarkable little river before him and called out. Lian had said that the two ferrymen within the River of Time and Space were the former Time Ruler and Space Ruler. Here, they still possessed the strength of supreme gods, but they were in an extremely special state and could not exist apart from the River of Time and Space. Waiting quietly for a moment, Sumyu did not receive the slightest response. The mist upstream and downstream showed no signs of churning either. Sumyu shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps the two seniors are not at this tributary. This was merely a tributary of the River of Time and Space in the Death Realm. The two ferrymen were in charge of the entire River of Time and Space. Therefore, it was normal for them not to be here right now. Sumyu had originally wanted to ask them for some information regarding the origin land, but it seemed he would have to explore it himself. Flipping his hand to take out the Death Realm Domain Lord token, Sumyu moved his divine sense and activated the catastrophe property of this token for the first time. Extra chapter for today, chapter 904, the origin land. Failing to receive a response from the two ferrymen of the River of Time and Space, Sumyu had no choice but to take out the Death Realm Domain Lord token, inject his divine power into it, and activate the token's catastrophe property for the first time. The reason he had come to the tributary of the River of Time and Space to activate the catastrophe property was to avoid causing too much of a stir when heading to the origin land, which might attract the prying eyes of the main gods. However, in reality, it was not as grand as he had imagined. As the divine power was injected into the Death Realm Domain Lord token, the attached catastrophe property was activated instantly. Immediately following this, the Domain Lord token flashed with golden light, enveloping Sumyubai entirely. The next moment, his figure vanished completely from the tributary of the River of Time and Space. Yet, the moment he disappeared, the mist shrouding the upstream and downstream of the River of Time and Space finally began to churn. Two space-time boats passed through the strange mist and appeared above this tributary. The two ferrymen looked at each other from a distance and nodded slightly. Although they did not speak, their divine souls had already begun to communicate. Joe, this is the aura of the origin, isn't it? You ask when you already know the answer. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Although time has no meaning when it comes to breaking through that realm, being able to enter the origin land ahead of schedule is a good thing. The former time ruler Joe and the space ruler Yu looked at the spot where Sumyubai had vanished, their gazes profound. As ferrymen of the River of Time and Space, they were capable of seeing fragments of time and space. They had already witnessed the scene of Sumyubai entering the origin land long ago. They simply hadn't known the specific time it would occur. Fortunately, he has already ignited the fire of faith, so he won't be unable to last even a single second. Let's go. The subsequent developments are no longer something you or I can observe. The two stood at the upstream and downstream respectively for a long time before finally maneuvering the ship of time and space to turn around, once again vanishing into the churning, strange mist. Although Sumyubai disappeared without a sound, the process of traveling to the origin of all worlds caught him somewhat off guard. An indescribable, intense sensation of being torn apart washed over him, as if his soul were being dismantled into its most basic particles, and then forcibly shoved into a cold, rigid pipe to be transported at high speed. Surrounding him were bizarre, incomprehensible colors and twisted lines. Sumyubai gripped the Death Realm Domain Master token tightly, which radiated waves of ominousness and death. The surface of the token was ice-cold and permeated with deathly aura, but the catastrophe attribute added to it by his catastrophe talent became the only coordinate and anchor in this violent teleportation. The catastrophe attribute operated frantically, forcibly tearing a path through the chaotic turbulence of dimensions toward that legendary land. He did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was an instant, perhaps 10,000 years. All the noise and the sensation of being torn apart vanished abruptly. Dead silence, absolute. Dead silence instantly enveloped Sumyubai. He opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils contracting violently and involuntarily, completely stunned by the magnificent scene before him that could not be described in any language. This is the origin of all worlds. It was completely different from the scenes of violent energy and informed chaos he had imagined. At this moment, Sumyubai was suspended in a strange space of immeasurable vastness, beneath his feet, above his head, all around him. As far as the eye could see, there was no matter in any conventional sense. There was no earth, no sky, no stars. In their place were countless, unimaginably huge geometric structures, slowly rotating and emitting billions of rays of light. They looked like the interior of the world's most complex and precise supermachinery, and also like the skeleton of an infinitely vast, sacred library. Huge cubes of light rotated slowly, with waterfalls of runes flowing across every face. These were the underlying rules that constituted matter. Dazzling chains of varying thickness traversed the void, intersecting and colliding with each other, emitting a low, grand humming sound. Further away, there were structures that meshed and operated like giant gears, each rotation causing the surrounding light to distort. There were also bands of light rotating like vast nebulae, containing infinite evolution and possibilities within them. Countless types of rules and countless types of laws were manifested and operated here in an extremely orderly, almost cold manner. Together, they constituted this origin of all worlds. Sumyubai felt an unimaginable pressure permeating his entire body. It was not an energy impact, nor was it physical compression, but the absolute coercion of the rules themselves. Every flowing band of light, every roaring chain, was silently declaring its own absolute correctness and unquestionable nature. Here, the tiny individual will seem to become the greatest fallacy and impurity. Instinctively repelled by the entire space, a muffled groan escaped Sumyubai's lips. He felt his godhead trembling, and his soul felt as if it were about to be crushed and assimilated. If he did not want to be assimilated and suppressed here, he had no choice but to leave immediately. Damn it. The suppression of the origin of all worlds is actually this strong. Sumyubai's expression was grim. He immediately wanted to use the supreme death divine power to boost his strength. But the next moment, his expression froze. Because whether it was his spatial ring or his internal world, he was currently unable to open either. Not only that, apart from the Death Realm Domain Master token in his hand, he could no longer sense any of his other treasures. Trying to summon them was nothing but a pipe dream. Rule-based treasures had no meaning in this origin of all worlds. Even the incomplete heart of reincarnation within his chest could not mobilize a shred of power now. If it were the complete heart of reincarnation, it might have been useful, but being incomplete, it could only be suppressed by the origin of all worlds. It seems I can only rely on my own strength here. Sumyubai's expression was solemn. Ever since he broke through to the Lawmaster realm, all his battles had basically relied on external objects like the Death Scripture. Otherwise, he would never have been able to crush the Lition Emperor, who had already reached the level of a first-class domain master, while he was only at the early stage of a high god. But here in the origin of all worlds, all external objects were useless. Now, all he could rely on was his own strength, however. Under the pressure and assimilation brought by the countless laws and origins of rules, Sumyubai's divine power and soul had no room to be utilized. I'm counting on you. A divine light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes, and the fire of faith within his godhead pulsed violently. The next moment, the pure power of faith refined by the fire of faith was entirely absorbed by him. Before coming here, he had let over 1 trillion humans enter his dreams, successfully bringing his number of believers to the 2nd level. The power of faith refined by the fire of faith was no longer that pitiful wisp, but over 20 wisps. All the power of faith was rapidly absorbed, and Sumyubai suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his soul. It was as if he could see the essence of all worlds clearly. Of course, this was merely an illusion. 20+ wisps of faith power could not bring about such an exaggerated effect. But after absorbing this power of faith, Sumyubai's soul did indeed experience some indescribable improvement. At the very least, the omnipresent pressure and the sensation of assimilation had weakened significantly. P12. Sumyubai let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally manage to hold on. Only then did he have the time to check the system notifications after entering the origin of all worlds. Chapter 905. Treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Notification. You have entered the origin of all worlds. Notification. The origin of all worlds is the root source from which all worlds and all races are born. Prompt. Your current status is that of an intruder. You will be expelled by the origin of the rules. Prompt. Your intruder aura has been masked by an unknown energy. This energy will be exhausted in 3 days. An intruder. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. The methods of the catastrophe trait are indeed unorthodox. Looking at the Death Domain Master token in his hand, the object was still flickering with a faint golden light. Clearly, the unknown energy masking Sumyubai's intruder aura was the catastrophe trait of this token. After absorbing more than 20 wisps of the power of faith, Sumyubai felt slightly better, but he still felt as if he were carrying billions of massive mountains. Even his thought processes had become extremely sluggish. Not enough, far from enough. Sumyubai's brows were tightly locked in his current state. Every step here was a struggle, and he was completely unable to calm his mind to perceive the opportunities within the origin land. Just then, the system notification that rang in his ears made joy appear on Sumyubai's face. Prompt. You have gained 2,139,784,356 new believers. Prompt. Your number of believers has exceeded 1 trillion. The scale of believers has reached level 3. Although he could not open his internal world here, the people within those small worlds had not stopped waking up. Every single second, a vast number of humans successfully reshaped their cognition. woke up from their dreams, and became loyal believers of Sumyubai. After the scale of believers reached level 3, the speed at which Sumyubai's fire of faith refined his soul soared once again, and the faith provided by those becoming believers for the first time was the most abundant. Therefore, within Sumyubai's divinity, dozens of wisps of the purest power of faith suddenly appeared. He did not hesitate in the slightest and absorbed them all immediately. As these powers of faith merged into his soul, a brilliant golden light flashed in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes. This feeling was like his soul ascending, granting him a deeper understanding of all worlds and all things. He could see the essence of things much more thoroughly. The improvement brought by the soul absorbing the power of faith was the most profound and fundamental. Although his soul realm had not changed, Sumyubai knew very well that his current soul, even without the blessing of any external objects, would absolutely not be weaker than Modesty, the Zir Queen, and the latter was a top-tier world master level expert, a standout in terms of soul power. Finally, I can move. Sumyubai turned his body and carefully observed the origin land, which was completely different from what he had imagined. His heart surging with turbulent waves. It was too magnificent, too terrifying. Compared to this place, so-called gods and so-called domains were as insignificant as dust. He felt like a child who had just learned addition and subtraction, suddenly thrown into the hall of top mathematicians. Looking at the walls filled with the most cutting-edge cosmic formulas, he recognized every symbol, but when combined, he could not understand even 1/billionth of their mysteries. The absolute gap stemming from the level of life and cognition did not bring excitement, but a sense of suffocation bordering on despair. Fortunately, there was the masking of the catastrophe trait. Otherwise, Sumyubai felt he would have been expelled instantly. It was also fortunate that he had ignited the fire of faith in advance and taken a large number of humans into his internal world, making preparations to absorb the power of faith and enhance his soul. Otherwise, he doubted he could have lasted even a second before losing himself and becoming an insignificant component within this rule structure, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, unable to stir up even a single ripple. If he did not want to be assimilated, he would have to choose to withdraw voluntarily. Sumyubai forced himself to calm down and observe carefully, because he had yet to sense the existence of the origin power. Soon, he discovered that those massive rule structures were not stationary. They were also slowly growing, evolving, and even withering. A tiny thread of light, representing some brand new law, might be branching off from a ribbon of rules and gradually becoming clear. Meanwhile, another chain representing a certain law was slowly dimming, cracks appearing on its surface, until it finally snapped with a click, turning into specks of light and dissipating, to be absorbed and assimilated by other rules. Birth, destruction, and evolution were taking place here in an intuitive way. However, while the vanished laws would be reborn, those brand new laws could never truly grow before suddenly shattering. Is it because the myriad worlds are incomplete? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a guess forming in his mind. But this was not a problem he had the ability to solve right now. This was his first time entering the origin land. Sumyubai did not seek great gains, but he wanted to learn as much information about this place as possible. He carefully avoided those manifested rule origins and began to explore this origin world. Everything in the myriad worlds was born because of these rule origins, including the creatures of all races. Where exactly is the origin power? After a long time, Sumyubai had to stop. He had explored for so long, yet everything around him remained completely unchanged. It was always those manifested rule origins. As for the origin power he was looking for, it seemed as if it did not exist at all. But how could that be? Did the origin power awarded by the myriad worlds game not come from the origin land? Sumyubai frowned, golden light suddenly igniting in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened, with a Taiji-like pupil slowly rotating within it. Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. The current Zhuanshan Divine Pupil was only a law-level ocular technique, and Sumyubai did not hold much hope. But at his wit's end, he could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Yet, the moment the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil opened, Sumyubai was completely stunned. In an instant, the origin land changed completely in his eyes. The previously magnificent, precise, yet cold and distant rule origins, under the vision of the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil, seemed to have their hard shells stripped away, revealing their innermost, most essential core. Those massive cubes of light, the roaring chains, the rotating gears, the flowing nebulae, they were no longer merely the cold manifestations of laws and rules. Sumyubai saw so much more within them, inside every chain of rules. It was woven from fibers of light that were more brilliant than stars and more subtle than thoughts. Each fiber vibrated at an incomprehensible frequency, radiating the most primordial mysteries of the rules. Every single rune within those waterfall-like cubes was a miniature universe in itself, where the gears meshed. What erupted was no longer distorted light, but the dust of time and the debris of space. Within the bands of nebulae, there were no longer vague possibilities, but countless clearly visible threads of causality and even fate constantly branching and merging. The mystic heaven divine pupils seemed to have been born for the origin land. Chapter 906, Power of Origin. Snatching food from the tiger's maw. Bonus chapter. The mystic heaven divine pupils seemed to have been born for the origin land. Sumyubai's gaze pierced through the surface, reaching straight to the root. But this was not enough. Sumyubai gritted his teeth and frantically pushed the mystic heaven divine pupils. The speed at which the yin-yang fish rotated accelerated sharply, and a trace of blood-red light even flashed in the depths of his pupils. His soul power was also being consumed rapidly. Fortunately, after being enhanced by the power of faith, Sumyubai's soul had undergone a fundamental improvement. Furthermore, after entering the origin land, the soul-shaking impact brought about by the Sea of Death had also ceased. Therefore, he could certainly sustain this state for a period of time. With the mystic heaven divine pupils pushed to the limit, Sumyubai's vision delved deeper, piercing through the outer shell of the rule origins, piercing through those fibers of light and information universes. He finally saw it. The power of origin. They emitted an indescribable aura. The power of origin was not hard to find. On the contrary, it was everywhere. It was the material that composed those chains of light, the ink for those cubic runes, the lubricant for the gears, and the mist of the nebulae. It was the most primordial state of all laws and rules. It's just, how does one absorb the power of origin? Sumyubai frowned. If the infusion of the power of origin rewarded by the all-worlds game was a single drop of water, then the origin land was a vast ocean. However, the power of origin here could be seen, but not touched. These powers of origin were part of the rule origins, locked firmly within them. Use soul power or divine power to touch these manifested rule origins. Sumyubai did not have the guts for that. Just looking at them brought the pressure of being assimilated. If he dared to touch them, he feared he would be assimilated by the rule origins in an instant. What should I do? Sumyubai's brain raced. If I can't find a way, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Just by looking at these rule origins, it was of no help to his integration of the rule Dao to improve. He had to find a way to absorb the power of origin. Sumyubai's gaze scanned frantically, using the power of the mystic heaven divine pupils to analyze the operation and energy flow of the countless rule origins. Suddenly, he noticed the evolution of the birth and death of those rule origins. When old laws were annihilated, power of origin would escape. Those rule origins were precisely absorbing these escaped powers of origin to give birth to new filaments of law. However, because the all worlds were incomplete, these new laws would not truly be nurtured. Once they grew to a certain stage, they would fall apart. These powers of origin now appeared to be the excess origin of the all worlds. This was also the source of the power of origin rewarded by the all worlds game. Even if it was just a wisp of the power of origin that escaped when an old law was annihilated, the energy it contained far exceeded the infusion of the power of origin rewarded by the all worlds game. Sumyubai had found a breakthrough, and his expression immediately became solemn. Although he could not extract the power of origin from the complete rule origins, he could attempt to capture the wisp of power of origin that escaped the moment an old law was annihilated. Although this was no different from snatching food from a tiger's maw, such an opportunity was not something everyone could have. Let's try. Sumyubai held his breath and focused, his entire mind immersed as he stared fixedly at a chain of laws not far away that was slowly dimming and beginning to show fine cracks on its surface. At the very instant before that chain of laws was about to snap completely, Sumyubai instantly mobilized the death rule and fate rule he had integrated. a gray-white death ruled out pattern and a golden fate ruled out pattern. Like two spirit snakes, they emerged from his body, weaving into a tiny net in an extremely ingenious way, pouncing like lightning toward the chain that was about to break. Admittedly, Sumyubai's rule power was far inferior to the rule origins here, but he was taking the initiative, while those rule origins were merely absorbing instinctively. Snatching the power of origin was not a fantasy. Crack! Just as that chain of laws finally snapped completely and turned into countless specks of light about to dissipate, the net woven from the death and fate rules descended perfectly, firmly grasping that wisp of escaping power of origin. Success! Sumyubai's face showed joy. But he did not celebrate prematurely. His gaze remained fixed on the nearby rule origins. Fortunately, these rule origins did not react at all, as if they had not even noticed that wisp of power of origin. Only after retrieving that wisp of power of origin into his palm did Sumyubai finally feel at ease. Good heavens! This must be equivalent to the amount of 10 origin infusions, right? A glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He directly absorbed the power of origin in his hand, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to further integrate the rule Dao. The first to be integrated was, naturally, the Death Rule Dao. He had already integrated this rule Dao to the 9-pattern realm. Sumyubai wanted to test whether, by entering the origin land this time, he could directly integrate it to the pinnacle of the 9-pattern realm. With his divine soul retracted, a complete great Dao of the Death Rule suddenly emerged in Sumyubai's mind. This was the one left behind by the previous Death Sovereign, Ming-Tu, and entrusted within the Death Saint Codex. Sumyubai's consciousness sank completely into it. While gaining insights, he began to frantically experiment, aided by the effects brought about by the power of the origin. Everyone's method of comprehension and fusion is different. Sumyubai wanted to fuse and refine a great Dao of the Death Rule that belonged solely to him. After a long while, Sumyubai opened his eyes, a flash of joy deep within them. Notification: congratulations! Your fusion level with the great Dao of the Death Rule has advanced further. Current fusion level, 95.21%. It actually increased by 5. Sumyubai was overjoyed. This was an improvement after reaching 90%. Every 1% was countless times more difficult than before. The further one goes, the harder it becomes, especially from 99.98% to 99.99%. Achieving the status of a world lord has blocked countless peak high gods. Continue. With more than 2 days left, Sumyubai did not want to waste a single moment. He took a deep breath, preparing to seize the next wisp of the power of the origin. Today's extra chapter is served, Chapter 907. The difference in sovereign permissions, the Void Rift. This is the gap between the various worlds of the Myriad Worlds, and also where the database of the Myriad Worlds game is located. Sumyubai had entered this place twice before through the sovereign permissions of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign permissions allow one to view a portion of the game data within the Void Rift. Any information within the Myriad Worlds game is recorded here. However, even among rule sovereigns, the permissions they possess are not the same. Just like when Sumyubai freeloaded the promotion of the Flame Prison World Lord token into the Death Domain Lord token, Lian only had to make one trip to the Void Rift to immediately guess what he had done. This is because Lian is a supreme god and also one of the creators of the Myriad Worlds game. The permissions she possesses are naturally extremely high among the rule sovereigns. Besides the supreme gods, there are also some ordinary rule-type main gods. Other main gods still do not know of the existence of the Death Domain Lord token to this day. However, main gods are also divided into innate and acquired types. And the first-generation Darkness Sovereign is an innate main god, while someone like Kingston is an acquired main god. It is hard to say who is stronger or weaker in terms of combat power during their peak periods, but in terms of permissions within the Myriad Worlds game, innate main gods are stronger than acquired ones. This is because the innate main gods also participated in the creation of the Myriad Worlds game. The creators and the later administrators naturally cannot have the same permissions. According to the information circulating in the Myriad Worlds, it is only known that 8 of the 9 supreme gods have gone missing. And the last one, the Luck Sovereign, cannot be tracked. But what the vast majority of players in the Myriad Worlds do not know is that the innate main gods have also mostly fallen. Nowadays, the main god level existences of those top-tier races are almost all acquired main gods. However, the cataclysm that caused the vast majority of innate main gods to fall is not recorded in the myriad worlds, and not even any useful information was left behind. After all, that cataclysm was far too distant, so distant that it exceeded the time the myriad worlds game has existed, and the last cataclysm related to the space-time sovereign occurred less than 10 epochs ago. For the myriad worlds, 10 epochs is very, very short. It is so short that although some people deliberately blocked the information to prevent fear among the various races of the myriad worlds, many powerful lords of laws still know some information. But that cataclysm which caused the fall of most innate main gods is something even many acquired main gods are completely unaware of. Even if they possess certain sovereign permissions, they cannot query this information. Not long after the announcement of Sumu by lighting the fire of faith rang out, several main god-level existences entered the Void Rift. As the discovered information appeared in their minds, these main gods were finally completely shocked. What? Before the blue star where Baiyu resides was pulled into the myriad worlds game, it was entirely filled with ordinary people. This deity always thought he was a late bloomer. I never expected this guy has been in contact with the myriad worlds game for less than a year. A monster. He is absolutely a monster, the likes of which the myriad worlds has never seen. In such a short time. From an ordinary person to lighting the fire of faith, what exactly does Baiyu rely on? Previously, these main gods did not take Baiyu seriously. It was not until this time, when he lit the fire of faith, that they finally could not sit still. Now that they truly saw Baiyu's detailed data, even existences of their level felt their hearts churning like a stormy sea. Why is there so much blank information? Baiyu clearly hasn't broken through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm yet. Why are our permissions insufficient? Somewhere in the Void Rift, several main gods from the demon race and the machine race gathered together, their brows tightly locked, utterly baffled. They were shocked to discover that there were many blank spaces in the information provided by the Void Rift regarding Baiyu. This meant that they had no authority to view this information. No need to make a fuss. The leading demon main god waved a hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the human race is far from its peak, it still cannot be underestimated. Having said this, he paused before continuing. It must be that Gayumo, who used his permissions to help Baiyu, had a lot of information. Hearing this, the other main gods could not help but nod. That must be it. Perhaps it's not just Yumu. The human race might still have hidden main gods. Indeed, everyone. Don't forget how many geniuses the human race had who absorbed bloodlines back then. HMPH, just mentioning those people makes me angry. They absorbed the top-tier bloodline of my demon race and actually still consider themselves human. What a joke. Kanpeng, you're wrong there. Didn't some also betray the human race and join the demon race? Those pieces of trash, not worth mentioning. Regardless of how much the human race has hidden, their current strength must be less than 1/10 of what it once was. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have remained silent for 9 epochs. The human race of today is naturally not to be feared. What this deity is worried about is that person. In the conversation among the several main gods, there was a clear and deep-seated dread regarding the human race during its prime. Otherwise, when the human race re-entered the myriad races ranking a while ago, they would not have sent only lords of laws to take action. Beyond the fear of the hidden means of the human race and the fear of falling into the traps of that old schemer, Yi Yuan, and losing face, the most important factor was the worry that the master of time and space might still be alive. After all, that person originated from the human race and was an existence who had always held the human race close to their heart. Whether the supreme god had truly fallen or not remained a matter of debate to this day. After all, a period of less than 10 epochs was far too short. A single period of seclusion for a supreme god would last longer than that. Previously, they were able to keep their composure due to their apprehension. But now that Baiyu was such a monstrous talent and had even ignited the fire of faith, they could no longer afford to be cautious. If they continued to hesitate, they would lose their chance entirely. The leading demon main god pondered for a moment, a flash of madness appearing in their eyes. We cannot hesitate any longer. No matter what, this child must not be allowed to live. Their gaze swept across the other main gods. And they said in a deep voice, "Everyone, lend me your permissions for a moment." I refuse to believe that with all our permissions combined, we still cannot track Bai's location in the outside world. They had already tried. But no matter what method they used, they were unable to detect Bai's aura or location from a distance. It was precisely because of this that they had entered the Void Rift together to investigate. Clearly, even within the Void Rift, their permissions were insufficient to view Sumyu Bai's specific location. This was the overbearing nature of the catastrophe trait. The calamity of eternal silence from back then was merely a law-level treasure. Yet, its catastrophe trait was such that even existences at the Rule Sovereign Realm could not detect information about Sumyu Bai from a distance. Not only that, but even the information permissions within the Void Rift had been elevated. With our permissions gathered together, we will surely succeed. The other main gods nodded, divine light flickering in their eyes as they directly opened their permissions to the leading demon main god. After the latter's permissions were significantly boosted, a curve appeared at the corner of their mouth. Divine light surged in their eyes as they once again examined the data stream within the Void Rift. After a long while, their pupils constricted. Found him. No wonder we couldn't find him. He was hiding here all along. Where is Bai? The other main gods looked over simultaneously. The leading demon main god narrowed their eyes slightly and spoke, word by word. The undead realm. Ruin Star Sector. Upon hearing this name, the other main gods immediately reacted. A tributary of the River of Time, Chapter 908. Speculations of the two races' main gods. Bai is actually there. The expressions of the main gods varied, with some showing a hint of hesitation. A mechanical main god frowned and said, "This is troublesome. With those two in the River of Time, they certainly won't sit idly by." As soon as these words were spoken, all the main gods fell silent. The two individuals mentioned by the mechanical main god naturally referred to the former Master of Time Zhou and the Master of Space Yu, although they had no connection to the human race. They shared a deep bond with the later Master of Time and Space, and the Master of Time and Space was the very existence behind the human race. Therefore, the two ferrymen would certainly not allow them to attack Bai Yu within the River of Time. Are we just going to watch as Bai Yu continues to improve? The main gods looked at each other, all of them frowning deeply. Although the two ferrymen could not leave the River of Time, as long as they were within it, they possessed the combat power of a supreme god, which was simply not something the main gods could contend with. If Bai kept hiding inside, they truly had no way to deal with him. I refuse to believe he will never come out. After a long while, the leading demon main god snorted coldly. One cannot achieve a breakthrough within the River of Time. As long as we blockade the Ruined Star Sector and force Bai to leave the River of Time from there, he will definitely not be able to escape. Oh, the demon ancestor has such a method. A mechanical main god looked deeply at the demon ancestor, a sense of wariness rising in their heart. A look of heartache flashed across the demon ancestor's face. I obtained a time-space treasure by chance. Although it only has one use left, it is worth it to nip Bai in the bud. A treasure that could make the demon ancestor feel heartache was naturally no ordinary item. However, items with a limited number of uses could not be called Rule Supreme treasures. Of course, within the limit of their uses, the energy that such treasures could unleash was no weaker than that of a Rule Supreme treasure. To put it bluntly, this type of treasure could be called a temporary Rule Supreme treasure. The demon ancestor has impressive means. The mechanical main god offered a compliment, but they did not fully believe the demon ancestor's words. After all, although the two races were temporarily allied, they were not intimate. No one would truly expose their trump cards. Just as the main gods were preparing to leave the Void Rift to lie in wait at the Ruined Star Sector of the Undead Realm, a mechanical main god who had not spoken until now suddenly remembered something. Wait, I clearly remember that according to the intelligence from the bounty hunter's home, the entrance to the River of Time tributary in the Ruined Star Sector has already been closed. As soon as this was said, all the main gods froze. Are you sure? Absolutely. And it was information updated just recently. It was discovered by that guy Bruno. For a moment, the scene became awkward again. Why was this Bai so hard to find? The River of Time was not a place one could enter just because they wanted to. Without the entrance in the Ruined Star Sector, they, the main gods, had no way to enter the River of Time. The entrance in the ruined star domain had only appeared because the great battle between the Master of Time and Space and the Monarch of the Void had disrupted the fabric of space-time. Now that they had learned the entrance was closed, they did not know what to do. A flicker of contemplation crossed the eyes of the demon ancestor. Recently, the undead race seems to have reached some kind of deal with the human race. Bruno's intelligence might not be accurate. As they spoke, they glanced at the other main gods. Regardless, let us go and see for ourselves. As the words fell, the demon ancestor's figure vanished into the void, and the other main gods withdrew one after another. Bruno was the master of water and a main god of the undead race. If they truly had some sort of deal with Yumu, then the entrance might very well still exist. In any case, it would not take long, so it was only natural to verify it. Before long, a vast amount of main god power appeared in the ruined star domain of the undead realm, rapidly condensing into projection avatars. Even for main gods like them, instantaneous travel was impossible. However, their projection avatars could arrive first to investigate. HMPH, Bruno really did reach a deal with Yumu. The moment the projection avatar condensed, the demon ancestor let out a cold snort. Yet, a smile played upon their face. They had already sensed the existence of the entrance to the River of Time and Space. Clearly, the intelligence Bruno had provided earlier was false. What could be the purpose of Bruno providing such false information? Kempeng frowned, their face filled with confusion. They did not understand what the point was of a lie that could be exposed so easily. In reality, regarding the matter of the River of Time and Space entrance, the main gods of the two races had truly misunderstood Bruno. The reason this Master of Water had provided such information was entirely due to bad luck. The last time they had attempted to enter the River of Time and Space, it happened to be exactly when Sumubai was freeloading off the promotion of the Great Tao of Rules. At that time, Zhou and Yu had deliberately joined forces to temporarily close the entrance to prevent anyone from interfering. After the bounty hunter house received the information, they had specifically inspected it, which confirmed the closure of the entrance. Normally, such intelligence would require a period of verification. After some time, the bounty hunter house would have inspected the entrance again to update the information. But how much time had passed since then? The time was simply too short, and thus the intelligence had not been updated. As for this entrance, it had reopened after Sumubai finished his seclusion. Because if it hadn't opened, Sumubai would have been unable to use teleportation to return, even after mobilizing the power of the Wheel of Time and Space. This was not what Sumubai had originally thought. He had once believed that as long as he had a spacetime marker, he could use teleportation to enter even if the entrance was closed. In reality, because his cultivation realm was too low and his comprehension of the rules of time and space was insufficient, once the entrance was closed, he couldn't even sense the spacetime marker he had left within the River of Time and Space. So how could he teleport? These details were naturally unknown to the main gods of the two races. However, they had stumbled upon the truth that the undead race and the human race had indeed reached some kind of deal. But now was clearly not the time to delve into that. The projection avatars of the several main gods strolled through the void, the main god power rippling on their surfaces, easily blocking the spatial and temporal turbulence of the ruined star domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard in their ears, and the surrounding spatial and temporal turbulence grew increasingly dense. However, these residual forces could not pose the slightest threat to them. Before long, an intangible and formless long river suddenly reflected into the souls of the gathered main gods. This river clearly had no color or shape, yet they could truly feel its existence. It was not seen with their eyes, but perceived through their souls, having previously only sensed its aura. Now that they had truly confirmed the entrance still existed, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the main gods of both races. However, they did not enter, nor did they make any moves. They simply stood quietly in place, waiting for their true bodies to arrive. Once inside, with the two ferrymen present, they would have no way to deal with Bai Yi. To seal this tributary and force Bai Yi to leave only from this location, their projection avatars alone were not enough. Therefore, the main gods of both races were waiting for their respective true bodies, and for the demon ancestor to arrive with that treasure of the spacetime category. Chapter 909, Sealing the Entrance to the River of Time and Space, Bonus Chapter, Tributary of the River of Time and Space. When the projection avatars of the demon race and machine race main gods appeared, the two ferrymen of the River of Time and Space were already aware. On the shore where Sumubai had previously appeared, mist churned upstream and downstream, the two ferrymen appeared, riding the boat of time and space. Their gazes seemed to pierce through the river of time and space. Seeing the figures at the entrance, these fellows, even at a time like this, are still thinking about infighting. You spoke in a deep voice. The expression on their face hidden beneath the cloak could not be seen, but their tone was extremely cold to them. Whether it is the rise of the human race or the invasion of the void, the outcome is the same. By comparison, Joe's voice sounded very indifferent. Perhaps the rise of the human race is more threatening to them, because they fundamentally do not understand what the void truly signifies. HMPH, a bunch of frogs in a well. You let out a cold snort. We shouldn't have blocked everything out back then just to reduce the losses of the myriad worlds. It would have been useless. Joe shook their head gently. This is the inherent flaw of living beings. It cannot be avoided. Speaking of this, their voice paused. They looked up at the firmament, their eyes filled with memories. In reality, this inherent flaw is manifested most vividly in the human race. Hearing this, you also sighed. Indeed, the human race, while possessing immense potential, also amplifies the strengths and weaknesses of every race's character. When the human race rose to power, there was even a time when they threatened to pull the god race from their pedestal. But once the threat of the void arrived, many turncoats who swayed with the wind appeared all the same, no matter the time. There is never a lack of infighting among living beings. Even in the face of life and death crises, there are those who would rather die than submit, and naturally, there are those who are cowardly and cling to life. The void is indeed the enemy of the entire myriad worlds, but it is not the enemy of all living beings. Nothing is perfect, and the myriad worlds are no exception. Joe glanced at the riverbank where Sumubai had vanished, a divine light flickering in his eyes as if he were peering through the passage of time. I hope he can truly complete the missing parts of the myriad worlds. What about these fellows? You looked at the projection avatars of the two races' main gods at the entrance and frowned. They had long since fallen, and their power could not affect anything beyond the river of time and space. Therefore, as long as these fellows did not enter the river of time and space, there was nothing they could do. Pay them no mind. We have only just begun. Joe raised an eyebrow. If the human race cannot even resolve a situation like this, how can they talk about rising again? As his words fell, he steered the boat of time and space beneath his feet back into the rolling mist. Although both were ferrymen of the river of time and space, as the former master of time, Joe seemed to see more than you. The former master of space, you remained in place for a long time, but in the end, he said nothing more. He silently turned the boat around, his figure vanishing into the mist. Joe was right. If they could not even solve the problem of the monster race and the machine race, the human race had no possibility of rising again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The true bodies of the main gods from the two races finally arrived within the undead realm. The monster ancestor did not rush to blockade the ruined star sector. Instead, he entered the void rift once more, utilizing the permissions of the various main gods to confirm that Bai Yi had not yet left the tributary of the river of time and space. Only then did they rush to the ruined star sector. With their true bodies present, there was naturally no need for the projection avatars to exist. Monster ancestor, let us see this treasure of yours. The 3 machine race main gods looked at the monster ancestor, and the gazes of the other 2 monster race main gods also fell upon him. What's the rush? Since I said I would show it, I naturally won't hide it. The monster ancestor frowned. With a flip of his wrist, an illusory seal appeared in his palm. The seal flickered in and out of existence, as if it did not belong to this space-time. As the monster ancestor activated a treasure at the level of the rules, he could naturally no longer hide his aura. A powerful force of the main gods instantly merged into the illusory seal. In an instant, a profound fluctuation of time and space swept across the entire ruined star sector. The spatial turbulence and temporal turbulence that filled this place calmed down in an instant. No longer drifting aimlessly, The palm-sized illusory seal suddenly flashed with black and white divine light and rapidly expanded, shooting out from the monster ancestor's palm to hang high above the entrance to the river of time and space. The rules of time and the rules of space surged, intertwining in the starry sky. The Tao patterns of the rules condensed into countless inscriptions, ranging and combining under the guidance of the seal. In just a few breaths, an incredibly profound formation took shape in the starry sky. As the formation vibrated, it slowly faded into invisibility. Everything around seemed unchanged, but the temporal and spatial turbulence that had originally filled this star sector no longer existed. Crack! Immediately following, a shattering sound rang out. Several clear cracks appeared on the massive seal in the starry sky. The monster ancestor clearly showed a look of heartache, reaching out to summon the seal back. The three machine race main gods exchanged glances. It was obvious that this treasure of the monster ancestor could be used at least once, or perhaps even twice more. They naturally made a mental note of this. As expected of a time-space treasure, it is truly profound. Monster ancestor, wield this to you. Now, Bai Yi has no way to escape. The several main gods sensed the changes in time and space in this star sector and discovered that it was indeed impossible to tear through space. Even the entrance to the tributary of the river of time and space was now covered in a large number of inscriptions. Now, all they had to do was wait for Bai Yi to walk right into their trap. A place like the river of time and space was not somewhere one could stay for long. If one stayed too long, it was highly likely they would become lost within the river of time and space. Even main gods like them could not stay for too long. Bai Yi was only at the Lawmaster stage, so it was even more impossible for him. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 910. You have all traveled from afar. What is your advice? Next, we just wait for Bai Yi to walk into the trap. The monster ancestor retracted the seal, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With the blockade of the formation just now, as long as Bai Yi left the tributary of the river of time and space, he would inevitably appear here. The opponent was merely a lawmaster. Even if he had ignited the fire of faith, he could not escape the grasp of a rule sovereign. Any main god here could suppress him with a flip of their hand. The reason they all came together this time was to ensure there were no slip-ups. With 6 main gods from the 2 races present, even if the human race had hidden trump cards, they would absolutely not be able to protect Bai Yi. With us taking action, Bai Yi will naturally be unable to fly away even with wings. Get ready. The human race will surely react soon. The several main gods looked at the entrance to the river of time and space with cold sneers on their faces. They were very eager to see how the current human race would deal with this situation. It is not just the human race. The main gods of the death realm must have also sensed my aura just now. The monster ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly. I do not know what kind of deal the undead race has made with the human race, but that fellow Bruno is very likely to intervene. Hearing this, Kunpeng let out a cold snort. HMPH. If he dares to intervene, we will deal with him as well. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 3 main gods of the machine race. With our 2 races joining forces, even if the undead race wants to help the human race, they have to consider if it is worth it. That is true. We are willing to go all out to kill Bai Yi, but would the main gods of the undead race be willing to do the same? During their conversation, the several main gods all wore the expressions of those who had already secured victory. In their eyes, Bai Yi was as good as dead, and the undead race would not be able to save him either. Death Realm, Death Continent. Just as the demon ancestor activated that illusory seal, a figure in a silent expanse of the starry sky suddenly opened their eyes. This or is it that old fellow, the demon ancestor? The figure frowned. Why has that guy come to my death realm? Muttering to themselves, they couldn't help but carefully sense the location of that familiar aura. A moment later, the figure slowly stood up. The ruins of the undead realm star sector. Is that old fellow planning to enter a tributary of the river of time and space? Thinking of this, a look of confusion flashed across the figure's eyes. Hasn't the entrance to the tributary of the river of time and space already been closed? Carrying this doubt, they raised a hand to tear through the space before them, stepped into it, and vanished from the silent starry sky. Regardless of what the demon ancestor intended to do, they had to go and see for themselves. The Death Realm was not a place where the demon race should be meddling. All right, everyone, restrain your auras so as not to alert the enemy. The demon ancestor glanced at the group and waved a hand, but the next moment, they suddenly frowned, their gaze snapping toward the side of the river of time and space entrance. Just a split second ago, they had suddenly detected a trace of an unusual aura. Who is it? The demon ancestor let out a sharp shout and raised a hand, unleashing a strike of main god power toward that spot. This sudden turn of events startled the other main gods, who immediately looked in the direction the demon ancestor was pointing, although they didn't believe anyone could hide right under their noses. Since the demon ancestor had attacked, it certainly couldn't be a mistake. After all, the formation here had been set up by the demon ancestor. Their perception of everything within the formation was the sharpest. Sure enough, as the demon ancestor's main god power slammed into the area beside the entrance to the tributary of the river of time and space, the space there rippled in circles, as if a disguise had been stripped away. Two figures appeared before the eyes of all the main gods. It was Yumo and Yiyuan sitting opposite each other, with a chessboard placed between them. Seemingly in the middle of a game, the main god power just unleashed by the demon ancestor had been blocked by a wave of Yumu's hand. However, he didn't seem to care, merely picking up a chess piece and frowning, as if contemplating his next move. HMPH, playing tricks. Kunpeng looked at the two who had suddenly appeared, not overly surprised. The level of Bai's monstrous talent was unprecedented throughout the myriad worlds. Otherwise, their two races would not have joined forces to try and put him to death. With such a monster, how could the human race not protect him in secret, especially after he ignited the fire of faith? Bai's guardian would inevitably be Yumu, the only rule sovereign who had been exposed. The only thing that puzzled the main gods of the two races was that it really was only Yumu and that old schemer Yuan. Do you really think the two of you can protect Bai? The demon ancestor narrowed their eyes slightly, looking at Yumu and Yuan. Why waste words with them? Let's just finish them off first. Kunpeng said this and prepared to strike, but was stopped by the demon ancestor raising a hand. There is no rush to finish them off. As they spoke, their gaze did not fall on Yumu, but instead remained fixed on Yuan. It was as if Yuan, an existence at the law sovereign realm, made them even more wary. Seeing Kunpeng's attack halted, a clear look of disappointment flashed deep in Yuan's eyes. Although it was fleeting and extremely difficult to detect, everyone present was a rule sovereign, so they naturally noticed it. Kunpeng's heart trembled instantly. They had almost fallen for this old schemer's trap. They couldn't help but recall back then, when Yuan, that old fox, challenged the sovereign of fire to a duel. He had worn the exact same expression. Yet, the sovereign of fire had ultimately suffered a huge loss, unable to do anything against Yuan. No one knew exactly how many hidden cards this guy had up his sleeve. The chess piece in Yumu's hand ultimately failed to descend. He shook his head, placed the piece back into the box, turned to look at the main gods of the two races, and smiled slightly. You have all come from afar. What advice do you have for us? Yuan's gaze also shifted over, his fingers toying with a few chess pieces, a playful smile on his face. As a true god at the 11th tier law sovereign realm, looking across all the myriad worlds, he was the only one who dared to confront main gods of the rule sovereign realm so recklessly, and not just one of them. Such a feat was something even the former god of death, Bach, and the god of slaughter, Ashes, could not have accomplished. One could imagine just how strong Yuan was. Of course, his strength came with prerequisites. That was, he needed time to lay out his plans and prepare. If encountered suddenly, his combat power was far inferior to that of the god of death or the god of slaughter. But the more composed Yumu and Yuan appeared, the less the six main gods, including the demon ancestor, dared to act rashly. Although Yumu's strength was among the top tier of main gods, they understood him well enough and didn't hold him in much regard. At the very least, the demon ancestor had absolute confidence in being able to suppress Yumu. But Yuan, that old schemer, was different. Having disappeared for nearly 10 epochs, who knew how many methods this old fox had prepared for them? Although the human race was no longer in its prime, the foundation they had left behind was still substantial. In the past, when there were many human powerhouses, The resources Yi Yuan could mobilize were limited. Now that the human powerhouses had withered away, Yi Yuan could likely mobilize all the remaining resources at will. That was why the demon ancestor had stopped Kunpeng from attacking. They didn't want him to be the one to stick his neck out. Most importantly, Bai Yi had not yet appeared. Fighting now would be meaningless. Their purpose in coming here was not to kill Yumu or Yi Yuan. The existence of these two could not affect the status of the demon race and the mechanical race in the myriad worlds. From beginning to end, their only target was Bai Yi. Because if Bai Yi were to truly grow up, it was highly likely he would become like the former sovereign of time and space, suppressing all races across the myriad worlds. Looking at the smiling Yumu and Yi Yuan, the demon ancestor grinned. Is posturing useful? When Bai Yi comes out, what will you use to stop us? Chapter 911, Changing the Heavens, Overturning the Earth. Upon hearing this, Yumu glanced at the demon ancestor but did not reply, instead helping himself to a drink from his wine gourd. Yi Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes and said with a beaming smile, "Oh, since the demon ancestor believes we are merely putting on a show, why not make a move and test it?" As he spoke, he pinched a white chess piece between two fingers, hovering it over the board, and whispered a single phrase, "Change the heavens." The moment the words fell, the white piece at Yi Yuan's fingertips landed steadily upon the board. The energy throughout the entire ruined star field began to boil in an instant. The star-filled sky, previously a wasteland, suddenly seemed to brim with vitality, coupled with the demon ancestor's earlier formation that had calmed the spatial and temporal turbulence. This expanse of space, which had lacked any sign of life for nearly 10 epochs, suddenly transformed into a lush, verdant world, planet fragments, meteorites, shooting stars. Even in the empty void of space, vast amounts of vegetation grew wildly, bringing endless life to this ruined star field. This sudden transformation of the heavens and earth caused the hearts of the two clans' main gods to tremble, and their wariness toward Yi Yuan increased significantly. The instant the piece fell, the energy of the entire star field was instantly converted into wood attribute energy. It was not just this expanse of space, the deeper dark space was affected as well. In such an environment, Yumu, the sovereign of wood, naturally held the advantage of the terrain. Conversely, the other's combat power would be somewhat hindered, with one side gaining and the other losing. The gap in strength between the two sides was immediately narrowed. Clap, clap, clap. The demon ancestor applauded, praising, "You must have spent quite some time preparing this formation, haven't you? Except for Sumu Bai's Mystic Heaven Great Formation. All other formations in the myriad worlds required advanced preparation. The demon ancestor's previous formation, which had sealed the entrance to the tributary of the river of time and space, had utilized the power of treasures. Yi Yuan was only at the 11th tier Lawmaster stage. To set up a formation capable of affecting rule sovereigns naturally required a great deal of time for preparation. Furthermore, it required a massive amount of rule-level materials, as well as the main god power provided by Yumu, a rule sovereign. Otherwise, a lawmaster would never be able to contend with a rule sovereign. Halfway through his sentence, the demon ancestor suddenly changed his tone, saying coldly, "However, this heaven-changing formation alone is far from enough." As he spoke, he nodded toward Kunpeng and another main god. The two understood immediately and raised their hands, reaching toward the two men before the chessboard. This strike was not an attack, but merely a probe. With Bai Yi yet to appear, they did not want to waste their main god power. After all, this was the death domain, where consumed power was difficult to replenish, especially since Yi Yuan had changed the heavens of this star field, leaving only would attribute energy. However, their probing strike was blocked by an invisible barrier and failed to reach Yi Yuan at all. To sovereigns, if you wish to test my trump cards, I'm afraid you'll need to put in a bit more effort. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. He was well aware that his own combat power, being only at the World Master level, was his greatest weakness. Since that was the case, his decision to appear so openly before the main gods of the two clans meant he had naturally made every preparation. The defensive barrier around him had gathered the power accumulated over nearly 10 epochs. Even a main god could not break it in a short amount of time. As he spoke, Yi Yuan slowly raised his hand, divine light flickering in his eyes, and placed another finger down, covered the earth. Pim. The instant the white piece fell onto the board, the wood attribute energy within the ruined star field erupted violently. Because the time and space here were sealed by the demon ancestor, space could not be torn, and the dark space could not manifest. However, the terrifying pressure brought about by the energy eruption bore down upon the main gods of the two clans from all directions. HMPH, is that all? The main gods of the two clans snorted in disdain. For them, this bit of suppression might have a slight effect, but it was negligible. You're all quite old. Why are you still so impatient? Yi Yuan shook his head with a smile. Yumu then stood up, took a sip of wine, hung the gourd at his waist, and stretched. I haven't had a fight in over 90,000 years. I'll play with you properly today. As he spoke, a terrifying, extreme power suddenly erupted from within his body, instantly enveloping the entire ruined star field. Would God Realm descend? A God Realm is the domain belonging to the rule sovereign stage. Compared to it, the divine domains of high gods are like fireflies compared to the blazing sun. If exerted with full force, a main god's God Realm could directly shroud an entire great world, controlling the life and death of all living beings within it. Of course, doing so would invite the backlash of the great world. Under normal circumstances, no existence at the main god stage would do such a thing. Moreover, when a God Realm expands to its limit, its strength is significantly reduced. Yet, like Yumu, shrouding an entire star field would not cause him any such issues. The two clans' main gods naturally possessed their own God Realms, but when Yumu's wood God Realm descended, the expressions of the other main gods present shifted. With the demon ancestor's space-time sealing formation in place, Yumu's wood God Realm did not open the dark space but descended directly onto the ruined star field. The boiling wood attribute energy within the star field was completely absorbed into Yumu's God Realm, enhancing its strength. The faint pressure from before surged violently, and even the demon ancestor felt a sense of pressure. And this was not the main reason for their change in expression. Since when? How is this possible? Yi Yuan, you actually possess such means. What truly shocked these main gods was the sudden discovery that their own God Realms could not be manifested. The demon ancestor, the strongest among them, stared fixedly at the two white chess pieces Yi Yuan had previously placed, saying in a deep voice, "So that's how it is? I truly underestimated you." He had realized it now. The so-called changing the heavens and covering the earth that Yi Yuan had performed were merely diversions. The true purpose of these two great formations was to coordinate with Yumu's wood God Realm, sealing off the god's own divine realms and preventing them from descending. In this way, Yumu, who possessed the wood God Realm, combined with the cunning old fox Yi Yuan assisting from the sidelines, was fully capable of dealing with the three main gods. Kunpeng glanced at the remaining pieces in Yi Yuan's chessboard. Although a flicker of wariness flashed in its eyes, it still said coldly, "Even so, you cannot protect Bai Yi." If only the monster race had come this time, they might very well have returned in defeat when faced with Yi Yuan's preparations. But this time, the machine race had also sent three main gods, with 6 main gods attacking together. No matter how many schemes Yi Yuan had prepared, it would be to no avail. It did not believe that a mere true god at the realm master level could possibly turn the world upside down. The main god of the machine race standing nearby had red light flickering in its eyes, and various colors of light began to glow on its body. "Whatever other tricks you have, bring them out and let this deity see them. Look at you, getting impatient again." Yi Yuan grinned, but he did not continue to place his pieces. Although he made no move, all the main gods present suddenly looked in the same direction. Over there, an aura of the same rank was approaching at extreme speed. "Everyone, coming to my death domain without even a greeting, that is quite impolite." As the hoarse voice rang out, a figure appeared within the wood god realm. Chapter 912, The Main Gods Gather. Bonus chapter, Bruno. Do you truly intend to interfere in this matter? The monster ancestor's cold, sinister gaze fixed upon the figure before it, the threat in its words self-evident. The newcomer was none other than the Master of Water Bruno, who had appeared back when Shan and Sekongyu were locked in their great battle. He was the first main god to know that Yumu had not yet fallen. The transaction between the undead race and the human race had also been brokered by him and Yumu. Whether it was the Master of Darkness of the demon race Kingston, or the Master of Ice of the undead race Robin, Neither of their true bodies were currently within the death domain. After the Master of Death went missing, the undead race required a main god to guard the death domain year-round, and that main god was none other than the Master of Water Bruno. Facing the monster race's thinly veiled threats, Bruno's gaze turned slightly cold. "Kangli, if you want to deal with the human race, I won't interfere in other domains, but my death domain is not a place where you can act recklessly." Kangli was the name of the monster ancestor. It was the first monster of the myriad worlds, and the ancestor of all monsters. Although it was not a primordial main god of slaughter, its strength ranked among the very best of all the main gods. Facing the unyielding Bruno, Kangli let out a cold snort. "Just you." Kumpang, standing to the side, also curled its lip. "Even if we add you, you still can't save Bai Yi. The other main gods of your undead race cannot arrive in time." No sooner had the two finished speaking than four more powerful auras approached at high speed. However, these four auras did not cause Kangli and the other main gods to frown. "I didn't expect the death domain to be so lively." A voice echoed from afar. Soon, four figures appeared before the gathered main gods. Yumo and Yiyuan exchanged a glance. The latter shook his head slightly, and both immediately began to observe the situation calmly. "Kangli, what brings your monster race to my death domain?" The one who spoke was the Master of Ice Robin. As a fellow main god of the undead race alongside Bruno, he naturally stood on the same side. At the same time, another figure stood beside them. It was the Master of Darkness Kingston, who had previously descended upon the death domain bank with Robin. However, both were merely projection avatars at this moment. Their true bodies were not within the death domain. Kingston's gaze swept over the three main gods of the machine race, his pitch-black eyes seeming to swallow all light. "Lingshang, in order to nip Bai Yi in the bud, your two races have truly abandoned all shame." Although he was a main god of the demon race and had not reached any specific agreement with the human race, the death domain was, after all, the territory of the undead and demon races. So, he naturally had to stand with the undead race. Furthermore, this matter concerned Bai Yi. After learning much information from An, even without the connection between An and Patty, he would have intervened in this matter. The only problem now was that the strength of his projection avatar was far from sufficient, but it would take time for his true body to arrive from the dark domain. "Kingston, to think you want to interfere in this matter with a mere projection avatar, it is truly laughable." The Master of Destruction Ling Shang looked at Kingston and spoke with disdain. It was just a projection avatar. He could suppress it with ease. The only reason he didn't do so now was because it was meaningless. After all, destroying a projection avatar would not cause significant damage to a main god's true body, unless that main god injected a portion of their divine soul and main god power into the avatar, just like the Master of Fire who had pursued the god of Death Bok in the past. Such a projection avatar could possess at most 1/3 of the true body's strength. If such an avatar were destroyed, the true body would also suffer great repercussions. However, that was not something that could be condensed in a short amount of time. The Robin and Kingston present, including the other two projections watching from the sidelines, were only the weakest types of projections, not even reaching 1/10 of their true body's power. Neither Kangli nor Lingshang held the projection avatars of Robin and Kingston in any regard, but they were clearly wary of the two other projections watching the show, especially the figure among them who wore a smile on its face. It was not because the two were too strong, but because if they intervened, it meant that two more top-tier races had joined the fray. At this point in time, the main gods with projection avatars in the death domain were there either because of the calamity of the myriad races or because of Bai Yi, and the two watching from the sidelines had both come because of the calamity of the myriad races. First was the Master of Symbiosis from the insect race Heidi. Before Kangli revealed its aura, she had been at the Nether Immortal Market questioning Kingston as to why he had stopped the investigation. The last one had also come to investigate the identity of the calamity of the myriad races. It was none other than the second in command of the god race. To be precise, it is the Master of Balance Xinghang. Kangli and Lingshang feared him the most, because he represented the god race, and it was rumored that Xinghang and Yumu were actually drinking buddies. "You all continue. My Zir Grace has no interest in this matter." Heidi crossed her arms over her chest. the toe peaks squeezing out a deep cleavage. As she observed the current scene with great interest, her projection had descended into the death realm solely to investigate the killing of Modesty. As for the monster race and the machine race wanting to deal with the human race, she was more than happy to see them fight even more fiercely. After Heidi made her stance clear, the gazes of all the main gods present fell upon Xingheng. The latter struggled to tear his eyes away from the wine gourd at Yumu's waist and spoke. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm just a projection avatar. I can't influence anything." Hearing him say this, the main gods of the monster race and the machine race breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the god race and the Zerg race did not interfere, this matter was settled by now. All the main gods within the death realm should have been drawn here. Even if there were some who hadn't appeared, they certainly wouldn't intervene in this affair. In this way, Bai Yu was doomed. Kang Li and Ling Shang exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked the location where Yi Yuan was positioned at the same time. Extra chapter for today, chapter 913. On the verge of breaking out, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Xingheng's projection avatar, Kang Li and Ling Shang exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked the location where Yi Yuan was positioned at the same time. The great Tao of slaughter and the great Tao of destruction descended, the power of the main gods surged within their bodies, and their rule authorities were instantly mobilized. That terrifying attack seemed as if it would annihilate everything in the vicinity. They had already tested the strength of the barrier on Yi Yuan previously. Therefore, this time, both of them attacked with their full strength. Heidi, the symbiotic master of the Zerg race, curled her lips slightly, her figure retreating violently as she watched the duel from afar. Kingston, Robin, and Xingheng, who were nearby, frowned. Their projection avatars possessed less than 1/10 of the strength of their true bodies. Although Kang Li and Ling Shang's targets were not them, they still felt immense pressure. The other four main gods of the monster and machine races, although a split second slower, also promptly mobilized their respective authorities and the power of their rules. In an instant, 6 different types of main god power flooded the entire ruined star field. If not for Kang Li's blockade and the grand formation Yi Yuan had set up in advance, everything within this star field would have been reduced to nothingness in an instant. The target of all 6 main gods was none other than Yi Yuan, who was sitting beside the chessboard. In their view, they had to eliminate this old schemer immediately, otherwise, they would have to constantly guard against this guy's various hidden cards during the ensuing battle. As a high-level god at the Realm Master level, being targeted by 6 main god-level existences simultaneously was a unique occurrence in the myriad worlds. Beyond his past battle records, the heaven-swapping and earth-covering techniques he had just displayed made the main gods of the 2 races unwilling to underestimate him. The 6 main gods attacked with extreme suddenness and astonishing speed. Under normal circumstances, they would have certainly succeeded, but due to Yi Yuan's previous measures, this star field had already become Yumu's home turf. Even if Yumu had not anticipated their sudden attack, the Wood God realm would have reacted on its own. Almost the instant Kang Li and Ling Shang moved, the Wood-type main god power within the Wood God realm erupted violently. A towering giant tree instantly rose from the ground, blocking directly in front of Yi Yuan. At the same time, countless vines formed from the Wood-type rules and main god power shot out from all directions, winding toward the main gods of the 2 races. The suppression force within the Wood God realm also reached its limit in an instant, doing its utmost to suppress the combat power of these main gods. Boom! Although bolstered by Yi Yuan's formation, the Wood God realm was facing the true bodies of 6 main gods. The giant tree that had suddenly condensed could not even hold for a single breath before it dissolved back into rule power and main god power under their attacks, merging back into the Wood God realm. But the little time it bought was enough. Yumu's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand and struck a palm forward. The authority of Wood was fully mobilized, and a vast, endless surge of rule power and main god power erupted, condensing a giant emerald green palm out of thin air. The rule of Wood was not just about healing, it also included poison. Yumu was not just a brewer of wine, the deadly poisons he concocted were unrivaled in the current myriad worlds. The shimmering green light on that giant palm radiated a chilling aura as it met Kang Li's attack. While striking with one hand, Yumu made a grasping motion in the void with his other, and a long spear flickering with cold light instantly appeared in his palm. The next moment, The spear blade thrust directly toward Ling Shang. 6 rule masters joining forces to ambush a single master of laws. You really have no shame left. Yumu let out a disdainful cold snort. With the support of Yi Yuan's formation, he actually intended to hold off Kang Li and Ling Shang to powerhouses among the main gods, all by himself. Bruno, standing to the side, also attacked simultaneously. Since he was an ally, he was not suppressed by the wood god realm. A deep blue mirror suddenly emerged behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of crashing waves sounded instantly, and endless seawater surged out from the mirror's surface, sweeping across the entire wood god realm in an instant. These were no ordinary seawater, but rather evolved from the great Tao of the rule of water. It also contained a massive amount of water-type main god power, and every surge carried infinite might. Bruno's power of authority also erupted in an instant. While weakening the main gods of the two races, it actually amplified Yumu's wood god realm, with one side weakening and the other strengthening. The gap in overall power between the two sides narrowed once again. Although Robin and Kingston were only projection avatars, they also mobilized their respective rules and power, attempting to lend a hand. The fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out. Fortunately, this star region had long been sealed off. Otherwise, a battle between so many main gods could have easily destroyed the entire undead realm, or even several surrounding great worlds. Do you really think you can stop us with just this? Kang Li sneered. Any tactic is futile in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. 6 against 2. This was already an overwhelming advantage. Even if one were to count Yi Yuan as having the combat power of a main god, it was still 6 against 3. The advantage remained firmly with the demon and machine races. As for Robin and Kingston, they were merely two projection avatars. Not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan, situated at the center of the storm, did not look the least bit panicked at this moment. It seemed he had long since anticipated that Kang Li and Ling Shang would suddenly move against him. Therefore, the one who reacted the fastest on the field was, in fact, this master of laws. Almost at the exact moment the two launched their attacks, he held a black chess piece in one hand and a white one in the other, placing them steadily onto the chessboard, one after the other. At this moment, it was as if he were playing a game against himself. Boom! At this point, the attacks from both sides had not yet collided. The instant Yi Yuan's two pieces landed, a massive roar and tremor resounded throughout the wood god realm. Simultaneously, -1 pillars of light descended instantly, only to vanish without a trace a heartbeat later. 6 of them were black. They instantly submerged into the bodies of the two races' main gods, suppressing a portion of their power. The remaining 5 white pillars of light fell upon Yumu and the others. Their power was immediately bolstered to a certain degree. Although this was a formation that Yi Yuan had spent countless precious materials and a great deal of time preparing, in reality, for entities at the ruler of rules stage, the effect, whether suppression or amplification, was not particularly significant, even with increase and decrease combined. The difference was at most 5%. A petty trick, Kun Peng sneered. It seems you have reached the end of your rope. Look at you, always so impatient. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. The next moment, the expressions of the 6 main gods from the demon and machine races shifted. Because the strength of Robin and Kingston's projection avatars had suddenly surged several times over. If they had previously possessed less than 1/10 of their true body's strength, then now, with the support of Yi Yuan's formation, they had instantly manifested nearly 1/3 of their power into these projection avatars. With such power, combined, they were now qualified to intervene in this battle. And this was not the only reason why the expressions of Kang Li and the other main gods were so unsightly. There had been 5 white pillars of light, besides Yumu, Bruno, Robin, and Kingston. There was one more. One had landed squarely on Xinghang. This balanced ruler of the god race immediately mobilized his authority over balance and joined the fray. Drunkard, remember the fine wine you promised me. While launching his attack, he did not forget to remind Yumu. Under the various buffs, Yumu faced 2 opponents alone. Although he was at a slight disadvantage, he remained calm and composed. Don't worry, I've brewed a few more bottles of fine wine recently. Even that fellow Hui Jian hasn't tasted them yet. Chapter 914, The Bystander Sees Clearly. Xinghang, what is the meaning of this? Kang Li's face was grim. While trading blows with Yumo, he questioned Xinghen, who had suddenly intervened. The latter glanced at him. Does what this deity chooses to do require your consent? He had indeed said before that projection avatars wouldn't change much, but that was then. And this is now. With the assistance provided by Yuan, he had instantly descended a portion of his divine soul into this projection, immediately possessing 1/3 of his true body's combat power. Do not underestimate this 1/3. He was the second strongest existence in the god race, and his strength was already superior to both Kang Li and Ling Shang. Now, this projection was enough to hold off one of the 4 remaining main gods of the 2 races. These main gods were all under multiple layers of suppression, so their strength was not much greater than this projection of Xinghen. He might not be able to win, but holding them off for a period of time was not a problem. The 2 strongest main gods of the 2 races were held back by Yumu alone. Xinghen's projection avatar intercepted 1 demon race main god by himself. The water ruler, Bruno, faced the demon race's ancestor Kunpeng, under the suppression of the wood god realm and the support of Yuan's formation. He clearly held the upper hand. Ancestor Kunpeng's wind rule felt like it was hitting cotton whenever it faced Bruno's water rule, making it incredibly stifling. Damn it! If it weren't for that fellow Yuan, how could you possibly suppress this deity? Ancestor Kunpeng's face was livid, his cold, icy gaze fixed firmly on Yuan, who was still placing chess pieces. The wood god realm and Yuan's formation, under multiple layers of suppression, made him extremely uncomfortable. His pride and joy, his speed was also severely restricted within Bruno's Azure Ocean. Bruno was even able to spare the effort to assist Robin and Kingston in dealing with the 2 machine race main gods. The strength of Robin and Kingston was naturally inferior to Xinghen, although their true bodies were slightly stronger than the remaining 2 machine race main gods. The gap was limited. Normally, their projection avatars, with only 1/3 of their strength, would never be able to hold off the true bodies of 2 machine race main gods. But the current situation was clearly not normal. While the wood god realm suppressed the enemy, it also helped restore the allies. The support Bruno provided from time to time also significantly reduced their pressure, coupled with Yuan constantly placing pieces to activate one pre-prepared formation after another. The 2, though at a disadvantage, managed to hold off the final 2 machine race main gods. From this point on, all 6 main gods of the 2 races were intercepted. Boom! The entire wood god realm echoed with constant roars. The violent power of the main gods collided and surged wildly, annihilating a vast amount of vegetation within the wood god realm. But this was all in vain, as long as Yumu's main god power was not exhausted. These plants were infinite, and this star region had long been transformed by Yuan, filled with an abundance of wood-type main god power. Here, Yuma's energy was nearly inexhaustible. For the main gods of the 2 clans to break through the defenses of Yumu and the others in such a short time was nothing more than a pipe dream. Heidi's hands, which had been crossed over her chest, were lowered at some point, and she watched the chaotic battlefield with a solemn expression. Her beautiful eyes swept occasionally toward Yuan, who sat cross-legged in the center of the fray, a deep sense of wariness flickering in the depths of her gaze. Clearly, the current situation had completely exceeded her expectations. The name Yuan was indeed famous within the circle of rule sovereigns, ever since the time he had made the sovereign of fire look foolish. However, Heidi had not expected that a mere master of laws could actually alter the course of a battle involving multiple main gods. This was no longer just a matter of being gifted, it was defying the heavens, even if these formations and methods were the product of the opponent's preparation over countless ages. The same amount of time and resources, if given to any other master of laws, would never have yielded such astonishing results. Was that rumor truly just a fabrication? Heidi narrowed her eyes slightly, suddenly recalling past rumors concerning Yuan. As an outsider to this battle, she could see things more clearly than anyone else. In this conflict, while the main force appeared to be Yumu, who was holding off Kang Li and Ling Shang single-handedly, in reality, it was Yuan, this master of laws, who was the one truly swaying the tide of battle. Before the great upheaval, the sovereign of fire had suffered a setback at Yuan's hands, which led to the rumor that he was the successor of Xuanzhen. But at that time, the human race was in its prime, and both their influence and their powerhouses were at their zenith. A prodigy like Yuan would naturally have been under excellent protection. Therefore, no one in the myriad worlds dared to harbor designs on him, even if he truly were the successor of Zhuanchen. Later, however, the Sovereign of Fate personally stated that the Zhuanchen lineage was passed down to only one person per generation, which effectively put an end to the rumors of Yuan being the Zhuanchen successor. But at this moment, Heidi suddenly felt that the rumors from back then were by no means groundless. Watching Yuan, who placed a piece on the chessboard from time to time, a strange look flickered in Heidi's eyes. The Zhuanchen lineage is indeed extraordinary. If I were to obtain the Zhuanchen inheritance. At this thought, a faint, burning heat flashed deep within her eyes. In the prime of the human race, no race dared to provoke them. Things were different now. The monster race and the mechanical race alone had forced the human race to exhaust all their trump cards. And they had even needed to find foreign aid to barely hold their ground. If Yuan truly carried the Zhuanchen inheritance, then the Zerg would have to intervene. The corners of Heidi's mouth curled up slightly, her gaze fixed tightly on Yuan, divine light shimmering in her beautiful eyes. The various main gods in the heat of battle were naturally too occupied to pay attention to Heidi's projected avatar. No one knew what she was thinking. Only Yuan frowned slightly, appearing as if he were contemplating where to place his next piece. But in reality, the corner of his eye had been keeping a constant watch on Heidi in the distance. For now, it appeared to be a stalemate, but he had a faint, ominous feeling. The myriad worlds were vast. But for a rule sovereign, there were ways to arrive quickly, especially from realms adjacent to the death domain. For instance, the soul domain. Thinking of this, Yuan calmly glanced at the pieces in his chess box, calculating how many more contingencies he had left. The reason he was able to participate in a battle between rule sovereigns while only at the level of a master of laws was indeed related to the Zhuanchen inheritance. However, he could only be considered half a Zhuanchen successor. In the entire myriad worlds today, only Sumyubai was the true successor of Zhuanchen. It might seem that the Zhuanchen inheritance in Sumyubai's hands was not particularly powerful, but that was because he had too many hacks at his disposal. Moreover, the inheritance of the Zhuanchen lineage required a vast amount of time to comprehend on one's own. How much time had it even been since Sumyubai grew from an ordinary person to his current level? His strength had been rising rapidly, leaving him no time to settle down and comprehend the Zhuanchen inheritance. Yuan, however, was different. The formations of the Zhuanchen lineage were his greatest strength. It had taken countless epochs of research and comprehension to achieve what he had today. In terms of formations alone, before Sumyubai could further comprehend the Zhuanchen grandeur, Yuan, having unsealed his power, was the undisputed number one in the myriad worlds. Chapter 915. The Bottleneck of the Nine-Pattern Pinnacle. Bonus Chapter, The Land of Origin. Amidst countless manifested rules of origin, Sumyubai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, absorbing the stolen power of origin with all his might. Whenever a new law failed to gestate, it would immediately annihilate. And that escaping sliver of origin power was the target of Sumyubai's plunder. Every sliver he snatched was equivalent to receiving the infusion of origin power from 10 myriad world game rewards. For an entire day, Sumyubai had not stopped for a single moment, constantly repeating the cycle of snatching food from the tiger's mouth and absorbing it rapidly. In the process, his comprehension of the Death Rule Great Tao was also deepening continuously. The degree of fusion for all laws within the death system was skyrocketing. A moment later, Sumyubai suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the Death Rule Great Tao has advanced further. Current fusion level: 99.98%. The system notification ringing in his ears caused a smile to bloom on his face involuntarily. Breaking through this bottleneck means reaching the 9-pattern pinnacle, from 99.98% to 99.99%, although it was a difference of only 0. Yet, this bottleneck was one that had deterred countless peak high gods. It was not that they did not want to break through, but that they lacked the ability to do so. Although peak high gods were powerhouses in the myriad worlds, there was still a massive gap between them and a realm master. Only by breaking through this bottleneck and truly reaching the 9-pattern pinnacle could one be considered to be standing at the very peak below the rule sovereign realm. Now, Sumyubai was only one final step away from that peak. Continue. He took a deep breath, the Zhuanshan divine eye between his brows flickering with golden light as his gaze carefully swept over the manifested rules of origin around him. Here it comes. As a new law annihilated, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. He unleashed both the rules of death and the rules of fate, weaving them into a net to seize yet another wisp of origin power. When this wisp of origin power was exhausted, Sumyubai opened his eyes. But there was no joy of a breakthrough on his face. This time, the fusion level of the great Tao of the rules of death had stalled at 98%, failing to take that final step to break through the bottleneck. It's still not enough. Sumyubai's brows furrowed tightly. Even with the boost from the origin power, he still couldn't grasp the key. The bottleneck of the 9-pattern ultimate was like a membrane, tangible yet invisible, trapping him firmly at this stage. The final step of the rule sovereign realm is truly not so easy to overcome. Sumyubai sighed, though he did not feel discouraged. He knew very well that his rate of progress had already far surpassed the prodigies of any other race. Since one wisp of origin power isn't enough, then I'll take another. Sumyubai's gaze hardened, and he pushed the Zhuanshan divine eye between his brows to its absolute limit. The one thing the land of origin had in abundance was origin power. No matter what, he had to fuse the great Tao of the rules of death to the 9-pattern ultimate before leaving this place. This time, Sumyubai was fortunate enough to capture 2 wisps of origin power, and he absorbed them both without a moment's hesitation. However, before he could fully immerse himself in the comprehension of the rules, a system notification sounded in his ears, causing him to freeze. Notification. You have gained 164,578,491,233 new believers. Notification. Your number of believers has exceeded 10 trillion. Your believer scale has reached level 4. 10 trillion. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. He had previously taken all the humans rescued by Brian into his internal small world without paying attention to their numbers. He hadn't expected the count to be as massive as 10 trillion. This was clearly an incredibly exaggerated figure, but upon second thought, 10 trillion people wasn't actually that many. If anything, it was a bit low. After all, Brian had already bloodied several divine kingdoms, wiping out the Bloodkin and other races. Given that those races had been farming humans, having the total reach 10 trillion was perfectly normal. The moment his believer scale reached level 4, the speed at which Sumyubai's fire of faith, refined faith, climbed to a new level. Every believer provided the most faith upon their first offering. These flickering points of light, refined within the raging fire of faith, transformed into the purest power of faith. At this moment, Sumyubai's godhead was actually filled with nearly 1,000 wisps of pure faith power. Just in time, Sumyubai was overjoyed. With a thought, he absorbed all the power of faith, when comprehending and fusing the great Tao of rules. The soul is of paramount importance, and the power of faith could allow the soul to undergo a form of sublimation. For Sumyubai, who had hit a bottleneck, this was nothing short of incredible news. As a massive amount of the purest faith power merged into Sumyubai's soul, he couldn't help but let out a soft groan. This extreme sensation of soul ascension was 1,000 times more intense than before. Crack, faintly, Sumyubai seemed to hear the sound of a bottleneck shattering. Although no system notification sounded, Sumyubai had a feeling that his soul had become different from before. This difference was not an improvement in realm, but rather an essential, indescribable distinction from his previous soul. If one had to make a comparison, if his soul had been gaseous before, it had now become liquid. Although the quantity remained the same, there was a fundamental difference in nature. The great Tao of the rules of death in his mind seemed to have torn away a veil. No longer as blurry and indistinct as before, the parts that were previously difficult to understand and impossible to grasp now seemed far less daunting. It felt as if, as long as he was willing to spend the time, he would definitely be able to comprehend it completely. Sumyubai's realm and comprehension of the rules had undergone a fundamental upgrade. This time, I will definitely reach the 9-pattern ultimate. Sumyubai took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and with the help of the 2 wisps of origin power he had just absorbed, he threw himself heart and soul into the comprehension and fusion of the great Tao of rules. A long time later, he snapped his eyes open. A sharp glint flashed through them, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Extra update delivered today, Chapter 916. Even cheating isn't this fast, right? Divine Forbidden Land. No. Ever since the announcement of Baiyu defeating the divine race prodigy, the players of the Shenlong Empire had become increasingly obsessed with improving their strength, especially people like Sanchi Qingfeng, who were practically working themselves to the bone. Once their levels and tiers had increased, they no longer needed to sleep or eat every day like ordinary people. Going a week or two without sleep was absolutely no problem, as long as it wasn't for the sake of gluttony. Going 3 to 5 days without food wouldn't have the slightest impact. After learning that the gap between them and Baiyu was widening, these people spent almost all their time leveling up. Now, the first-tier players like Sanchi Qingfeng had all reached level 239. As long as they completed the final path of myth, they would be able to officially break through to the 9th-tier mythical level. Shenlong Empire, Imperial Capital, Shenlong Palace. The Vice Palace Master stood side by side with the Shenlong Emperor, looking at the few people before them, and nodded in gratification. These individuals were all geniuses from Divine Forbidden Land. No. 7. While they couldn't compare to that monster Baiyu, they could certainly be called the seed players of the human race, especially Sanchi Qingfeng and Han Tebei. Their talents were absolute standouts, even among SSS level talents. Sanchi Qingfeng, Han Tebei, and the others stood quietly in place, their hearts filled with anticipation for the upcoming path of myth. Once they broke through to the 9th-tier mythical level, they would be one step closer to venturing into the myriad worlds. The commander and rich as the world have been in the myriad worlds for so long, and the same goes for Yui and the others. They have long yearned for the myriad worlds with all their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't withstand the energy of the cross-world teleportation array, these people would likely have been unable to resist entering the myriad worlds long ago. Sanchi Qingfeng carried the Kingming sword on his back, looking at the Vice Hall Master and the Divine Dragon Emperor who had already broken through to the 10th Order Saint Extermination level with a calm and composed expression. Though a hint of disappointment flickered deep in his heart, it was these two powerhouses before him who had opened the path of legend for him and Han Tebei. He had originally assumed that for the final mythical path, the Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Hall would appear, but he hadn't expected it to still be just the two Vice Hall Masters. The most important step of the human race's 3-step breakthrough is this final mythical path. The stronger the person who helps open the mythical path, the higher the difficulty will be. Likewise, after fulfilling the requirements of the mythical path, the improvement brought about by the breakthrough will be even greater. Therefore, Sanchi Qingfeng had wanted to see the Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Hall. Moreover, he had heard a rumor that the Hall Master was actually not the strongest person in the Divine Dragon Hall. It was said that there was another powerhouse in the Divine Dragon Hall who remained aloof from worldly affairs. He was the Hall Master's teacher, and his identity seemed to be that of a librarian for the Divine Dragon Hall. It was just a pity that he had never once seen these two powerhouses. The gazes of the Vice Hall Master and the Divine Dragon Emperor swept over the crowd, as if they had seen through the thoughts of Sanchi Qingfeng and the others. The two exchanged a glance and laughed. The Hall Master and the old Hall Master have already gone to the myriad worlds long ago. As soon as these words were spoken, Sanchi Qingfeng and the others were suddenly enlightened. No wonder they had never seen them, so they had already left the No. 7 God Forbidden Land. There was no help for it. Although they could be considered to have progressed at a divine speed among the players in the Blue Star sector, Feng Yuan and Xing Jun had already gone to the myriad worlds long before they had even grown up. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, the Divine Dragon Emperor spoke up once again. Do not be disappointed. The old Hall Master has already sent word that you are to be admitted into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. The Vice Hall Master on the side spread his hands and added, so, your mythical path will only be opened after you go to the myriad worlds. Really? Sanchi Qingfeng and the others all had their eyes light up, and a look of excitement flashed across their faces involuntarily. To enter the myriad worlds ahead of schedule, they hadn't expected such good news. Those standing here today were all the top-tier players of the Dark Knight mercenary group. If not for the bug-like existence of Baiyi, they would undoubtedly have been the most prominent figures in the No. 7 God Forbidden Land. Of course, Sanchi Kingfeng and the others were still prominent figures now, but with an unshakable mountain-like bayou looming over them. Their radiance was not as intense. They were all full of longing for the myriad worlds and had long wanted to go and take a look, to venture out and explore. Now that they had suddenly received such good news, how could they not be excited? Are you all prepared? The Vice Hall Master's gaze swept over the crowd. I must remind you once again, once you leave, it will not be an easy task to return. The Divine Dragon Emperor nodded. That's right. Whether you are willing to go is something you should think through carefully before giving us your answer. No need to prepare. I am willing to head to the myriad worlds right now. As soon as the two finished speaking, Sanchi Kingfeng and Han Tabei spoke simultaneously without the slightest hesitation. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of the others as well, and they said, "We are also ready to head to the myriad worlds." Compared to the vast and boundless myriad worlds, the No. 7 God Forbidden Land was, at best, merely a novice village. As the top batch of players in the Blue Star sector, they naturally yearned for a broader world. Bai Yi had already comprehended the great Tao of rules, and two of them at that. While they hadn't even come into contact with the Path of Laws yet, if they continued to stay in the God Forbidden Land, it would be almost impossible to make rapid progress. After all, the two Vice Hall Masters, as the strongest existences in the No. 07 God Forbidden Land, had only just broken through to the 10th Order Saint Extermination level. To keep up with the commander's pace, they had to enter the myriad worlds. As for preparation, what was there to prepare before coming here? Everyone had already made all the necessary preparations. At most, they would just use their communicators to hand over the affairs of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group and the Hegemony Guild. Ha 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 ha. Good, I knew you would all make the most correct choice. The Vice Hall Master and the Divine Dragon Emperor laughed with satisfaction, then waved their hands. Since you are all ready, then let's set off. Just as the words fell, before the two could even teleport the group away, a sudden system announcement left everyone stunned. Blue Star Sector announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first in the Blue Star Sector to fuse the Great Tao of Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to receive generous rewards. The scrolling system announcement left both the Vice Hall Master and the Divine Dragon Emperor frozen in place. The two couldn't help but gasp, exchanging a look involuntarily in each other's eyes. They both saw a look of profound shock. Did I hear that correctly? The Divine Dragon Emperor patted his own ears, his eyes filled with disbelief. How long has it been since Bai Yi comprehended the Great Tao of Rules? And he's already fused it to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. Even cheating shouldn't be this fast, right? The Vice Hall Master's mouth was agape. Both of them had been guided by Feng Yuan, although they were previously only 9th Order mythical level existences. They understood more than the average 9th Order mythical level player. While they knew nothing about fusing the Great Tao of Rules, they were very clear about the Path of Laws that needed to be comprehended at the 10th Order Saint Extermination level. The Path of Laws was also divided from 0 patterns to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. The two had only just broken through, and the Path of Laws they had each comprehended hadn't even reached the 1-pattern realm. Yet Bai Yi had actually fused the Great Tao of Rules to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. The difference in difficulty between the two was, without a doubt, as vast as heaven and earth. What made it even harder for the two to accept was that when Bai Yi first entered the game, they were already peak 9th Order mythical level powerhouses. Now, they couldn't even see the others back anymore. Is Bai Yi's speed of improvement even human? Chapter 917, 9-pattern Ultimate. Top-tier Godhead. After a long while, Sanchi Kingfeng and the others finally regained their senses, mainly because they did not understand what this announcement represented. They couldn't help but ask after seeing the shocked expressions on the two Vice Hall Masters. Senior, just how strong is it to fuse a rule Tao to the 9-pattern Ultimate? Well, about that. A flash of embarrassment crossed the Vice Hall Master's eyes, and he coughed twice. The rule Tao is too far removed from you all. Knowing too much now is useless. You will naturally understand in the future. The Shenlong Emperor nodded. Your current task is to first open the Path of Myth and break through to the 9th rank mythical level as soon as possible. After saying this, he thought for a moment and added, Don't think about the rule Dao for now. Once you reach the 9th rank mythical level, what you need to do is choose a path and strive to comprehend the path of laws as early as possible. Neither of them wanted to discourage the group. So there was one thing they left and said: before you comprehend the path of laws, your horizons are narrow. Seeing Baiyi is like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. Once you are lucky enough to comprehend the path of laws, seeing Baiyi again will be like a mayfly looking up at the vast blue sky. Baiyi is not human, he is a god. Just what level has the commander's strength reached now? Sanchi Kingfeng couldn't help but murmur, looking forward to the upcoming journey through the myriad worlds even more. The Kingming sword behind his back was already held in his arms at some point. Sanchi Qingfeng's hand gently stroked the scabbard, a flash of tenacity in his eyes. No matter how great the gap is, he must follow closely in the commander's footsteps. The Vice Hall Master and the Shenlong Emperor no longer dwelled on the announcement, and with a wave of their hands, they disappeared from the Shenlong Hall along with the group. Once you reach the myriad worlds, prioritize safety above all else. Do you remember? After sending Sanchi Kingfeng and the others into the cross-world teleportation array, the Vice Hall Master gave one final instruction. Understood. The group nodded, and a strange figure suddenly appeared within the array. Don't be nervous, this is someone sent by the teacher to pick you up, the Shenlong Emperor explained, bowing to the person. Immediately after, the group's figures vanished within the cross-world teleportation array. Let's go. It's time for us to investigate the ruins of the Sakura royal capital. The Shenlong Emperor patted the Vice Hall Master on the shoulder, and the two turned into streams of light, flying toward their destination. The Forbidden Land of Gods contains the restrictions of the Myriad Worlds game. Even rule sovereigns only possess the combat power of the early Saint Annihilation level here. Now that they had both broken through to the 10th rank Saint Annihilation level, they believed they could handle any situation. They just didn't know what the known energy beneath the deep pit at the Sakura royal capital ruins truly signified. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the Death Rule Dao has progressed further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully fusing the Death Rule Dao to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for being the first existence in the Blue Star region to fuse a Rule Dao to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Reward: 1 drop of Supreme Death Divine Power. Notification: Blue Star region announcement is about to commence. The moment the system prompt sounded, the godhead in Sumyubai's mind suddenly erupted with a dazzling gray-white light. On its facets, the 10th Rule Dao pattern shone brilliantly, to the naked eye. It was almost impossible to distinguish it from the other 9 at the same time. All 10 Rule Dao patterns flickered in unison, and the power of the rules continuously merged into Sumyubai's godhead. The fire of faith burning fiercely within the godhead also swayed in rhythm with the flickering of the Rule Dao patterns. Tilde. In the depths of his consciousness, Sumyubai seemed to hear the sound of some kind of vibration. The high-tier godhead, which possessed 81 facets, began to undergo a rapid transformation under the infusion of the rule power. 100, 200, 300. The facets on the godhead increased rapidly, and the entire crystal became increasingly rounded. In the span of a breath, Sumyubai's godhead completed its transformation. 999 facets. A top-tier godhead. Above the godhead, 10 gray-white Death Rule Dao patterns shimmered, signifying that Sumyubai had successfully stepped into the 9-pattern ultimate realm in the Death Rule Dao. The other two Fate Rule Dao patterns, 1 long and 1 short, now seemed almost non-existent against the backdrop of these 10 Death Rule Dao patterns. 9-pattern ultimate. It's done. Sumyubai opened his eyes abruptly, a sharp glint flashing within them, his joy evident. The Origin Land is truly a wonderful place. He glanced at the Death Domain Lord token held in his palm, the corners of his mouth curling upward. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have known how much time it would have taken to complete the final 10% fusion of the Death Rule Dao. Moreover, fusing a Rule Dao is not something that can be achieved simply by piling up time. Otherwise, the myriad worlds would have been filled with domain lords long ago. Every 0.1 percentage point requires a certain opportunity to progress further. Sumyu was able to fuse the Death Dao to the 9-pattern ultimate realm so quickly entirely because he was cheating by milking the myriad worlds for all it was worth. Now that he was in the origin land, he was essentially lying on the myriad worlds and milking it at will. A top-tier godhead. Yet my realm hasn't even stepped into the peak upper god stage. I'm probably the only freak like this in the entire myriad worlds, right? Sumyu chuckled. After breaking through to the late upper god stage, his godhead had transformed into a high-tier godhead. However, transforming into a top-tier godhead had nothing to do with his realm. It required fusing a specific rule Dao to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Fusing any rule Dao is extremely difficult. By comparison, the improvement of the divine soul and divine body is much simpler. To have his godhead transform into a top-tier one while still at the late upper god stage, Sumyu was absolutely unique in the myriad worlds. It's a pity this achievement didn't trigger a myriad worlds announcement. Sumyu shook his head, though there was no disappointment in his eyes. To him, the rewards from the myriad worlds announcement were nothing special at this point. An infusion of origin power. He was currently standing in the land of origin. If he wanted more, he could just snatch it. As for the rewards brought by triggering the Blue Star Sector announcement this time, he found them stingy to the extreme. Looking at the drop of grayish-white energy that had suddenly appeared before his eyes, Sumyu couldn't help but curl his lip. One drop. The myriad worlds game is really getting stingier by the day. With a flick of his divine sense, he tucked away the supreme death divine power. He had plenty of this stuff. Whenever he ran out, he could replenish it from the ocean of supreme divine power within the Death Codex at any time. He was in no shortage of it. Now that his Death Rule Great Dao had fused to the peak 9-pattern stage, mobilizing the supreme divine power within the Death Codex would surely be much easier than before. Likewise, the power the Death Codex could unleash would also be multiplied. However, this was clearly not the time to test these things. Sumyu quickly adapted to the changes brought about by the transformation of his godhead, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead began to shimmer with golden light once more. He pushed the Zhuanshan divine pupil to its limit. He had to continue snatching the origin power. There's still nearly 2 days left. I wonder how far I can fuse the Fate Rule Great Dao. Sumyu took a deep breath, absorbed the wisp of origin power he had just snatched, and then closed his eyes, devoting his heart and soul to the comprehension and fusion of the Fate Rule Great Dao. Chapter 918, The Authoritative Answer, Bonus Chapter, Notification. Congratulations. Your fusion level with the Fate Rule Great Dao has progressed further. Current fusion level, 20.25%. Only after completely consuming the wisp of origin power did Sumyu open his eyes and temporarily pause his comprehension. Listening to the notification sound in his ears, not only was there no joy on his face, but he even furrowed his brows. A single wisp of origin power was equivalent to roughly 10 infusions of origin power from the myriad worlds game rewards. In other words, a full 10 infusions of origin power had only managed to help him barely fuse the Fate Rule Great Dao to the two-pattern stage. Although when he first absorbed the snatched origin power yesterday, the Death Rule Great Dao had only improved by about 5%. But that was 5% at the 9-pattern stage, which was completely incomparable to the 1 or 2-pattern stage of the Fate Rule Great Dao. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. The fusion of Rule Great Daos became increasingly difficult the further one progressed. If he followed this efficiency, by the time the Fate Rule Great Dao reached the 9-pattern stage, a single wisp of origin power might not even be able to increase the fusion level by 1%. Without an answer key, solving the problem is just slow. Sumyu sighed helplessly and continued to snatch the next wisp of origin power. Slow or not, he had to keep fusing, didn't he? Besides, this fusion speed was already heaven-defying for other peak high gods. If people knew that he could fuse 5% of a supreme rule in a short amount of time and yet still complained that it was too slow, they would probably curse him for showing off. However, for Sumyu, who had never turned off his cheats, this efficiency was indeed a bit low. The reason his Death Rule Great Dao could progress so quickly was mainly because there was a complete Death Rule Great Dao entrusted by the Underworld Path within the Death Codex. Looking at an answer key to solve a problem was naturally different from trying to come up with the answer himself. Of course, even with an answer key, Sumyubai still needed to comprehend his own rule Great Tao. It was just that having a reference allowed him to avoid many detours and significantly increased his efficiency. And fortunately, Sumyubai did not possess a fate-type rule treasure, so naturally, he had no reference material. Therefore, he could only rely on the bonus of the origin power to comprehend and fuse the fate rule Great Tao on his own. Moreover, the Zhuanshan divine pupil could not see fragments related to causality or fate within the land of origin, so it could not trigger an epiphany for Sumyubai. All he could see were the wisps of origin power within those materialized rule origins. Wait, am I not looking for something far away when it's right in front of me? Sumyubai had just snatched a wisp of origin power and was about to absorb it when he suddenly slapped his forehead. He instantly felt that he had been too foolish before. Where was he? The land of origin. Weren't all these things around him materialized rule origins? Stupid, absolutely too stupid. Ignoring the most complete and authoritative ultimate answer right in front of my eyes, and instead fretting over not having a reference book, Sumyubai looked at the massive, slowly rotating rule origins surrounding him, his heart pounding wildly. What were these? These were the source of all rules in the myriad worlds. This was where the final authority of the rules resided. No matter how complete the rule Great Tao entrusted within a rule treasure was, could it compare to this origin that represented rule itself? No, absolutely impossible. The rule Great Tao inside a rule treasure was, at best, some powerful being's understanding and summary of that rule. It was second-hand goods. But here, this was the essence of the rule itself. This was the first-hand source. Sumyubai was so excited he could hardly contain himself and immediately stopped absorbing the wisp of origin power he had just obtained. The top priority now was not to absorb it, but to first find the materialized origin of the fate rule. He immediately steadied his mind, pushed the power of the Zhuanshan divine pupil to its limit, and simultaneously exerted his own fate rule to carefully sense and search. His gaze, like the most precise radar, swept across the massive material cubes, glided past the roaring chains, and crossed the slowly rotating time gears, searching for that unique fluctuation representing fate. This process was not easy. The land of origin was too vast. There were too many repetitive rule origins, and all kinds of fluctuations were mixed together, causing massive interference. Moreover, he had to be extremely careful. Once he touched those active rule origins, it would be very easy to trigger a backlash. Time ticked by, second by second. The light of the catastrophe trait on the domain master token was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. There wasn't much time left for him. Finally, at the edge of the Zhuanshan divine pupil's vision, he caught an anomaly in an extremely distant region. There were no rigid geometric shapes, no cold, icy chains. Instead, it was a vast, incomparably brilliant silver sea of stars, slowly rotating and composed of countless fine, dense threads of light. Each of those threads of light seemed to be enacting the trajectory of a life, the rise and fall of a world, or a possibility of the future. They constantly branched, merged, intertwined, and snapped, endless and ever-changing, together forming a sea of destiny so magnificent that it defied description. Sumyubai was overjoyed and immediately approached that area with extreme caution. The closer he got, the more grand and majestic the fluctuations of destiny became. He felt as if he were no longer an individual, but had become an insignificant point among countless possibilities. Plunging into the ocean of destiny. This is it. Sumyubai suppressed his excitement, not daring to get any closer. The fluctuations emitted by this sea of destiny itself were terrifying. If he were to rashly intrude, he would likely be instantly assimilated into a part of destiny and lose his sense of self. He found a relatively calm area on the edge and sat down cross-legged. With the mystic heaven divine pupils activated to their full extent, Sumyubai poured all his attention into observing the vast sea of destiny before him. An extra chapter for today, chapter 919. Sea of Destiny triple-length chapter. The mystic heaven divine pupils flashed with golden light as Sumyubai's gaze fixed upon the vast sea of destiny not far away. He intended to fuse his own unique Great Tao of Destiny rules by observing the origin of the rules of destiny. As the mystic heaven divine pupils were pushed to their limit, the Sea of Destiny began to look different in Sumyubai's eyes. It's working. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. and he immediately threw his entire heart and soul into observing the vast sea of destiny before him. He watched how the threads of light branched, representing the choices of destiny. He watched how the threads of light merged, representing the convergence of destiny. He watched how the threads of light snapped, representing the end of destiny. He watched how the threads of light were reborn, representing the possibilities of destiny. The wisp of origin power he had snatched earlier was also naturally absorbed by him. Infinite mysteries, like the most surging tide, poured madly into Sumyubai's soul through the mystic heaven divine pupils. So that's how it is. So that is how variables are created. Wonderful. So this is how inevitability is maintained. The deduction in this area seems to have a flaw. No, it's not a flaw. It's that my previous understanding was wrong. Sumyubai was completely immersed, intoxicated and enthralled. The countless puzzles, hurdles, and bottlenecks he had encountered while fusing the destiny rules previously were now, in the face of this ultimate answer, solved one by one, suddenly becoming clear. It was like a university student struggling with self-study in higher mathematics suddenly receiving one-on-one guidance from the world's top contemporary master, and being able to observe the derivation process of every formula firsthand. The speed of his improvement was explosive. The 1.5 rule Tao patterns of destiny on his godhood began to grow and transform at an unprecedented speed. The second rule Tao pattern grew rapidly, soon matching the first. Immediately after, a third Tao pattern quickly appeared and became clear, almost every minute and every second. Sumyubai's understanding of the destiny rules was advancing by leaps and bounds. The degree of fusion was skyrocketing like a rocket, 21%, 25%, 30%. This speed of improvement was unprecedented. This was understanding the essence of the rules from the root. It was a shift in mindset from a student to the teacher who sets the questions. He did not know how much time had passed when Sumyubai exhausted that wisp of origin power and opened his eyes. The system notification that rang in his ears made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Notification. Congratulations on advancing your fusion degree of the Great Tao of Destiny rules. Current fusion degree 36.58%. Observing the rule origin directly is even more effective than I imagined. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that his only gain from coming to the origin land for the first time would be the origin power. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. The vast sea of stars before him was the manifestation of the destiny rules. By observing it, Sumyubai had intuitively seen the essence of the destiny rules. If the destiny rules were like this, then the manifested origins of other great Tao rules would surely have the same effect. I wonder how long I have to wait before I can enter the origin land again. Sumyubai glanced at the Death Realm Domain Master token in his palm. The harvest brought by the cataclysmic properties of this treasure was truly too great. Now, before he had even left, he was already looking forward to the next entry. After the Great Tao of Death rules and the Great Tao of Destiny rules, it would be the Great Tao of Time rules and the Great Tao of Space rules. But before that, the first thing he needed to do was to fuse the Great Tao of Destiny rules to the 9-pattern limit. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he snatched another wisp of origin power and continued to observe the vast sea of destiny. Every wisp of origin power he absorbed allowed Sumyubai's Great Tao of Destiny rules to advance further. However, at the same time, the light flickering from the Death Realm Domain Master token in his palm was gradually becoming dim. To the origin land, Sumyubai's status was that of a stowaway. He was not supposed to exist here. If not for the cataclysmic properties of the Death Realm Domain Master token masking his stowaway aura, Sumyubai would have been expelled by the rule origin the moment he entered. And fortunately, this energy could only last for 3 days. Once the time was up, Sumyubai's stowaway aura would be exposed. At that point, he would be expelled immediately. The dimming light meant that he didn't have much time left. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to enter again. Without origin power and the rule origin, Sumyubai trying to rapidly fuse the Great Tao of Destiny rules would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Only here could his Great Tao rules fuse rapidly. Therefore, Sumyubai did not dare to rest for even a moment, continuously snatching strands of origin power while frantically comprehending the sea of destiny stars before him. Just as the radiance of the Death Realm Domain Master token was about to dissipate completely, A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted in Sumyubai's eyes. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the Great Tao of Destiny rules has progressed further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully fusing the Great Tao of Destiny rules to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. The moment the system notification sounded, the godhead in Sumyubai's mind suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light on its 999 facets. The 10th Destiny rule pattern shimmered brilliantly. To the naked eye, it was almost impossible to distinguish it from the other 9 rule patterns. The Great Tao of Destiny rules, 9-pattern ultimate realm. The aura now emitted by the Destiny rule patterns was in no way inferior to that of the Death rule patterns. 2 Great Taos of rules at the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Sumyubai clenched his fists, a flash of excitement crossing his eyes. He could clearly feel that his strength had improved tremendously compared to before he entered the Origin Land. Before this improvement, he was already capable of forcefully suppressing top-tier domain masters like Modesty. Now that he had taken another step forward, just how strong would he be? The Death God and the Slaughter God of the past probably weren't as strong as I am now. Right, Sumyubai murmured to himself as he felt the changes in his godhead. 2 Great Taos of rules fused to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, and both were supreme rules. This had brought a qualitative leap to Sumyubai's strength. Moreover, his improvement was not limited to the Great Taos of rules alone. The power he could mobilize through those rule-based treasures would also increase alongside his own strength. With the Death rule Great Tao at the 9-pattern ultimate realm, the effects brought about by using the Death scripture were incomparable to what they had been before. Sumyubai found it hard to imagine what level of combat power he could reach if he were to unleash his full strength now. If he were to face the projection avatar of a main god, would he have the strength to put up a fight? A fighting spirit surged in Sumyubai's eyes. If possible, he really wanted to find a main god's projection avatar to test his current combat power. However, before that, he still needed to address his final shortcoming. His cultivation realm had always been his weak point. His divine soul and divine body, currently at the late stage of the upper god realm, still had a significant gap compared to the peak stage. Only by truly breaking through to the peak of the upper god realm could Sumyubai's strength be considered to have reached the pinnacle of the Law Lord realm. There is still a little time left. It should be enough. Sumyubai glanced at the Death Realm Domain Master token in his hand, estimating the remaining time. Both Great Taos of rules were mobilized simultaneously, locking onto a strand of law origin that was about to fracture. Now, a web of rules, interwoven with gray, white, and gold, condensed rapidly, instantly capturing the origin power that was attempting to escape. 3 strands, not bad luck. Sumyubai's eyes brightened. He quickly retracted the rule web and drew the 3 strands of origin power into his body. However, there was no time to absorb them now, as the golden light emitted by the Death Realm Domain Master token had completely vanished. It's coming. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. The instant the cataclysm characteristic energy disappeared, he felt a crushing force coming from all directions. This was different from the assimilation and suppression he had faced before. It was the rejection coming from various rule origins. Without the cataclysm characteristic energy to mask his aura, the origin land instantly discovered Sumyubai. This stowaway, this force of rejection was continuous and growing stronger by the second. If Sumyubai were to forcefully resist the rejection of the origin land, he would soon perish and his soul would dissipate. Even using Death Authority, Death's arrival would be useless, because the authority of the origin land was far above his own. However, Sumyubai had no intention of resisting. He was already very satisfied with his gains from this trip to the origin land. Both the Death and Destiny Great Taos of rules had been fused to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, and he had even luckily snatched 3 strands of origin power before leaving. It could truly be called an unexpected windfall. Therefore, Sumyubai did not resist the origin land's rejection at all. His gaze swept across the vast amount of rule origins filling this world, and his figure vanished from where he stood. After some time, he would be able to enter this place again through the Death Realm Domain Master token. The only uncertainty was exactly how long the interval would need to be. However, the specific time interval and the duration of his stay were both related to Sumyubai's own cultivation realm. He believed that the next time he entered this place, he would certainly be able to stay for more than just a mere 3 days. That familiar, violent sensation of being torn apart returned, as if his soul were being dismantled into its most basic particles, and then forcibly shoved into a cold, rigid pipe to travel at high speed. Surrounding him were bizarre, incomprehensible colors and twisted lines. Time seemed to have lost all meaning here. When Sumyubai's perception returned to normal, his figure had already returned to the bank of the tributary of the River of Time, as if he had never left at all, still not appearing. Sumyubai glanced at the upstream and downstream of the River of Time tributary. The eerie mist did not churn. The 2 ferrymen of the River of Time did not seem to intend to appear and meet him this time. Sumyubai shook his head and sat cross-legged on the spot, with a thought. The wheel of time and space appeared in his hand. The next moment, the light around Sumyubai seemed to distort for an instant, and the small river before him rippled. Time ruled time acceleration 1,000 times. When he first arrived at the River of Time, Sumyubai had still wanted to reach the opposite bank and enter those turbulent flows of time. Now, he could casually set up an area with a flow rate 1,000 times faster. This was much safer than the turbulent flows of time, because those things could change at any moment. Perhaps 1 second it was time acceleration, and the next second it would turn into time deceleration. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze from the opposite shore, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the final 3 wisps of origin power he had seized. The 2 rule Daos he had fused had already reached the extreme realm of 9 patterns. Therefore, this time, the absorption of origin power was not intended to assist in the fusion of rule Daos. Origin power has infinite marvelous uses, and breaking through one's cultivation realm is naturally one of them. As the origin power was absorbed, Sumyubai's divine soul and divine body were rapidly improving. After leaving the land of origin, his various treasures were no longer obscured. Boom! Within his internal world, the sea of death churned and roared, with terrifying soul impacts continuously tempering Sumyubai's divine soul. The world tree, which blotted out the sky and sun, shimmered with emerald light, its radiating life force flowing endlessly into Sumyubai's divine body. As his strength grew, the growth rate of these 2 rule-level creations seemed to be accelerating as well. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. As time passed, Sumyubai's divine soul became increasingly powerful, and the aura emanating from his divine body grew ever more terrifying. The peak of the High God realm is the final minor stage of the 11th Order Lawmaster realm. Although the breakthrough of the divine soul and divine body is far less difficult than fusing rule Daos, it still requires the consumption of vast resources and a significant amount of time. However, for Sumyubai, it was different. The world tree enhanced his divine body, while the sea of death tempered his divine soul. Coupled with the blessing of the best resources in the myriad worlds, the origin power, the speed at which his divine soul and divine body improved far exceeded that of any other living being. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Sumyubai had completely assimilated those 3 wisps of origin power into his own strength. He opened his eyes abruptly, golden light flickering within them. I didn't expect to still be a little short. Sumyubai frowned. He had already touched the bottleneck of the peak High God realm and was on the verge of breaking through, but the origin power had suddenly run out. He was almost at the final step. I am determined to break through today. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished from the spot instantly. The next moment, he appeared within his internal world. Every time he entered his internal world, Sumyubai was struck with astonishment. Because this place was changing at every moment, the sea of death and the world tree were growing every second, and his internal world was expanding rapidly, becoming increasingly vast. I wonder how large it will be when it reaches its limit. Sumyubai murmured in a daze, then with a thought, he dove directly into the vortex at the center of the sea of death. He intended to use the power here to shatter the final bottleneck. Boom! A terrifying soul impact struck him instantly, causing Sumyubai's pupils to fill with bloodshot veins. The soul impact here had reached the level of a rule sovereign, far beyond what Sumyubai's late-stage High God divine soul could withstand. However, he possessed more than just a divine soul. His top-tier godhead, featuring 999 facets, shimmered with brilliance as 20 rule Dao patterns exerted their power instantly. The death rule Dao descended, and the manifested phantom of the rule merged into Sumyubai's body. The death codex floated upward, opening automatically, and a powerful force enveloped Sumyubai. Death authority, death's descent. The sole impact of the Sea of Death did not contain the power of authority. In this state, Sumyubai was the embodiment of death itself. Therefore, even if his divine soul were torn apart repeatedly, he would not die. At the same time, golden light flared in Sumyubai's eyes. The vertical pupil on his forehead opened, and the yin-yang fish-shaped iris began to rotate slowly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. Sumyubai exerted his full power to activate the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, mobilizing the Fate Rule Dao to guard his divine soul. The death energy within the Sea of Death continuously merged into his body. The World Tree was also situated above the vortex, yet it seemed to exist in a different space. Sumyubai's current position was more like being inside the World Tree itself. Every second, a massive amount of life force was nourishing his divine soul and divine body. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, within his chest. The incomplete heart of reincarnation beat with powerful force, emitting rays of reincarnation divine light to provide assistance for Sumyubai's breakthrough. Let's add more fuel to the fire. With a thought, a few drops of supreme death divine power appeared in Sumyubai's palm, and without hesitation, he began to absorb them. After making all the preparations, Sumyubai charged directly at the final bottleneck. With the blessing of so much power, everything fell into place naturally. The bottleneck of the peak high god realm could not stop Sumyubai's breakthrough at all. Before long, Sumyubai successfully shattered the bottleneck. He immediately felt a qualitative improvement in his divine soul and divine body. The peak of the high god realm achieved. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: your divine soul has broken through to the peak of the high god realm. Notification: your divine body has broken through to the peak of the high god realm. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully breaking through to the peak of the high god realm. Finally reached this step. Divine light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes. His cultivation realm had finally reached the extreme of the 11th order lawmaster realm. Next, it was time to charge toward the 12th order rule sovereign realm. However, the improvements brought by this breakthrough were far from over. Rumble. The moment Sumyubai broke through to the peak of the high god realm, his internal world suddenly shook violently. The world tree swayed, and the Sea of Death surged with even more monstrous waves. The reason for this world-shaking scene was that Sumyubai's internal world was expanding at a terrifying speed, and the World Tree and the Sea of Death were also growing further due to Sumyubai's breakthrough. At this moment, their power was also continuously increasing. It was not just the World Tree and the Sea of Death. The power radiated by the other rule treasures was also growing increasingly formidable at this moment. The Death Codex shimmered with a grayish-white light, and great Tao inscriptions emerged upon its pages. While the other descriptions remained unchanged, Sumyubai was now able to mobilize the most critical aspect, the authority of death, up to the 3rd level. 3rd level authority. Sumyubai was overjoyed. He had only ever seen this level of authority mentioned in the information regarding the Sovereign of Darkness, Kingston, and the Sovereign of Ice, Robin. In other words, this was the level of authority that only a rule sovereign could master. I wonder if their true forms possess an even higher level of authority. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had only ever encountered the projected avatars of these two sovereign gods, so he wasn't sure of the true extent of their power. Although the Wheel of Time and Space was even more powerful, it did not contain the power of Zhu Xingchen's authority within it. However, after Sumyubai's breakthrough, the power that the Wheel of Time and Space could exert had also become much stronger. Sumyubai put away the Death Codex and reached out to grasp the Wheel of Time and Space, feeling the more potent power of this rule treasure. Now, even for those small worlds inhabited by a vast number of people, he could, with a mere thought, directly increase the internal flow of time by 1,000 times. As for small-scale time acceleration, the upper limit had reached 10,000 times. The current trio of eternal tribulation could probably drain a world lord dry in an instant. Right. Sumyubai felt the Sea of Death and the World Tree growing ever more powerful, and a smile could not help but curl the corners of his lips. Although they were strong before, they were limited by Sumyubai's own realm, meaning treasures like the Death Codex could only exert limited power. Only after truly reaching the peak of the upper god realm did these treasures begin to reveal their true edge. The golden light in Sumyubai's eyes became deeper, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow rotated much faster than before. The power of the mystic heaven divine pupil had increased significantly now. With a casual glance, he could see countless threads of causality, and even threads of fate. Even the incomplete heart of reincarnation produced more solidified reincarnation divine power as it beat. This reincarnation divine power continuously merged into Sumyubai's soul and divine body, continuing to bring about improvements. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Aside from breaking through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, his soul and divine body could actually still improve. He had a faint feeling that his newly broken through divine body seemed to have become even stronger at this moment. Sumyubai could not help but open his character panel with some surprise. And then his gaze suddenly contracted. Player, Baiyu Race, Human Stateless Freelance Bounty Hunter. Title, Human Prodigy Vitality, 100 Worlds Realm. 11th Tier Law Lord Realm. Peak Upper God Soul, Peak Upper God Divine Body, Peak Upper God Godhead. Top Tier Godhead Rules. 1. Rule of Death Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9 Pattern Ultimate. 2. Rule of Fate Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9 Pattern Ultimate Combat Power. Top Tier World Lord Panel Combat Power, excluding extra means, 100 worlds. Sumyubai could not help but exclaim. Although this number was not large, it shocked him immensely. It was a universally acknowledged fact across the myriad worlds that the limit of vitality for the Law Lord realm was 99 worlds. As long as one had not broken through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, no matter how strong one's power was, their vitality could not exceed this limit. Even the former god of death, Bach, and the god of slaughter, Ashes, had failed to break it, but now, Sumyubai's vitality had surpassed this limit, reaching an unprecedented 100 worlds. In the midst of his shock, the system notification arrived as expected, a 3-in-1 long chapter, making up for what was owed yesterday. The hardworking author is currently typing away. I will try my best to provide 3 more chapters tonight. Chapter 920. The River of Time and Space in Turmoil. Friendly reminder. As per the old rules, what was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Fathers, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a 6-0-word 3-in-1 long chapter. Main text below. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for breaking through the vitality limit of the Law Lord realm. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence to break through the vitality limit of the Law Lord realm. Reward, 1 rule treasure. Notification. A myriad world announcement is about to be made. A rule treasure. Sumyubai's pupils widened. He had not expected the reward for triggering a myriad world announcement this time to be so generous. Every rule treasure was a unique existence. Even the sovereign gods of the 12th tier rule sovereign realm did not each possess a rule treasure. Such treasures were rare and impossible to seek out. Sumyubai had never expected that the myriad world game would directly reward him with one. What kind of rule will this treasure be? A look of anticipation flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Just as he was waiting for the myriad world game to distribute the reward, the river of time and space suddenly underwent a change. Rumble. The small river that had been flowing slowly suddenly began to surge and churn violently. At the same time, the 2 ferrymen above the river of time and space also had their expressions change. What kind of reward did this guy get to stir up the river of time and space like this? Joe stood at the bow of the ship of time and space, his body swaying along with the vessel. His power surged into the river of time and space, attempting to calm the raging waves. As a ferryman of the river of time and space, his duty was to ensure that no problems occurred within the river. On the other side of the river of time and space, Yu was doing the same thing. His gaze pierced through space, seeing Sumyubai on the bank of the river of time and space. The breakpoint in time and space was mended last time. What is the cause this time? Yu whispered softly, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The announcement Sumyubai triggered this time was because he had broken through the vitality limit of the Law Lord realm. Yu and Joe were not particularly surprised by this, as if they had already known. However, the reward provided by the Myriad Worlds game shocked them both. Because it was not just the tributary of the River of Time where Sumyubai was located that was surging and churning, but the entire River of Time itself. Soon, Yu and Joe understood why the River of Time was acting this way. This was, so that's it. Are we to bring that treasure out from the River of Time? Separated by an infinite distance, the two exchanged a glance, and then their gazes simultaneously fell upon Sumyubai. Sumyubai was currently channeling the power of the Wheel of Time and Space to resist the massive amount of temporal turbulence triggered by the churning River of Time. The Wheel of Time and Space hovered above his head, shedding black and white divine light that absorbed all the temporal turbulence. Standing within the divine light, Sumyubai watched the scene before him in shock. What kind of rule supreme treasure could possibly cause such a massive commotion? Even the Wheel of Time and Space, a dual attribute treasure of time and space, could not produce such an effect. He could not fathom what the reward from the Myriad Worlds game would actually be. Clang! Soon, he heard a crisp sound of a sword ringing. Clang! That sword chime was incomparably clear and resonant, yet it carried an indescribable sense of antiquity and desolation, as if it had traversed eons of time, cutting through the ages from the distant past. It did not ring in his ears, but vibrated directly in the depths of Sumyubai's soul, and in every single drop of water in the entire River of Time. Rumble! The River of Time was completely boiling. It was no longer just the tributaries. The entire main trunk and countless branches were all churning and roaring violently like boiling water. Countless fragments of time, silhouettes of history, and illusions of the future were crazily sinking, colliding, and annihilating within the surging river. The strange, thick mist upstream and downstream was being stirred violently, as if billions of primordial giant beasts were struggling and rolling within it. Steady, suppress. Upstream and downstream of the River of Time, Yu and Joe narrowed their eyes, and low shouts erupted from their mouths simultaneously. The two ferrymen struck with all their might, pouring boundless, infinite temporal divine power into the river, attempting to stabilize this unprecedented riot. Their ships of time swayed violently amidst the towering waves, as if they could capsize at any moment. It has been a long time since I felt his aura. The two sovereign-level existences spoke with a hint of nostalgia in their voices. Sumyubai was left completely dumbfounded. The black and white divine light of the Wheel of Time and Space above his head flickered frantically, absorbing the incoming temporal turbulence with unprecedented efficiency, even emitting a faint humming sound. He saw it. In the center of the River of Time before him, the water was being violently split apart by an invisible giant hand, rolling back to both sides to form a bottomless vacuum channel. At the end of the channel, there was no riverbed, but a twisted, shattered, and bizarre rift in time and space. Beyond the rift, one could vaguely see a completely unfamiliar, broken, and ancient cosmic scene permeated with the aura of destruction and deathly silence. That was definitely not any place in the current Myriad Worlds. That was the buried past. And right in the center of that shattered cosmic scene, a sword was slowly emerging from that temporal rift. The first thing that caught his eye was the hilt. It was not made of gold, silver, or jade, but a dark, dull material that seemed neither wood nor stone, naturally covered in incredibly complex and profound patterns. These patterns were ones Sumyubai had never seen before. Yet the feeling they gave him was no weaker than the inscriptions of the Rule of Death. The guard of the sword was not symmetrical. One side protruded slightly, presenting a spreading posture, while the other was slightly restrained, presenting a converging posture, yin and yang complementing each other, life and death rotating. Next came the blade. The blade was not a bright metallic color, but an extremely archaic dark gold, as if it had been tempered by the passage of endless years. The blade was not even sharpened, yet the sharpness it radiated caused the surrounding churning river water to automatically avoid it, and even the incredibly sturdy temporal rift to tremble slightly. It was not physical sharpness, but a conceptual severance, as if it could sever karma, sever fate, sever rules, and even sever time and space. Of course, Sumyubai knew this was just his own illusion. The Myriad Worlds game had hinted that the reward was a rule supreme treasure. The reason it caused such a massive commotion was that this treasure did not exist in the present. The Myriad Worlds game was bringing this treasure from the past into the present through the River of Time. In the center of the blade, there was a thin, long, dark red line that seemed naturally formed, but looking closely, it seemed as if billions of tiny points of light were being born and destroyed within that line, as if it were reenacting the birth and destruction of countless worlds. The entire sword was designed in an archaic and grand style, without any superfluous decoration. Yet it exuded a supreme majesty that governed creation and dictated life and death. After sensing the aura emitted by the long sword, Sumyubai was completely stunned. Your hardworking author is currently typing away. There will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 921, The 10th Supreme Rule. The aura emitted by this sword did not belong to any rule Dao he knew of. Time, space, fate, life, death, or even power, destruction, chaos, look, none of them. The 9 supreme rules encompassed all other ordinary rules. Therefore, this sword did not belong to any ordinary rule either. But the fluctuations it emitted were indeed the fluctuations of a rule. It was just that Sumyubai had never seen this kind of rule power before. So, there really are 10 supreme rules. It's just that they don't exist anymore. Sumyubai suddenly recalled a figure, back when he broke through the boundary of life and death to mend the break in time and space. A scene had appeared in his mind. It was a world of nothingness, where 10 figures stood in the air. Li Yin's voice had even echoed at that time. Sumyubai had guessed at the time that the figure referred to as Guizhou was also a supreme god. So, this is Guizhou's sword. As Sumyubai was speculating, the moment the majority of the sword's body finally broke free from the rift in time and space, an indescribably terrifying sword pressure erupted. Crack, crack. The space-time surrounding Sumyubai actually emitted sounds like shattering glass. Unable to bear the immense burden, the black and white divine light cast by the wheel of time and space distorted violently, flickering unsteadily. The turbulence of the entire river of time and space reached its peak at this moment. This powerful force did not come from the sword itself, but from the backlash of pulling a supreme treasure that should have vanished out of the river of time and space. Now is the time. Give it a hand, otherwise, the river of time and space will drag it back in. Zhou and Yu shouted in unison. The 2 ferrymen no longer attempted to suppress the river, but instead gathered all their power together, manifesting as 2 colossal hands that reached toward the heavens. The giant hands plunged fiercely into the river, one on the left and one on the right, supporting the long sword that was struggling to squeeze its way over from the past era. As if sensing the assistance, the long sword emitted an even more impassioned chime. The dark golden light on the sword's body flared brilliantly, and those profound, mysterious patterns lit up completely. A powerful aura swept out instantly like a storm, swish. With the help of the Master of Time and the Master of Space, this rule-level supreme treasure from the distant past completely broke free from the shackles of the space-time rift and descended fully onto the river of time and space of the present. The moment it fully descended, the space-time rift snapped shut. The entire boiling, roaring river of time and space was as if hit by a pause button. All the surging waves and chaotic currents of time and space suddenly calmed down at this instant. The river became calmer than it had ever been, even more so than when Sumyubai had first arrived. On the surface of the river, only that ancient, dark golden longsword remained, floating silently. Zhou and Yu withdrew their power, standing on their respective space-time boats. Gazing at the sword from afar, they opened their mouths, but in the end, they said nothing more. The grand spectacle just now left Sumyubai in awe. Notification. You have obtained the rule-level supreme treasure sword of creation. The system's notification sound rang out at the right moment, jolting Sumyubai out of his shock. He swallowed hard, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart, and cautiously reached out toward the sword of creation floating on the river surface. As he approached, the sword of creation trembled slightly and emitted a gentle, soft chime, as if responding to him. Immediately after, the sword transformed into a streak of light and flew into Sumyubai's palm. The moment the long sword was in his hand, Sumyubai felt his power increase significantly. This rule-level supreme treasure was different from treasures like the Death Codex or the Wheel of Time and Space. It was a weapon, pure and simple. However, when Sumyubai checked the information on the Sword of Creation, his expression froze. Sword of Creation rule-level supreme treasure. Apart from the name and the grade, all other information about this sword was represented by question marks. Sumyubai had encountered such a situation before, his new profession, Wealth of the World, was currently in the same state. This meant that the Myriad Worlds game did not have data on this rule-level supreme treasure. The Myriad Worlds and the Myriad Worlds game were not the same thing. The Myriad Worlds game had appeared later. It had been created. This sword from the past clearly did not belong to the era after the birth of the Myriad Worlds game. Sword of Creation. Is this the 10th supreme rule? Sumyubai's gaze rested on the name of the sword. A flash of contemplation crossing his eyes as he formed a few guesses in his heart. Golden light flared in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened instantly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. However, even though he pushed the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to its limit, he could not discern any useful information. It was not until Sumyubai moved his divine sense and mobilized the power of the Fate Rule, which he had fused to the peak of the 9-pattern realm, that some fragmented information finally appeared in his mind. The inheritance of the Mystic Heaven lineage could even reveal information not found in the Myriad Worlds game database. Creation Rule. The authority of creation. Permissions. Unfortunately, the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was currently only a law-level ocular technique and could not see the complete information. To truly unleash the power of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, Sumyubai would have to wait until he broke through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm. However, this information was enough for Sumyubai to confirm his hypothesis. So it is. His hand gently brushed over the blade, carefully sensing the powerful force contained within. The Creation Rule was the 10th supreme rule that had been forgotten by the Myriad Worlds. Even within the Myriad Worlds game, there was no content related to the Creation Rule. Therefore, when the Sovereign of Creation Guizhu was still alive, the Myriad Worlds game did not exist. Or perhaps, the Myriad Worlds game was created by him. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he considered a possibility. The Myriad Worlds game was simply too miraculous. It had turned the cultivation pots of all races into a process of killing monsters to gain EXP and level up. Even the pots of laws and the great Tao of rules had been digitized, allowing players to clearly see how far they had progressed in their comprehension. Although he had not witnessed it personally, Sumyubai was certain that after the advent of the Myriad Worlds game, the growth rate of the strength of all races in the Myriad Worlds was much faster than before. And was this not, in itself, a form of creation? A creation that benefited the entire Myriad Worlds. The appearance of the Sword of Creation deepened Sumyubai's understanding of the Myriad Worlds and the Myriad Worlds game. As Sumyubai's divine sense merged into the Sword of Creation, the sword began to tremble gently. The next moment, the Sword of Creation transformed into a streak of light and flew into Sumyubai's body. Its original owner no longer existed, and Sumyubai was its new master. A soul bond had been completed between the two. This rule-level treasure, much like the Death Codex and the Wheel of Time and Space, could be summoned by Sumyubai at any moment. Even when he was taking over the bodies of Yuyi and the others, this remained true. However, the moment the soul binding was successful, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears, catching Sumyubai off guard. There will be another update later. Chapter 922, Huijian's Goal. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for obtaining Supreme God Level Dominator Authority. Supreme God Level Dominator Authority. Sumyubai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Reflexively, he summoned the Sword of Creation and examined it closely. This sword had actually granted him Supreme God Level Dominator Authority directly, and the system notification didn't mention any usage limits. In other words, this Dominator Authority was permanent. This was absolutely incredible. Having entered the Void Rift twice before, Sumyubai naturally understood what Dominator Authority meant. And since it was Supreme God Level Dominator Authority, the level of access was clearly even higher. With the Sword of Creation, he could access the Void Rift, that vast database, at any time to view all information regarding the Myriad Worlds game. Sumyubai gripped the hilt, focused his divine sense on the Void Rift, and gently slashed the air. The space in front of him shattered, creating a gap that rapidly coalesced into a portal. Without even stepping inside, Sumyubai could already feel the aura of the Void Rift. This is perfect for looking into the matter of the Rule Great Tao. Sumyubai glanced at the river of time and space, which had returned to normal and was flowing slowly, then stepped into the portal while carrying the Sword of Creation. Once a god had evolved to the top tier, it could support a second Rule Great Tao. However, Sumyubai's ambitions did not stop there. How could he be satisfied with merging only a mirror to rule great Daos? Now that he possessed supreme god-level dominator authority, it was the perfect time to investigate how to support even more rule great Daos. Nereid Demon Realm, Golden God Kingdom. The ruler of this god kingdom was a golden behemoth at the early stage of the upper god rank. Such strength was considered formidable among the rulers of god kingdoms. Consequently, the territory of the Golden God Kingdom was far larger than that of the previous Frost Prison God Kingdom. However, at this moment inside the Divine Palace, the Golden Behemoth, the supreme ruler of the God Kingdom, was crouching cautiously to the side, terrified of disturbing the middle-aged man not far away. Not long ago, this guy had suddenly appeared, severed all the defensive arrays and restrictions of the Divine Palace with a single sword strike, and barged right in. The Divine Palace Guard squad had been wiped out instantly, unable to withstand even a shred of his sword energy. Within the main hall of the Divine Palace, wisps of lingering sword energy still floated in the air, leaving the Golden Behemoth too afraid to move a muscle. If it weren't for the fact that the intruder didn't want to go on a killing spree, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Although he didn't understand what the man was doing, the energy fluctuations radiating from his body appeared exceptionally powerful. The middle-aged man who had broken into the Golden God Kingdom was none other than Huijian, who had just left the Divine Spirit Realm. Dozens of ancient soul coins floated around him, the power of time being extracted and vibrating gently. This was a space-time node. And what Huijian was doing now was anchoring this space-time node. Because he was neither the dominator of time nor the dominator of space, he needed to utilize the sliver of energy contained within the ancient soul coins. The harder a space-time node was to anchor, the more ancient soul coins were required. As Huijian channeled the power of the ancient soul coins, he glanced at the few remaining ones he had left. It seems it's time to go find that brat Baiyi. Now that the kid's strength has improved so much, it should be easy for him to get more soul coins. Soul coins, ancient soul coins, and primordial soul coins were all extremely unique existences. They were not truly soul coins left over from those eras, but rather products born during that great upheaval, having been stained by a trace of the Time Dominator's power. However, that power was so minuscule that it was almost meaningless. Furthermore, the quantity of such coins was very scarce. Even if one were to refine them all, it wouldn't be enough to condense a single drop of supreme godly power. Therefore, these types of coins were essentially useless. It wasn't until Huijian discovered they could be used to anchor space-time nodes that he began collecting them. Everything he did was to help Zushingchen find his way home. These space-time nodes were all left behind when Zushingchen was rejected by the myriad worlds. Huijian believed that as long as he anchored enough nodes, it might be possible for Zushingchen to return. Thus, after obtaining enough ancient soul coins from Sumyubai, he had left the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land without a moment's delay. Now, with both his ancient soul coins and regular soul coins nearly exhausted, he prepared to seek out Baiyi once he finished anchoring this node. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his wrist and dial Baiyi's communication device, wanting to ask where he was. Notification: sorry, the user you are calling is currently out of the service area. HMM. Huijian was slightly taken aback. Where did this brat run off to again? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a grand announcement suddenly echoed in his ears. Notification: congratulations to the human player Baiyi for becoming the first existence to break through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm. This is hereby announced. All players of the myriad races are encouraged to learn from him to receive generous rewards. Oh, he even broke through the vitality limit. The achievements of the brat Baiyi are truly astonishing. Huijian was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even he only had a vitality of 99 realms and had no way to break through that limit. Yet now, Baiyi had actually done it. The Golden Behemoth not far away, however, jumped up in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our demon race's physical talent is far superior to that of humans. If even the demon race cannot break through it, by what right can he, Baiyi, break through the limit of vitality? The sudden system announcement was as if someone had stepped on the tail of this kingdom lord, causing him to be so agitated that he momentarily forgot about the residual sword chi surrounding him. Swish! The next moment, A flash of sword chi streaked by. A blood-red hole instantly appeared between the brows of the Divine Kingdom Lord. His pupils dilated, and the aura of life vanished in an instant, even in death. He could not close his eyes. Hui Jian glanced at his corpse with disdain. A mere member of the monster race. Yet you dare to compare yourself to the prodigies of my human race. As his voice fell, he had already waved his hand to collect the depleted ancient soul coins and vanished from the main hall of the Divine Palace. Disappearing along with him were the treasury of this Divine Palace, as well as the spatial rings and godheads left behind by the Golden Behemoth and other fallen members of the monster race. His style of leaving nothing behind was displayed to the fullest. Extra update delivered today. I'm exhausted. Please send gifts and give me a 5-star rating. Chapter 923. The Myriad Worlds Tremble. The Burial Ground of Gods. Notification. Congratulations to the human player Bai for becoming the first existence to break through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm. This is hereby announced. We hope all players of the myriad races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. This sudden system announcement was like a ladle of ice water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, instantly causing the entire myriad worlds to explode. The sensation it caused was even greater than the announcement from a few days ago regarding the premature ignition of the fire of faith. After all, the vast majority of Lawmasters had never even come into contact with the fire of faith, so they did not understand it well. But the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm had become an immutable truth since ancient times. Almost every living being who heard this announcement, whether they were fighting, cultivating, or sleeping, froze in that instant, subconsciously doubting if they were suffering from auditory hallucinations. Lawmaster realm, vitality limit, broken through. They were all too familiar with these terms, but now that they were combined, they were completely incomprehensible. The immutable truth of the ages had been broken by Bai of the human race. At this moment, the entire myriad worlds fell into a deathly silence. It was only after a long while, as players of various races regained their senses, that the world truly began to boil over. What did I just hear? The vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm. Can that even be broken? Myriad Worlds game. Are you even listening to what you're saying? Even the god of death and the god of slaughter couldn't do it. Yet Bai actually did. This must be fake. A bug. It's definitely a bug. How could such a thing be possible? It is indeed a bug. But I honestly feel that Bai himself is the bug of the Myriad Worlds game. Look at how many Myriad Worlds announcements have been triggered since he appeared. Exactly. If this guy isn't a bug, then what is? Myriad Worlds announcements are like free cabbage to him. I want to say, since Bai has even broken the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm, does that mean he has now reached the peak upper god realm? Yes. Damn. Now that you mention it, it really seems that is this guy cheating. How can someone break through so quickly? Compared to breaking the vitality limit, Bai's current cultivation realm is already a minor issue. Didn't those guys from the god race and monster race always try to break the vitality limit? Now that someone has actually done it, it turns out to be a human. That is truly unexpected. I really want to see if those high and mighty fellows from those two races are currently furious. Compared to that, I'm more curious about something else. What is it? How exactly did Bai survive? Ever since he comprehended the great Tao of rules ahead of time, countless powerhouses in the death domain have been searching for his whereabouts. But to this day, other than the Myriad Worlds announcements, no information related to him has ever leaked out. With so many powerhouses taking action, is it possible they still can't find him? I reckon he must possess some special treasure that hides his location and aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide for so long. The human race really spent a fortune for his sake. No matter how many treasures he has, it's useless. He has already ignited the fire of faith. Given the hatred between the monster race, the mechanical race, and the human race, their rule sovereigns must have already made their move. That's true. Now that this guy has even broken the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm, the main gods of the monster and mechanical races must be anxious. If they don't act now, it might be too late. Bai is definitely the most monstrous genius in the myriad worlds. This speed of improvement is faster than cheating. It's no wonder the main gods of the two races were too slow to act. This guy is simply a freak. What a pity for such a genius. We should be hearing news of his demise soon, right? How can the current human race resist the combined assault of the main gods from two races? Let's wait and see. I personally think the human race isn't that simple. Don't forget how they suddenly climbed back onto the myriad races ranking. Now that you mention it, I just realized, when did the human races ranking get so close to the top 3? Damn, the ranking rose so fast. Wasn't it over 4-0 when they first got on the list? The entire Myriad Worlds was discussing Sumyubai's breakthrough of the Lawmaster Realm's vitality limit. However, their speculations about Sumyubai's strength could never keep up with his speed of progress. When players of various races thought he had just broken through to the Lawmaster Realm, he already possessed the strength of a world lord. When they thought Bai Yi was at most an upper god, Sumyubai was already capable of forcefully suppressing top-tier world lords like Modesty. Now, players of various races think he is a peak upper god and will eventually fall into the hands of the main gods of the monster and mechanical races. But in reality, Sumyubai has already shifted his target from top-tier world lords to the main gods at the Rule Sovereign Realm, Divine Realm, the burial ground of gods. This is a forbidden area of the god race, where a vast number of god race powerhouses are buried. Those qualified to be buried here had, at the very least, the strength of a world lord during their lifetime. There are even some main gods of the Rule Sovereign Realm buried here. Beyond that, this place is also the best location for the geniuses of the god race to grow rapidly, because there are many remnants of powerful souls here, which can help inheritors quickly improve their divine souls, divine bodies, and the degree of fusion with the laws of the Great Tao. This kind of inheritance is a secret technique of the god race, and only the god race can utilize it. In the past, Juxiao disdained coming here, because she had always wanted to forge a path that belonged solely to her. Even if the inheritances of other powerful beings were within easy reach, she would not spare them a glance. In her view, other people's things were ultimately someone else's, even if they were powerful. They were not the most suitable for her. But this arrogance and persistence were finally shattered after seeing Bai Yi take action several times, especially the words of several law sovereigns, which completely solidified her determination to enter the god burial ground. No matter whose power it is, as long as it is used by me, then it is my power. Juxiao walked within the god burial ground, whispering to herself. In the past, she did not agree with this statement, but Bai Yi made her re-evaluate it, because she had seen with her own eyes that Bai Yi used the power of others to leave her far behind. Whether it was his realm, strength, or the speed of his improvement, he left her in the dust, as a prodigy of the god race who had mastered the authority of time in advance. Juxiao's talent naturally went without saying. If it weren't for the fact that the myriad worlds produced such a monstrous talent as Bai Yi, she would be the undisputed #1 prodigy of the myriad worlds. If other god race geniuses entered the god burial ground to be chosen by the inheritance, then Juxiao entered this place to actively select the inheritance. As long as she felt something was useful to her, she could easily absorb it. She wanted to catch up to Bai Yi's footsteps here, and challenge him again after she left, driven by a desire for victory. Juxiao continuously absorbed the inheritances within the god burial ground. It was not until a Myriad Worlds announcement suddenly rang in her ears that her footsteps came to a halt. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai Yi for becoming, after a long while, Juxiao finally regained her senses. The fighting spirit in her eyes not only undiminished but burning even brighter, as expected of you, to actually break the truth that the vitality limit cannot be surpassed. The divine bodies of the god race have always been very strong, and many law sovereigns have attempted to break through the vitality limit, but without exception, they all failed. Now, Bai Yi's success let Juxiao know that this matter was indeed possible. She took a deep breath and headed toward the depths of the god burial ground at high speed. Since Bai Yi could break through, why couldn't she? Chapter 924. The Origin of the Ancestral Dragon Ruins. Secrets of the Dragon Race, Myriad Demon Domain, Dragon Abyss Realm, Ancestral Dragon Ruins. Unlike the God Burial Ground, which is a forbidden land for the God race, the Ancestral Dragon Ruins are more like a prison for the top existences of the Dragon race. The Elders of the Dragon race, whose bodies are larger than stars, can only stand guard around the periphery of the ancestral dragon ruins, unable to leave. Because this is the place where the ancestral dragon fell. To be precise, the ancestral dragon did not fall here, but fell outside the myriad worlds. And this piece of the ancestral dragon ruins was forcibly severed by the sovereign of time and space with supreme power and transferred to this location. In other words, the ancestral dragon ruins do not actually belong to the myriad worlds. This move was to ensure that the dragon race would not lose the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. This was also the reward for the dragon race's full support of the human race back then. After all, even for someone like Zhu Xingchen, doing such a thing was not easy. Even he himself cannot return to the myriad worlds now. However, the existence of the ancestral dragon ruins also limited the top combat power of the dragon race, because they must suppress this place at all times to ensure that the ancestral dragon ruins do not disappear. And this deadline will last until a genius of the dragon race can fully accept the inheritance within the ancestral dragon ruins. In the past, this hope was pinned on Aoshin, a prodigy of the dragon race. It was just that although Aoshin's talent was strong, ranking second among the prodigies of the myriad worlds, he was of the space and lightning elements. He was not the prodigy most compatible with the ancestral dragon's inheritance, so his gains were not very significant when he first entered the ancestral dragon ruins. Of course, there is not only the ancestral dragon's inheritance within the ancestral dragon ruins. After all, how could a battlefield capable of causing the ancestral dragon to fall only contain the remnants of the ancestral dragon's power? Therefore, upon learning that he was already unable to keep up with Bai's pace, Aoshin resolutely chose to enter the ancestral dragon ruins for a second time. The difficulty of entering this place increases significantly each time. This trip for Aoshin would naturally not be easy. Regarding this, the elders of the dragon race did not stop him. If he couldn't even pass this, what could he use to shoulder the future of the dragon race? Although after Bing Xuan's return, Aoshin was no longer the only hope for the dragon race, but he would also become a pillar of the dragon race in the future. Now, the area around the ancestral dragon ruins was silent, and the starry sky had become dim and lusterless. A group of dragon race elders lay coiled in the vast universe, like huge, silent planets, quietly waiting for the two to return from the ancestral dragon ruins. For the first time in over 9 epochs, they truly saw hope. With Bing Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline and talent, coupled with the power type laws she had begun to comprehend, if even she could not obtain the ancestral dragon's inheritance, then they would have no choice but to give up. Of course, if Bing Xuan could truly obtain the inheritance, she would leap to become the top combat power of the dragon race upon emerging. After all, the flow of time within the ancestral dragon ruins is much faster than the normal time flow of the myriad worlds. Just at this moment, the sudden sound of a system announcement successfully broke the silence of this star field. The group of elders opened their eyes, their gazes filled with shock. The 6th elder was the first to speak. Bai actually succeeded. This is simply unbelievable. Comprehending the laws of the great Tao in advance, igniting the fire of faith in advance, and now breaking through the vitality limit of the law sovereign realm. How on earth did he do it? The 1st elder couldn't help but mutter, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. The 2nd elder beside him did the same. The one who came closest to this step in the past was our dragon race's pale dragon god. Mentioning the pale dragon god, a flash of anger could not help but cross the eyes of the dragon race elders. The pale dragon god was a descendant of the ancestral dragon and the most brilliant, fearless prodigy the dragon race had ever produced. Before he had even broken through to the 12th tier ruler of Rule's realm, he was already the #1 prodigy across all the myriad worlds. At that time, the dragon race had not yet separated from the monster race. The pale dragon god was, at that time, also a prodigy of the monster race. Both the god race and the monster race's lords of laws were attempting to break through the limits of their life force, and among them, the pale dragon god was the closest to success. It is said that he had even found the hope for a breakthrough, but before his life force could transcend, his cultivation realm broke through first. Having become a ruler of rules, the possibility of breaking the life force limit of a lord of laws naturally vanished. Since then, no other creature has ever reached the level of the pale dragon god. Later, due to certain unforeseen events, The pale dragon god suffered a siege. The other main gods of the monster race chose to stand by and watch, which ultimately led to the fall of the pale dragon god. Following that, the dragon race exerted the strength of their entire clan and invoked the authority of the rulers to secede from the monster race entirely. And the monster race, having lost the dragon race, never again had the possibility of challenging the god race for the #1 position. After that incident, the monster race suffered heavy losses. No one knows why they made such a choice, however, for the dragon race. The fall of the pale dragon god was a scar that would never fade, one that completely severed the ties between the dragon race and the monster race. Once Bing Xuan finishes receiving the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, it will be time for us to emerge. Having not appeared for over 9 epochs, I fear the myriad worlds have already forgotten the prestige of my dragon race. Past debts must always be settled. Now, it all depends on when those 2 little ones, Bing Xuan and Aoshin, can come out. The myriad world announcement triggered by Baiyu recently will surely make them unable to resist taking action. I only hope that fellow Yumu can truly hold his ground. The eyes of the dragon race elders shimmered with divine light, resembling stars that illuminated this pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. The 6th elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Old man Yumu will definitely be fine. Besides, isn't there that old schemer Yuan? I suspect his contingency plans have been in the works since the era when the human race was at its peak. Hearing this, the other elders couldn't help but shiver. Although they were allies of the human race back then, those methods of Yuan still remained fresh in their memories. The 1st elder nodded slightly. As long as the losses can be kept within a certain range, everything is acceptable. Beside him, the 2nd elder's eyes burned with soaring battle intent, tearing through the starry sky as he said in a deep voice, "Once the 2 little ones finish receiving the inheritance, my dragon race will emerge, joining forces with the human race. It is not impossible for us to clash with them, that is a must." The 6th elder clearly agreed with this statement, nodding heavily. The 3rd elder looked toward the ruins of the ancestral dragon, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Tell me, what the pale dragon god failed to do back then, can Bing Xuan achieve it? After all, his ancestral dragon bloodline is even purer than that of the pale dragon god. A 2nd-generation descendant, it is highly likely. The 1st elder's gaze also turned toward the ruins of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was a supreme god from the moment of birth, so there was no opportunity for a breakthrough. Bing Xuan definitely has hope. Not just highly likely, he will definitely succeed. The 6th elder curled his lip. If Bai can do it, Bing Xuan certainly can too. He clearly had absolute confidence in Bing Xuan. However, after saying this, the 6th elder's voice paused noticeably, and he added with a strange expression, "I say, now that the little guy has returned to the dragon race, isn't it a bit inappropriate to keep calling him by that awkward name, Bing Xuan?" Chapter 925. Oh, why do I find that so hard to believe? Bonus chapter. At the same time, the prodigies of all races across the myriad worlds heard the scrolling announcement. The name Bai Yi had completely become an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. In the dark domain, Patty was undergoing special training from the Dark Ruler. However, not long ago, the Dark Ruler suddenly said he had matters to attend to and could not be distracted, telling him to cultivate according to the requirements on his own. Upon hearing the announcement, Patty was not particularly surprised. Bai Yi was the calamity of the myriad races, since he had even killed a top-tier world lord like Modesty so quickly. He accepted the fact that he had broken through the life force limit of a Lord of Laws instantly. Xingjun, who had left the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods, had now also successfully broken through to the Lord of Laws realm. Not long ago, he had just emerged from a secret realm. However, what had previously seemed like a massive harvest was not even worth mentioning compared to the announcement triggered by Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, you really have left me far behind in the blink of an eye." Xingjun grinned out, far from feeling dejected. He was actually quite happy. He knew that while he could be considered a genius, he was merely just that, a genius. The gap between geniuses is sometimes even greater than the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. The human race of today does not lack geniuses like him. What it lacks are monsters like Bai Yi. The reason he had come out of the secret realm was because he had received a message from his teacher not long ago. It was time for the geniuses that the human race had been secretly cultivating over these epochs to begin their explosive growth. Therefore, he now needed to head to the northern frontier Divine Kingdom. In another star field. Liu Yun listened to the system announcement in his ears, couldn't help but grip the sword in his hand, and a wry smile appeared on his face. I actually wanted to keep up with the footsteps of Big Brother Baiyi before. That was truly a pipe dream. Shaking his head, he waved his hand to summon a small private starship and disappeared into the starry sky. He, like Xingjun, had received the message. Although it did not come from Feng Yuan, the content of the message was the same. At the same time, in various secret realms and small worlds across the myriad worlds, human geniuses disguised as other races began to head toward the northern frontier Divine Kingdom. Their strength was almost all at the level of having just entered the Lord of Lo's realm, but their talent was exceptionally high. Back then, Sumyu Bai's early comprehension of the great Tao of rules had led the human leadership, including Yi Yuan, to stop hiding and directly expose their strength, causing the human race to return to the myriad race rankings. Now that he has ignited the fire of faith ahead of schedule and broken through the vitality limits of the Master of Lo's realm, the human race has once again taken significant action. However, regardless of what the human race intends to do, there is one prerequisite. That is, Baiyi must absolutely not die. And at this moment, Yi Yuan and Yumu are fighting for the sake of Baiyi, Death Domain, Undead Realm, Ruined Star Sector. Outside the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time, the Wood God Realm still shrouds this star sector. And coupled with the space-time blockade initiated by King Li, the power of the great battle between the many Master God Realm powerhouses has not leaked out in the slightest. Even Shan, the World Lord, does not know that the great world he governs is currently experiencing a life or death moment, simply because he is located within the Death Domain. Once the violent energy here leaks out, the entire Undead Realm will be destroyed in an instant. However, for the time being, there is no such risk, because the treasure used by King Li is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seal the entrance to the River of Time. At this moment, the balance on the field has yet to be broken. On the human race side, despite the addition of master gods like Xingheng, they are still at a slight disadvantage. After all, although they have the support of Yi Yuan's formation, the manifestations of Xingheng, Kingston, and Robin are merely projection avatars. Being able to hold on is already a testament to Yi Yuan's heaven-defying methods. However, in the short term, there is no risk of the human race side being defeated, let alone existences at the Master God Realm. Even at the early stage of the Upper God Realm, a single battle can last for several years. For those at the Master God Realm, a few days is nothing more than a fleeting moment. Moreover, due to Yi Yuan's formation and the existence of the Wood God Realm, the Master Gods of the Monster Race and Machine Race, such as Ken Li, have no way to replenish their power once it is exhausted. As time passes, the slight advantage they hold will also be leveled out. Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign of the Zerg race, stands far away at the edge of the Wood God Realm, watching coldly from the sidelines. She crosses her arms over her chest, her face devoid of any expression, her eyes filled with divine light. No one knows what she is thinking. King Li, while attacking Yumu, shouts sharply at Xingheng. Xingheng, does your god race truly wish to tear off the mask and break ties with my monster race? Stop now, and I will pretend you were never here. Facing King Li's questioning, Xingheng grins. This is merely a projection of my true self. It cannot represent the entire god race. Having said that, he strikes again to force back a master god of the machine race, then changes the subject and says in a deep voice, besides, even if I did represent the god race, what could you do about it? Break ties with my god race? Just because the monster race no longer has the dragon race? By the end, there is clear disdain in Xingheng's words. Although the god race and the monster race are ranked first and second respectively, in reality, ever since the dragon race separated from the monster race, the god race has never taken them seriously. The reason the monster race is ranked second is because they are weaker than the god race. And the reason the god race is ranked first is because there is no race stronger than them. The highest ranking possible is simply first. The gap between first and second can also be infinitely large. Kang Li is clearly infuriated by Xing Heng's words, to the point that he actually takes a spear strike from Yumu head-on. Looking down on me. Yumu raises an eyebrow, daring to be so distracted. HMPH, even so, you still won't be able to protect Bai Yi. Kang Li snorts coldly. He is merely a master of laws. He couldn't possibly withstand even the aftershocks of our battle. As soon as Bai Yi comes out, he is dead. Before the words even fade, the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time in the center of the battlefield suddenly ripples. A figure appears on this battlefield, standing with a sword in hand, looking at the Kang Li who had just spoken, and smiles slightly. Oh, why am I so inclined to disbelieve that? Today's extra update is here. It's the Kixi Festival. Everyone else is paired up, while I am here writing an extra update for you all. Aren't you touched? Chapter 926. The focus of the battlefield. Oh, why am I so inclined to disbelieve that? As ripples spread at the entrance of the River of Time and a figure holding a sword emerges, the questioning voice follows. In an instant, the gazes of all the powerhouses present converge upon this suddenly appearing figure. There is no other reason than the fact that this person is the fuse for this great war. The Ruined Star sector had long been sealed off in space-time by Kang Li's treasure, to the point where even master gods like Bruno and their projection avatars could only fly in. The only one capable of appearing out of thin air here is Bai Yi, who has emerged from within the tributary of the River of Time. The master gods of the monster race and machine race came here precisely to nip him in the bud. Yumu, Yuan, and the others came here to protect him. Therefore, the moment he appears, he immediately becomes the focus of the battlefield. Even Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign of the Zir Grace, watching from afar, has her gaze locked firmly onto Sumyubai at this moment. Divine light flows within her beautiful eyes, as if she is contemplating something. Be careful, hurry. We will block them for you. The voices of Yumu and Yuan ring out in Sumyubai's mind simultaneously. At the same time, the wood-type master god power within the wood god realm surges, and a towering giant tree rises from the ground in front of Sumyubai, blocking the incoming aftershocks of the battle. Yuan also slams a piece down, and dozens of defensive barriers instantly condense around Sumyubai. The aftershocks of a battle between sovereigns of rules are not something an ordinary master of laws can withstand. This point, Yuan and Yumu had naturally considered long ago, and both had already made preparations. Therefore, they were able to shield him the very instant Sumyubai appeared. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle sweep over, causing the suddenly condensed towering giant tree to shake violently, with a large amount of leaves falling and turning into fly ash in midair. However, the energy from these annihilated leaves is once again absorbed by the wood god realm, and the towering giant tree grows crazily, remaining as lush as ever. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the defensive barriers on Sumyubai's body shatter layer by layer in an instant. However, with dozens of layers of barriers in total, protecting him for a short period was not a problem. HMPH, overestimating your own capabilities. Kang Li let out a cold snort and shouted sharply, "Attack!" Although he did not communicate with Ling Shang, nor did they exchange glances, the two of them acted with extreme tacit understanding, erupting with their peak combat power almost simultaneously. The terrifying Great Tao of Slaughter and the Great Tao of Destruction descended, and the power of their authorities and the power of the main gods erupted at the same time. Rumble! That powerful force even caused the entire wood god realm to tremble. Not good. Yumu's expression changed. The wine gourd at his waist opened instantly, and a large amount of wine emerged. Instead of passing through his mouth, it was absorbed directly by his divine body. Boom! Following that, Yumu erupted with even greater power. The long spear in his hand instantly transformed into a roaring wooden dragon, carrying the great Tao of wood and the power of the wood authority. Meeting the attacks of the two, the suppression power of the wood god realm was also raised to its limit at this moment, frantically restricting the power of all enemies. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided instantly, erupting with a deafening roar. While the three were engaged in battle, the others were not idle either. Screech! Ancestor Kumpeng let out a sharp cry, and a phantom of a golden-winged great peng condensed behind him. Violent winds howled around his body, blowing away the azure seawater summoned by Bruno. Feudal. Bruno snorted coldly. The great Tao of water descended, and the water authority was mobilized. The azure mirror that appeared behind him erupted with dazzling light in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Even more violent seawater roared and surged, submerging Ancestor Kumpeng once again, but this time, Ancestor Kumpeng gave a cold smile and let out a completely different roar. War! The next moment, the golden-winged Great Pang Phantom behind him leaped into the sea, transforming into a giant beast of the ocean. The restrictions brought by the azure ocean were instantly greatly reduced. Ancestor Kumpeng's attack also collided violently with Bruno's. Boom! Xinghan, Kingston, and Robin also chose to erupt at the same time as they faced their respective opponents. Yi Yuan's chess pieces were placed down, with 3 of them falling in a single instant. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, space-time twisted. The power of various main gods surged, and the great Taos of rules shook. The entire wood god realm was trembling violently, and those planets that filled the entire starry sky were annihilated in an instant by the aftermath of the battle. Ha 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 ha. So what if you blocked it? Kang Li and Ling Shang joined forces to beat back Yumu's wooden dragon, causing it to revert into a long spear, while their own attacks failed to break through Yumu's defense. But their goal had already been achieved. Kang Li laughed out loud. Bai Yi is dead for sure, I said so. It was true that all the attacks from their main gods had been blocked. But so what, with such terrifying aftermath? Let alone an existence at the Lawmaster stage, even Heidi, who was watching from afar, had to mobilize all her power to resist. What she had here was merely a projection of a rule sovereign. If even Heidi needed to do that, a mere Bai Yi must have already been blasted into oblivion by this aftermath. PFFT, sitting before the chessboard, Yi Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice resounding in Sum Yu Bai's mind once again. Go, as long as you leave. They can't do anything to us. The reason he spat blood was due to the backlash caused by forcibly activating the Grand Formation just now. After all, the energy fluctuations from before were simply too violent. However, he did not let Yumu down. At the very least, Bai Yi had not perished under this aftermath. As long as he could leave this place, it would be useless even if Kang Li and the other main gods continued to track Bai Yi's location through their sovereign authority, because after this experience, Bai Yi would certainly not give them another chance to corner him. Moreover, given Bai Yi's rate of improvement and talent, perhaps by the time he was found again, he would already be able to contend with a rule sovereign. Other lawmasters could not do such a thing. But Yi Yuan and Yumu believed that Bai Yi definitely could, because he had already accomplished too many impossible things. All of this happened in the instant Sum Yu Bai appeared. It was also his first time witnessing the terrifying power of main god stage experts erupting at full strength. As expected, there is still a gap. Sum Yu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and hundreds of drops of supreme divine power appeared before him in an instant. Among them, there were 100 drops each of Death Supreme Divine Power, Fate Supreme Divine Power, Time Supreme Divine Power, Space Supreme Divine Power, and Creation Supreme Divine Power. These were what he had extracted from the Death Cannon after returning from the Void Rift to the banks of the River of Time and Space. After all, his current targets were existences at the Rule Sovereign stage. A few drops of Supreme Divine Power would not be enough to handle them. After mastering the Sword of Creation, the Death Supreme Divine Power, now imbued with the Catastrophe trait, could also be converted into Creation Supreme Divine Power. This was a power that did not currently exist in the myriad worlds. It was just that before coming out, he had not anticipated that the opportunity to battle a Rule Sovereign would come so quickly. A full 500 drops of Supreme Divine Power were rapidly absorbed by Sum Yu Bai in an instant, and his strength surged significantly. At the same time, Heidi, who had not intervened until now, appeared before Sum Yu Bai at some unknown moment. Little one, stay behind. A cold sneer played on Heidi's lips. The reason she had remained here all this time was precisely to capture Bai Yi. Just now, she had mobilized all her power not only to resist the aftermath of the battle but also to take advantage of those fluctuations to sneakily arrive in front of Bai Yi without anyone noticing. However, her purpose for capturing Bai Yi was different from that of the demon race and the mechanical race. What she wanted was to use Bai Yi to force Yuan to hand over the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. Chapter 927. What kind of monster is Bai Yi? Anyway, Heidi, you are courting death. Yumu let out a sharp shout, turning around as he intended to slay Heidi's projected avatar. However, would Kang Li and Ling Shang ever let him have his way? Although both were surprised that Bai Yi had not perished in the aftermath, they still joined forces at the first opportunity to block Yumu. Want to save him? Not a chance. Get back here. Get lost. Yumu swept his long spear, but he could do nothing against the two of them. If not for the vast array of formations laid out by Yuan and the reinforcement of the Wood God realm, Kang Li and Ling Shang would both be opponents on the same level as him. Now that he could hold them off, they could naturally hold him off as well. For a moment, he could only pin his hopes on Yuan. Heidi had never left, and Yuan must have noticed her long ago. With his cautious and meticulous nature, he must have considered the possibility of her suddenly intervening. Thinking of this, the anxiety in Yumu's heart faded slightly. He was right. Yuan had indeed made preparations long ago. He had even activated them in advance, back when Heidi first appeared before Sumu Bai. Therefore, no look of panic appeared on his face. He merely reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke indifferently. Bai Yi, is 30 seconds enough? As Yuan's voice rang out, a formation manifested out of thin air in front of Sumu Bai. A powerful binding force descended from nowhere, directly imprisoning Heidi's projected avatar. The hand she was about to lay upon Sumu Bai could not advance even a fraction of an inch further. How could the ever-calculating Yuan possibly forget about her existence? Among the three formations he had forcibly activated earlier, one was prepared specifically for Heidi. Now, her projected avatar would be trapped in the area in front of Bai Yi for 30 seconds, forced to watch helplessly as he departed. At this moment, Sumu Bai had also completely absorbed the 500 drops of supreme divine power. The violent energy was so intense that even he felt a faint sense of being unable to bear it. 30 seconds. That's enough. The corners of Sumu Bai's mouth curled upward. The sword of creation in his palm let out a resonant hum, and his entire being instantly transformed into a streak of sword light. But this scene caused the previously grim-faced Kang Li and the other main gods to burst into laughter. Because the sword light that Bai Yi had become was not fleeing the scene, instead, it was thrusting directly toward the temporarily imprisoned Heidi. What difference was there between doing this and seeking death? Ha 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 ha. Bai Yi. Oh Bai Yi, you really don't know how to write the word death. You've merely broken through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster stage. You don't actually think you can defeat the projected avatar of a sovereign, do you? Overestimating oneself. We probably place too much importance on a guy who lacks such self-awareness. Yumu, is this the human prodigy you worked so hard to cultivate? HMPH. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no door to hell, yet you break in yourself. Seeing that Bai Yi not only failed to take the opportunity to escape but actually dared to launch an attack on her, a look of disdain flashed across Heidi's face. A mere Lawmaster stage cultivator, isn't this turning the natural order upside down? Yes, you have indeed broken through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster stage, surpassing the former god of death and god of slaughter in this regard. But so what? Looking across the myriad worlds, aside from that old foxy Yuan, even the god of slaughter and the god of death could only manage to escape with their lives when facing the projected avatar of a main god. The reason Yuan could intervene in battles at the main god level was due to the formations he had prepared for countless years. After this battle, his threat to main god level existences would be significantly reduced. Because such measures were not easily prepared, therefore, facing Bai's attack, Heidi did not dodge or evade, she simply raised her hand to meet it. She was a rule sovereign. How could she possibly avoid his edge, given the importance the human race placed on Bai Yi? As long as she captured this fellow, she wouldn't have to worry about Yuan refusing to hand over the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. Heidi seemed to have already envisioned herself obtaining the Zhuanshan inheritance and standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Bai Yi, Yumo and Yuan's expressions changed. They clearly had not expected Bai Yi to make such a choice. But the words that followed in their minds left them slightly stunned. Don't worry, seniors. I never fight a battle I'm not sure of. Never fight a battle he's not sure of. What did that mean? Could it be that Bai Yi could truly defeat Heidi's projected avatar? Just as the Te felt this thought was too absurd, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Clang! A crisp sword hum suddenly rang out across the recovering wood god realm. Immediately following it, a shrill, insect-like screech echoed. Hiss! From the sound, one could tell that the one screeching was clearly in great pain. Impossible! How could you possibly hurt my true self? Heidi's pupils dilated, and she stared at her severed palm in disbelief. Although it was condensed from the power of a main god, it still contained a portion of her divine soul. So she still felt pain, even though the injury could be recovered by consuming the power of a main god. Being wounded by a single sword strike from Bai Yi was something she could not accept under any circumstances. She was a rule sovereign level existence, even if this was only a projected avatar. It should be absolutely impossible for a mere lawmaster to injure her. The other powerhouses on the battlefield were equally shocked, including the rule sovereigns on the human side and Yi Yuan. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Even the fighting stopped involuntarily, and they stared blankly at the scene. Bai Yi actually wounded Heidi's projected avatar. What kind of monster is he? Yi Yuan relied on pre-prepared formations. But what is Bai Yi relying on? The aura of that sword. It's a rule treasure. Even a rule treasure wouldn't be enough. A mere lawmaster simply cannot unleash the full power of a rule treasure. But what kind of rule fluctuation is that sword emitting? Why has this deity never felt it before? The 6 main gods of the demon and mechanical races were all staring fixedly at the sword in Sumyu Bai's hand. Beyond the fact that they could sense the aura of a rule-level treasure, the main reason was that it was a type of unfamiliar rule. Bruno, Xing'an, and the other main gods were, at this moment, shocked beyond measure. To be at the level of a lawmaster and yet use one's own strength to injure the projection avatar of a rule sovereign. The word monstrous was no longer enough to describe Bai Yi. Such a situation was clearly beyond the expectations of all the rule sovereigns. Yumo and Yi Yuan were also stunned at this moment, although both of them were more familiar with and understood Bai Yi, and knew that his strength was formidable and his rate of improvement was extremely fast. But was this not being strong to a point that was simply perverse? This was not just injuring Heidi's projection avatar, it was cutting off her palm before she could even react. In other words, the current Bai Yi possessed strength that was even far above this projection avatar of Heidi, and this projection avatar possessed nearly 1/10 of Heidi's total power. Then, just how strong was Bai Yi right now? 1/5 of an ordinary main god, 1/4, or perhaps 1/3. Like the strongest of projections. While the various main gods were in shock, Sumyu Bai's attacks did not stop. The sword of creation in his hand slashed out once more, with Heidi still as the target. Chapter 928. The debut of the Sword of Creation, bonus chapter, imprisoned in this area. Even if Heidi wanted to escape, she would have to wait for the imprisonment duration to end. Therefore, facing Sumyu Bai's sharp and piercing attack, she had no choice but to find a way to block it. Of course, having suffered a great loss just moments ago due to underestimating her opponent, she naturally used her full strength this time. The main god power contained within this projection avatar erupted violently, and the symbiosis rule Great Tao descended abruptly. Even the level 3 symbiosis authority was directly mobilized by Heidi. She refused to believe that with such an outburst, Bai Yi could still easily injure her. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. Clang! A crisp sword hum resonated through the wood god realm once again. Driven by the supreme divine power of creation, the sword of creation emitted a fluctuation that felt unfamiliar to all the rule sovereigns. And it actually sliced through all of Heidi's power, main god power, the rule Great Tao, and even the level 3 symbiosis authority could not withstand the sharpness of the sword of creation. This was a purely offensive rule level treasure. All of its effects were focused on enhancing Sumyu Bai's attacks. Swish! The sword light flashed and vanished. This time, it was not just Heidi's palm that was severed. Her projection avatar was sliced clean into at the waist by Sumyu Bai. The power attached to the sword blade did not dissipate. It continued to relentlessly consume the energy of this projection. As divine light flickered, Heidi's projection avatar restored itself to its original state. But her expression at this moment was extremely unsightly. What kind of power is this, to her? This power was completely unfamiliar. Therefore, even if she wanted to expel it, she could find no good method and could only continuously consume her main god power to resist it. But if things continued this way, this projection avatar would only grow weaker and would dissipate before long. The attention of all the rule sovereigns was focused here. They were also very eager to know what kind of rule Great Tao this unfamiliar rule fluctuation was. If it were an ordinary rule, that would be one thing, but the key was that this fluctuation was in no way inferior to a supreme rule. But were there not only 9 supreme rule Great Taos in the myriad worlds? When did a 10th one appear? The rule sovereigns present had all broken through acquired means. They were clearly unaware of the existence of the creation rule and the creation sovereign who resided in the Return to Ruins. Sumyubai naturally had no obligation to enlighten them. He raised his hand and slashed out with another sword, facing Heidi's projection avatar. He had only used the sword of creation from beginning to end. If it was not necessary, he did not want to expose the existence of the death scripture, because he had once used this treasure in front of Kingston and Robin while disguised as the calamity of 10,000 races. Moreover, a mere projection avatar was not enough to make him reveal too much. This trip to the origin land had provided him with too great an improvement. Aside from fusing the death and fate rule Great Taos to the limit of 9 patterns, as well as breaking through the limits of his realm and vitality, after leaving the Void Rift, he had also stayed for a period of time within a tributary of the river of time and space. Now, Sumyubai had also begun the fusion of the time and space rule Great Taos. Heidi's projection avatar, which had just restored itself, was once again sliced into by Sumyubai's sword of creation, and the power of creation remaining within her body became even more abundant. Stop! Heidi restored herself once more and threatened sharply. Your human race has already been targeted by the demon race and the machine race. Do you really want to tear your face off with my Zerg race? Facing the attacks of the Sword of Creation, she truly had no means of resistance, so she could only resort to threats. After all, if this projection avatar were destroyed, although her main body would not suffer too much damage, there would still be a certain impact. If she could avoid the loss, that was naturally for the best. Tear my face off. Sumyubai's gaze was icy as he said in a deep voice, when you suddenly attacked me, did you ever think about tearing your face off with my human race? As these words were spoken, his attacks never ceased for even a moment. He had already seen the situation on the field clearly. The alliance between the demon race and the machine race was indeed very strong, but the human race side was not without helpers. Although he was not sure what methods Senior Yumu and Old Man Feng had used, the human race's helpers were all from top-tier races. Kingston and Robin were old acquaintances. One came from the demon race, and the other from the undead race. Bruno, the sovereign of water, also hailed from the undead race. These 2 great races, combined with the human race, were fully capable of contending with the demon race and the machine race. What's more, there was another helper on the field, coming from the god race, the number 1 ranked race. Perhaps the attitude of one main god Xingyang could not represent the entire god race, but with his presence, if the Zerg wanted to intervene in this matter, they would have to weigh the consequences carefully. The most important point was that both Yumu and Yiyuan had not spoken to stop him. Under such circumstances, Sumyubai naturally could not stop. In his view, there was no such thing as tearing off the mask or not. Since Heidi's projection avatar dared to make a move, he had to destroy it. Sumyubai was never merciful toward his enemies. If he chose to compromise in the face of the Zerg's threat, it would only harm the human race. If he let Heidi's projection avatar go this time, wouldn't any main god dare to take action against the human race in the future? This deity will definitely make you regret this. As the 30 seconds of imprisonment were about to end, Heidi's projection avatar was completely destroyed by the Sword of Creation, turning into the purest form of energy and dissipating between heaven and earth. This scene caused the hearts of all the rule sovereigns present to tremble. Although it wouldn't take them nearly this long to destroy this projection avatar if they went all out, Bai Yi was still only at the Lawmaster stage. If he were to break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign stage, wouldn't that be terrifying? Just as the various main gods were shocked, A familiar and powerful aura suddenly intruded into the wood god realm. Today's extra update is here, chapter 929. Yi Yuan's method to break the deadlock. Just as the various main gods were shocked, a familiar and powerful aura suddenly intruded into the wood god realm. Not good. The moment he sensed this aura, Yumu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted to Sumyubai at the first opportunity, "Go, leave quickly." Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. The worst-case scenario had happened after all. Before this, he had been holding off the Zerg symbiotic sovereign Heidi. It was precisely because of this that he was able to forcibly activate the imprisonment formation before the opponent could strike at Bai Yi. But he had always been worried that Heidi would arrive in her true form. Because the soul realm where she resided was almost the closest realm to the death realm. However, the speed at which Heidi's true form arrived was much faster than Yi Yuan had anticipated. This meant that the opponent had already started rushing toward the undead realm the moment this battle began. Heidi's early arrival clearly caught Yi Yuan off guard. The reason this battle had been able to remain a stalemate until now was entirely due to the measures he had prepared in advance over so many epochs. Now that Heidi's true form had intervened, it would inevitably break the balance of the situation. Suddenly having one more rule sovereign to deal with, even Yi Yuan did not have any particularly good means to cope for the moment. Conversely, the arrival of Heidi's true form caused the main gods of the two races, who had previously thought this operation had failed, to instantly show joy on their faces. "Ha ha ha ha, Bai Yi, let's see how you handle this now, Heidi. As long as you kill Bai Yi, my machine race and demon race will be eternally grateful, Bai Yi." To be able to kill a rule sovereign's projection avatar while at the Lawmaster stage. This deity must admit that you are indeed terrifyingly strong, but unfortunately, today is the day you die. Move, hold them back and let Heidi finish off Bai Yi first. The moment Heidi's aura reappeared within the wood god realm, the expressions of both sides underwent a complete reversal. Although the aura was the same, what had arrived now was Heidi's true form, which was more than 10 times stronger than the previous projection avatar. No one believed that Bai Yi could still win, including Yumo and Yi Yuan. Being at the Lawmaster stage and able to kill a rule sovereign's projection avatar was already heaven-defying. As for the true form of a rule sovereign, one could only say that such a thing was absolutely impossible. After all, the strength Bai Yi had displayed just moments ago was witnessed by all the main gods present. Killing Heidi's projection avatar within 30 seconds was indeed very strong. But if the same thing were done by King Li or Yumu, a single move would suffice. A strength gap of more than 10 times was not something that could be overcome by adding 10 people together. It was a complete and utter crushing. Moreover, they saw it very clearly. The reason Bai Yi was able to kill Heidi's avatar so quickly was largely due to that Longsword emitting strange rule fluctuations. Bai Yi, this deity said that you would definitely regret this. Heidi's cold voice rang out. Having entered the wood god realm just a moment ago, she had already reached the vicinity of the battlefield in the next instant, bearing down directly on Sumyubai. Even if Yumo, Bruno, and the others wanted to provide support, they simply couldn't, because the main gods of the two races, like King Li, would not give them any opportunity at all. A flash of anxiety crossed Yi Yuan's eyes as he played several pieces in succession, attempting to obstruct Heidi. But his strongest methods had already been used in this battle. The ones remaining were fine for harassment or support, but they were not enough to deal with a main god on their own. The suppression force of the wood god realm, the interference of the wood-type main god power, and Yi Yuan's formation could, at most, only slightly reduce Heidi's speed. These were not enough to ensure that Bai Yi could escape alive. What should he do? No matter what, the future of the human race must absolutely not fall here. In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Yi Yuan's mind. But these possibilities were overturned by him the very next moment. It seemed that no matter what, Bai Yi could not escape from Heidi's grasp. Unless thinking of this, a sharp light suddenly burst from the depths of Yi Yuan's eyes, and he looked up abruptly. His voice rang out simultaneously in the minds of both Heidi and Sumyubai. As someone skilled in layout, even when Yi Yuan was in the middle of the game, his vision could usually jump out of the limitations to observe the entire situation from the perspective of an outsider. It looked like a dead end now, and there seemed to be no way to break the deadlock. But what if one looked at the source? Since the deadlock couldn't be broken, then find a way to see if it could be resolved at the source. Heidi had not made a move until Bai Yi suddenly appeared, which was when she intervened in this battle. And when the opponent first struck, she clearly had not used her full strength out. Therefore, Heidi's goal was fundamentally different from that of the monster race and the machine race. The purpose of the latter two was clearly singular. The human race was not permitted to have someone as formidable as Bai Yi. They had to nip Bai Yi in the bud, yet Heidi, the symbiotic overlord of the Zirk, seemed to only want to capture Bai Yi. Who was Yi Yuan? Recalling how Heidi had cast her gaze toward him multiple times before Bai Yi appeared, he instantly guessed the reason for her sudden strike: capture Bai Yi and force him to submit. And what did he possess that would make Heidi willing to burn bridges just to obtain it? There was only one answer Yi Yuan could think of: the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. Although he knew very well that the Zhuanshan lineage was passed down to only one successor per generation, and the current successor was none other than Bai Yi, he had merely been fortunate enough to obtain a portion of the Zhuanshan greater inheritance, barely qualifying as half a successor. But Heidi didn't know that. Even if the Overlord of Fate had once personally stated that the Zhuanshan inheritance was passed down to only one person at a time, it didn't matter, because after the Overlord of Fate went missing, in the eyes of the outside world, Yi Yuan was the most likely person in the entire myriad worlds to have obtained the Zhuanshan inheritance. Thus, Yi Yuan instantly deduced Heidi's true objective. Without the slightest hesitation, he transmitted his voice directly into Heidi's soul. If you kill Bai Yi, don't ever think about obtaining the Zhuanshan inheritance. The moment this soul transmission echoed in Heidi's mind, the surging power of the main god within her body faltered for an instant, but it was only a momentary pause. Regardless of whether she killed Bai Yi in the end, she was determined to capture him. This deity can refrain from killing him for now, but if you want him to live, hand over the Zhuanshan inheritance first. Heidi continued her assault on Sumyu Bai. However, Yi Yuan's voice did not cease. Let him go, and I will hand over the Zhuanshan inheritance right now. Losing a projection avatar is nothing. It's not a deep grudge. Compared to the Zhuanshan inheritance, you should know which weighs more, right? And no heavy injuries either. If Bai's foundation is destroyed, it would be no different for my human race than losing him entirely. Upon hearing this, Heidi's methods shifted immediately. Originally, she had intended to severely injure Bai Yi before capturing him, but since Yi Yuan had spoken, she could no longer afford to strike with lethal force if she wanted the Zhuanshan inheritance. Consequently, her initial attack instantly transformed into a method of imprisonment. Thousands of insect threads, condensed from the power of the main god and the power of laws, wove into a massive net in an instant, enveloping Sumyu Bai. Previously, it was her projection avatar that had been imprisoned by him. Now, the poles had reversed, and the situation had swapped. However, Heidi was unaware that while Yi Yuan was negotiating with her, his voice was simultaneously echoing in Sumyu Bai's mind, and this time, Yi Yuan was not telling Sumyu Bai to run. Chapter 930, None Can Compare. From the moment Heidi's sword appeared to the moment she struck at Sumyu Bai, only a fleeting moment had passed. Even that was only because she had been suppressed by the wood god realm and influenced by Yi Yuan's formation. Otherwise, in a place as small as the ruined star domain, Heidi's attack would have landed on Sumyu Bai the very moment she manifested. During this interval, she had even negotiated with Yi Yuan via soul transmission, changing her original attack into a method of imprisonment. Yet, unlike the anxious allies such as Yumo, Sumyu Bai was actually feeling eager to test his strength. Ever since he found a way to entrust more law douse from the Void Rift, he had freeloaded and promoted his time and space law douse as well. Although the degree of fusion for these two law douse was not yet high, the impact they brought was immense. This was because what these two law douse were entrusted to was the incomplete heart of reincarnation. Even the law of fate, originally entrusted to his godhead, and the law of death, entrusted within the sea of death, had now all been transferred to the beating heart in Sumyu Bai's chest. This was the true reason he was able to crush Heidi's projection avatar. After entrusting for law douse, the power of the incomplete heart of reincarnation was far, far stronger than it had been in the past. Every moment, this heart was gestating incomplete reincarnation divine power, using it to reshape Sumyu Bai's divine body and soul. When the Myriad Worlds announcement was triggered earlier, his vitality had just broken through the limit of the Lawmaster realm, barely reaching 100 worlds. By the time he emerged from the tributary of the River of Time and Space, it had already reached 108 worlds. As time passed, it was unimaginable what terrifying number Sumyubai's vitality might reach before breaking through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm. His HP was permanently stuck at 1 point due to his half-living, half-dead state. No one could compare to him. Now, it was still the case that no one could compare to him. It was just that now, no other Lawmaster could compare to him. Just moments ago, Sumyubai had slain Heidi's projection avatar, relying solely on the absorbed supreme divine power and the Sword of Creation. He hadn't even utilized his other treasures, including the greatly enhanced reincarnation divine domain. Therefore, the moment Heidi appeared, Sumyubai fully mobilized the power of the heart of reincarnation, wanting to clash with a true law overlord. Most importantly, Sumyubai was certain that even if he couldn't win, he could leave this place at any time. After all, he still possessed the domain master authority of the Death Realm. To date, no blockade or barrier had been able to stop him from using teleportation via his domain master authority. With such confidence, he was naturally fearless. However, just as Sumyubai was preparing to unfold his reincarnation divine domain and go head-to-head with Heidi, Yi Yuan's words caused him to pause slightly. Bai Yi, use the sword aura that Hui Jian left for you right now. In a situation like this, why would Old Man Feng suddenly bring up that old man? Back when he first learned that Hui Jian's avatar, possessing only 1/5 of his strength, was a peak upper god, Sumyubai had been extremely shocked. Only later did he realize that the gap between peak upper gods is even greater than the gap between an upper god and an ordinary person, as long as one is a powerhouse at the World Lord level. Let alone 1/5. Even 1% of their strength is enough to reach the peak of the upper god realm. Now, suddenly hearing Old Man Feng say this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the old geezer is also in existence at the Rule Sovereign realm, just like Senior Yumu? Although he didn't understand why, since Yi Yuan had said so, Sumyubai did not hesitate to release that temporary Law of Shadow clone, which he hadn't used for a long time. Moreover, he consumed all 4 remaining uses in one go. In the current situation, naturally, the more he used, the better. Besides, Sword Chi wasn't exactly expensive for Hui Jian anyway. He could just freeload more later. As Heidi's massive web of insect silk descended, a surge of law fluctuations suddenly erupted from within Sumyubai's body. Logically speaking, such fragile law fluctuations should have been annihilated instantly on this battlefield of rules. However, Hui Jian's power proved to be extremely resilient. It held on stubbornly and rapidly condensed into 4 identical figures. A petty trick. And you dare to show it off before an expert? Looking at these 4 clones at the peak of the upper god realm, Heidi let out a cold, disdainful snort. But immediately after, she frowned slightly. Why did these figures look somewhat familiar? Yumu sensed this familiar aura, and his divine soul power swept over instantly. The next moment, as if he had suddenly remembered something, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. Also stunned was Shenghen, the balanced sovereign of the god race. If that guy's true body had come, it might have been of some use. But what is the point of clones at a time like this? Watching the 4 shadow clones condensing before Bai Yi, Shenghen was utterly baffled. 4 of them, not far away. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow, then suddenly realized. Smiling as he placed his chess piece down, the wood god realm suddenly trembled, and a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on one of the shadow clones. Divine light flickered on the surface of that shadow clone, and a brilliant sword chi soared into the sky. Jung. A crisp sound of a sword ringing echoed through the heavens. The remaining 3 shadow clones instantly turned into streams of light, merging into the clone enveloped by the beam of light. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Demon Realm, in the Dark Universe, a small private spaceship had just finished a spatial jump and was moving at high speed. Inside the ship, Hui Jian was lounging lazily on a sofa, holding a wine gourd, sipping as he muttered to himself. I wonder if Old Man Yumu can hold them off. As he spoke, he reached for the wine gourd again, preparing for another drink. But his hand suddenly froze in mid-air. In an instant, Hui Jian felt his power drop significantly. What the hell? Who the fuck stole my power? The wine gourd in Hui Jian's hand vanished instantly, and he sprang up from the sofa, but the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind, that brat Bai. Needless to say, this kid must have run into trouble. Has he already emerged from the tributary of the River of Time? Hui Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. After he couldn't contact Bai in the Golden God Kingdom earlier, he had contacted Feng Yuan directly. Therefore, he was currently on his way to the ruined starfield. However, the myriad demon realm was simply too vast. Even with a sovereign-level spaceship, he couldn't arrive in a short time. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Hui Jian seemed to understand something. Without a second word, he waved his hand to store the spaceship and sat cross-legged in the dark space. The next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, and his entire body transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing from the dark space. Replacing him in his original spot was a shadow clone. Immediately after, this shadow clone also disintegrated and dissipated completely. The power contained within the clone naturally returned to Hui Jian's true body. Chapter 931. Showing off like the wine, Death Realm, Undead World, Ruined Starfield. What? Xing Heng's eyes suddenly widened, staring in disbelief at the figure within the beam of light. The original shadow clone had suddenly transformed into Hui Jian's true body. One had to know that there was a blockade here set up by King Li using a treasure. That was a treasure capable of sealing even the entrance to the River of Time. What kind of formation had Yi Yuan used to be able to summon Hui Jian's true body directly here? At the same time, King Li's pupils also constricted sharply. Only he knew best what the effects of his treasure were. Yet, someone had managed to appear directly inside the sealed area. Did that mean his blockade was all for nothing? However, he immediately dismissed this thought. If Yi Yuan could truly transfer clones and true bodies at will, wouldn't he have found a way to transfer Bai Yi way long ago? Therefore, there must be something special about this kind of transfer. Perhaps the person being transferred was very special. Thinking of this, Kang Li couldn't help but carefully examine the figure in the beam of light. Ling Shang's gaze also shifted over at the same time. The next moment, both of their pupils shrank. It was actually this guy. Wasn't he already dead a long time ago? At the same time, the mocking voices of the other four rule sovereigns from the two races rang out. Ha 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 ha, is that it, Yi Yuan? You're not doing so well, are you? What's the point of going through all that trouble to bring in a Lord of Laws? Don't tell me he's as monstrous as Bai Yi. Have you given up? It seems you also know that Bai Yi has no way to escape today. Clearly, they did not recognize Hui Jian, nor did they notice the change in the expressions of Kang Li and the others. It's you. Heidi also seemed to recall who Hui Jian was, and her expression turned ugly instantly. As the beam of light dissipated, Hui Jian's figure appeared completely on the battlefield. At this moment, he was clad in dark battle armor, his long silver hair fluttering in the wind, with a long sword strapped to his back. His face still wore that perpetually sleepy expression. Hui Jian ignored Heidi, instead flashing in front of Sumyubai and grinning. Kid, at your most critical moment, I have made a dazzling entrance to save you. Aren't you moved? Sumyubai's mouth twitched, his expression somewhat strange, because he could see Hui Jian's status window clearly. Shadow Chasing Sword God Hui Jianshadao Race Stateless Low Lord Realm Vitality, 99 Realms, Divine Soul Peak High God of Yin Body, Peak High God Combat Power, Top Tier Realm Lord Panel Combat Power, excluding other methods treasures, Rule Grand Dao, Shadow Rule, Destruction Rule, Rule Grand Dao Fusion Degree, 99.99%, 99.99% 9 Pattern Ultimate, 9 Pattern Ultimate Authority, Level 1 Shadow Authority, Level 2 Destruction Authority, the once renowned Shadow Chasing Sword God who traversed the myriad worlds, later vanished without a trace. Speaking of which, Hui Jian's stats were not weak. Even among top-tier realm lords, he would definitely rank near the top. After all, he possessed Level 2 Destruction Authority. However, such combat power was completely insufficient on this current battlefield, let alone the other main gods. Even Heidi's projection avatar, which had been slain earlier, was not something Hui Jian could handle. Yet Yi Yuan's words, combined with the confidence Hui Jian displayed and Heidi's darkening expression, left Sumyubai feeling confused. He immediately prepared to activate the Zhuanshan Divine Pupils. but was interrupted by Hui Jian patting his shoulder. "All right, stop looking. You'll know in a moment." As he spoke, he looked at Heidi and raised an eyebrow. "Are we still fighting? If not, I'm taking this kid and leaving. I acknowledge that you are an anomaly, but you won't be taken by you away so easily." Heidi had regained her composure, and 8 spider leg-like spears emerged from behind her, stabbing toward Hui Jian at high speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the sound of air being torn apart rang out, terrifying main god power and rule power surged forward. Although these 8 spears were not rule-level supreme treasures, they were still high-level low-grade artifacts. As high-level low-grade artifacts, the power they exerted in Heidi's hands was something no law lord could compare to. After all, the materials used to forge high-level low-grade artifacts were also of the rule level. Troublesome. Hui Jian curled his lip, his sword already unsheathed before anyone noticed. Clang! At the same time, the sword shadow split into 8, instantly colliding with Heidi's spears. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the wood god realm. Hui Jian's face turned pale. "Kid, why are you still standing there? Do something? You really think I can beat a main god?" Sum Yubai rolled his eyes. "If you can't beat her, why are you acting so cool?" Truly, acting cool is like the wind, always by your side. However, deep in his eyes, a flash of shock appeared. The strength Hui Jian displayed, while indeed inferior to Heidi, as symbiotic overlord, was far beyond any law lord. Even Sum Yubai did not believe he was currently a match for Hui Jian. This old guy, how is he this strong? Then, by what right could the death god and the slaughter god be called the strongest high gods of the myriad worlds? Although he didn't understand why Hui Jian was so strong, Sum Yubai suppressed his doubts and shock, channeling the power of the heart of reincarnation with all his might. Reincarnation divine domain activate. No, to be precise, what the heart of reincarnation was activating now was no longer a divine domain, but a divine realm. Even if it was an incomplete divine realm, it was still a reincarnation divine realm. In Sum Yubai's hypothesis, to create reincarnation, one must fully comprehend multiple supreme rules. This must include at least chaos, time, space, life, death, and fate. In other words, the reincarnation rule was an existence that transcended the 9 supreme rules, and the reincarnation divine realm was naturally incomparable to an ordinary divine realm. Although his current reincarnation divine realm was incomplete and lacked much power, it was already enough for this battle. In an instant, Sum Yubai's reincarnation divine realm carved out an entirely new world within Yumu's wood god realm. Extra update for today, chapter 932. Utterly shocked, Sum Yubai's reincarnation divine realm instantly carved out an entirely new world within Yumu's wood god realm. Although the 2 divine realms could not merge, they did not conflict with each other either. However, the main gods present had their worldviews shattered once again by this scene. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kang Li dodged a spear strike from Yumu, his pupils dilated. How could Bai Yi possibly possess a divine realm? His divine realm? Even my own divine sense cannot penetrate it. Is this reasonable? Ling Shang also stared blankly at the area enveloped by the reincarnation divine realm, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that Bai Yi has already broken through to the rule overlord realm? There is absolutely no such possibility. Not to mention that we didn't feel any vibration of the rule Grand Dao. Just looking at the human race's current ranking on the myriad races list, Bai Yi definitely hasn't broken through yet. But how is he able to activate a divine realm? The shock brought by Sum Yubai's reincarnation divine realm was even greater than when he had slain Heidi's projection avatar earlier. A divine realm is not a divine domain. The latter, while only accessible to those at the high god realm who could borrow the power of a godhead, could be mastered in advance by some gifted individuals without condensing a godhead, just like the god race prodigy Zhu Xiaoyu and the dragon race prodigy Ocean. But a divine realm is different. The prerequisite for mastering a divine realm is to fully comprehend a rule Grand Dao. Those who have fully mastered a rule Dao are all existences at the rule sovereign realm. In other words, in the god realm, only a rule sovereign can master a divine realm. Today, Bai Yi has once again shattered this rule, before fully merging with a rule Dao and breaking through to the rule sovereign realm. He has already mastered a divine realm in advance. Moreover, This divine realm is so powerful that even their divine sense cannot inspect the situation within it. From igniting the fire of faith, to breaking through the limits of the Lawmaster realm, and now to mastering a divine realm. This freak Baiyi seems to have been born to shatter the common sense and understanding of all worlds. For a moment, the battle outside the Samsara divine realm came to a halt because of this. Because the main gods of both races knew very well that whether their goal could be achieved this time depended entirely on Heidi. However, after Huijian's true form appeared, they actually didn't hold much hope in their hearts. Although Huijian was only a lawmaster, before Baiyi appeared, he was the greatest anomaly in all the worlds. His strength was indeed no match for a rule sovereign, but almost no main god could kill him either. Now, with the addition of this freak Baiyi, it would be very difficult for Heidi to achieve his goal. Nevertheless, Kang Li and the other main gods of the two races still stared fixedly at the occasionally trembling Samsara divine realm, hoping for a miracle to happen. They understood that if they couldn't succeed this time, it would be even more impossible in the future. Yumu and the other powerhouses on the human side, seeing that they had stopped attacking, naturally enjoyed the leisure. It is extremely difficult to make an existence at the rule sovereign realm fall. The goal of Yumu and Yi Yuan was merely to save Baiyi. If they didn't have to fight, there was naturally no need to waste their energy. As for the grudge this time, it wouldn't be too late to settle it once the human race had recovered its strength. Inside the Samsara divine realm, kid, not bad. You've even mastered a divine realm. Huijian praised while parrying Heidi's 8 long spears. Heidi's expression, however, was extremely ugly at this moment, and a look of obvious shock flashed in his eyes. You are just a lawmaster. How could you possibly master a divine realm? Care to guess? Sumyubai grinned, and the phantom of the death rule emerged behind him, instantly merging into his body. Death Authority Death Edict. Now that there was no shortage of death energy, the descent of death had become a permanent state. As soon as Sumyubai made a move, he went all out. He not only directly mobilized the 3rd level Death Authority but also extracted hundreds of strands of faith power from his godhead, directly imbuing them into this attack. The word death, condensed from rule Dao patterns, instantly transformed into an edict, fluttering toward Heidi. Although it didn't look fast, everything along its path seemed to fall into a state of stillness. At the same time, the sword of creation in Sumyubai's hand also slashed toward Heidi. And that wasn't all. The wheel of time and space condensed out of thin air, hovering above Sumyubai's head. Time rule time acceleration, time rule time deceleration, space rule space shattering, space rule space folding. With the level of time rules Sumyubai could mobilize at his current realm, it was impossible to pause Heidi's time. But accelerating himself and Huijian, and slightly influencing Heidi, was still achievable. Although the space rule couldn't harm Heidi, it could still cause him some interference. After all, when Sumyubai mobilized the wheel of time and space, he was using the supreme divine power of time and the supreme divine power of space. Moreover, his own strength was far beyond the Lawmaster realm. Bang, bang, bang. The heart of Samsara within his chest beat powerfully, providing the greatest support for Sumyubai's cross-realm battle. Sumyubai, who wanted to test his current limits, poured everything into his first strike. However, the moment this series of his methods was unleashed, it made Heidi's already wide eyes bulge even further. Death Codex, Wheel of Time and Space. These two rule treasures were items that every rule sovereign dreamed of. Yet now, both had appeared in Baiyi's hands. What kind of fortune did he have to deserve this? The Wheel of Time and Space was one thing, after all. Although that person was not human, they had always stood behind the human race. It was perfectly normal for that person to leave a treasure like the Wheel of Time and Space to the human race, and for the human race to then pass it on to a monster like Baiyi. Heidi could fully accept this point, but why was the Death Codex also in Baiyi's hands? The shock had not yet ended when Heidi's mouth dropped open even wider. While suppressing Huijian and dealing with Sumyubai's attacks, he stared fixedly at the two treasures that had suddenly appeared within the Samsara divine realm. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Lush leaves swayed as the world tree appeared out of thin air, taking root in the center of the Samsara divine realm. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the Sea of Death, with its golden surfaced waves, surged and roared. instantly filling the entire Samsara divine realm. You actually even have the world tree, and this sword. A soul-type rule treasure. A glint of greed could not help but flash in the depths of Heidi's eyes. If one were to speak of coveting the world tree, the Zerg could definitely be called the most among all races. They dreamed of devouring the world tree to transform it into their own endless power. But following the disappearance of the life sovereign, the world tree had also vanished without a trace, leaving the Zerg with nothing to covet. Now, he had actually seen the world tree inside Bai's divine realm. Chapter 933. The reason for Huijian's strength. It wasn't just the world tree. The gray-white ocean filling the entire divine realm also made him want to claim it for himself. Soul-type rule treasures were the treasures the Zerg loved most. The original Soul Sovereign had also been a powerhouse of the Zerg. Adding the sword in his hand, that's already 5 rule treasures. The foundation of the human race is actually this strong. Heidi was shocked to her core. The greed in her eyes laid bare for all to see. 5 rule-level treasures were enough to drive any sovereign god to madness. At this moment, Heidi, the Symbiosis Sovereign, finally unleashed her greatest power. Boom. Her 8 spider leg spears shimmered with divine light as the great Tao of the Symbiosis rule descended, and the power of her authority erupted completely. Symbiosis Authority Symbiotic Projection. In an instant, an identical clone stepped out from within Heidi's body. Even the 8 spider leg spears behind her were manifested. This was a level for Symbiosis Authority, capable of instantly splitting off a projection clone that possessed 50% of the original body's combat strength. Heidi's original body went all out against Huijian. Although her combat strength was not considered top tier among rule sovereigns, she was clearly suppressing Huijian. However, it was evident that while Huijian was at a disadvantage, he was in no immediate danger of falling. With just 1 man and 1 sword, despite being at the Law Lord realm, he was actually holding off the frenzied assault of Heidi as Symbiosis Sovereign. At the same time, Heidi's symbiotic projection launched an attack directly at Sumubai. As long as you hand over these treasures, I swear that the Zerg will never interfere in the affairs of the human race again. In her view, a symbiotic projection with 50% of her original strength was absolutely something Bai could not withstand. You old hag, are you dreaming? Before Sumubai could even speak, Huijian retorted sharply. Every one of his sword strikes, in addition to the Shadow Rule and Destruction Rule, clearly contained another type of power. It was the existence of this very power that gave Huijian the strength to contend with a rule sovereign. Of course, at this moment, Huijian was also absorbing a massive amount of sovereign god power. However, because the amount of supreme destruction god power was too small, he could only absorb the shadow sovereign god power to boost his strength. If you want my treasures, come and take them yourself. Sumubai spoke coldly, mobilizing the power of treasures like the heart of reincarnation to their fullest. The Death Scripture and the Wheel of Time and Space shone brilliantly, bestowing their power upon Sumubai. The world tree shot out a multitude of vines, constantly interfering with both of Heidi's bodies. With Sumubai's current cultivation level, the power of the world tree was far superior to before, even without regard for the cost. Not even Heidi could ignore its attacks. The power of death within the Sea of Death constantly washed over Heidi's body, and the soul impact within the seawater had already reached the threshold of a rule sovereign. These 2 rule-level creations now had the ability to affect sovereign gods. Jung. The sword of creation shimmered with divine light, the divine power of creation flowing over the blade. Sumubai transformed into a streak of sword light, relying on the power of his many treasures to fight Heidi's symbiotic projection to a standstill. What? Heidi's expression froze. She clearly had not expected such a result. She had originally thought that as soon as her symbiotic projection acted, she would be able to take down Bai in no time. At that point, with only Huijian left, he would be nothing to fear. Yet, she never imagined that Bai's strength would be this formidable. Huijian relied on a complete rule great Tao that did not belong to the myriad worlds. But what did Bai rely on? Heidi thrust all 8 spears out, forcing Huijian back in an instant, her gaze sweeping over the 5 rule-level treasures in Sumubai's possession. These alone could never allow a law lord to possess the power to contend with a rule sovereign. In the hands of a law lord, rule-level treasures could not possibly unleash their full power. So, What other treasures did Bai Yi have that he hadn't revealed yet? Thinking of this possibility, Heidi felt a jolt of alarm. However, Hui Jian did not give her much time to think, as he had already closed in once more. As he passed by Sumyu Bai, the latter moved his divine sense, and a small, transparent bottle appeared in Hui Jian's palm. "Senior, use this, you brat. You've got quite a few good things on you." Without even needing to look, Hui Jian could already sense that powerful force of destruction. He was overjoyed and immediately absorbed all 100 drops of supreme destruction god power from the bottle. Boom! A powerful force surged upward, and Hui Jian's strength increased once again. Now, as he fought Heidi, he would no longer be so passive. Before the supreme destruction god power was exhausted, he possessed nearly 90% of the combat strength of an ordinary rule sovereign. Sumyu Bai felt the strange power on Hui Jian's sword and already had some guesses in his heart. This was also a type of rule power, and a complete one at that. However, it was clear that this rule did not belong to the myriad worlds. This situation was different from the rule of creation, because the latter was simply information missing from the myriad worlds game, and the myriad worlds acknowledged that supreme rule. But Hui Jian's rule Great Tao was not recognized by the myriad worlds. Precisely because of this, although he had mastered a complete rule, he remained only at the Law Lord realm. On the status panel, there was no extra description either, compared to the rule sovereigns of the myriad worlds. Hui Jian's combat strength was much weaker, because his rule Great Tao was not recognized. He could not truly break through to the rule sovereign realm. His divine body had not undergone transformation, and his divine power was far inferior to sovereign god power. However, it was not an easy task for a rule sovereign to kill him. Sumyu Bai could see that the rule this old man Hui Jian had mastered was one with extremely powerful killing intent. Even Heidi was doing her best to dodge his sharp, aggressive sword moves. In terms of pure attack, the current Hui Jian was even faintly stronger than Heidi, the symbiosis sovereign. For a time, Hui Jian fought Heidi's original body, while Sumyu Bai went one-on-one with Heidi's symbiotic projection. Both battlefields were locked in a stalemate. For a moment, all three felt a sense of urgency. Heidi was anxious because she had been unable to secure a victory after a long assault. For her to give up was naturally impossible, not to mention the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. The rule-level treasures Bai Yi possessed were enough to make her fight until the very last moment. In her view, whether it was Hui Jian or Bai Yi, as long as their supreme god power was exhausted, they would be lambs waiting for the slaughter. As for Sumyu Bai and Hui Jian, they were worried about the situation outside the divine realm of reincarnation. The human race, after all, is no longer at the peak of its former glory. If the monster race and the mechanical race were to have allies, that would be disastrous. Furthermore, among the helpers on the human side, 3 of the main gods are merely projected avatars. If the battle drags on for too long, the power of these projected avatars will be depleted. Therefore, it is imperative to end this battle quickly. Both sides reached the same conclusion, and the intensity of the battle escalated rapidly. "Kid, whatever tricks you have left, use them all. Dragging this out won't be good for us." Hui Jian's voice echoed in Sumyu Bai's mind. The latter frowned, and just as he was about to send a telepathic message, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears, making his eyes light up. Taking a day off today. Chapter 934. A breakthrough on the spot. Now, cheating on the spot. Shadow chasing sword formation. Clang. The sound of swords rang out, suddenly echoing throughout the Samsara god realm. The supreme destruction divine power within Hui Jian's body erupted with terrifying force, and the precious sword he controlled instantly split into a sky full of sword shadows. Countless sword shadows transformed into a surging, roaring sea of sword chi, bearing down directly upon Heidi's true form. The sheer power of this strike was so great that even Heidi, a main god at the rule sovereign realm, had to treat it with solemn gravity. Although the rule Great Tao mastered by Hui Jian is not recognized by the myriad worlds, his attacks, bolstered by the supreme divine power to compensate for the energy gap, were still not to be underestimated. After all, the sword Tao has always been centered on slaughter. The reason Hui Jian's strength was affected was entirely because the current myriad worlds are incomplete. Just as Sumyu Bai saw in the land of origin, Newly generated low origins wither and collapse before they can even grow. Only when the myriad worlds truly become complete can Huijian officially break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm and become a Sword Dao main god with immense killing power. Heidi spread her arms, and the 8 spider leg spears behind her turned into aftershocks. As her powerful main god energy surged, she resisted Huijian's shadow-chasing sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of sword shadows collided with the divine energy barrier surrounding her. Although her expression was grave, it was clear that Huijian's attacks could not break through her defenses in the short term. After all, while the Supreme Destruction divine power is strong, it is not Huijian's own power. Moreover, 100 drops of Supreme Destruction divine power cannot withstand such consumption for too long. Huijian pinched a sword seal, controlling the shadow-chasing sword formation to attack Heidi's true form while sending a telepathic message to Sumyu-bai. Kid, whatever tricks you have left, use them all. Dragging this out won't be good for us. Sumyu-bai understood this logic as well. However, having only just broken through recently, even though he had exhausted all his means, it was still difficult to defeat Heidi's symbiotic projection. This projected avatar was condensed from the power of authority and possessed half the strength of Heidi's true form. Sumyu-bai was only at the Law Lord realm, and without having mastered a complete rule great Dao like Huijian, being able to fight Heidi's symbiotic projection to a standstill was already incredibly heaven-defying. Now, to quickly finish off his opponent, Sumyu-bai had only one option left: summoning the projection of the Death Sovereign. Although it would only be the most basic projection, with less than 1/10 of Mingtu's strength, Mingtu was, after all, a supreme god completely incomparable to any main god. Even if it were just her projected avatar, Heidi could not possibly be a match for it. However, summoning the Death Sovereign's projected avatar would inevitably cause a massive disturbance. Sumyu-bai could not guarantee whether the Samsara God realm could mask this aura of death. If the aura leaked, the Rule Sovereigns outside the Samsara God realm would all know. Exposing his identity as the calamity of the myriad races was a small matter, but the impact of the Death Sovereign's return on the myriad worlds would be far too great. Furthermore, even if he summoned the Death Sovereign's projection, Sumyu-bai was not confident he could completely kill Heidi. At that point, the fact that he could summon the Death Sovereign's projection would inevitably be spread by her to everyone. This was not something Sumyu-bai wanted to see. Therefore, Sumyu-bai hesitated for a moment. He was contemplating how much chance he had of finishing off Heidi if he summoned the Death Sovereign's projection and joined forces with Huijian. Just as he was frowning and preparing to ask Huijian via telepathy, a notification suddenly rang in his ears, making his eyes light up. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a law path. This system notification could be considered unremarkable. After all, Sumyu-bai had already begun merging for Supreme Rule Great Daos. Among them, the Death Rule and the Fate Rule had both been merged to the extreme level of 9 patterns. A new law path, for the current Sumyu-bai, could not improve his strength in the slightest. After all, beginning to merge a Rule Great Dao meant that he had already comprehended all the law paths contained within that Rule Great Dao. And the reason a look of joy flashed across Sumyu-bai's face was precisely because of this. He had already fully comprehended the law paths contained within the 4 supreme rules: death, fate, time, and space. The new law path he had just comprehended naturally did not belong to these 4 Rule Great Daos. In fact, on the Myriad Worlds game's low interface, even the name and description of this law path were question marks, because it was something he had comprehended from the Rule Great Dao contained within the Sword of Creation when he used it. This meant that this was a law path belonging to the Rule of Creation. Sumyu-bai's current level of comprehension was only 0. For any other peak upper god, even comprehending a complete creation-type law would be meaningless. But Sumyu-bai was different. He could cheat. As long as he comprehended a law path, it meant he could immediately begin merging the Rule Great Dao. At that moment, he would become an existence capable of merging 5 Rule Great Daos simultaneously. Most importantly, Sumyu-bai had learned from inspecting the information on the rules of the Great Dao within the Void Rift that, in the history of the Myriad Worlds game, no one had ever managed to fuse 5 rules of the Great Dao simultaneously. Therefore, the moment the system notification sounded, Sumyubai abandoned the idea of using telepathy to ask Huijian and decisively moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target law prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1 Tier 2, or add a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, a massive amount of strange energy appeared out of thin air around him. This energy surged into his divine soul, instantly flooding his mind with a vast amount of information regarding the laws of creation. Rumble. At the same time, the entire samsara divine realm began to shake violently. Not only that, but even the external wood god realm was trembling incessantly at this moment. The power of the wood-type main god surged and roared, as if welcoming the arrival of a superior being. It's the descent of a rule of the Great Tao. Someone has fused a new rule of the Great Tao. It's not Yuan. That guy's aura hasn't changed at all. Bai Yi. It must be Bai Yi. This fluctuation of the rule is exactly the same as the one emitted by the sword in his hand. What kind of rule is this? A supreme rule. It must be a supreme rule. I can feel the slaughter rule I've mastered trembling. The rule sovereigns of both races had their pupils constrict. If it weren't for Yumu and the other main gods holding them back, they would have already charged into the samsara divine realm to find out what was happening. First update provided, one more to follow. Chapter 935, Want to Know, Beg Me. A rule of the Great Tao has descended. Inside the samsara divine realm, Heidi felt the sudden arrival of the unfamiliar rule of the Great Tao and looked at Sumyubai in shock. What exactly is this rule? Heidi did not know how many paths of law under this rule of the Great Tao Sumyubai had mastered previously. Therefore, in Heidi's eyes, Sumyubai's cheating behavior looked more like an on-the-spot breakthrough. However, the descending rule of the Great Tao was extremely powerful. She could feel the symbiosis rule she had mastered trembling. This sense of oppression could only be brought about by a supreme rule. This was the main reason for Heidi's shock. Huijian also glanced at Sumyubai in surprise. He had never seen the rule of the Great Tao that was descending at this moment either. When Sumyubai first freeloaded his way to promoting a rule of the Great Tao, it had taken him a full half-month. But that was because his divine soul at the time was too weak. Even with the Sea of Death bearing the rule of the Great Tao of Death, Catastrophe could only slowly instill it at a pace he could accept. But things were different now. His divine soul at the peak of the upper god realm, combined with a vitality that had broken through the limits of the Law Lord realm, allowed Sumyubai to absorb the improvements brought by Catastrophe in the span of a few breaths. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears once again. Prompt: Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully comprehending all laws under the rule. Prompt: Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully comprehending a rule of the Great Tao. Prompt: Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to fuse 5 rules of the Great Tao simultaneously. Reward: When the system notification reached the reward, it suddenly stopped abruptly, as if it had jammed. This was the first time Sumyubai had encountered such a situation. However, since he was still in the middle of a battle, he had no time to ponder this issue. Raising his sword to block the attack from Heidi's symbiosis projection, Sumyubai exerted all his strength to drive the heart of samsara within his chest, boosting his power. At this moment, there were already 5 different rule Tao patterns on this incomplete heart of samsara. Among them, Death and Fate were both 10-fold rules of the Great Tao, with the last one still missing a tiny sliver to reach perfection. However, breaking through this final bottleneck was extremely difficult. After all, once he broke through, Sumyubai would be able to become a new supreme god. The white space rule Tao pattern and the black time rule Tao pattern were both only single-fold and very short. Now, there was an additional purple gold creation rule Tao pattern. Its length was exactly the same as those of time and space. Sumyubai had only just begun to fuse all 3 of them. The greatest improvement they brought was not in the power of the rules themselves, but in enhancing the power of the heart of samsara. To be precise, the appearance of these rule Tao patterns was causing the incomplete heart of samsara to gradually become complete. When Sumyubai entrusted his rules of the Great Tao to the heart of samsara, he understood that this was the way to make it whole. Bang, bang, bang. The heart of samsara beat powerfully within Sumyubai's chest. With the addition of another rule of the Great Tao, the power it provided had also increased. as more powerful samsara energy entered his body. Sumyubai's combat power rose once again. The battle, which had previously been evenly matched, saw a shift in the situation. The symbiosis projection, which possessed 50% of Heidi's true body's strength, was now beginning to fall into a disadvantage, although it wasn't obvious. It was enough to make Heidi feel incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have only just begun to fuse this rule of the Great Tao. How could your strength possibly increase? She did not understand. Fusing a new rule of the Great Tao at the Zero Pattern realm shouldn't even be able to increase the strength of an ordinary world lord. So how could Bai Yi suddenly become stronger because of it? This was a situation that not only Heidi, but no creature in the myriad worlds could comprehend. After all, an unknown great treasure like the heart of samsara was something only Sumyubai, the cheater, possessed. And only Sumyubai could increase his strength in such a way. Want to know? Facing Heidi's question, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. As he struck with his sword again, he laughed, "Beg me not," as he spoke. His attacks became increasingly fierce. The Death Codex and the Wheel of Time and Space shimmered with radiance, their power growing in tandem with Sumyubai's rising strength. The Sea of Death and the World Tree were no different. While Heidi's true form remained unaffected, her symbiotic projection had already begun to feel the pressure. "You are courting death." Hearing Bai Yi tell her to beg him, Heidi was instantly consumed by fury, frantically burning the power of her symbiotic projection in an attempt to suppress her opponent. But after fusing with the fifth rule Great Tao, Sumyubai had become composed and at ease when facing Heidi. It was just that securing a victory remained difficult. Sumyubai was waiting for the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game. He believed that any reward capable of causing the Myriad Worlds game's notification sound to glitch must be exceptionally generous. After a long while, the system notification sound finally rang out once more. However, contrary to Sumyubai's expectations, the first thing to sound was not the notification for the rewards. Notification. The rule Great Tao you have comprehended has filled a data deficiency in the Myriad Worlds game library. This notification left Sumyubai slightly stunned. Data deficiency, the rule of creation, unlike the rule of the sword that he had previously mastered, was inherently one of the supreme rules of the Myriad Worlds. It was just that after the fall of the Return to Ruins, there was no information regarding the rule of creation within the Myriad Worlds game. It wasn't just the Myriad Worlds game. The entire Myriad Worlds had been wiped clean of everything concerning the rule of creation. Now, by using Cataclysm to freeload his way into promoting the rule Great Tao of creation, Sumyubai had finally allowed this rule Great Tao to return to the Myriad Worlds. Immediately following this, the previous system notification sounded again, but this time, the name of the rule was no longer a question mark. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully comprehending all laws under the rule of creation. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully comprehending a rule Great Tao. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule Great Tao of creation. Reward. Kung 50% fusion degree for this rule Great Tao, and 1 infusion of origin power. Notification. A Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be made. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 5 rule Great Taos, and for helping the Myriad Worlds game fill a data deficiency. Reward. 1 opportunity to enter the land of origin. Notification. A Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be made. The rewards from the Myriad Worlds game did not disappoint Sumyubai, however. The very last system notification that followed caught him somewhat off guard. My dear patrons, my income has plummeted recently, so I've had to find a day job. I truly can't manage 3 chapters a day anymore. But I can guarantee a stable release of 2 chapters. Chapter 936, Bai Yi. It's Bai Yi again. The moment Sumyubai successfully freeloaded his way into promoting the rule Great Tao of creation, the entire starry sky of the Myriad Worlds suddenly shimmered with a sky full of glowing clouds. This sudden scene did not occur in one specific realm, but appeared simultaneously in every corner of the Myriad Worlds. No matter where they were, whether deep in an underground karst cave or within an independent secret realm, as long as they were within the Myriad Worlds, Every living being who looked up could see the magnificent spectacle that filled the entire firmament. These were no ordinary glowing clouds. The clouds presented a noble and mysterious purple-gold hue. The light soft yet containing an indescribable, immense power. Within the light, countless tiny, flickering phantoms of worlds were rising and falling. There were scenes of creation being enacted, where all things flourished and civilizations thrived. Countless scenes blended perfectly within this sky-filling purple-gold radiance, forming a harmonious and supreme artistic conception. An unprecedented, vast, and boundless pressure of rules, like a gentle tide, quietly washed over every corner of the myriad worlds. This pressure was not overbearing, nor did it carry any aggression. Instead, it gave people a sense of warmth, inclusion, and the peace of mind one feels when returning to their mother's womb. But every living being who felt this pressure, especially those powerhouses, could not help but feel a tremor and awe from the depths of their souls. It was an absolute gap in the hierarchy of life. Although they could not see any information from the spectacle, all creatures in the myriad worlds suddenly had a realization in their hearts. It was as if the myriad worlds had become different from what they were in the past. What is this? Has the sky changed? What happened? Such a comfortable feeling. But why is this or so unfamiliar? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching the Omen. What kind of rule fluctuation is this? Why has this sovereign never felt it before? This powerful aura is definitely a supreme rule, but it is different from the fluctuations and auras of the 9 supreme rules. Countless beings in the myriad worlds looked up in a daze, completely shocked by this miracle that covered the entire world, their hearts filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, compared to the bewilderment of ordinary beings, those powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, especially the rule sovereigns who governed other rules, reacted far more intensely and profoundly. And at this moment, the place where the most main gods were gathered was the Death Realm, the Undead Realm, and the Ruined Star Domain. Within Yumu's Wood God Realm, the sky was now also filled with glowing clouds. Whether it was the rule sovereigns of the demon race and the mechanical race, or the powerful existences on the side of the human race, all were stunned by this scene. And like other creatures in the myriad worlds, the rule sovereigns present knew very well that this scene was triggered by Bai Yi, because the aura of the rule Great Tao that descended with the glowing clouds was exactly the same as before. The 10th Supreme Rule. Has Bai Yi actually created the 10th Supreme Rule? The god race's sovereign of balance, Xinghen, could not help but mutter. The other rule sovereigns were also wearing expressions of shock. Clearly, they did not know that the rule of creation had originally existed in the myriad worlds, which was why they now believed that Bai Yi had created the 10th Supreme Rule. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kan Li's eyes widened, somewhat hysterical. How could Bai Yi possibly create the 10th Supreme Rule? That's right. If he could create the 10th Supreme Rule, wouldn't he have directly become a supreme god? Zero Entropy did not believe it either. Divine light flickered in the eyes of it and the other 2 mechanical race main gods as they continuously scanned the radiant glow filling the starry firmament. Within their pupils, massive streams of data were calculating at high speeds. However, no matter how they calculated, they were unable to detect this completely unfamiliar supreme rule. These mechanical race rule sovereigns, possessing cold logic, experienced an overload and a logical dead loop in their massive computational cores for the first time. All information regarding the rule of creation was something that had never been recorded in their databases. How could this be? Ancestor Kumpeng stared blankly at the radiant sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though it wasn't clear whether it was out of fear or rage, he could not understand it. The 6 main god-level powerhouses of the monster race and the mechanical race had arrived together solely to execute a mere lord of laws like Bai Yi. Not only had they failed to succeed thus far, but the result had actually led Bai Yi to trigger such a phenomenon. Such a phenomenon was something that even they, the high and mighty rule sovereigns, had never witnessed before. Every rule sovereign understood that the appearance of the 10th Supreme Rule meant that the power structure of the myriad worlds would be completely shattered and reshaped. The old balance would perhaps be overturned. And just as the sentient beings of the myriad worlds were immersed in shock and confusion, that familiar yet cold myriad worlds game announcement sounded once again, echoing deep within the souls of all living beings as if the ultimate answer had been revealed. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the great Tao of the rule of creation. This is hereby announced, may players of all races learn from him to receive generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 5 great Taos of rules, and for helping the Myriad Worlds game supplement missing data. This is hereby announced, may players of all races learn from him to receive generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. The rule of creation is one of the 10 supreme rules, ranking alongside the rule of time, rule of space, rule of fate, rule of life, rule of death, rule of destruction, rule of chaos, rule of power, and rule of luck. Now, the rule of creation has officially returned to the Myriad Worlds, and the rules of the Myriad Worlds have been supplemented, becoming more complete. Players of all races may henceforth attempt to comprehend the great Tao of the rule of creation and the paths of the creation type laws. This is hereby announced. A full 60 announcements scrolled and broadcasted continuously. The sound of the announcements was like billions of thunderbolts, striking fiercely at the hearts of all living beings in the Myriad Worlds. Although the final announcement explained that the rule of creation was one of the supreme rules, which seemed unrelated to Bai at first glance, judging from the first 2 announcements. This thing had been brought about by him. In an instant, all doubts had answers. All shock had a sourced out Bai. It was Bai again, that human prodigy who had just broken through the limits of vitality and caused a tremor across the Myriad Worlds. Not only was he not dead, but in such a short time, he had stirred up another earth-shattering event that swept across the Myriad Worlds. He had comprehended the 10th supreme rule, the rule of creation. He had become an unprecedented fuser of 5 rules, and even supplemented the missing data of the Myriad Worlds game. Any one of these achievements, taken individually, would be enough to be remembered for eternity and shake the universe, and now, they were all concentrated on one person, concentrated on a human lord of laws. The name Bai was destined to become an indelible memory for the entire Myriad Worlds. Chapter 937. The Carnival of the Human Race. Hiss. At this moment, the only sound left in the entire Myriad Worlds was the intake of cold breath. All players were left numb and brain dead by the terrifying amount of information contained in these 3 announcements. Creation Rule. The 10th Supreme Rule, simultaneously fusing 5 great Taos of rules. Is he even human? How is this possible? Supplementing the missing data of the Myriad Worlds game. Is this really something a Lord of Laws can do? Other Lords of Laws certainly couldn't, but if it's Bai, why do I suddenly feel it's quite reasonable? Are there few miracles created by Bai? Who said before that he would definitely die at the hands of the monster and mechanical race main gods? How is it now, the human race? It seems they are rising again. No, they have already risen again. Why was such a peerless prodigy like Bai born into the human race? Oh, vast heavens! Why are you so unfair to me? It's over. My blood race is finished. I should hurry and find a way to run. The human race's retaliation will likely come soon. Fear, awe, disbelief, fanatical worship. Various complex emotions spread wildly in the hearts of all races in the Myriad Worlds, especially those races that held deep blood feuds with the human race. They were now in despair. They could only pin their hopes on the rule sovereigns of the monster and mechanical races to truly kill Bai at any cost. Otherwise, the human race would definitely take back everything that should have belonged to them under Bai's leadership. Bai was simply an anomaly. Other geniuses, no matter how strong their talent, needed time to grow. But this guy, Bai, seemed to be cheating all the way, his strength increasing rapidly, many times. The means and plans prepared by various races were useless before they could even be executed, because Bai's strength had already reached a new realm. Who could one reason with about this? Compared to other races, the humans across the Myriad Worlds were currently holding a carnival. This was because the Myriad Worlds announcements triggered by Bai were not limited to just the 3 mentioned above. Just as the 60-fold broadcast of the Myriad Worlds announcements ended, another announcement rang out across the entire Myriad Worlds once again. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human race for entering the top 20 on the Myriad Races ranking. This is hereby announced. Nay, races that have not yet made the list continue to work hard and strive to reach the myriad races ranking as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. In fact, ever since the human race had made it onto the myriad races ranking, their ranking had been steadily rising. It was just that the progress back then was very slow, even though Sumyubai possessed combat power at the level of a top-tier world lord. He still could not bring about a significant rise in the human race's ranking. The reason was that the gap in the human race's foundation was simply too vast. Under normal circumstances, possessing 9 world lord level powerhouses such as Yuan's, Kongyu, and Yuchu should have been enough for the human race to at least enter the top 100. Alas, the losses suffered by the human race during the last great upheaval were far too severe. Despite having 9 world lord level powerhouses, there were hardly any high gods among them, compared to other races on the myriad races ranking that had accumulated strength over countless epochs. The disadvantage was truly overwhelming. Even if most of those 9 world lord level powerhouses were at the top tier level, it was not enough to bridge the gap in sheer numbers. Furthermore, the rankings on the myriad races ranking were determined by the myriad worlds game, which only scanned each creature's realm and their combat power as shown on their status window. Strength attained by Sumyubai through the use of treasures, or combat power brought about by Yuan's long-term strategic planning and constant deployment of formations, were not factored into the calculation. Therefore, prior to this, Sumyubai's breakthrough had not been able to cause the human race's ranking on the myriad races ranking to soar. But this time, it was clearly different. World Lord level powerhouses could not bridge the gap caused by numbers, but the existence of a main god level entity absolutely could. After the heart of reincarnation of Sumyubai gained the Tao patterns of the creation rule, combined with the rewards from the myriad worlds game, the improvement it brought him was beyond imagination. Although Sumyubai might not yet fully possess main god level combat power, his own strength had already far exceeded the limits of the Lawmaster realm. He alone was enough to bridge the gap in the number of Lawmasters compared to other races, directly leading the human race into the top 20 of the myriad races ranking. This meant that every race currently ranked above the human race was backed by a main god at the rule sovereign realm. Sumyubai had merely freeloaded his way into promoting the great Tao of the creation rule. Yet it caused the human race's ranking to directly surpass all races that lacked a rule sovereign. How could the human players not be excited and thrilled by such an announcement? The prestige of being in the top 20 of the myriad races ranking made every human player in the myriad worlds instantly feel the dormant power within their bodies awaken. This was the power of their bloodline. However, it was not the bloodline of any other race, but the purest human bloodline. Now, just like those truly powerful races, the human race had awakened its own unique bloodline power. Human players across the myriad worlds saw their strength soar to varying degrees in an instant. In such a situation, how could they resist having a grand celebration? At the same time, a human race announcement rang in their ears. Myriad Worlds Human Race Announcement. Due to the human race successfully entering the myriad races ranking at 15th place, all human players will receive the following bonuses. Myriad Races Ranking Bonus 15 Human Race 1. Awakening of Human Bloodline Power. The more talented the human member, the stronger the bloodline power, and vice versa. 2. EXP required for leveling up increased to 100 to 1000 times. Initial attributes increased to 1000 to 100. 0 points. Base free attribute points gained upon leveling up increased to 2000 to 20,000 points. The specific magnitude of the increase is determined by the grade of the bloodline power. Players who have already leveled up will also receive retroactive compensation. 3. Initial luck Kung 60. Initial comprehension Kung 40. 4. Base lifespan increased to 2,000 to 20,000 years. 5. The quality of awakened talents is significantly improved, and the probability of awakening high-tier talents is greatly increased. Players with top-tier human bloodlines are guaranteed to awaken an SSS-ranked talent. Players with high-tier human bloodlines will awaken at least an S-ranked talent. The effects of already awakened talents will also be improved to a certain extent, excluding SSS-ranked talents. 6. Based on the grade of the bloodline power, affinity with laws is increased, and the difficulty of comprehending the path of laws is reduced. 7. Based on the grade of the bloodline power, Soul quality and soul strength are significantly improved. 8. The stronger the bloodline power, the lower the difficulty of condensing a divine body and divine soul. 9. Players with top-tier human bloodlines, upon meeting the requirements for comprehension, will have a certain chance to master a very small portion of rule authority from their own talent skills. The power brought by the bloodline was an essential improvement. From this moment on, the human race would no longer be the race that everyone else called naturally weak. Chapter 938 Human Geniuses Gather, Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the far North Star Sector. There was a hidden small secret realm here, which served as the place of seclusion for Q and other high-level members of the human race. The starry sky trembled as a small private spaceship appeared out of thin air. The rippling spacer on it indicated that it had just performed a space jump. This was a sovereign-level spaceship. Immediately afterward, another small private spaceship jumped through space and arrived. Before long, more than a dozen spaceships appeared in this starry sky one after another. After Yuchu obtained a large number of sovereign-level spaceships from Sumubai, he kept only one for his own use and handed the rest to Yuan for distribution. The lights of the spaceships illuminated the dim starry sky, flashing as if they were exchanging greetings. As several of the spaceships projected divine power and used secret techniques to activate the local formations, the entrance to the secret realm hidden in the starry sky slowly emerged. Only after these spaceships filed in one by one did the formation ripple, hiding the vortex-shaped entrance once again. These spaceships were sent to pick up human geniuses from all over the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds was so vast that even with so many sovereign-level spaceships, the human race could not bring all the geniuses over so quickly. This was only the first batch. After delivering them, these spaceships would depart again to continue picking up human geniuses from even further away. Inside the secret realm, it was not the picturesque landscape or the place filled with immortal or one might imagine, but an incomparably vast, silent starry sky that seemed to have been carved out separately. Countless massive, faintly glowing floating stone platforms moved slowly along a mysterious trajectory. Each platform was incredibly spacious, large enough to accommodate 10,000 people. There was no air here, no sound, only the purest energy and the profound backdrop of the universe. An old man dressed in a dark blue robe floated quietly above the largest stone platform in the center, as if he had existed there since the dawn of time. His features were ancient and simple, his eyes warm and peaceful, yet they seemed to contain the weight and wisdom of the entire starry sky. He simply stood there, no oppressive aura radiated from him, yet he naturally became the center of this secret realm. The old man was named Q, the current supreme leader of the human race, an ancient existence who had survived for who knows how many epochs. Although he was not a master of rules, he was a standout among the top-tier world lords. Sovereign-level starships sailed silently into the secret realm, docking precisely at different floating stone platforms. The cabin doors opened, and young figures flew out one after another. These geniuses, hailing from every corner of the human territory across the myriad worlds, mostly still wore expressions of days from crossing space, mixed with irrepressible curiosity and excitement. For many of them, this was their first time riding a sovereign-level starship, and even more so, their first time arriving at the hidden sanctuary of the human race's supreme leader. When their gazes touched upon Q, who stood with his hands behind his back on the distant platform, all their noisy thoughts instantly calmed, replaced by a sense of awe and reverence that welled up from the depths of their bloodlines. It was as if wanderers had returned home, meeting an elder who served as their anchor. Every genius, regardless of which star domain they came from or which family or faction they belonged to, spontaneously and quietly bowed slightly toward the main platform, their movements uniform and synchronized. Q's gaze slowly swept across these young faces, looking at the vitality flickering in their eyes. A subtle, imperceptible ripple finally stirred in his warm and peaceful gaze. It was gratification, hope, and an even heavier sense of responsibility. He did not speak immediately, but slowly raised his right hand and gave a gentle flick toward the void. The entire secret realm trembled slightly. The next moment, all the floating stone platforms stopped their movement and slowly adjusted their positions, finally arranging themselves in neat, concentric rings around the main platform, much like a star system. Every genius felt their body lighten as a gentle yet irresistible force supported them, landing them steadily onto their respective platforms, all facing the center. This ensured that every genius could clearly see and hear him. Only after doing all this did Q speak slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed with strange clarity in the ears of every genius, even resonating directly within the depths of their hearts. Carrying a power that smoothed away all restlessness, children. The simple word, carrying the unique kindness of an elder, instantly bridged the distance between him and all the geniuses. Welcome here, the future fire of the human race. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly once more, taking in every young face. Now, feel the power of the bloodline awakening within you. Because of his great achievements, our human race has surged forward on the myriad races ranking, having ascended to the 15th position. Q's voice seemed to carry magic. Every word struck the hearts of the young geniuses. On the platforms, all the young geniuses felt their bodies trembling involuntarily. They felt the blood that had been flowing calmly within them suddenly turn into molten lava, beginning to boil, to burn. Those who could be brought here by sovereign-level starships were, without exception, the top geniuses of the human race. The bloodline power they awakened was naturally of the highest tier. Streams of ancient power were being ignited and awakened from the deepest parts of their bloodlines. My power, it's growing, so hot. I feel like I have endless strength. My comprehension of the laws, it seems to have become clearer. Is this the bloodline awakening? Exclamations and cries of ecstasy erupted across the various platforms. The degree of awakening and the resulting boost varied for each genius, but without exception, everyone received tangible benefits. A comprehensive improvement in aptitude, insight, strength, and soul intensity. This was the collective blessing bestowed upon the entire race as a result of the feedback from the human race's ascension to the 15th rank on the myriad races ranking. It was the concrete change brought to the human race by Sumyu. At the very front of the crowd, a figure stood as straight as a spear, a hint of fanaticism hidden deep within his eyes. Lord Bai, have you reached this step so quickly? You truly are a monster. Notification. Congratulations to player Longzi for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. As the system notification sounded in his ear, Longzi clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his power. Bloodline power primarily affected beings below the Law Lord realm. After all, once one reached the Law Lord realm, the most important thing was to comprehend the path of Lo's. And Longzi, the frost god of slaughter, had already begun to fuse the great Tao of rules before Bai appeared. He had always occupied the position of the #1 genius of the human race. Even so, Longzi could still feel the improvement brought to him by the bloodline power. Now, his comprehension of the rules of destruction and the rules of ice was clearly sharper than before. Many problems that had once troubled him were now suddenly clear. As long as he spent some time in contemplation, he would be able to take a further step in both major rules. Chapter 939. The Gift of Time. Notification. Congratulations to player Xingjun for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Notification. Congratulations to player Liu Yun for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Within the crowd, human geniuses continued to awaken top-tier bloodlines, and Xingjun and Liu Yun were naturally among them. Both were currently at the lower god realm, and the moment their top-tier bloodlines awakened, they felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Liu Yun had once met Sumyu briefly, though he had originally intended to protect Sumyu from the shadows as a guardian. However, before he could even see Sumyu, he had been captured by the Blood Clan's middle god, Louisa. In the end, it was Sumyu who turned the tables and saved him. However, being able to be scouted and mentored by Huijian, his talent for the sword was naturally peerless among the human race. The speed of Boss Bai's progress is truly incomprehensible. Li Yun couldn't help but sigh. He felt that not much time had passed since they last met. At that time, he had already reached the early stage of the lesser god realm, while Boss Bai had only just broken through to the 8th tier legendary level. In such a short time, his own breakthrough to the mid-stage of the lesser god realm could already be considered rapid progress. Yet, Boss Bai had now managed to raise the human race's ranking on the 10,000 races leaderboard to 15th place all by himself. His own minor improvements were simply not worth mentioning compared to Boss Bai's. Indeed, Bai's breakthrough speed is simply too fast. Xingjun, standing to the side, nodded in deep agreement. Compared to Li Yun, Xingjun's feelings were clearly even more profound. Although he hadn't met Bai many times, he had been a witness to Bai's growth ever since they were in the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods. From the moment Shichuji reported the information that Bai's class was the Sovereign of Death, Xingjun had been keeping a close eye on him. From Bai single-handedly invading the Sakura Kingdom, to triggering a beast tide on his own and destroying the Sakura capital, and then taking the title of the human race's prodigy at the Prodigy Tournament. From conquering the Koryu Kingdom ahead of schedule to forcibly breaking into the treasury of the Holy Empire, even after Bai left the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods early to enter the undead realm. Xingjun had been silently watching him from the Divine Dragon Palace. Even later, when he himself entered the Myriad Worlds, the human announcements and Myriad Worlds announcements that rang out from time to time forced him to passively receive information about Bai. It hadn't even been a year since the Blue Star, where Bai resided, was pulled into the Myriad Worlds game. Among the human geniuses present, no one was more shocked than Xingjun. However, like Li Yun, he was able to become a disciple of Feng Yuan, so his talent was naturally among the top tier of human geniuses. "Brother, do you also know Boss Bai?" Li Yun looked over curiously. From the burly man beside him, he could faintly sense a hint of a threat. Clearly, the other party's strength was no weaker than his own. Both of their weapons were swords, but Li Yun used a one-handed longsword, while Xingjun used a greatsword. Xingjun was slightly stunned, then slowly spoke. "I know him. It's been quite a long time, I suppose." Less than a year was like a snap of the fingers to him, but compared to the time Bai had spent in the Myriad Worlds game, it could indeed be called a long time. A long time. Li Yun's eyes lit up. "Quick, tell me about Boss Bai's glorious past deeds." Notification. Congratulations to player Sancha Kingfeng for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Notification. Congratulations to player Han Tabei for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Notification. Congratulations to player Feng Yexiaxio for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Sancha Kingfeng and the others were also among the crowd. After leaving the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods, they had been brought here. They were still only at the 8th tier legendary level, so the boost brought by the bloodline power was extremely significant. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras surged into the sky from the group after awakening their top-tier human bloodlines. Although their cultivation realms hadn't changed, their strength had undergone a leap in quality. Their base attributes, combined with the free attribute points gained from leveling up, caused their stats to multiply several times over in an instant. Now, these top human geniuses could already be considered half-step sane extermination level beings. If the human race's ranking on the 10,000 races leaderboard were to advance further into the top 10, they would be able to become true sane extermination level beings. The boss really doesn't leave any room for others to live. Han Tabei's eyes were filled with worship, and at the same time, a trace of relief flashed deep in his eyes. Once upon a time, he had even thought about dealing with Bai. Fortunately, he had witnessed Bai's true strength at the East Sea City Plaza and decisively chose to admit defeat. Otherwise, he suspected the grass on his grave would already be several meters high. The commander is a god. We can only look up to him. Fenjiek Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and Sancha Kingfeng, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Don't even think about catching up to the commander. Since the human leadership has summoned us this time, there must be arrangements. What we need to do is take this opportunity to improve our strength as much as possible, striving to fight side by side with the commander in the future. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Q, who sat on the main stone platform. Q looked at the young people below, whose auras were constantly rising and who were filled with a mix of surprise and joy, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He waited patiently until everyone's aura gradually stabilized before speaking again. At this moment, the eyes of all the geniuses had become brighter, filled with confidence and longing. They were filled with endless gratitude and worship for that Bai, whom they had never met. Children. Q's voice returned to a calm state, yet it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. The myriad worlds are surging with wind and clouds, opportunities and crises coexist. Although our human race is currently ranked 15th, there are countless those who covet, envy, and hate us. We must never slacken due to a moment of prosperity. Powerful strength requires a matching state of mind and control. Our rising race also needs the support of more powerhouses. Summoning you all here today is to bestow upon you a gift of time. As he spoke, Q slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the deepest part of the secret realm. Following the direction of his finger, the space there slowly pulled apart like a curtain to both sides, revealing the scene hidden behind it. It was a tower. A giant tower whose magnificence and antiquity could not be described in words. The tower was not made of solid matter, but was constructed from countless flowing black time runes and white spatial crystal walls intertwined together. It spanned the entire secret realm, with no visible top and no visible bottom. As if it connected the past and the future. Around the tower, time and space were distorted. Even light would undergo strange refraction as it passed through that area. A vast, desolate, and terrifying aura, as if it could command the very flow of time, slowly awakened, spreading outward like an ancient behemoth that had been slumbering for billions of years. Chapter 940. The greatest foundation of the human race. After that majestic tower was revealed, every genius present felt as though their soul was being drawn into the distorted space-time with just a single glance, causing their perception of time to become chaotic. What a terrifying treasure! Longzi's pupils constricted sharply. That terrifying power of rules meant that this was undoubtedly a rule-level treasure. Furthermore, it was a rule-level treasure that did not require a user to operate it. In other words, this tower would not be limited by the user's cultivation realm or strength. And like other rule-level treasures such as the Death Scripture or the Wheel of Time and Space, as long as there was a sufficient supply of energy, this treasure could fully unleash all the power of a rule-level treasure. As the former strongest genius of the human race, Longzi had naturally met with Q and other high-ranking human leaders. He had even visited this secret realm more than once. Yet, he had never seen this towering structure before. He had never even sensed the aura of this tower. It was easy to imagine just how well the human race had kept this tower hidden. Could this be the legendary time-type rule-level treasure? Doesn't that mean if we cultivate inside, we will have more time? I wonder how many times the time dilation inside the tower is. I heard the god race possesses a secret realm where the internal time flow is 10,000 times that of the myriad worlds. His 10,000 times the time flow. How is that any different from cheating? Don't think too much. Although our human race has risen thanks to the great Bai, our overall strength is still very weak. If this tower can provide even 1,000 times the time flow, it would already be excellent. The human geniuses on the stone platform whispered among themselves as they looked at the magnificent tower that had suddenly appeared. The vast majority of them did not know that the human race had once possessed a glorious history. When a person's strength and vision are limited, even their dreams are constrained. This was just like Dunpo Kankyong, the weakest among the group of geniuses. When he first entered the Myriad Worlds game, he had just happened to hear the human race announcement triggered by Bai. At that time, he didn't even know that there was a saint extinction level above the mythical level, let alone the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Therefore, Dunpo Kankyong had assumed that the foreign true god whom Bai had killed across tiers was merely a 9th tier mythical level boss. Vision greatly limits a person's thoughts. Dunpo Kankyong had only just managed to break through to the 4th tier. This speed was indeed far ahead of others in the No. 777 God Forbidden Land. But here, he was completely at the bottom. The lowest ranked human genius present was at the 7th tier epic level. Before their bloodline powers had awakened, Dunpo Kankyong still had the confidence to defeat some of them. But after the human bloodline power awakened, he knew he was truly at the bottom. Because he already possessed a demigod level bloodline power within him, he was unable to fully awaken his human bloodline power. Due to your bloodline not being pure, you can only receive a 50% bonus effect. Moreover, as his realm increased, the effect of the human bloodline enhancement would become lower and lower. This was the second time Dunpo Kankyong felt that the demigod level bloodline he had obtained by chance was not a good thing. The first time he felt this way was when the human race had just returned to the myriad races ranking. At that time, He had asked the emperor of the Great Jia dynasty, who had suddenly appeared, if he could purge the bloodline power within him. It was a pity that the other party only said it was not possible for the time being. Thinking of this, Dunpo Kangkyong couldn't help but clench his fists. It's fine. Just as the teacher said, even if fully integrating the bloodline changes one's race, as long as one's heart belongs to the human race, one will always be a member of the human race. Time and space. Within the crowd, Xingjun felt the fluctuations of the aura emanating from the tower, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Could it be something left behind by that person? He had heard a little about the information regarding the space-time sovereign from his teacher and senior Huijian. Xingjun knew that the human race had once had a glorious period of dominating the myriad worlds. And the strongest person standing behind the human race at that time was the legendary space-time sovereign of the myriad worlds. After this tower appeared, its aura was so distinct that he immediately thought of that figure. Sure enough, Q's next words directly confirmed his inner guess. This tower is named the Tower of Time and Space. The moment Q's voice rang out, everyone fell silent, clearly extremely interested in the information about this tower. It was built by the legendary space-time sovereign. It is a powerful rule-level treasure, and it is also the greatest foundation of our human race and the key to our resurgence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although many still did not understand what a rule-level treasure meant, the description of it being the greatest foundation of the human race and the key to our resurgence made them understand just how powerful this tower was. Everyone held their breath, continuing to listen to Q's introduction. In order to build this tower, the space-time sovereign crossed the river of time and space several times, collecting a vast amount of resources and materials from within the space-time turbulence. From the outside, it is just a tower, but in reality, the Tower of Time and Space contains a complete world nearly the size of a realm. A look of obvious fanaticism flashed in Q's eyes. He paused before continuing. In addition to this, the tower has a certain connection to the origin land of the myriad worlds. Although the connection is extremely vague, those who are inside the tower can better comprehend various laws and rules. The origin land. For the vast majority of geniuses, this was an extremely unfamiliar term, but the ability to better comprehend laws and rules was something with immense appeal to any genius. Q continued to explain the functions of the Tower of Time and Space. To summarize, this rule-level treasure is essentially a miniature version of the Myriad Worlds game. It possesses all the functions of the Myriad Worlds game, including wild monsters and bosses. Though it lacks the vast expanse of the myriad worlds and the myriad races themselves, the handiwork of the Master of Time and Space is evident here, almost single-handedly. He replicated a miniature version of the myriad worlds game. As they learned more, the eyes of the human geniuses grew brighter and brighter. Finally, Q swept his gaze over everyone and delivered the final description. Within the Tower of Time and Space, different areas have different rates of time flow. In the areas with the highest flow, it can reach 100,000 times, 100,000 times. All the geniuses widened their eyes in an instant, their breathing becoming ragged and their hearts pounding wildly. 100,000 times the rate of time flow. What did this mean? It meant that while others cultivated for one day, they could cultivate for nearly 300 years inside the tower. Furthermore, the Tower of Time and Space had a vague connection to the origin land, allowing people to accelerate their comprehension of laws and rules. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation condition was this? This was practically cheating. It was like using a hack. The immense sense of fortune and opportunity stunned every genius present. However, a doubt flashed through their minds. With such a good thing available, why had the human leadership only brought it out now? Chapter 941. By his skyrocketing strength, the excitement of the crowd was plain to see. And naturally, Q also saw the confusion flashing in their eyes clearly. However, he did not explain. He simply waved his hand and said solemnly, "Do not be happy too soon." Although the Tower of Time and Space is excellent, it also carries immense pressure and risks. The higher the level, the faster the time flow, but the greater the burden on your physical body, soul, and willpower. If you force yourself into levels that exceed your capacity, at best you will be severely injured, and at worst, You may be assimilated by the chaotic temporal turbulence, or die from the frantic depletion of your lifespan and soul power. How much benefit you gain and how far you can reach depends entirely on yourselves. Now go. Cherish this hard-won opportunity. Become as strong as you possibly can. The future of the human race needs you to uphold it. As his voice fell, a black and white token instantly appeared in Q's palm. This token of his seemed to have some differences from the one Bai possessed. The black and white token flashed with divine light, acting like a key to officially unlock the Tower of Time and Space standing within the secret realm. Rumble. The towering structure merely trembled slightly, yet it brought a world-shaking sensation to everyone present. The massive light gate at the very bottom of the Tower of Time and Space slowly opened, revealing a mysterious passage inside filled with flowing light and distorted space-time. For the human race, Q shouted in a deep voice. For the human race. All the geniuses had raging fires burning in their eyes, suppressing their excitement. They let out a thunderous roar. As beams of light descended, the human geniuses on the stone platform vanished rapidly, clearly having entered the tower. Only after all the human geniuses had entered the Tower of Time and Space did Q shake his head slightly. After more than 9 epochs of preparation, it can finally be opened. The Tower of Time and Space had always been hidden within this secret realm, but in the past, they had no way to activate it. Although this rule-level treasure was not restricted by the user's strength or realm and could unleash its full power directly, everything had its pros and cons. The energy required to drive it was extremely vast. The human race had been preparing for so long, even freezing some geniuses born in previous epochs. All for this very moment. Only in an epoch that birthed a monster like Bai was it truly worth opening the Tower of Time and Space. Originally, the first person to enter this tower should have been Bai, but the extent of Bai's monstrous talent far exceeded the expectations of all the human leadership. In fact, from the moment Bai entered the undead realm, Q and the others had already begun preparing to open the Tower of Time and Space. It was just that now that the preparations were complete, Bai seemed to have little need for it anymore. He was improving too quickly. Not only could his enemies not keep up, but even the plans of his allies could not keep pace with the changes in Sumubai's strength. I hope you do not disappoint the human race. Q stared at the Tower of Time and Space. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and pointed a finger, hiding it once again. With the formations that Yi Yuan had prepared over countless epochs in this secret realm, they did not need to worry about the aura of the Tower of Time and Space leaking out in the short term. However, under normal circumstances, it still needed to be kept hidden to prevent any accidents. After sighing with emotion, Q sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He still had to wait for other human geniuses to arrive. The moment these human geniuses emerged from the Tower of Time and Space would be the true time for the human race to rise again. The current ranking of 15 was entirely supported by Bai alone. It was far too precarious. A truly powerful race could never rely on just one person. Death Domain, Undead Realm, Ruined Star Sector. Inside the Reincarnation Divine Realm, Sumubai's aura skyrocketed instantly, as if he had broken through some bottleneck. However, his realm remained that of a lawmaster. This sudden improvement came from the heart of reincarnation, and the bloodline awakened within his body. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for awakening a top-tier human bloodline. Theoretically, when creatures in the myriad worlds were born, the highest bloodline they could awaken was of the demigod level. However, that was only possible for the 10 top-tier races. Currently, the human race was ranked 15th and could not yet produce players who awakened demigod-level bloodlines. Therefore, even for a heaven-defying monster like Samubai, what he awakened was only a top-tier bloodline. But this did not have much impact on him. Bloodline influenced the realms before the Lawmaster stage more than anything else. Even a demigod-level bloodline mostly just enhanced one's affinity for laws. In this regard, for Sumubai, who had never used a cheat before, this was almost meaningless. What truly allowed his strength to skyrocket this time was the reward from the Myriad Worlds game. Notification. You have comprehended a portion of the true meaning of creation. The fusion degree of the creation rule Great Tao has significantly increased. Current fusion degree 50.01%. The fusion degree of the creation rule Great Tao at the 5-pattern realm could not actually make Sumyubai stronger. However, it allowed the heart of reincarnation to draw closer to completion, unleashing even more powerful strength. In an instant, the suppression power of the divine realm of reincarnation doubled, and Sumyubai's aura surged violently. Not only that, but as his strength skyrocketed, the power unleashed by the Sword of Creation, Death Codex, Wheel of Time and Space, World Tree, and Sea of Death all instantly saw a massive increase. And possible, even if you have started fusing the 5th rule Great Tao, you cannot suddenly become this strong. Feeling Bai's soaring strength, Heidi shook her head in disbelief, bordering on madness. However, Sumyubai's Sword of Creation would not reason with her. Clang. A crisp sword hum rang out, and the defenses of this symbiotic projection of Heidi, which possessed 50% of her true body's combat power, were instantly breached. At the same time, a precious scroll manifested behind Sumyubai, a powerful soul fluctuation, condensed to an extreme degree, instantly submerged into the spirit of Heidi's symbiotic projection. Divine Dream Scroll Enter Dream. The power of this treasure had also increased significantly, and Heidi's symbiotic projection was actually affected instantly. What? Another rule-level supreme treasure. Heidi's true body's pupils constricted. But this was clearly not the time for surprise, because the Sword of Creation in Bai's hand, already imbued with several supreme divine powers, had slashed into her symbiotic projection. Chapter 942. A sword strike that amazed Huijian. What? Another rule-level supreme treasure. Heidi's true body's pupils constricted. But this was clearly not the time for surprise, because her symbiotic projection had already fallen into a lethal death trap in an instant. Boom! The power of reincarnation within the divine realm of reincarnation suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure even greater than before, causing Heidi's symbiotic projection to falter. Divine realm of reincarnation suppression. Following that, the soul rule condensed into a beam of light, instantly submerging into the spirit of Heidi's symbiotic projection. And her gaze went blank. Divine Dream Scroll Enter Dream. Rumble. Within the roaring, surging sea of death, the impact effect constantly battering Heidi's spirit also reached the rule sovereign realm. It was precisely because of the continuous influence of the Sea of Death that Heidi's symbiotic projection fell into a dream instantly. Sea of Death impact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, emerald green vines shot out across the sky, turning into countless streams of light. Ignoring her true body, they headed straight to entangle her symbiotic projection, wrapping her up like a rice dumpling in almost an instant. Not only that, but these vines were also continuously absorbing the life force of this symbiotic projection. World Tree Entanglement. Boom. The Death Rule manifested a massive projection, one hand dragging the symbiotic projection trapped in the dream state, and the other dragging Heidi's true body. Relying on Sumyubai alone, he naturally could not judge Heidi's true body, but she was currently entangled by Huijian and unable to break free, so she could only be drawn into the trap. Death Codex Judgment. However, the judgment of the Death Rule was unreasonable. To be precise, as long as one was on the judgment platform, Sumyubai's rules were the rules. With this judgment, Heidi's true body might become the greatest aid in judging her own symbiotic projection, unless she had the ability to break free from the influence of Sumyubai's authority and shatter the shackles of the death judgment. You old hag, stay put. However, Huijian clearly would not give her any chance. The Zhuiying sword suddenly flared with divine light, and countless terrifying sword auras erupted, rapidly condensing onto the blade, forcing Heidi to take the strike head-on. Damn it, how could this happen? A flash of anxiety appeared in Heidi's eyes. Although she was stronger than Huijian, she could not break through in a short time. Could her symbiotic projection withstand this attack? Thinking of this, even Heidi herself felt the situation was very grim. But there was no time for her to think now. The moment the judgment began, the wheel of time and space hovering above Sumyubai's head suddenly burst forth with dazzling black and white light. Heidi's symbiotic projection was frozen in the palm of the Death Rule's phantom, the expression on her face remaining completely unchanged. Wheel of time and space pause. With the blessing of numerous conditions, coupled with the dream-entering effect of the Divine Dream Scroll, Sumyubai finally managed to forcibly pause the time of a rule sovereign while only at the Law Master realm. Although it was only a symbiotic projection, this projection possessed half of Heidi's combat power. Such an achievement was absolutely unprecedented. Clang. The moment all these auxiliary means took effect, the sword of creation in Sumyubai's palm trembled slightly, and a crisp sword hum resounded throughout the entire divine realm of reincarnation. The next moment, Sumyubai transformed into a streak of sword light, passing by Heidi's symbiotic projection, and disappeared from the spot without stopping for a second. Sword of creation slaughter. It looked like a simple sword strike, but in reality, this was the first time Sumyubai had completely unleashed his full strength to rule-level creations. 5 major rule-level supreme treasures, plus the 5 supreme divine powers he had absorbed into his body, all exerted their force simultaneously. This sword strike was enough to amaze even Huijian. Little brat Baiyi, you really have found a unique path. Huijian raised an eyebrow. The technique of this sword strike was simply unsightly to him, but he had to admit that Baiyi's strike was indeed very strong. And it was ridiculously strong. Even he, as he was now, could not unleash such a powerful sword strike. The most crucial part was that this strike was also damn cool. This was not to say that Sumyubai had surpassed Huijian in the way of the sword, but rather that he possessed far too many powerful treasures and strength. Aside from Sumyubai, looking across the entire myriad worlds, who else could bring out such role-level treasures all at once? Still trying to scheme against the little brat Baiyi. Looks like you tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, didn't you? With Huijian's level of insight, he could naturally see what kind of effect this strike would achieve. Therefore, while he swung his sword again, he looked at the livid Heidi with a playful gaze. The latter clearly realized the outcome as well, and her heart couldn't help but sink. The symbiotic projection was derived from her own rules and authority. Once it was completely destroyed, it would inevitably cause her a certain degree of impact. At that point, she feared that her true body would suffer from the backlash and, in turn, be suppressed by Huijian. This was a situation Heidi had never anticipated. The moment Sumyubai unleashed this sword strike, she understood that the tide had turned against her. Her only option now was to leave immediately. Thinking this, a flash of unwillingness couldn't help but cross Heidi's face. She glared fiercely at Huijian and gritted her teeth, saying, "This deity will remember the humiliation of today, in the future." But before she could finish her sentence, Sumyubai had already vanished from his spot and was standing shoulder to shoulder with Huijian, his gaze flickering with cold, sharp light. "No need to remember it, because your true body is staying here today too." At the same time, the massive phantom of the death rule raised its left hand extremely high. Within its palm was Heidi's symbiotic projection, wrapped up like a rice dumpling by countless vines of the world tree. Judgment. Symbiotic projection defeated. Judgment result, death. The majestic voice of the rule's judgment rang out. The eyes of the manifested death rule phantom flashed with divine light as it opened its mouth wide. In the next moment, the portion of Heidi's divine soul contained within this symbiotic projection was completely devoured by the rule phantom. Even though the brief effects of the dream entry and time stop had already ended, it was too late. This part of her divine soul was absorbed completely without the slightest obstruction. Without the support of the soul's power, this symbiotic projection naturally could no longer exist. As the countless emerald vines retracted, they turned and shot directly toward Heidi's true body. With the disappearance of the manifested death rule phantom, Heidi's symbiotic projection ceased to exist, as if it had never appeared at all. After his strength had increased, Sumyubai had only needed one strike to kill Heidi's symbiotic projection. Although he had anticipated this result when he unleashed that strike, he was still shocked by the extent of his own current power. PFFT. The backlash from the destruction of the symbiotic projection caused Heidi to spit out a mouthful of divine blood. However, Sumyubai's next words made her laugh out of extreme rage. Chapter 943. Are you asking for it? Heidi's expression, which had been extremely ugly due to the destruction of her symbiotic projection, suddenly shifted into a laugh born of extreme fury. Sumyubai stood with his sword beside Huijian, looking at Heidi with a cold, piercing gaze, and said to Huijian in a low voice, "Senior, let's join forces today and keep her true body here as well." Although he called Huijian an old geezer in private, when out in public, he naturally had to give him some face. Since Heidi had seen so many of his treasures, Sumyu-bai would naturally not let her go if there was any possibility of stopping her. The moment the other party attacked, she had already become an enemy. When dealing with enemies, Sumyu-bai never had any intention of holding back. Since they were going to fight, it was best to kill her once and for all. It would be best if his many treasures could remain hidden for a little longer. However, this statement left even Huijin stunned, and he looked at Sumyu-bai with a strange expression. Keep Heidi's true body here, that was likely impossible. Any rule sovereign was not so easy to kill. Although Huijin knew that Bai's strength had greatly increased and that Heidi had suffered a backlash, it wouldn't be difficult for the two of them to defeat Heidi by joining forces, but wanting to keep her here permanently was almost impossible. However, Huijin did not speak, because he also understood that the little brat Bai was definitely not one to make empty boasts. Thinking of this, his pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that this brat still had some trump cards he hadn't used yet? Even so, Huijin did not believe there was much of a chance to completely finish off Heidi, because he knew exactly what the rule sovereign realm was. Huijin made this guess because he understood what kind of person Bai was. But the Zerg symbiotic sovereign Heidi did not know. Her eyes, which were so cold they contained not a shred of emotion, stared fixedly at Sumyu-bai as she laughed out of extreme rage. Ha 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 ha. You don't naively think that just because you destroyed my symbiotic projection, you can kill me, do you? I admit that you are now qualified to intervene in the battlefield of the main gods, but the terror of the rule sovereign realm is far beyond what you can imagine. Heidi looked at him as if he were an ignorant greenhorn, a sneer of disdain on her face. Today, I will let you witness what a true rule sovereign is. As her voice fell, her aura suddenly surged, and she actually returned to her peak state, as if she had never suffered any backlash at all. Rumble. Following that, Sumyu-bai's Samsara divine realm began to shake violently. A magnificent and powerful rule fluctuation suddenly descended. This was not Heidi's rule power, but the complete symbiotic rule great Tao of the myriad worlds descending upon this world. The complete rule great Tao suppressed everything. At this moment, the sea of death stopped flowing, and the vines of the world tree rapidly retracted. Although these two rule-level creations were powerful, they were still growing, and they would be affected when facing the complete symbiotic rule of the myriad worlds. At this moment, Heidi was the true rule sovereign, having completely mastered the symbiotic rule great Tao. At this moment, the power of his rules and authority reached their absolute peak. Such a trump card was something Huijin did not possess, for the great Tao of rules he mastered was not recognized by the myriad worlds, and thus could not be manifested. This was the greatest gap between him and a sovereign of rules. Now, do you still think you can keep me here? Heidi smiled with disdain, raising a hand to suppress the two of them. Every gesture he made was bolstered by the great Tao of symbiosis, magnificent in momentum and earth-shaking in pressure. Yet, facing such a situation, Sumyu-bai was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he smiled faintly. Who is truly the naive one? You will know soon enough. As he spoke, golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupil spun rapidly, attempting to see through everything about Heidi. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. Although his fusion of the rules of time and space was at a low level, he had already fused the rule of fate to the extreme of 9 patterns. Coupled with his rapid surge in strength, his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was now capable of perceiving partial information about a sovereign's true form. Sovereign of Symbiosis Heidi Zerg, Lord of the Symbiotic Realm, Sovereign of Rules Realm, Sovereign God Combat Power, Sovereign God Tao Fusion State, Great Tao of Rules, Rule of Symbiosis Authority, Authority of Symbiosis, Sovereign God True Form, normally Master's level for Authority of Symbiosis. Currently in a temporary Tao Fusion state, while the power of rules has surged, the power of authority has also reached level 5. Tao Fusion state. Sumyu-bai had learned of another unique ability of a Sovereign of Rules. In this state, Heidi was a part of the Great Tao of Symbiosis itself. To kill him completely would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Huijin had little confidence in being able to keep the other party. After all, wanting to detain Heidi in such a state was something neither he nor Bai could achieve alone, unless while completely sealing this place. One or even two more sovereigns of rules in the Tao fusion state were to arrive. This was the difficulty of completely slaying a sovereign of rules, but the next moment, the expressions of both Huijian and Heidi changed drastically. The former's eyes lit up, filled with shock. There is such a method. The latter's pupils shrank. A clear flash of terror crossing his face. Impossible. How could you possibly mobilize the power of the death realm? As Sumyu-bai activated the mystic heaven divine pupil, a token suddenly appeared in his palm, immediately following. The space-time where the divine realm of reincarnation resided was completely sealed. Authority of the death realm lord locked down. The authority of a realm lord was, in some respects, even stronger than the power of rules. The myriad worlds had never possessed anything like a realm lord token, so naturally, Huijian and Heidi could not understand how Sumyu-bai had accomplished this. However, Heidi quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "So what if you've sealed it? I do not believe you can keep it sealed forever." As he spoke, he turned to look at Huijian. "Make him lift the seal, otherwise, once I get out, I will surely be at odds with the human race until one of us is destroyed." "You damn thing! Are you threatening me now?" Huijian's beard bristled, and he raised his hand, slashing out with a sword. "Do you think you're something special?" The sky-filling sword formation was triggered instantly, transforming into a waterfall of sword chi that poured down toward Heidi. Admittedly, Huijian felt he couldn't keep Heidi, but that was no reason for the other party to threaten him. To put it bluntly, it was just that he couldn't keep him. It didn't mean they couldn't beat him if they worked together. And yet, you have the audacity to threaten me, at odds with the human race until one is destroyed. Then let's see you get beaten into a scurrying mess first, you. Heidi clearly hadn't expected Huijian to be so unyielding. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because he had suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura. And that aura was so familiar. Chapter 944, Lord Mingtu, you. Heidi clearly hadn't expected Huijian to be so unyielding. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because he had suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura. And that aura was so familiar. Sumyu-bai's Death Saint Codex suddenly erupted with a blinding gray-white divine light, and a power filled with the aura of death descended. Supreme divine power of death. Great Tao of the rule of death. Power of the authority of death. The three forces intertwined, radiating a terrifying pressure. Rumble, whoosh, wrestle. The divine realm of reincarnation trembled violently. The sea of death surged with monstrous waves. And the world tree suddenly began to sway. In the high sky, a giant, faint human face first appeared. Immediately after, the sovereign of death manifested from the gray-white divine light, his majestic body seemingly forged from extinguished stars and the origin of death. His head was shrouded in a rotating halo, and his black hole-like eyes devoured all vitality. His torso, covered in bone armor, was inscribed with flowing death runes. His left palm held the Death Saint Codex, and his right hand gripped a strangely shaped weapon. His lower body was hidden within the churning death energy, where countless pale bone hands floated. He was the embodiment of death itself walking in the world. The sovereign of death Mingtu. Although it was merely a projected avatar, its momentum and powerful pressure absolutely surpassed that of Heidi, the sovereign of symbiosis. The sovereign of death. Huijian's pupils shrank. He had never expected that a projection of the sovereign of death would suddenly appear here. But immediately after, he realized the appearance of the sovereign of death's projection definitely had something to do with the Brat Bai. So, this was the Brat Bai's greatest trump card. Lord Mingtu, you actually didn't die. Heidi looked at this scene in utter disbelief. Although all the sovereigns of rules in the myriad worlds had unanimously agreed that the sovereign of death had fallen, that was merely their speculation. While the possibility was extremely high, it was not entirely impossible that the sovereign of death had not perished. Now, that infinitesimal possibility had actually come true. Moreover, she had witnessed the arrival of the death sovereign's projection with her own eyes. This familiar aura of death, along with that terrifying pressure of death, who else could it be but the Death Sovereign? Furthermore, if the Death Sovereign had truly fallen, how could she possibly manifest a projection? Although Heidi was not a main god of the death attribute, She was extremely familiar with the Death Sovereign, because the rule of symbiosis was subordinate to the great Tao of the rule of life, and the rule of death had always been the greatest enemy of the rule of life. Precisely because of this, Heidi reacted in such a manner upon seeing the Death Sovereign, while she did not believe the other party had come for Sumyubai. At such a critical moment, what could be the intention behind the Death Sovereign suddenly manifesting a projection? What remains after a rule sovereign dies is merely a projection. It is impossible for it to possess such immense power. Even a supreme god like the Death Sovereign could not achieve such a feat. Therefore, the Death Sovereign must not have fallen yet. Heidi's train of thought was not wrong at all, but the answer she arrived at was absurdly incorrect. The mistake lay in the fact that she had no idea how monstrous Sumyubai's talent truly was. The catastrophe trait did not care whether the Death Sovereign was alive or not. As long as Sumyubai willed it, he could summon a projection of Mingtu out of thin air. Lord Mingtu, seeing that the Death Sovereign's projection ignored her, Heidi's heart sank. Yet she continued to speak toward the manifested projection. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Sumyubai, finger, strike, accompanied by a sharp shout. The vertical pupil at the center of Sumyubai's brow spun frantically, searching for the weak point in Heidi's main god power. And the sword of creation in his hand thrust forward instantly. At the same time, 2 rule-level creations, 5 rule-level treasures, and 5 types of supreme god power were simultaneously imbued upon him. Only with such an outburst could he possess the strength to battle a rule sovereign's true form. Of course, for the time being, even with such an outburst, Sumyubai was by no means a match for Heidi. After all, he was currently only at the Law Master stage, even though he had fused 5 Supreme Rule Great Tao's simultaneously, only to have been fused to the 9 pattern limit. Sumyubai's combat power at this moment came more from the incomplete heart of reincarnation and his many supreme treasures. However, as his strength continued to improve, even if he failed to truly break through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign stage, Heidi would sooner or later be no match for him. Moreover, he was not alone right now. Although Huijian was shocked by the sudden arrival of the Death Sovereign's projection, upon hearing Sumyubai's signal to attack, he struck with all his might without hesitation. Shadow chasing sword formation God Slayer, clang. The sound of swords rang throughout the reincarnation god realm. Thousands of sword shadows and sword chi merged into one in the starry sky, and a massive, flickering longsword condensed, slashing toward Heidi with terrifying killing power. Lord Mingtu is here, and you dare to strike? Heidi shouted sharply. The 8 spider-leg spears behind her were imbued with the great Tao of the rule of symbiosis, carrying the power of a 5th-level authority as they met the attacks of Sumyubai and Huijian respectively. Although she still did not understand why Lord Mingtu had suddenly descended, since the other party's attacks were already upon her. How could she just sit and wait for death while defending? Heidi's gaze remained fixed on Mingtu's projection. She knew very well that her fate would depend entirely on Lord Mingtu's decision. However, the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened, filled with terror. The Death Sovereign's projection was summoned by Sumyubai, and he had never had the habit of wasting words with enemies. As the 2 sides clashed, Mingtu's projection also made its move. In my name, judgment. A majestic and resounding voice emanated from Mingtu's projection. Boom! As if the words carried the weight of law. In an instant, the rule of death manifested a massive phantom. This phantom, whether in size or solidity, was incomparable to what Sumyubai could produce when using death judgment. After all, the method of using the death authority known as death judgment was created by Mingtu. When used by her projection, its intensity was naturally beyond what the current Sumyubai could compare to. The scales of death appeared. On one end was Heidi, and on the other was Mingtu, her expression cold, holding the death scripture and a peculiar weapon. As the terrifying pressure of the soul and the aura of death descended, Heidi's heart trembled, and she exclaimed in alarm, Lord Mingtu, it is true that I was wrong to trespass into the death realm, but my crime does not warrant death. As she spoke, the pressure and the sense of impending death she felt not only failed to diminish but grew increasingly powerful. Due to the suppression of death judgment, Heidi's aura withered significantly, and she could no longer withstand the combined attack of Sumyubai and Huijian. At this moment, Heidi finally fell into a complete panic. Chapter 945, Variable. However, was panic of any use? It was of absolutely no use. Facing Heidi's confusion and pleas for mercy, the Mingta projection, controlled by Sumyubai, remained silent, merely intensifying the force of the judgment. The scales of death tilted rapidly, and the end where Heidi was bound began to rise high into the air. The head of the majestic and ferocious manifested phantom of the rule of death drew closer and closer to Heidi. She could even see, within the pupils of that head, herself falling step by step into the abyss of death. This situation of watching death approach while being unable to struggle was the most despairing for any living being. Even a rule sovereign could not avoid it at this moment. Moreover, as the scales of death tilted, the pressure and the crisis of death that Heidi's divine body and soul had to endure became increasingly powerful. The strength she could exert was further restricted. In front of Mingtu's projection, even though she had temporarily entered the state of Tao fusion, it was to no avail. If it were merely a projection avatar of the underworld path, she could have found a way to break free from the restraints and escape to safety. But what was attacking her now was not just a projection avatar of the underworld path. The attacks from Sumyubai and Huaijian were equally impossible to ignore. Clang, clang, clang. Following a series of dense, metallic clashing sounds came the noise of sharp blades piercing flesh. Puchi, puchi. With her strength suppressed by the death judgment, Heidi could no longer perfectly defend against their frenzied onslaught. Huijian's shadow-chasing sword and Sumyubai's sword of creation had struck her almost simultaneously. These were not just two simple sword strikes. Both of them were determined to keep Heidi here permanently. Every move they made was relentless, with every strike aimed at taking her life. In an instant, the power of their rules and authority surged wildly into Heidi's divine body and soul, beginning to erode her strength and laws. Die, die, die. At the same time, the manifestation of the death rule flickered with divine light of death within its pupils, and the sounds of the great Tao resonated, shaking Heidi's soul. She felt dizzy and disoriented, her internal power draining away under the state of suppression. Damn it, this cannot go on. Heidi gritted her teeth, although she wasn't critically wounded just yet. If things continued like this, she could already foresee her end. However, facing the attacks from Huijian and Bai, combined with the suppression from the underworld path's projection avatar, she had no room to fight back, even if she broke free from the restraints. This space was completely sealed. Under normal circumstances, Heidi would have had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through such a seal. But now, trying to break this blockade while under the siege of three entities was nothing short of a pipe dream. Could it be that she was truly going to fall here? For a moment, a sense of despair welled up in Heidi's heart, but beneath that despair, a flash of inspiration also struck. She forcibly suppressed the injuries within her and suddenly looked up at Sumyubai, her pupils shrinking violently. It's you. The anomaly of the Death Sovereign's projection avatar, combined with all the previous signs, finally made her understand. This projection avatar was actually being completely controlled by this guy, Bai. But how could this be possible? Heidi was certain that even the Death Codex did not possess such power. How on earth did Bai manage to do this? It seems you aren't entirely stupid. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, though his attacks did not cease in the slightest. Huijian also remained silent, pouring out his sword techniques. From the moment the Death Sovereign's projection avatar descended, he knew Heidi was doomed. What was there to say to a dead person? Just finish the job. PFFT. Under their combined attacks, Heidi was finally severely wounded. She spat out a mouthful of divine blood, her soul trembling violently, her eyes looking with unwillingness at the approaching phantom of the death rule. Bai's confirmation was like a death warrant to her. Having learned so many secrets, how could the other party possibly let her go? If any one of the supreme treasures here were taken individually, it might not be enough to drive a large number of rule sovereigns into a frenzy. After all, offending the human race which possessed an unknown depth of heritage for the sake of a single treasure was not worth it. But did Bai only have one supreme treasure on him? If everything were exposed, even the rule sovereigns of the god race would go mad for it. As the saying goes, an innocent man is innocent, but his treasure is his crime. The current human race simply did not have the qualifications to possess so many treasures, let alone Bai alone, and fortunately, Even if Heidi wanted to notify the outside world, she lacked the ability to do so. The reincarnation divine realm had already blocked her communication devices and soul transmissions. Now that Samubai had used his domain master permissions to seal the reincarnation divine realm, Heidi had even less of a chance. Therefore, she had completely abandoned the thought of begging for mercy. All she could do now was struggle to hold on, trying to delay the arrival of death as long as possible, hoping for some variable or miracle to occur. Huijian and Samubai held the same thought, attacking with all their might. Both of them were also afraid of variables, wanting only to quickly finish off Heidi, this symbiotic sovereign. And the variables in the eyes of both sides were, naturally, the other rule sovereigns outside the reincarnation divine realm and across the myriad worlds: Death Domain, Undead Realm, Ruin Star Sector. Because Samubai had fused the great Tao of creation rules, the battle here had long since ceased. However, Yumu's Wood God Realm and Yi Yuan's formation remained in an active state until everything was settled. Neither of them dared to relax in the slightest. Bai's safety was more important than anything else at this moment. The expressions of Yumu and Yi Yuan were somewhat tense, their gazes fixed tightly on the constantly vibrating reincarnation divine realm. Although both of them desperately wanted to rush in to provide support, the hostile sovereign gods like Kangli, who were watching like tigers eyeing their prey, would never allow such a situation to happen. Both sides were currently in a strange state of equilibrium. For the time being, neither could do anything to the other. This scene was already the best result that Yumu and Yi Yuan had managed to fight for. With Huijian inside the reincarnation divine realm, the two were not overly worried about Bai's safety. Although Huijian was not a rule sovereign, his strength was not to be underestimated. He might not be Heidi's match, but it was impossible for Heidi to kill or capture Bai in front of him. What the two were worried about now was the emergence of variables. Battles at the rule sovereign level, even when involving a joint siege, could not be ended in a short amount of time. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The vibrations of the reincarnation divine realm had also become weaker during this period, and now they had ceased entirely, just as the group of sovereign gods were waiting for the result. Yumu's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heart sank. The variable, after all, had arrived. Chapter 946, Huanchan. Who wants to wash away the shame? Just as the group of main gods was waiting for the outcome, Yumu's expression suddenly shifted. Another powerful entity had intruded into this star domain. As the controller of the Wood God realm, he was naturally the first to perceive it. Immediately following this, the expressions of the rule sovereigns on both sides underwent various changes, because they, too, had sensed the aura of the newcomer. Main gods such as Bruno, Kingston, and Xing Heng instantly furrowed their brows. Things were becoming difficult. The enemy's reinforcements had arrived faster than anticipated. The several main gods exchanged glances without a word, their divine souls already engaged in a secret conversation. However, the result of that conversation was clearly not ideal. Conversely, the main gods of the demon and machine races, such as Kangli and Ling Shang, had flashes of joy on their faces. With reinforcements here, Bai Yi was doomed today. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heart sank. The variable had finally arrived. He and Yumu had originally intended to hold off the main gods like Kangli to allow Bai Yi to leave this place as quickly as possible. Later, when Heidi's true form arrived rapidly, he was forced to initiate his backup plan, using the sword Qi Huijian had left within Bai's body to transport Huijian's true form over. However, the growth of Bai's strength had far exceeded his expectations, to the point that within the reincarnation god realm, Bai actually wanted to join forces with Huijian to eliminate the true form of Heidi. The symbiotic sovereign, Yi Yuan, understood why Bai had such an idea. If the secrets he carried were exposed now, it would be equivalent to pushing the human race to the forefront of the storm. Therefore, Heidi had to die. Everything had been going smoothly, and it looked as though Bai and Huijian were about to succeed. But the reinforcements from the demon and machine races had arrived a moment too early. How, brother Kangli, why didn't you wait for me for such an event? I'm not late, am I? The voice arrived before the person. A boisterous, rough laugh echoed throughout the entire Wood God realm, and immediately after, A sturdy figure stood beside Kang Li. His appearance caused the temperature within the wood god realm to rise suddenly to a terrifying degree. "No, brother Huan Qian. You have arrived at the perfect time." Kang Li patted Huan Qian on the shoulder, cast his gaze toward Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged beside the chessboard, lifted his chin, and smiled slightly. "I have been saving this old fox Yi Yuan just for you, brother." "Saving him is good." Huan Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, his killing intent fully exposed. In the past, letting the death god, Bach, escape from his projection avatar had already been humiliating enough. Later, he had the misfortune of running into this old fox Yi Yuan. He had arrived in his true form and attacked in a rage, only to return in defeat. Since then, Huan Qian, the sovereign of fire, had completely become a laughingstock among the rule sovereigns of the myriad worlds. Huan Qian was also a main god of the demon race and the current patriarch of the Phoenix clan. His strength within the demon race was second only to Kang Li, the ancestor of all demons, and was on par with the ancestor Kun Peng. Previously, when the demon race's main gods decided to deal with Bai Yi, he had been busy with other matters and could not make it. At the time, he believed that with the 6 main gods of the demon and machine races taking action, the situation was surely stable, so he hadn't given it much thought. It wasn't until he learned that Yi Yuan was present that Huan Qian immediately dropped everything and rushed to the death domain at the first opportunity. Crossing countless worlds and domains, he had finally arrived. Today, he, the sovereign of fire Huan Qian, would wash away his past shame in this ruined star domain and burn this old fox Yi Yuan to ashes. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Huan Qian did not say a word. A massive phantom of a phoenix appeared behind him, burning the various plants filling the wood god realm into nothingness. The next moment, a beam of fire, condensed to the extreme and carrying powerful rule and authority, shot toward Yi Yuan. This strike was executed with his full power. One could imagine just how much Huan Qian hated this old fox Yi Yuan. His sudden attack instantly reignited the battlefield. Sovereigns like Kang Li, Ling Shang, Bruno, and Yumu clashed once again. The projection avatars of Xinghen, Kingston, and Robin were now forced to expend their internal main god power to rejoin the battle. Yumu, still relying on Yi Yuan's augmentation, held off the 2 powerful main gods, Kang Li and Ling Shang, single-handedly. The projection avatar, possessing 30% of Xinghen's true strength, used the support of Yi Yuan's formation to block one of the machine race's main gods, Bruno, the sovereign of water, while holding off the ancestor Kun Peng, also provided support to Kingston and Robin, allowing them to each contend with a main god. However, Huan Qian's appearance had completely shattered the balance between the 2 sides. No one could spare the effort to block his attack, which headed straight for Yi Yuan. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the wood god realm, and violent explosions rang out incessantly. The plants covering the wood god realm were instantly reduced to ashes by the shockwaves of this power. Fortunately, the barrier Yi Yuan used to protect himself was powerful enough that it managed to withstand Huan Qian's furious strike. Seeing this, Huan Qian's expression became even uglier. He immediately recalled the scene from dozens of epochs ago. Back then, it was also by relying on such a barrier that Yi Yuan had forced him to return in defeat. HMTH, I couldn't stay long back then. But today, I want to see exactly how many of my strikes your turtle shell can withstand. Huan Qian let out a sharp shout, and the phoenix phantom behind him spread its wings and let out a long cry. The next moment, his figure turned into a streak of fire and arrived before Yi Yuan. Boom! He raised his hand, and a phoenix claw capable of tearing the heavens apart slammed into the barrier. The barrier in front of Yi Yuan immediately began to vibrate violently. The reason Huan Qian had returned in defeat back then was not because he truly had no way to deal with Yi Yuan, but because he could not kill Yi Yuan within the limited time he had. After all, the human race back then was not to be trifled with. If Huan Qian did not leave quickly, he might not have been able to leave at all. But the human race of today was not worth mentioning. He had plenty of time to break Yi Yuan's turtle shell. Once you fall into my hands, I will make you know what it means to wish for death. Huan Qian continued to bombard the barrier before him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He could sense the strength of this barrier. Under his full force attacks, it definitely wouldn't last much longer. Facing such a perilous situation, Yuan, though his brows were tightly furrowed, continued to place his pieces with composure. One by one, the final rays were activated, creating trouble for Kang Li and the others. Yet, the look of worry in his eyes was extremely evident. However, what he was worried about was not his own safety, but Bai Yi inside the Samsara God realm. Because the reinforcements that had arrived were not limited to just Wang Qian, the Master of Fire. The auras that had just suddenly broken into the Wood God realm were not just one, but a full three more main gods at the Rule Sovereign realm in this tiny, ruined star sector. More than 10 main gods had now gathered. This was absolutely an unprecedented event. Chapter 947, Too Late, Get Lost. Yumu held his long spear and let out a sharp shout, attempting to force Kang Li and Ling Shang back. However, both of these were powerhouses who were usually no weaker than him. Now, under the augmentation of Yuan's rays and the suppression of the Wood God realm, it was already a struggle for him to fight 2 against 1. Trying to force them back was no different from a pipe dream. Boom! Boom! Kang Li's giant claws and Ling Shang's annihilation beams arrived simultaneously, colliding violently with Yuan's long spear. Drunkard, you still want to save Bai Yi? Keep dreaming, Kang Li sneered, and behind him, a strange-looking exotic beast condensed, charging toward Yuan once more with endless killing intent. Roar! The appearance of that exotic beast seemed as if it were composed of countless types of demonic beasts. It had a dragon's head, a lion's mane, covered in scales, with bat wings, a scorpion tail, and 9 pupils. As it roared toward the sky, it possessed the might to swallow the sun and moon with demonic clouds and make all living things grovel wherever it stepped. Ling Shang was not to be outdone. Within his mechanical god body, forged from rule-level materials, 18 exquisite cannon barrels suddenly extended. Boom! Times 18 in an instant. 18 beams of annihilation erupted, each one imbued with his power of rules and authority. Facing the full force attacks of both, Yumu had no chance to break away. He had to swallow a large amount of divine wine, erupting with even greater combat power. Although he blocked their attacks, Yumu was currently extremely anxious, because the other 2 rule sovereigns who had broken into the Wood God realm had also arrived at the battlefield. One of them had his entire body shrouded in a layer of light, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Behind him, a full 6 pairs 12 wings as white as light fluttered gently. The figure transformed into a beam of light, charging straight toward the Samsara God realm where Sumubai was located. Wojo, what exactly did the demon race give you? Yumu's brows were locked in a frown. He wanted to stop him, but he was powerless to do so and could only let out a sharp shout. The newcomer was none other than the strongest of the Holy Light Angel race, the Master of Light Huozhou. The current human race is not yet qualified to question what this deity wishes to do. Huozhou merely glanced at Yumu before ignoring him entirely. His entrance was full of prestige, and his technique was the same. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire Wood God realm was illuminated by light. A giant sword of light, burning with holy flames, tore through the sky like a meteor. The blade pointed directly at the Samsara God realm. Clearly, the demon race, or the mechanical race, had reached some kind of deal with Huozhou, which was why he had appeared in the undead realm. But what Yuan and Yumu did not know was whether it was just Huozhou who had made the deal, or the entire Holy Light Angel race. If it were the latter, then the human race had gained yet another enemy. Thinking of Huozhou's status, neither of them felt optimistic about this, and knowingly, main gods from 7 of the top 10 races on the 10,000 races ranking had gathered here. The only ones who had yet to appear were the Titan race, the Fallen Angel race, and the Dragon race. On the other side, another figure was also charging toward the Samsara God realm. However, unlike Huozhou, who hid within the light, this main god displayed her curvaceous, perfect figure to the fullest. She was completely unclad, with only some small scales covering a few key areas. These coverings only added a sense of lingering temptation to her. But when she channeled her main god power to launch an attack toward the Samsara God realm, her lower body suddenly transformed into an exceptionally ferocious, 10,000-foot-long insect body. This was yet another rule sovereign from the insect race, and her status and strength were even above Heidi's, the insect race matriarch. The sovereign of procreation Nydia Nydia's perfect upper body and ferocious lower body formed a stark contrast. But compared to her method of attack, that was merely a drop in the bucket. Hiss, 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 buzz, buzz. Buzz. Countless insect hisses and wing flapping sounds erupted. The sound alone was enough to make one's soul feel uncomfortable. Immediately after, a huge gap tore open in Nydia's abdomen, and a sky full of strange, ferocious little insects rushed out from within. As they flew, these insects condensed into a giant exotic insect, hissing as they pounced toward the location of the Samsara realm. This giant insect was the manifestation of Nydia's rule of procreation, imbued with her power of authority and faith. Two rule sovereigns were attacking with all their might, and both were powerhouses no weaker than Kang Li and Ling Shang. If their attacks landed, they would absolutely be able to destroy the Samsara god realm. Drunkard, it seems the hope of your human race is going to be cut off here today. A flash of excitement crossed Kang Li's eyes. He had originally thought that killing Bai Yu would be an easy task, but so many problems had arisen in the middle. Fortunately, it seemed they were finally going to succeed. Yeehaw! The human race still wants to rise again. Keep dreaming. Ling Shang also looked up and laughed, a sinister, chilling sound emanating from his mechanical god body. Hui Jian, is it still not enough? Yumu's gaze sharpened, and the main god power within his body erupted completely. He knew very well that the battle within the reincarnation god realm had reached its final, critical juncture. Although he could not escape the current situation, he had to use his final resort to buy a little more time for Bai Yi and Hui Jian. Boom! Suddenly, the entire wood god realm erupted with terrifying power. Countless plants surged from the ground, immediately transforming into the overwhelming power of the wood-type main god that filled the sky. Rumble! The next moment, the wood god realm was turned upside down as terrifying energy surged violently, self-destructing your god realm. Kang Li's pupils constricted, and he sneered, a futile effort. Boom! As his words fell, the entire wood god realm exploded with a deafening roar. A god realm is a domain stronger than a god domain. It is a completely self-contained world that can significantly boost one's combat power while suppressing opponents. The main reason the human race had been able to barely hold on was that Yi Yuan's formations had prevented Kang Li and the other main gods from deploying their god realms here. However, after Yumu self-destructed his god realm, he would suffer a certain degree of backlash. While it wouldn't be enough to critically wound him, he would be unable to deploy it again for a short time. Nevertheless, the self-destruction of the wood god realm not only blocked the attacks from Huazhou and Nidio but also forced Huang Zhan, who was attacking the barrier, to pause his assault. At this moment, the protective barrier in front of Yi Yuan was covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Clearly, this barrier could not hold for much longer. Finally here, inside the barrier, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, for the true bodies of Xinghen, Kingston, and Robin had finally arrived at the Ruined Star sector. Too late. Huazhou and Nidia spoke simultaneously, launching another strike toward the reincarnation god realm. Stop! Xinghen's true body let out a sharp shout, but it was already too late to intervene. Yet, the very next moment, everyone stopped their movements, expressions of extreme shock appearing on their faces. Only Yi Yuan and Yumu exchanged a smile. It is indeed too late, but it is you who are late. Chapter 948, The Sovereign Falls. The Myriad Worlds fall silent. It had been half a month since Sumubai last triggered the Myriad Worlds announcement. Players of all races within the Myriad Worlds were still discussing the name Bai Yi from time to time. After all, whether it was comprehending the 10th Supreme Rule, filling the data gap in the Myriad Worlds game, or simultaneously fusing 5 rule DAOs, any one of these feats was enough to make any creature deeply remember the name Bai Yi. The hatred between the two top-tier races, the demon race and the machine race and the human race, was well known throughout the Myriad Worlds. Every powerhouse understood clearly that from the moment Bai Yi ignited the fire of faith prematurely, the rule sovereigns of the demon and machine races would never let him go. The vast majority of players believed that Bai Yi's death was a foregone conclusion. After all, the demon and machine races would certainly hold nothing back to nip him in the bud. But if Bai Yi were to escape and survive this time, the human race would rise to power once again. A matured Bai Yi would surely become a powerful existence equal to, or even surpassing, the space-time sovereign, because for countless epochs, No creature had ever been able to trigger the Myriad Worlds announcement as frequently as Bai Yi. Even the original space-time sovereign had not achieved such a feat. Therefore, Bai Yi's life and death had become the matter of greatest concern to the entire Myriad Worlds. Some races looked forward to the resurgence of the human race because they had been on good terms with them in the past, such as the dragon race. Others were waiting in agony for news of Bai Yi's demise, such as the blood race, the werewolf race, and other races that had treated humans as blood food for the past 9+ epochs. They knew very well that if Bai Yi survived, their doomsday would not be far off. There were also races that felt it didn't matter either way. Whether the human race rose or not would have no impact on them. Just as the many players of the Myriad Worlds were heatedly discussing Bai Yi's fate, a strange phenomenon occurred. In that instant, the entire Myriad Worlds fell into a sudden, profound silence. In every realm, great world, divine kingdom, small world, planet, and secret realm, all creatures stared blankly at the sky, their pupils dilated in shock. Some were even unable to stop their bodies and souls from trembling. A mournful cry, not transmitted through the air but echoing directly in the depths of every living soul, spread to every corner of the Myriad Worlds like a funeral horn. Immediately after, the sky of the Myriad Worlds, no matter the corner, no matter if it was day or night, was instantly stained with an ominous, heart-wrenching grayish-green. This light was not bright. Instead, it appeared incredibly dim and oppressive, as if the entire universe had been covered in a layer of withered dust. Those who worshipped the Symbiosis Sovereign suddenly felt the warm bridge between them and their deity coldly snap, and they could no longer sense any feedback. Countless invisible threads of law under the Symbiosis rule emerged in the void. They trembled and twisted violently, then emitted a teeth-gritting sound of snapping, breaking inch by inch and turning into grayish-green light particles drifting across the sky, like a sorrowful rain of blood. An indescribable sense of grief, loss, and incompleteness inexplicably welled up in the hearts of all intelligent beings, as if an important part of life had vanished forever. The entire Myriad Worlds fell into a strange silence, filled with an aura of decay and separation. The fall of a rule sovereign meant that the rules they governed mourned for them, with the impact spreading across the universe, causing all living things to grieve together. This was the undeniable sign of death that the Myriad Worlds displayed when an avatar of a rule passed away. At the same time, the system announcement resounded throughout the Myriad Worlds. Myriad Worlds announcement. The Symbiosis Sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced. All Lords of Law who have fused the Symbiosis rule to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm will have the opportunity to become the next Symbiosis Sovereign. This is hereby announced. Nay, players of all races strive to fuse the Symbiosis rule Dao. All creatures who worship the Symbiosis Sovereign felt as if the sky had collapsed, because the main god they worshipped had just completely perished, and the fire of faith had extinguished along with them. No matter how they prayed, there would never be any response again. The divine descent state could no longer be activated, unless a new symbiotic sovereign was born, or one turned to worship another main god. However, changing one's faith was not an easy task. Faith was not something that could be switched on a whim. Otherwise, how could it even be called faith? As for the Myriad Worlds announcement mentioning the possibility of becoming the next symbiotic sovereign, that was merely a platitude meant to inspire. It was true that after the symbiotic sovereign fell, every law lord who had fused the symbiotic rule to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm had a chance to break through and become the new symbiotic sovereign. But it was only a chance. The Myriad Worlds had existed for countless epochs, yet the number of rule sovereigns had always remained limited. Truly breaking through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Otherwise, after the last great upheaval, why would those fallen sovereign positions still remain vacant to this day? Thinking about becoming the next symbiotic sovereign was fine, but to actually achieve it, not a single top-tier world lord in the entire Myriad Worlds had the confidence or certainty to do so. The phenomenon of the rule sovereign's fall, combined with the scrolling Myriad Worlds announcement, plunged the entire Myriad Worlds into a deathly silence due to the sudden demise of the symbiotic sovereign. The Zerg, in particular, looked as if they had just lost their own mothers. In a sense, they really had lost an ancestor. At this moment, the Zerg players were filled with shock and despair. They could not understand how the symbiotic sovereign could have fallen so suddenly. It wasn't until an announcement that defied everyone's imagination rang out that the silence of the Myriad Worlds was finally broken. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to players Baiyi and Huijian for successfully killing a 12th tier rule sovereign existence across realms. Creating history. This is your Bai announced. At this moment, the Myriad Worlds erupted completely. Holy crap, it's Baiyi again. He is practically a god, killing a rule sovereign across realms. What kind of insane talk is this? It seems we still underestimated how monstrous Baiyi is. If he can even kill a rule sovereign across realms, what else is there that he can't do? And who is this Huijian? To be named in the announcement, it means his participation in this cross-realm battle must have been significant. Huijian. Why does that name sound so familiar? I remember now. Huijian was the original shadow-chasing sword god. It was said his killing power was immense, and he was expected to become the #1 high god of the Myriad Worlds. But then he mysteriously disappeared. Who would have thought he'd become this strong? It's actually him. Tell me, between Baiyi and Huijian, who is the true #1 high god of the Myriad Worlds now? Does that even matter? The title of #1 high god is worthless to these two monsters who can kill rule sovereigns across realms. Indeed, their strength has long since surpassed that of the original death god and killing god. I just want to ask, why didn't the Myriad Worlds game let us learn from this? Do they think it's impossible to master? I also have a question. Wasn't it said that the main gods of the demon race and the machine race would attack Baiyi? Why was it the Zerg symbiotic sovereign who fell? I wonder what the Zerg players look like right now. Baiyi is indeed a monster, but he shouldn't have killed the symbiotic sovereign. With the human race's current strength, they are already in a precarious position against the demon and machine races. Now, making an enemy of the Zerg as well, isn't this just courting death? Get lost. Stop acting like a neutral observer. If Baiyi didn't kill the symbiotic sovereign, was he supposed to just stand there and let the symbiotic sovereign kill him? Chapter 949, the next one. After the symbiotic sovereign fell, no one yet knew what would become of the Zerg. But those races that held grudges against the human race were now in absolute despair. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Baiyi can kill a rule sovereign so quickly now. Who can possibly stop him? Hurry up and run. The human race's retaliation will surely come soon. From now, we will have to leave our homes and hide everywhere. I hope we get lucky and don't get found by the human powerhouses. Sigh. How did Baiyi's strength increase so rapidly? The human race's current ranking on the Myriad races leaderboard was 15th. This meant that there were only 14 races in total that possessed a rule sovereign. Aside from the demon race, the machine race, and the Zerg, none of the other races that had grudges against the human race possessed a rule sovereign level existence. Now that Baiyi had even killed the symbiotic sovereign, wouldn't wiping out their races be an effortless task? For a time, in every world across the Myriad Worlds, a large number of players fled frantically, leaving behind the ancestral lands where they had lived for countless ages. Even peak high gods or world lord level powerhouses were no exception. Compared to a rule sovereign, what was a world lord? If they were to run into Baiyi, crushing them would take no more effort than crushing an death continent. The blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor exchanged a glance, said nothing, and turned to vanish from the spot. The surrounding shattered earth and collapsed mountain ranges indicated that a great battle had just taken place here. Both had come to the land of death for the soul-type rule treasure in Baiyi's possession. They just never expected that before they even caught a glimpse of Baiyi, the man would already be capable of killing a rule sovereign. Before the announcement rang out, these two lifelong enemies had been locked in a fierce battle. Now, they couldn't care less about their mutual hatred. It was too late to even run. Staying on the death continent was nothing but a death wish. At the same time, a large number of powerhouses were leaving the death realm. Their purpose for coming here had been the same as the blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor. But now, which of these world lord level powerhouses would dare to covet the treasure in Baiyi's hands? That monster had even killed a rule sovereign. Plotting against him was like an old man eating arsenic tired of living. Weren't they? Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, center of the far North Star domain. Q sent a new batch of human geniuses into the Tower of Time, looked up at the phenomenon in the sky, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward. The moment the announcement rang out, Q understood that Bai Yi had successfully passed this life and death tribulation. From this moment on, the human race officially possessed for main god level combatants Yumu, Huijian, Bai Yi, and Yi Yuan. Although the latter three were still a distance away from being true main gods, and Yi Yuan, in particular, had exhausted his foundations and would require a very long time to prepare before he could intervene in battles at the Rule Sovereign Realm again. It was already enough. Such top-tier combat power was sufficient to make any peak race take notice. With them as pillars, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Q's eyes as he whispered to himself, Bai Yi. From this moment on, the myriad worlds are like a vast sky for a bird to fly and a wide sea for a fish to leap. I hope you can take that step soon and lead our human race to truly stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Death Domain, Undead Realm, Ruined Star Sector. Huazhou and Nydia stopped dead in front of the Reincarnation God Realm. The phenomenon caused by Heidi's fall covered the entire myriad worlds, and naturally, it included this place. Every main god present wore an expression of disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. Only Yi Yuan and Yumu exchanged a smile. It is indeed late, but it is you who are late. Immediately following this, the myriad world announcement rang out, echoing repeatedly within the divine souls of Kanli and the other main gods, reminding them that in just half a month, Heidi had fallen under the joint efforts of Bai Yi and Huijian. At this moment, all the main gods fell silent. They could not understand how Bai Yi and Huijian had managed to do it. Heidi might not have been the strongest among the rule sovereigns, but it was absolutely impossible for her to fall so easily. After all, wanting to completely kill a rule sovereign, even for those of them at the same level, was not an easy task. Even for powerhouses among the main gods like Kanli, Lingshang, Yumu, and Xinghen, it would be very difficult to kill Heidi in a one-on-one fight. For them, defeating Heidi was an easy matter, but preventing the opponent from even escaping was far too difficult. Moreover, the Zerg race did not only have Heidi as a rule sovereign. Once Heidi was truly in danger, other rule sovereigns of the Zerg would certainly come to her aid. Therefore, even for main gods of the same level, killing another main god was an extremely difficult feat. Since the Great Upheaval, this was the first time a rule sovereign had fallen in the myriad worlds, and it was killed by two ants at the Lawmaster realm, Bai Yi and Huijian, across a major cultivation gap. How could they accept such a thing? Boom! A terrifying ore surged into the sky, churning the starry space and causing the phenomenon to tremble. Killing intent erupted in Nydia's eyes. Bai Yi, Huijian, this deity will surely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Heidi was one of the rule sovereigns of her Zerg race. Now that she had suddenly died at the hands of Bai Yi and Huijian, the strength of the entire Zerg race would be diminished by a significant margin. As the strongest of the Zerg, she had originally come here because she had reached some sort of deal with Kanli. In reality, she had no deep grudge against the human race. But from the moment Heidi fell, the Zerg and the human race became irreconcilable enemies. Losing a rule sovereign was something no race could accept. Nydia had already marked Bai Yi and Huijian as must-kill targets. Hiss, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. Her abdomen suddenly tore open, and countless insects once again formed a hideous giant insect, crazily biting toward the Reincarnation God Realm. But this time, her attack missed. Because the Reincarnation God Realm had disappeared, at the same time, the figures of Sumyu-Bai and Huijian appeared before everyone's eyes. Most eye-catching of all was the corpse held in the former's hand. The lifeless Zerg symbiotic sovereign Heidi still had the remnants of fear from before her death in her wide and closed eyes. Sumyu-Bai and Huijian stood side by side, their gazes sweeping across Kanli and the other main gods. Sumyu-Bai casually tossed Heidi's corpse aside and spoke indifferently. X. Chapter 950. The irreconciled main gods of the three races. Bai Yi, you are courting death. Seeing Bai Yi's blatant provocation, Nydia was instantly consumed by fury. This operation to stifle Bai Yi had clearly failed. However, the monster race and the mechanical race, who had initiated this operation, had suffered no losses. Instead, it was her Zerg race that had suffered heavy casualties. This was a powerful existence at the Rule Sovereign Realm. With Heidi gone, The Zerg's ranking on the myriad race list had instantly plummeted from 6th to 7th. The mechanical race, which had originally been 7th and had also participated in the operation to kill Bai Yi, had actually risen by 1 spot. All of this was because of the 2 humans before her. Although Hui Jian was of the shadow race, all the main gods present understood that he was, in fact, a member of the human race. At this moment, Nydia's murderous intent toward Bai Yi even surpassed that of the main gods of the monster and mechanical races. Without another word, she prepared to strike immediately, but the next moment, a figure blocked her path. "Nydia, take my advice. Let this matter end here. Do not continue to make mistakes." Xing Heng's true body appeared between Nydia and Sumu Bai, the power of a main god surging on the surface of his body. Although his voice was very calm, it carried a faint hint of a threat. As the second strongest of the god race, Xing Heng's aura was not a bit weaker than that of Nydia, the Zerg matriarch. If it were not for this, the god race would not have been able to occupy the top spot on the myriad race list for countless epochs. Behind him, a flash of disappointment appeared in the depths of Sumu Bai's eyes. He had originally intended to activate the reincarnation god realm the moment Nydia attacked to pull her inside. Then, he would have tried to see if he could seize the opportunity to blow her up using the corpse of Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign. His death rule Great Tao still possessed the cataclysmic properties attached to those laws from the past. Just because others could not detonate the corpse of a main god did not mean he could not. However, Xing Heng's intervention forced Sumu Bai to abandon that thought. He did not want to expose his trump card detonating the corpse of a main god so early. In any case, the corpse would not disappear. And given the murderous intent the 3 races held toward him, he would eventually be able to enjoy this surprise. With this thought in mind, Sumu Bai moved his divine sense and quietly stored Heidi's corpse into his internal world. The moment Xing Heng appeared, a flash of unwillingness crossed Nydia's eyes, but she still ceased her movements, calming the surging power of the main god within her. She knew very well that with Xing Heng, the master of balance, present, there was absolutely nothing she could do against Bai Yi. Moreover, Bai Yi and Hui Jian had joined forces to kill Heidi. Even if she faced them, she was not entirely without the power to resist. Trying to kill Bai Yi under such circumstances was nothing short of a pipe dream. Kang Li and Ling Shang frowned involuntarily as they witnessed this scene. They understood that this assassination attempt had failed completely. With Bai Yi and Hui Jian having killed Heidi, and the true bodies of main gods like Xing Heng arriving, they had thoroughly missed their chance to eliminate Bai Yi. The 2 exchanged a glance, seeing the intense unwillingness in each other's eyes. After this failure, was there any hope of killing Bai Yi in the future? Not to mention whether Bai Yi would be foolish enough to fall into isolation and give them an opportunity. His monstrous growth rate alone was enough to fill them with despair. Who knew when Bai Yi might directly break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm? The most terrifying part was that Bai Yi had fused 5 rule great Daos, including the supreme rule Dao of creation. It was highly likely that the other 4 also included other supreme rule Daos. Once Bai Yi truly took that final step and achieved the realm of a rule sovereign, he would immediately become a supreme god. At that time, the days for the demon race and the mechanical race would certainly not be easy. Kang Li and Ling Shang furrowed their brows, contemplating their next move. There was no chance this time. They had to find the next opportunity as soon as possible. Regardless of anything else, they absolutely could not let Bai Yi complete his breakthrough, setting aside the hatred between their races. This operation alone had already made them irreconcilable enemies with Bai Yi. Even if the demon race and the mechanical race regretted it, they could only continue down this path to the end. Outside the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time, Nydia whereupon her delicate brows, staring fixedly at Xing Heng as she mocked, "Xing Heng, since when did your god race become a vassal to the human race?" In her view, there was no logical reason for Xing Heng, as a main god of the god race, to interfere in this matter. Nydia's words were venomous indeed. She was directly twisting the relationship between the god race and the human race. The implication was, you, Xing Heng, a dignified big shot of the god race, why are you acting like a lackey for a human brat? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other main gods became subtle. Xing Heng, however, was not annoyed in the slightest. his face remaining as calm as an ancient well. He even smiled slightly, his voice as steady as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. A vassal. My god race could never become a vassal, no matter the time. I simply do not wish to see certain people, blinded by a moment of folly, drag their entire race into an abyss of eternal damnation. Nydia, Heidi is already gone. Is this lesson not painful enough? His words were like a sharp blade, piercing precisely into Nydia's heart. Losing a rule sovereign was a price far too heavy to bear. How many years had it been since the Zerg race suffered such a devastating loss? Kang Lee's massive demon body shifted, emitting a sound as dull as thunder, filled with deep unwillingness. Xinghan, must you insist on intervening to protect him? This child's growth rate is too terrifying. If he is not removed today, he will surely become a grave threat to us in the future. Have you forgotten how powerful the human race was after their last rise? When that time comes, your god race's top position on the rankings will certainly not be secure. The data streams in Ling Shang's eyes flickered frantically as it coldly added. According to current data analysis, the probability of Baiyi surviving and breaking through to the rule sovereign realm is as high as 87.3%. His threat level is assessed as extinction class. The past opportunity has been missed. Now is the time for elimination with the lowest cost. Xingheng's gaze swept over them, his tone still indifferent but carrying an unquestionable power. A threat, perhaps, but today, you cannot kill him. If you continue to entangle yourselves, what result will there be other than losing one or two more sovereigns and giving me a bigger joke to watch? Or are you saying that one of you is willing to sacrifice yourself to fulfill the others? Xingheng's interference in this matter was naturally not just for the sake of the fine wine brewed by Yumu. Although the rise of the human race would indeed threaten the god race's position at the top of the myriad races ranking, what was status compared to the safety of the entire universe? Once the universe was devoured by the void, would being at the top of the rankings even matter? The rise of the human race could at least greatly alleviate the pressure the god race had to face. After all, they had no certainty in facing an enemy like the void. The god race knew how to weigh the pros and cons, otherwise, Xingheng's true body would not have appeared here. His words were truly heart-piercing. Indeed, who would be willing to be the first to stick their neck out and fight the human race to the death? If they won, they would be half-crippled, benefiting others. If they lost, they would follow in Heidi's footsteps and be finished. For a moment, Kang Li and Ling Shang fell silent, the light of calculation flickering in their eyes. Nydia's chest heaved violently, her silver teeth gritted. She stared fixedly at Baiyi, who was being shielded behind Xinghen, her gaze so venomous it could drip with poisoned doubt. But in the end, that monstrous killing intent was slowly suppressed. Xinghen was right. With this old fellow here, today's affair could not be accomplished. Continuing to make a scene now would be meaningless. The Zerg race had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill today. How frustrating. Chapter 951. The Vision of the God Race. Fine, very well. Nydia squeezed these words out from between her teeth, almost biting through them. Xinghen, the Zerg race will remember today's events. I hope that when the human race truly rises, your god race will not regret today's decision. After saying this, he cast one final, scathing look at Sumyu and Huijian, a gaze that seemed to say, this is not over. Then, he turned decisively and left the ruined star sector without looking back. Regarding this, neither Xinghen nor Yumu and the other main gods made any move to stop him. Heidi's fall was, in reality, merely an accident. At this moment, attempting to forcibly detain rule sovereigns like Nydia was impractical. Moreover, Nydia's strength was not something Heidi could compare to. Seeing this, Huizhou also swept a cold gaze around, shook his head at Ling Shang, and followed, leaving without a word. He had come because there was profit to be made. Now that Nydia had left, there was no longer any meaning in him staying here. As he departed, Huizhou cast a subtle glance at Sumyu, who stood behind Xinghen. To be honest, the moment the announcement rang out earlier, he had already felt a twinge of regret in his heart. But since things had reached this point, he offered no unnecessary explanations. The only thing he could use to console himself was that he hadn't actually made a move this time, nor had he caused any losses to the human race. Once the human race rose again, They surely wouldn't hold a grudge against the entire Holy Angel race over such a trivial matter, right? Although he thought this way, Huojo still felt a faint sense of anxiety in his heart. What if Bai Yi was the type of person who sought revenge for the slightest grievance? No, that matter must be put on the agenda. The angel race had been divided for so many years, it was time to reintegrate. However, this was not something he could accomplish on his own. It required careful, long-term planning. With Nydia and Huojo gone, the pressure instantly shifted entirely onto the demon race and the mechanical race. Kang Li and Ling Shang exchanged a look, both seeing the helplessness and gloom in the other's eyes. The situation was lost. Even that crazy woman Nydia had chickened out, and Huojo had retreated. There was no way their two factions could continue this performance. The data stream in Ling Shang's eyes slowly calmed, and he emitted an emotionless electronic voice, data corrected. The success rate of the elimination plan has dropped to 0.01%. Recommendation: terminate the operation and re-evaluate. Kang Li let out a low and willing roar that made the surrounding space hum and vibrate. His massive beast eyes stared fixedly at Sumyu Bai, and a threatening growl rumbled in his throat. Bai Yi, consider yourself lucky, but this matter will absolutely not end here. The demon race will never rest until you are destroyed. After delivering this harsh threat, Kang Li moved his divine consciousness, lifting the space-time lockdown on the area, and his colossal body merged into the void, vanishing from sight. Ling Shang was even more direct. Without saying another word, his body decomposed into countless fundamental particles and dissipated without a trace. The remaining four main gods of the demon and mechanical races also followed the two and departed. Yi Yuan, one day you will fall into my hands. He glanced at the crumbling barrier in front of Yi Yuan, left behind a final, extremely unwilling threat, and tore through space to vanish from the spot. With all the other main gods gone, if he were to remain here alone, it would be nothing short of suicide. Of this siege, aside from the Zirk suffering the greatest losses, the most humiliated was Huan Qian, the sovereign of fire. He had returned in defeat once again when facing Yi Yuan, serving only to add to the mockery. Even if the demon, mechanical, and Zirk races didn't speak of this, the undead, demon, god, and human races would not pass up the chance to ridicule him. The sovereign of fire was destined to become a laughingstock among the ranks of rule sovereigns. As the group of rule sovereigns departed, the ruined star sector, which had been bristling with tension and nearly ignited a war between over 10 sovereigns, became much emptier in the blink of an eye. Only Xinghen, Kingston, and the other main gods remained, along with the 4 high-level leaders of the human race. Sumyu Bai's current strength and status were enough to fully qualify him as a high-level leader of the human race. Rather than just a genius who had yet to grow up, Xinghen turned around, looked at Sumyu Bai and Huijian, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's over now. These fellows simply refuse to shed tears until they see their own coffins. Having suffered such a heavy loss this time, logically speaking, they should be able to behave themselves for a short while. However, given the growth speed of little brother Bai Yi, it is inevitable that they might act like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Having said this, he looked at Sumyu Bai and reminded him, before you achieve a breakthrough, it is best to be a little more careful. Sumyu Bai bowed slightly, his tone filled with respect. Many thanks to Sovereign Xinghen for your assistance. As he spoke, he retracted the surging divine power on his body, and the armor formed by the Death Codex faded away, revealing his original appearance. He nodded toward Xinghen. I will not forget this favor. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. If not for the support of rule sovereigns like Xinghen this time, the human race would certainly have suffered heavy losses. When facing enemies, Sumyu Bai was decisive and ruthless, but he would also keep those who had helped him in his heart. Huijian patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't be so formal with the second in command of the god race. This guy is just craving old man Yumu's wine. Nothing good ever comes out of a dog's mouth. Xinghen glared at Huijian and waved his hand, appearing very casual. No need for formalities. The myriad worlds need the human race. Those fellows ignore the bigger picture, but my god race is not so short-sighted. His words carried a deeper meaning, clearly targeting more than just today's siege. The void was, after all, the greatest enemy of the myriad worlds today. Brother Xinghen. That's not a very kind thing to say. As if my demon race and the undead race would be short-sighted as well. Kingston and Robin also flew up and nodded towards Sumiu Bai and Hui Jian. Many thanks to all the sovereigns for your help today. If there is anything you need from me in the future, just ask. Bai Yi bowed to the two of them, and then bowed from a distance to Bruno, who stood beside Yumu. Although they had not intervened solely because of Bai Yi as an individual, Bai Yi's attitude was still very well received by them. All right. This is not the place for conversation. Yumu put away his long spear and picked up the wine gourd at his waist to take a swig. This action immediately drew the gazes of Hui Jian and Xinghen. Both of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva, clearly craving the fine wine Yumu brewed. Let's go. Let's find a place to have a good drink. As Yumu's voice fell, the eyes of Hui Jian and Xinghen lit up, and they nodded repeatedly. Let's go. The others exchanged a knowing look and vanished together from this place of turmoil, which had just witnessed the fall of a sovereign and a multi-party standoff. Chapter 952. Planning for the long term. Outside the undead realm, somewhere in the boundless dark space, Nydia stepped out from a spatial rift. Her expression so grim it could wring out water. This operation had been a catastrophic loss for the Zirk. They hadn't gained a single benefit. Instead, they had lost Heidi, a sovereign of rules. A drop in ranking was a minor issue. The real problem was the weakening of their overall strength and their voice in the grand scheme of things. Bai Yi, Hui Jian. Nydia gritted her teeth as she spat out these two names. And the god race, that old thing, Xinghen. This debt would absolutely not be settled just like that, but for now, it was indeed necessary to plan for the long term. The Zirk had already lost a sovereign of rules, and some instability was bound to rise in the short term. Kang Li and Ling Shang certainly won't let this go either. They are the ones who least want to see the human race rise again. Nydia narrowed her eyes slightly, a flash of ruthlessness deep within them, as a faint plan began to take shape in her mind. Although the human race's core strength was currently weak, their top-tier combat power was already enough to rival top-tier races like theirs. Relying on the Zirk alone, it was almost impossible to successfully hunt down Bai Yi. But if they joined forces with the demon race and the machine race, they might find an opportunity. Thinking of this, a cold sneer curled the corners of Nydia's mouth as she tore through space once more. She had to rush back to the breeding realm to stabilize the Zirg before making preparations for the next phase of her plan. Regardless of anything else, the Zirg had to avenge Heidi's fall, otherwise, where would the dignity of a top-tier race be? On the other side, Kang Li and Ling Shang had also gone their separate ways. In the ancient temple of the demon race, the unwilling roars of Kang Li's projected avatar echoed alongside the heated discussions of other demon sovereigns. Bai Yi must die. If he truly breaks through to the sovereign of rules realm, the end of my demon race will be at hand. Who doesn't know that? The question now is, how can we kill Bai Yi? I still can't believe how Bai Yi and Hui Jian managed to kill Heidi by joining forces. What's the use of not believing it? The myriad worlds announcement and the wailing of the rules don't lie. We launched a surprise attack this time and still couldn't kill him. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such an opportunity again. The Zirg suffered heavy losses this time. Perhaps we can pull Nydia and her kind into this as well. Enough. Stop arguing. Let me think this over carefully. Within the virtual network of the machine race, threat assessment reports regarding Bai Yi and new contingency plans were being generated, transmitted, and analyzed at the speed of light. There was no dialogue between them, only cold yet highly efficient data exchange. Yet, no matter how Ling Shang and the other machine god sovereigns calculated, they could not find a way to kill Bai Yi with 100% certainty. For a time, the virtual network of the machine race fell into silence. Bai Yi's name had instantly skyrocketed to the very top of the highest threat list for the three major top-tier races, an existence capable of slaying a sovereign while not being one, and possessing multiple supreme rules. It was simply too terrifying. He had to be contained at all costs. Destroyed. The Light Realm, Temple of Light. Huozhou's projected avatar leaned against the divine throne, brow furrowed. As for his true body, it was still on its way back. This was indeed impulsive. Huozhou shook his head and sighed. Regardless of whether the human race retaliates because of this, The plan must begin ahead of schedule. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and space in the temple hall tore open. 10 winged holy light angels stepped out from the rift. They were top-tier world lords of the holy light angel race. Their strength and status second only to the few sovereigns of rules. Greetings, sovereign. After appearing, the two bowed respectfully toward Huazhou. Huazhou nodded slightly and spoke slowly. That matter can begin now. Upon hearing this, the pupils of both angels constricted, and a look of obvious astonishment flashed deep in their eyes. But they quickly reacted and hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, sovereign. Huazhou waved his hand, and space tore open again to send them away. He himself, however, fell into deep contemplation. The angel race had been divided for a long time. Getting the fallen angel race to accept the holy light angel race and reform into a complete angel race was clearly no easy task. Huazhou had never been fully confident in the integration plan. What's more, he was now forced to start the plan ahead of schedule. Therefore, he had to make some necessary preparations in advance. The Death Realm, Death Continent, City of Silence, headquarters of the Death Domain Bank, the Crystal Building. Drinking naturally required a place, and this was the most suitable one. Although the Nether Immortal Workshop was better suited for drinking, the controllers behind that power were the Demon Race and the Zerg. Kingston and Heidi were both masters of the Nether Immortal Workshop. Although the latter had fallen, the Zerg would certainly not let go of a power like the Nether Immortal Workshop. The Zerg would soon send someone to take over the rights that belonged to Heidi. But the Death Domain Bank was different. The two deputy directors, Kingston and Robin, had both helped the human race this time. Furthermore, for Sumyubai, the current Death Domain Bank was essentially his own turf. Even without revealing his identity as the calamity of myriad races, he could control everything in the Death Domain Bank through Bloomer and Fujiu. Because these two names represented the calamity of myriad races, and the calamity of myriad races represented the sovereign of Death Ming-Tu. Therefore, even beings at the sovereign of rules realm like Kingston and Robin would value the opinions of Bloomer and Fujiu. Of course, under normal circumstances, they were hands-off managers. As long as there were no major changes to the resources available to the undead and demon races, they would not interfere in the affairs of the Death Domain Bank. And after Fujiu took power, the resources of the Death Domain Bank would only continue to grow. Inside a private booth, Sumyubai looked at Huijian in his arms with some surprise. Old man, why didn't you go over to mooch some wine? That doesn't sound like you at all. Long before they had even left the No.07 Divine Forbidden Land, Sumyubai had already heard the name Yumu from Huijian. Dusk Dawn was the rule-level fine wine brewed by none other than the god of wine, Yumu. Sumyubai still remembered that the hidden information for Dusk Dawn clearly stated that it had been stolen by Huijian. Back then, he knew that this old man had always been obsessed with the fine wines brewed by Yumu. Yet, just now, when Yumu brought out the fine wine to entertain several rule sovereigns, Huijian had simply pulled Sumyubai aside to thank Xingheng and the other main gods before coming alone to this booth. Clearly, this old man had something important to discuss with him, or something that needed to be said in private. And as for what could make Huijian act this way, Sumyubai could only think of one type of item: ancient soul coins, primordial soul coins, and the like. Kid, stop being so disrespectful to your elders. Huijian glared at Sumyubai, waved his hand to take out a large quantity of soul coins, and got straight to the point. Come on, start your performance. Yo, you're not even offering any benefits now. You've become stingy, old man. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Although he said that, he immediately moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target, all soul coins, prompt. Please select the promotion grade, first grade is second grade, third grade, or attach a catastrophe trait to them. Click to view details. Chapter 953. Just name whoever you want me to slay. You brat are much richer than me now. Do you still care about these peanuts of mine? Huijian curled his lips. The god of thunder he had casually killed earlier in the Cradle of Gods was originally a gift he had prepared for Baiyi, because he knew that Baiyi could create undead creatures, but required the corpses of powerful beings. However, this gift now seemed a bit lackluster. After all, Baiyi's strength had already grown to be nearly on par with his own. Thinking of this, Huijian couldn't help but secretly call him a freak. How long had it been? The little guy he had met back in the green grasslands had actually attained such strength. And thinking of himself, how many hardships and trials had he endured to raise his strength to this level? And even then, it was only with the help of Zhu Xingqian that he had successfully reached this point. It really is true that comparing people only leads to frustration. Huijian looked at Sumyu, opened his mouth, and was about to say something more, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a surge of energy appear out of thin air, crazily pouring into the large pile of soul coins he had just taken out. At least you still have a conscience. Huijian smiled slightly and waved his hand, tossing out the corpse of the god of thunder and a top-tier godhead. Although you might not look at this stuff anymore, it's useless for me to keep it. Do whatever you want with it. Who said it's useless? Sumyu smiled faintly and nodded at Huijian. Thanks. He knew that this corpse had definitely been prepared for him by Huijian long ago. Of the 10 god-level nether beings, there were currently only 3, including Yuyi. Even adding the corpse and godhead of modesty, there were only 4, leaving 6 more to go. Now with the corpse of the god of thunder, he was only 5 away. It could certainly be considered as saving him some trouble. Moreover, not to mention the value of the corpse. The value of that top-tier godhead alone far exceeded the cost of upgrading these soul coins to the 3rd grade of catastrophe. However, given the current relationship between Sumyu and Huijian, neither would care about who gained or lost more. Sumyu had always kept Huijian's help in his heart. They could trade barbs, but if the other party truly needed something, he would help without hesitation. Now, with the dead domain bank as his foundation, the wealthy Sumyu naturally didn't care about that little bit of consumption. He directly transformed all these soul coins into primordial soul coins. Primordial soul coin. Special item. A soul coin tainted with a trace of space-time power, exuding a dense aura of ancient times. However, the space-time power within it is far too scarce. Even if extracted, it would dissipate instantly, so it has no unique value. Perhaps collectors of ancient coins might like it. Catastrophe trait. When using primordial soul coins to anchor space-time nodes, it will be faster and more stable, and it will make it easier for people to perceive the anchored space-time node. The information panel for the primordial soul coin looked unremarkable, with nothing worth noting, but its catastrophe trait made Huijian's eyes light up. It actually has a special effect. He immediately picked up a primordial soul coin and carefully sensed how the space-time power within it differed. But the effect of the catastrophe trait was completely unreasonable. Even a powerhouse like Huijian couldn't make heads or tails of it. However, that didn't matter to him, since he couldn't understand it anyway. Huijian simply waved his hand, put away all the primordial soul coins, and laughed loudly. Kid, I owe you a huge favor this time. As he spoke, he tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes instantly becoming sharp as swords, his edge fully exposed. From now on, just name whoever you want me to slay. Really? Sumyu lips curled upward. Do you think I'd lie to you? Huijian glared, clearly having full confidence in his own strength. Then how about we go and slay the main gods of the demon race and the machine race first? Sumyu said it very casually, his tone as if he were asking Huijian to kill some stray cats or dogs on the side of the road. Huijian's mouth twitched, and he decisively stood up. I have other matters to attend to. We'll talk after I'm done. As his voice fell, his figure had already vanished from the booth, looking very much like someone who had failed to show off and was fleeing in a panic. But even without Sumyu words, he would have left anyway. The main reason Huijian had returned this time was because his ancient soul coins and primordial soul coins had run out. It was just that he hadn't expected to run into Sumyu in danger. With the help of Yi Yuan's formation, he had arrived at the ruined star sector ahead of schedule to relieve him. Later, killing Heidi was entirely an unexpected bonus. Now that he had enough ancient soul coins, he naturally wouldn't linger any longer. After all, anchoring the space-time node and pulling Zhu Xingqian back from beyond the myriad worlds was the matter he had always prioritized most. Hadn't you noticed that for the sake of ancient soul coins, this guy hadn't even attended Yumu's drinking party? That old geezer. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. You didn't have to put on such a show before leaving. Looking at the empty seat opposite him, Sumyubai grinned. One had to admit, when it came to posturing, it still had to be that old geezer Huijian. However, this time, Huijian had indeed been a huge help to him. If not for that old geezer, it would definitely not have been such an easy task for him to keep Heidi there. Even if he had managed to keep her in the end, he wouldn't have had enough time to completely kill her before Nydia, Huazhou, and Huangqian arrived. At that point, not only would there be no more chances to finish off Heidi, but he himself might have fallen into a perilous situation. Therefore, in this crisis, while Huijian's strength might not be on par with rule sovereigns like Xinghen, his importance was just the same. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but check his system information. After joining forces with Huijian to kill Heidi, a symbiotic sovereign, across realms, both of them had received the same reward. It was just that this reward was not what Sumyubai had imagined. Notification: congratulations to player Bai and player Huijian for successfully killing a 12th tier rule sovereign existence across realms, creating history. Rewarded with an additional opportunity to break through to the rule sovereign stage. The significance of this reward was something Sumyubai only understood after asking Huijian. Every top-tier realm master had one opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the rule sovereign stage. Of course, this was on the condition that there was currently no rule sovereign for the rule Great Dao one had integrated. Once the breakthrough was successful, one could become a new rule sovereign, but if one failed, their foundation would be damaged, and they would never again have the chance to break through to the rule sovereign stage. Now, both Sumyubai and Huijian had two opportunities to attempt a breakthrough to the rule sovereign stage. For Sumyubai, the utility of this reward went even further than that. Chapter 954, Sumyubai's Path. He must have also been able to become a dual system sovereign because of having such a reward. Right, Sumyubai whispered softly. The moment he received this reward, he had such an epiphany in his heart. Normally speaking, after completely mastering one rule Great Dao, it was almost impossible to completely master another. The difficulty of this could not be mentioned in the same breath as a high-level god integrating multiple rule Great Dao simultaneously. Once one became a sovereign of a certain rule Great Dao, they would be repelled by the other rule Great Daos. Wanting to completely master another rule Great Dao was harder than ascending to heaven. What's more, what Zhu Xingchen had mastered were the two supreme rule Great Daos of time and space. The difficulty was super multiplied. In the past, Sumyubai only thought it was because Zhu Xingchen's comprehension was high enough. Now, he realized that this didn't have much to do with comprehension. To master two rule Great Dao simultaneously, one must have a second opportunity for a breakthrough. To put it bluntly, the power of the origin would compensate for the foundation consumed after the breakthrough, allowing Sumyubai to break through once again and achieve the status of a dual system rule sovereign. It was just that the difficulty of the second breakthrough would be several times that of the first. In that case, I need even more opportunities. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, finding direction for his path ahead. Compared to Zhu Xingchen, the path he had to walk was clearly much harder. If he wanted to create reincarnation, the supreme rules he needed to master were not as simple as just two. The time and space that Zhu Xingchen mastered were merely a part of it. One could imagine just how arduous Sumyubai's path was. I still need 5 more, or even more. A look of contemplation flashed across Sumyubai's eyes. The incomplete heart of reincarnation was evolved from the heart of chaos. What he could be certain of now was that to create reincarnation, he must completely master the 7 supreme rules of chaos, death, lifetime, space, fate, and creation. But were these all of them? Did the 3 supreme rules of destruction, power, and luck also have to be completely mastered? On this point, Sumyubai was not certain. However, now was not the time to dwell on this question. When he truly reached that step, perhaps it would naturally become clear. Yet, when he thought of the rule of luck, the figure of the one who loved eating lollipops involuntarily flashed through Sumyubai's mind. I wonder what Lian has been busy with lately. Thinking of that naive girl Lian, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. It was just that ever since that meeting, he seemed to have never seen Lian again. Shaking his head, Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts. The path ahead was indeed very difficult, but he was not afraid in the slightest. No matter how difficult the path, As long as one walked it step by step, one would eventually reach the end. The first step was to truly break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign stage. At the same time, Sumyubai also needed to find a way to obtain more breakthrough opportunities. This time, it was because he had killed a rule sovereign across realms that he had received the reward. Wanting to obtain an equivalent reward was clearly not easy. After all, even the limit of his life force when he broke through to the Lawmaster stage hadn't been able to earn such a reward. Must it be something related to the rule sovereign stage to obtain an additional breakthrough opportunity? Sumyubai tapped his fingers on the table and whispered, "I wonder if the Void Rift might have relevant information." He thought for a moment, but did not enter the Void Rift to check right now. With the Sword of Creation in his possession, he now held the supreme god-level authority of a sovereign. He could enter the Void Rift to examine the data whenever he wished, so there was no need to rush. For now, he still had a few things left to finish. So, this is a main godhead. With a flicker of Sumyubai's divine sense, a brilliant, rounded crystal appeared in his palm. This was the main godhead left behind after Heidi had fallen. Looking closely, the crystal was not a perfect sphere, but rather possessed countless tiny facets. To the naked eye, it was almost impossible to discern, but through his divine sense, one could see that this main godhead possessed exactly 99,199 facets. Main godhead, the godhead of an ordinary rule sovereign, containing vast amounts of energy and the power of rules, affiliated rule, symbiosis. It is said that as long as one masters a specific method, a large amount of main god power can be extracted from it. The function of a main godhead was much the same as a regular godhead, only its rank was higher. For a peak high god who had fused with the symbiosis rule, this main godhead left behind by Heidi would be nothing short of a supreme treasure. This was because they could use this main godhead to observe the great Tao of the symbiosis rule more easily. However, Sumyubai had no need for such a function. Everything he had fused with was a supreme rule. Why would he waste time observing an ordinary rule like symbiosis? If he had that kind of time, he might as well freeload a promotion in a life series law and begin fusing with the great Tao of the life rule. As for finding the special method to extract main god power from this main godhead, Sumyubai had even less need for that. With the Death Codex at his disposal, he possessed near-infinite supreme death god power, and thanks to the catastrophe trait, he could convert it into the supreme god power of any other element at any time. Sitting atop a mountain of gold, how could he possibly care for trash like symbiosis main god power? However, this main godhead was not entirely useless. In fact, to Sumyubai, its utility was in no way inferior to a rule treasure that had fully unleashed all its power. Of course, it was only a one-time use item. Glancing at his soul power, Sumyubai couldn't help but be startled. Current soul power, 896,896,000,000. It had taken half a month to join forces with Huijian to slay Heidi, the symbiosis sovereign. Although he had nearly exhausted his soul power when he left the tributary of the River of Time to imbue a massive amount of supreme god power with the catastrophe trait, over the past half-month, the divine soul projection clones within his internal world had been working tirelessly to absorb spirits of divine soul. As a result, Sumyubai now had nearly 900 million soul power again. Not having to worry about soul power consumption, it really takes some getting used to. Sumyubai rubbed his nose. For the longest time, he had always had to calculate every bit of soul power he used. Finally, he had become wealthy. Weighing the main godhead in his hand, Sumyubai moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, target, main godhead, prompt. Do you wish to imbue it with the catastrophe trait? Click to view details. Looking at the virtual light screen before him, Sumyubai was slightly taken aback. There wasn't even an option to upgrade it by one tier. Was the main godhead already the limit? Sumyubai had originally thought that the main godhead could be freeloaded into a supreme godhead. It seemed the grading of godheads was a bit different from what he had imagined. However, this wasn't really a problem. Even if the option existed, he didn't think it would succeed. The gap between a supreme god and a main god was too vast. The main godhead could likely not withstand the energy of such an upgrade. In any case, upgrading wasn't his goal. Imbue catastrophe trait, chapter 955 double happiness, prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 100 million soul power to individually imbue it with the catastrophe trait? Confirm. The wealthy and bold Sumiyubai didn't hesitate to trigger his divine sense, and the catastrophe talent was immediately activated. A mysterious energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and surged wildly into the main godhead in his palm. Hum, hum. The entire godhead floated into the air and began to vibrate violently. The main god power contained within the godhead also began to churn under the injection of this energy. Vaguely, Sumiyubai seemed to see a phantom of Heidi. A moment later, the energy was completely absorbed, and the main godhead stopped trembling, slowly falling back into Sumiyubai's palm. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ears. Prompt: you have lost 100 million soul power and successfully imbued the symbiosis main godhead with the catastrophe trait. Current soul power: 796 million. 796 million. With the catastrophe trait successfully imbued. Sumiyubai immediately checked it. Main godhead affiliated rule: symbiosis catastrophe trait. Through this main godhead, you can summon the previous symbiosis sovereign to fight for you. The duration depends on the intensity of the battle, but after the summoning, this godhead will disappear. The catastrophe trait of the main godhead was exactly the same as that of a regular godhead, but the entity summoned was the previous rule sovereign. One had to say, being Sumiyubai's enemy was truly a tragedy. Even after falling, one could not find peace and would be summoned to fight for him. Although it had cost 100 million soul power, in Sumiyubai's view, it was absolutely worth it. The main reason Heidi was killed was because of Mengtu's projection clone. Regardless, she was a true rule sovereign with main god level combat power. With this main godhead imbued with the catastrophe trait, Sumiyubai had gained yet another trump card. Next is this thing. Sumiyubai flipped his hand to put away the main godhead, and with a flash of light, a miniature 8-spider lance appeared in his hand. This was the weapon Heidi had used, although it was only a high-level low-grade treasure. Having been tempered by main god power for countless years, its power naturally far exceeded that of ordinary high-level low-grade treasures. Treasures like rule treasures were extremely rare. Even rule sovereigns did not necessarily have one for every person. Heidi, this symbiotic sovereign, clearly did not possess any rule-level treasures. This 8-spider spear was her most formidable weapon. However, for Sumiyubai, as long as it was a high-level low-grade treasure, it had the potential to become a rule-level treasure in his hands. Glancing at the 8-spider spear, Sumiyubai immediately set up a profound heaven rail within the private room to conceal his aura, then expanded his divine realm of samsara to envelop the entire space. Following this, his figure vanished from the room, and he entered his internal world with the 8-spider spear in hand. With so many layers of isolation, it would be difficult for the commotion caused by the promotion to leak out. Within the internal world, the sea of death surged and roared, boundless and infinite. Endless soul-shattering impacts permeated every drop of seawater. Deep beneath the sea, the infinite Golden Scourge Legion lay in silent slumber. Although Brian had been leading a large portion of the Golden Scourge Legion to wage war everywhere, his capabilities were limited. Even with Sumiyubai's authorization, he was currently unable to command the ever-growing number of Golden Scourge soldiers. It is time to put the Nether Legion on the agenda. Sumiyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze filled with undisguised killing intent. The Golden Scourge Legion was strong, but they were ultimately just summoned entities that required a controller. However, if they were all converted into nether beings, they would be able to act with complete autonomy. At that point, with a single command from Sumiyubai, the massive Nether Legion could independently clear out the races on his death list, instead of the current situation, where Brian still had to lead the army to purge one divine kingdom after another. The thriving world tree had grown significantly, its sprawling branches and leaves perfectly supporting this vast, boundless world. Beneath the branches hung individual fruits, each one a small world of its own. Compared to the last time he had taken in a large number of humans, the number of ripe fruits on the world tree had increased dozens of times over. It was easy to imagine just how much Sumiyubai had improved during his trip to the Origin Land and the battle that preceded it. Otherwise, he would never have been able to join forces with Haijin to slay Heidi, a symbiotic sovereign, while only at the law sovereign stage. A rule sovereign's weapon shouldn't be unable to withstand the energy of a promotion, right? Thinking this, Sumyubai did not use his profound heaven divine pupils to peer into the future of the 8-spider spear. Instead, he simply moved his divine sense, catastrophe, target 8-spider spear prompt. Please select the promotion tier, first tier or second tier, or attach a catastrophe characteristic. Click to view details. Promote to first tier. As Sumyubai's divine sense shifted, the catastrophe talent immediately took effect. A massive surge of energy appeared out of thin air, and the great Tao of symbiosis descended along with it. However, compared to before, the Sea of Death and the World Tree did not react as violently this time. As Sumyubai's strength grew, these two rule-grade creations were also rapidly maturing. The two were products of the rules of death and life, respectively. Now that a lower-level rule like the rule of symbiosis had descended, it was difficult to shake them. One day, their power would shock the entire myriad worlds. The 8-spider spear hovered in midair, frantically absorbing the massive energy brought by the promotion. In Sumyubai's ears, a system prompt sounded. It was within reason, yet still unexpected. Prompt: the estimated time required for this promotion is 20 minutes. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent, or the promotion will fail. It's been reduced by this much. Sumyubai was overjoyed. Before entering the origin land, it had taken him an entire day to promote the Dream Illusion Divine Record. Now, it only required 20 minutes. At this rate, the mass production of rule-level treasures was clearly not far off. Of course, this was on the condition that he possessed enough high-level low-grade treasures. Ordinary low-grade treasures could not withstand the energy of such a promotion. The 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the 8-spider spear in mid-air erupted with a dazzling light, the system prompt sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Another rule-level treasure. Sumyubai smiled slightly and took the promoted 8-spider spear into his hand. But before he could even inspect it, his soul suddenly sensed several long dormant auras beginning to stir. Truly a double blessing. Sumyubai was delighted, and his figure vanished from the spot instantly. Chapter 956, God-Level Nether. 2-in-1 chapter. Sumyubai's figure suddenly appeared in the No. 2 internal small world. Although the layout of each of his internal small worlds was different, they all contained branches of the world tree and tributaries of the Sea of Death. This small world was, naturally, no exception. However, unlike the other small worlds, the No.2 small world was not inhabited by the large number of rescued humans. This was because it was the place where Yuyi and the others were in seclusion. The reason Sumyubai had suddenly entered this place was that his soul had sensed several long dormant auras suddenly beginning to stir. Calculating the time, the conversion of Yuyi and the other two should be just about finished. When Sumyubai entered, the three were sitting cross-legged on the peaks of 3 high mountains, their eyes tightly shut. The top-tier godheads that had been in front of them were long gone, clearly having been fully absorbed. Yet, Sumyubai could not sense a single trace of aura from the three of them. This caused him to frown involuntarily. Not finished with the conversion yet, as he muttered to himself. Golden light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened. Its yin-yang fish-shaped iris spinning rapidly. Profound heaven divine pupils activate. In an instant, Yuyi and the others appeared different in Sumyubai's vision. Their bodies were gradually fading, eventually disappearing entirely, leaving behind only an extremely thin thread that looked as if it could snap at any moment. The threads belonging to Jinmi and Mingri were slightly longer, while Yu's was almost invisible. Just as Sumyubai was observing, the threads representing the three seemed to grow even shorter. A vast amount of information surged into Sumyubai's soul, interpreted through the mystic heaven divine pupils. Soon, he gained enlightenment. This is the lifeline. These 3 threads were the lifelines of Yuyi and the other 2. Only when the lifelines completely vanished could they successfully transform into netherworld beings. The palpitations Sumyubai had felt earlier originated from the souls of Yuyi and his companions. After all, their lifelines had reached their absolute limit at this moment. It would not be long before they vanished entirely. Normally, this final stage is the most dangerous, because the disappearance of the lifeline signifies that life has reached its end, and death has already arrived. But Sumyubai's calamity trait has never followed any logic. Naturally, Yuyi and the other 2, created by the calamity trait, would not follow logic either. The final step is the most dangerous, non-existent. Soon, Yu's lifeline was the first to disappear, and his body slowly reappeared in the world, manifesting from nothingness. Although he looked no different than before, in reality, he had changed completely. He no longer possessed a soul fire, because his soul and divine body had completely merged into one during the process of transforming into a god-level netherworld being. In other words, at this moment, Yu's soul was his divine body, and his divine body was his soul. As a god-level netherworld being, he could shift between reality and illusion at will. This was the characteristic of the netherworld race. After Yu reappeared in the world, he slowly opened his eyes, divine light flickering within them. However, the divine light in his eyes was slightly different from normal divine light. It appeared somewhat dim. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from within Yu, churning the winds and clouds above the no to small world, as expected of a peak upper god. Sumyu Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately mobilized his divine power to protect the no to small world. At this moment, Yu's consciousness had not yet recovered, and the explosion of his power was not restrained in the slightest. The power of a peak upper god was not something a small world could withstand. Crack! But Sumyu Bai's power ultimately failed to protect this small world, because the suddenly descending Rule Grand Dao completely exceeded the tolerance limit of the small world. The moment the Rule Grand Dao descended, dense cracks appeared at the edges of the small world, as if the entire world would shatter in the next instant. Sumyu Bai did not have time to observe carefully. He moved his divine sense and directly transferred Yu out of the no to small world. Along with him, Jinni and Mingri, who were undergoing their final steps, also vanished from the peak of the mountain. As Yu departed, the descending Rule Grand Dao also retreated from this small world, having lost its target. The world barrier, which had been on the verge of collapse, finally stopped its cracking and expansion. Following that, the branches of the world tree flashed with emerald divine light, emitting a massive amount of world power to begin repairing the small world that had nearly shattered. Before long, the place was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Inside his internal world, Sumyu Bai appeared above the sea of death with Yu and the other two. Seeing the Rule Grand Dao following them, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had nearly destroyed an internal small world by accident. Although he had plenty of these, it was naturally best not to break his own things. This place was not an internal small world. It could fully withstand the descent of the Rule Grand Dao. With the crisis averted, Sumyu Bai finally had the time to carefully examine Yu. This guy was floating above the sea of death with his eyes closed, his aura continuously climbing and growing stronger. Peak upper god, the real deal. Moreover, because he was now a god-level netherworld being with his soul and body unified, his aura was exceptionally condensed, carrying that unique, ethereal, and deathly stillness of the netherworld. Yet, it was not as lifeless as ordinary undead. Instead, it possessed a kind of restrained grandeur, tsk, as expected of a god-level netherworld being forged from a top-tier godhead, and the calamity trait. Sumyu Bai nodded with satisfaction. Yu's presence was far more imposing than the ordinary netherworld beings he had created before. However, these things alone were not what made god-level netherworld beings truly special. One had to know that as long as he had enough soul fragments and other resources, Sumyu Bai could create an infinite number of ordinary netherworld beings. But he could only create 10 god-level netherworld beings. Even now that his strength had improved significantly, this number had not changed at all. Is it related to this unusual Rule Grand Dao? Sumyu Bai looked up thoughtfully at the Rule Grand Dao descending above the firmament. Rumble! Above his head. The pressure of the Rule Grand Dao grew heavier. The pitch-black clouds swirled, forming a massive vortex. In the center of the vortex, it felt as if something extremely terrifying was about to crawl out. That was the sign that the Death Rule Grand Dao was about to descend completely. Yu's body began to tremble slightly, seemingly instinctively welcoming this final transformation. Once he successfully accepted the infusion of the Grand Dao, he would truly stabilize at the peak upper god realm and directly begin to touch upon the fusion of the Death Rule. But the Death Rule descending at this moment had some slight differences from the Death Rule Sumyu Bai was familiar with in the past. It was just that Sumyu Bai couldn't figure out exactly where the difference lay for the time being. Naturally, There was only one death rule Grand Tao in all the myriad worlds. And what was descending now was indeed the true death rule Grand Tao. It was just that the feeling it gave Sumyubai was a little unfamiliar. Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, a sudden change occurred around Yuyi. Within that originally pure aura of deathly stillness, a trace of an extremely strange and completely different fluctuation suddenly seeped out. This fluctuation was very unfamiliar. It did not belong to death, nor did it belong to any common law Sumyubai knew. It carried a flavor of extreme nothingness and return to silence. It was as if it were the absolute void that existed even after the end of all things, where not even death itself existed. How? What's going on? Sumyubai frowned, his eyes glowing with intense golden light. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupils at the center of his brow spun frantically as he pushed his mystic heaven divine pupils to their absolute limit. Staring fixedly at Yuyi, under the shroud of golden light, he saw a strange fluctuation spreading from the deepest core of Yu's body. This fluctuation was faint, yet exceptionally resilient and stubborn. It seemed to be rejecting the descent of the great Tao of the death rule. What the hell? Sumyubai was a bit stunned. A god-level netherworld entity produced by a cataclysm trait. And it actually rejects the great Tao of the death rule. What kind of nonsense is this? The script isn't supposed to go like this. Just as Sumyubai was filled with shock and uncertainty, that strange fluctuation seemed to be angered by the oppressive force of the great Tao of the death rule. And it suddenly surged in intensity. On the surface of Yu's body, countless intricate and profound pitch-black patterns emerged. These patterns flashed and vanished in an instant, but the moment they appeared, the great Tao of the death rule descending from above seemed as if it had been severely burned by something. The massive pressure of the Tao's rhyme suddenly stalled. This is an inversion rule. So that's how it is. At this moment, Sumyubai understood everything completely. The reason the descending great Tao of the death rule gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange was because this great Tao of the death rule was inverted. It was not a new great Tao of the rule, but rather the inverted side of the great Tao of the death rule. The netherworld beings were truly dead things, existing in opposition to the living beings of the myriad worlds. They not only lacked life force and were incapable of dying, but even the laws and rules they comprehended and integrated were the inverted counterparts of the normal laws and rules. Once the inverted laws and rules collided with the normal ones, they would produce a certain degree of cancellation. In other words, even if a certain rule already has a rule sovereign, a god-level netherworld entity can still break through. Sumyubai's eyes lit up as he considered a possibility. Even ordinary netherworld entities might have the chance to break through as well. Is this a way to break through by taking a different path? Sumyubai recalled the third cataclysm trait of his creator interface and couldn't help but mutter to himself. If this were true, he would finally understand why there were only 10 slots for god-level netherworld entities. Because there were only 10 supreme rules in the myriad worlds in total, and the inverted supreme rules were also exactly 10. It seems that all 10 god-level netherworld entities have the hope of becoming new supreme gods. The more Sumyubai thought about it, the more he felt his hypothesis was correct. The netherworld was one of the necessary conditions for establishing reincarnation. Once reincarnation was established, he would no longer need to personally create netherworld entities. At that time, after all living beings died, as long as their souls were not completely annihilated, they would become members of the netherworld under the influence of reincarnation. After creating the ordinary netherworld entities earlier, he had realized that the netherworld was not just a single, isolated race. What the netherworld corresponded to was all living beings. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for the netherworld to give birth to 10 new supreme gods. While Sumyubai was deep in thought, the strange fluctuation within Yuyi seemed to have exhausted its power, retreating back into the depths and vanishing from sight, while the black patterns on his skin also disappeared. The inverted great Tao of the death rule completely enveloped Yuyi, and Yuyi's original aura was also becoming deeper and more unfathomable. Even the divine power within his body was undergoing some kind of change at this moment. Sure enough, everything is the opposite. Sumyubai projected his divine sense and instantly understood the changes in Yu's divine power. To be precise, the energy within his body was no longer divine power. It was a force that was diametrically opposed to divine power. Sumyubai pointed a finger. and a wisp of divine power instantly attached itself to Yuyi. The next moment, the power within Yuyi automatically protected its host, directly canceling out Sumyubai's divine power until both vanished simultaneously. There was no surge of energy, nor any reaction. It simply disappeared without a sound. This was not a collision that consumed energy, but rather, like two opposing sides of a force, they simply dissolved upon contact. Netherworld divine power. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, giving this force a name, just like the inverted Great Tao of the Rule. This netherworld divine power was the inversion of normal divine power. Precisely because of this, the two forces would directly dissolve each other. While Yu's power was transforming, within the Sea of Death, 5 other ores were also undergoing changes. Those were the 5 ordinary netherworld entities Sumyubai had created earlier. Their power was also rapidly transforming into netherworld divine power at this moment. Only after the birth of a god-level netherworld entity can the species of the netherworld be considered truly complete. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, his golden glowing gaze piercing through the Sea of Death to look at the 5 ordinary netherworld entities undergoing metamorphosis on the seabed. His heart filled with contemplation. At this moment, Yui's transformation finally came to a complete end. He immediately knelt on one knee before Sumyubai and spoke with a look of piety. Subordinate Yuyi pays respects to the sovereign. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully creating a complete god-level netherworld entity. It was merely a notification. There were no rewards, however. Sumyubai was not disappointed. The fact that Yuyi and the other god-level netherworld entities had the potential to become supreme gods was the best harvest of all. Rise. Sumyubai lifted his hand slightly. How do you feel? Better than ever before. Yuyi stood up, slowly stretching his body as he carefully sensed his own changes. A moment later, he spoke again. However, the current myriad worlds seem to reject my existence. How strong is the rejection? Sumyubai nodded slightly. He had already known about this when he created the ordinary netherworld entities earlier. The only thing he hadn't been sure about was whether the myriad world's rejection of ordinary netherworld entities and god-level ones would differ. The intensity is not very high. Netherworld divine power rippled within Yuyi as he spoke slowly. By continuously consuming netherworld divine power, I can withstand this force of rejection. As he spoke, his gaze fell into the depths of the Sea of Death below. Sufficient death or can also alleviate the rejection from the myriad worlds. Chapter 957. Is this still the myriad worlds game? I know. Warm reminder. What was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0 long chapter. Main text below. That's good then. Sumyubai nodded. It seemed the difference in the intensity of rejection the myriad worlds held toward god-tier nether beings versus ordinary nether beings was not significant. As long as Yuyi did not exhaust all of his power, there was no need to worry about being expelled from the myriad worlds, and the Sea of Death could provide them with a constant, sufficient supply of death or having understood this issue. Sumyubai then checked Yuyi's brand new status window. Yuyi god-tier nether. Race, Nether Undead Realm, Lord of Love's Soul Body, Peak Upper God Combat Power, Peak Upper God, Rule of Death, Rule of Inversion 0 Mark Special. Nether beings are inanimate objects. They possess no life force. The divine soul and divine body are fused into one. Those with powerful strength can switch between intangible and tangible forms at will. A creation of Bai, the first god-tier nether in the myriad worlds, possessing immense talent and comprehension. As Sumyubai had expected, the death rule Great Tao that Yuyi had fused with and comprehended carried the suffix inversion. Before the transformation, he had only just broken through to the Lord of Lo's realm, possessing the combat power of a lower god. Now, having just transformed into a complete god-tier nether, he had reached the realm of a peak upper god. As for the 0 marks degree of rule fusion, in Sumyubai's view, it was not a major issue. Because after his own strength had increased to its current level, the cataclysmic trait effects of the Death Domain Master's decree had also improved. The next time they entered, the effects of the Domain Master's decree would be able to conceal the aura of even more stowaways. Even the time they could stay in the origin land would become significantly longer. Furthermore, Sumyubai had previously triggered a myriad worlds announcement. earning a chance to enter the origin land openly and legitimately. By entering through this reward, his status would not be that of a stowaway, and at that time, his internal world could also be opened within the origin land. When that happened, combined with the cataclysmic traits of the Death Domain Master's decree, he would be able to let even more people take the opportunity to comprehend the origin of rules. Therefore, to a cheater like Sumubai, Yui's degree of rule fusion was very easy to improve. Just at this moment, the inverted death rule Great Tao, which had just receded, suddenly descended into Sumubai's internal world once again. He was slightly stunned. And then he saw Yui close his eyes again, as if entering some kind of state of sudden enlightenment. Having had this experience many times, Sumubai immediately understood the situation before him. However, he was still slightly surprised in his heart. Wasn't the myriad worlds rejecting nether beings? How could it still bestow rewards? Is it fighting with itself? At this moment, Yui was receiving the rewards from the myriad worlds game, and his comprehension and fusion of the inverted death rule Great Tao were advancing by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the announcement sound once again resounded throughout the entire myriad worlds. Myriad worlds announcement. Congratulations to the nether player Yui for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds game to comprehend the inverted death rule Great Tao. This is hereby announced, and it is hoped that players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Once this announcement was made, the entire myriad worlds was stunned. When it rang out the first time, many people thought it was Bai Yi who had triggered the myriad worlds announcement again. It wasn't until the second and third repetitions that they realized the player who triggered the announcement this time was named Yui, a name differing from Bai Yi's by only one character. After the players of the myriad worlds came to their senses, they immediately began to discuss it heatedly. However, everyone was full of confusion at this moment. They had too many questions they wanted to ask, but no one could answer them. Can someone tell me where this Yui popped out from? Is he a copycat of Bai Yi? I have a question. What is another player? What a coincidence. I also have a question. How can this Yui trigger a myriad worlds announcement just by comprehending the death rule Great Tao? Is he cheating even harder than Bai Yi? Or is the myriad worlds game bugged? Buddy, look closely. What Yui comprehended is the inverted death rule Great Tao. Did you eat the word inverted? Then a new question arises. What is the inverted death rule Great Tao? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. Is this still the myriad worlds game I know? How can one announcement cause so many problems? Previously, Bai Yi comprehended the 10th supreme rule, and now Yui has come up with an inverted death rule. Why am I understanding less and less? Outrageous. Too outrageous. The recent announcements are more ridiculous than the last. I've lived for over 100 epochs, and I never thought I'd have to relearn the myriad worlds game now. Is there any big shot who can come out and explain? This announcement brought great shock to the players of all races in the myriad worlds, because the content of the announcement contained a lot of information they had never known before. Yui, nether player, inverted death rule. The myriad worlds was completely boiling, and questions were flooding in rapidly. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden announcement and the unfamiliar information it contained, but their questions were destined to remain unanswered. Whether it was the nether or the inverted rule Great Tao, these were things that had never existed in the past of the myriad worlds. Even many rule sovereigns were completely confused, and the very few main gods who knew the inside story were, at this moment, exceptionally shocked. God Realm, Cradle of Gods. Fourth floor of the Pantheon. Xing Heng's projected avatar had just finished recounting the previous great battle, and several main gods of the god race were currently surprised by Bai Yi's strength. Myriad worlds announcement. Congratulations to the nether player Yui, times 20 Yui, nether player, inverted death rule Great Tao. The several main gods instantly grasped the key points, and a look of doubt flashed in their eyes. Only Xing Heng's pupils constricted, and he whipped his head around to look at the giant human face in the center, exclaiming, "Eat brother, did I hear that right? It's actually the nether." Clearly, the appearance of the term nether was enough to make Xing Heng, a main god who had existed for who knows how many epochs, lose control of his emotions. The main god addressed as Big Brother was also visibly stunned. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I never expected that Lord Mingtu's research back then would actually succeed. Big Brother, Second brother. What are you talking about? The other main gods were all completely confused. They did not seem to be aware of the research on the Nether conducted by the previous Death Sovereign, Ming Tu. The Nether is a brand new species. If it is truly as Lord Ming Tu envisioned back then, the myriad worlds are about to undergo a massive upheaval. The giant human face at the lead wore a complex expression as he slowly began to explain. Establishing reincarnation required the Nether. This was beyond doubt. However, the Nether was an inanimate object, standing entirely in opposition to living beings. He was unsure whether the birth of the Nether would be a blessing or a curse for the living beings of the myriad worlds. Xing Heng was already aware of much of the information being shared. While the other main gods listened, a flicker of contemplation crossed Xing Heng's eyes. He had a lingering feeling that this Yu Yi who had suddenly appeared was highly likely to be connected to Bai Yi. Chapter 958. My head is so itchy. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. Myriad Demon Realm. Great Desolate World. Demon God Palace. The moment the announcement rang out, a look of shock flashed across the face of Kang Lee's projected avatar. The Nether. It has actually been born, clearly, as the ancestor of all demons. He also possessed some information regarding Ming Tu's creation of the Nether. However, there was still a trace of doubt in Kang Lee's eyes. The rules of the Great Tao can be reversed. This point clearly exceeded his understanding. Demon Ancestor. What exactly does Nether player mean? Huan Qian's projected avatar looked at Kang Lee and voiced the question in his heart directly. Kang Lee pondered for a moment before sharing the information he knew with Huan Qian and the other demon race main gods. After a long while, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Investigate. Conduct a massive investigation. Dig up the background of this Yu Yi." The cold order quickly spread throughout the demon race's intelligence network. For some reason, Kang Lee had a bad premonition. Could this Yu Yi be related to Bai Yi? It wasn't that he was overthinking it. It was just that such a feat was only possible for that monstrous genius. Bai Yi. Even though they were enemies, Kang Lee had to admit that Bai Yi was indeed the most perverted genius he had ever seen. Destruction Realm, Skynet World. In the mechanical race's virtual network center, data streams surged like a tsunami. Although Ling Shang was still on the way back, the electronic eyes of his projected avatar were flickering frantically, analyzing target Yu Yi. Correlation analysis. Bai Yi. Name similarity 87. Related events. Bai Yi's previous actions were highly correlated with the undead race. He was active in the undead realm for a long time. Deduction. There is a high probability that Yu Yi has a close connection with Bai Yi. The Nether may be a new undead variant unit under Bai Yi's control. Re-evaluating threat level. Evaluation complete. Yu Yi threat level. Extremely high. Must be included in the highest priority monitoring list. Recommendation. Initiate the erasure protocol. Prioritize the elimination of all unknown variables related to Bai Yi. The entire mechanical race, including their strongest, Ling Shang, did not seem to know about Ming Tu's creation of the Nether. Yet, through data analysis, they had guessed the truth of the matter to a significant extent. Because the Nether that Ming Tu had created had actually been a failure, it was a failed product, and indeed a variant of the undead race, based on mere traces. Ling Shang and the other mechanical main gods concluded that there was some close connection between Yu Yi and Bai Yi. At the same time, the undead race, the demon race, the titan race, all top-tier races held emergency meetings because of this announcement. Information regarding the Nether began to circulate among these existences at the rule sovereign level for the first time. Before this, the Nether was merely a piece of research by the previous Death Sovereign and had never truly been created, so very few existences knew of it. Now that the species envisioned by the Death Sovereign the Nether had suddenly appeared, all the major races keenly sensed that the myriad worlds were very likely about to change. Especially the undead race, as they were the race created by the previous Death Sovereign. Now that the Nether was born, could this be the opportunity for the undead race to take a step further? The major races issued orders immediately to launch a massive investigation into Yu Yi. Regardless of their intentions, they all wanted to find this Nether. But before the investigations of the major races could officially begin, two more system announcements followed in succession, causing the myriad worlds, which were already in heated discussion, to boil over completely. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Nether player Jinmi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the reverse destruction rule of the Great Tao. This is hereby announced. We hope all players of the Myriad races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Nether player Mingri for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the reversed fate rule of the Great Tao. This is hereby announced. We hope all players of the Myriad races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. At this moment, the entire Myriad Worlds was numb. My goodness. Are these Nether players selling these in bulk? Awesome. Triggering 3 Myriad Worlds announcements in a row. They're simply not acting like humans. Reverse destruction rule. Reversed fate rule. Are these Nether players planning to sweep up all 10 of the supreme reversed rules? Please, someone tell me. How can one comprehend the reversed rules? Good question. I think you should start by comprehending the reversed laws first. Well said. Don't say it again next time. Holy crap, Jinmi, it's actually him. Who is Jinmi famous? The calamity of the myriad races. Jinmi is the calamity of the myriad races. What? It's actually him. But isn't myriad races calamity a top-tier world lord of the god race? Is there a possibility that his information is faked? But if that were the case, couldn't the name be faked too? Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they share the same name. My head is so itchy. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. Death Realm, Death Continent, City of Silence. The crystal building of the Death Domain Bank headquarters. Yumu and other rule sovereigns were drinking fine wine together, with Yuan, the only law lord, also sitting to the side. In the previous battle, the human race could be considered to have achieved a complete victory. Not only did they protect Bai Yi, but they also unexpectedly killed Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign of the insect race, to thank Xingying and the other main gods for their help. Yumu did not hesitate to bring out the rule-grade fine wine he had treasured for many years. The wine brewed by the god of wine was hard to refuse, even for those who were not wine lovers. The moment the announcement rang out, all the main gods present were stunned, and then they fell silent. Clearly, they were all currently using their projection avatars to discuss the matters of the netherworld and the reversal rule with their own clansmen. Yumu and Yuan exchanged a glance and nodded calmly. Both of them controlled their emotions well and did not show any abnormalities. In reality, however, they were extremely pleasantly surprised inside. While others might not know, they were very clear that Yui Jinmi and Mingri were all created by Bai Yi. Now that the three of them had become Netherworld players and had triggered consecutive Myriad Worlds announcements due to comprehending the reversal rule, it meant that Bai Yi had perfected the research of the previous Death Sovereign, taking him one step closer to creating reincarnation. Creating reincarnation was the ultimate goal, and in this process, Bai Yi and his affiliated forces would inevitably become increasingly powerful, and the human race would benefit from this as well. Just as the various forces of the Myriad Worlds were shaken by the first announcement and were reacting in different ways. Inside Sumu Bai's internal world, the descending Great Tao of the Reversal Death Rule was crazily pouring into Yu's body. His level of comprehension and fusion with this brand new rule was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. 0 stripe 1 stripe 2 stripes. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 3-stripe realm, and there was absolutely no sign of it stopping. Chapter 959. The hope of resolving rejection. Good grief. When the Myriad Worlds game decides to be generous with rewards, it even pours resources into the species it just rejected. What is this? A slap followed by a sweet treat. Sumu Bai was left somewhat speechless. However, this was a good thing. It seemed that the reward Yui received was likely a direct 50% boost to the Great Tao of the Reversal Death Rule he had just begun to fuse with. Once the reward ended, Yui would directly step into the realm of a 5-stripe peak high god. At that point, combined with the special nature of the netherworld where one does not die, and the Myriad World's lack of understanding regarding the reversal rule and netherworld divine power, even when facing a 7 or 8-stripe peak high god, Yui would have the strength to put up a fight. Merely absorbing one modified top-tier godhead had allowed Yui to rise from a low god to such a realm in one go. Such a magnitude of improvement made even Sumu Bai, a player who used cheats, feel that it was truly too monstrous. Of course, Yui was able to improve like this also because of the cheat Sumu Bai's catastrophe trait provided him. That top-tier godhead was not the main reason Yui could improve so rapidly. What truly brought about such a change was that he had become a complete god-level netherworld entity. Once his breakthrough ended, Sumyubai would have one more fierce warrior under his command. Moreover, through Yui, Sumyubai could also observe and understand this reversal death rule more intuitively. This was information he had never understood before, and it might provide some inspiration for the future. Sumyubai had a crazy idea. Could he, the creator of the netherworld, comprehend and master the great Tao of the reversal rule? If he could, he dared not imagine to what extent his own strength would rise. However, if he really could master it, the breakthrough opportunities required afterward would also increase significantly. This was also a thorny problem, as Sumyubai did not yet know how to obtain more breakthrough opportunities. I wonder if the Origin Land holds the answer. A look of contemplation flashed across Sumyubai's eyes. Everything in the Myriad Worlds originated from the Origin Land. The rewards given by the Myriad Worlds game could never exceed that scope. Therefore, besides finding ways to obtain more rewards, he should also be able to find opportunities in this regard within the Origin Land. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He withdrew his thoughts and refocused his gaze on Yui. A moment later, the speed of the rule infusion gradually slowed down, and the aura on Yui stabilized at a formidable level. Great Tao of Rules. Death Rule Reversal 5 Stripes. Just as Sumyubai had expected, Yui's fusion level with the Great Tao of the Reversal Death Rule had indeed surged directly to the 5-stripe realm. At this speed of improvement, even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. The Great Tao of Rules slowly dissipated. Yui opened his eyes once again. This time, his gaze was even deeper and darker. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if two miniature, counter-rotating death vortices were slowly turning, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. He felt his own surging power and knelt on one knee before Sumyubai once more. Thank you, Sovereign, for your grace. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for you. Yui's voice remained cold and loyal, but it seemed to carry a hint of undisguisable excitement. After all, this feeling of power surging was truly wonderful. He knew very well that all of this was brought about by the creator before him. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. Very good. How does it feel? Is there anything special about the reversal death rule? He asked curiously. Yui pondered for a moment and replied respectfully, replying to Master, this feeling is very peculiar. The normal death rule is an end, an annihilation, the taking away of vitality, and the reversal of the death rule. It is more like a deadly stillness of reverse life. He raised his hand, and a small cluster of gray-black energy emerged from his palm. This energy did not emit any aura of death. Instead, it gave one an extremely eerie sense of stillness. This subordinate has discovered that when utilizing this power, it seems less easily rejected by the myriad worlds. There is even a faint illusion of being accepted by this world. Yui's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Accepted. Could it be that this reverse death rule actually aligns more closely with some underlying execution logic of the myriad worlds themselves? So, the myriad worlds reject the existence of the netherworld on one hand, while rewarding the comprehension of the reversal rules on the other. These myriad worlds rules are quite hypocritical, aren't they? However, this is a major discovery. If Yui can use the power of the reverse death rule to fight, he could significantly reduce the effect of being rejected. His sustained combat capability would be greatly enhanced. Most importantly, this might become a breakthrough in finding out how to avoid being rejected by the myriad worlds. Because this was the first time Sumyubai had ever heard of an entity rejected by the myriad worlds experiencing a sense of being accepted. If the netherworld, a species rejected by the myriad worlds, could be accepted, then what about other things, for example, treasures that break the rules of the realm, or perhaps Sushinchen? Sumyubai was lost in thought, though he had no leads for the moment, but at least this gave him a glimmer of hope for solving this problem. Very good. Continue to familiarize yourself with and comprehend this power, and while you're at it, absorb more death aura to prepare for our next actions. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts and instructed Yui. Yes, Master. Yui responded respectfully, then dove directly into the sea of death below. At this moment, The last traces of the lifelines of Jinmi and Mingri also completely vanished. Boom! Both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, and two powerful auras surged toward the sky. They were also the auras of peak upper gods. Although they had started absorbing the top-tier godheads later than Yui, Sumyubai had specifically accelerated time in the area where they were located immediately after they emerged. With the power of the time rules he could now mobilize. He could accelerate time in a small area up to a terrifying 5,000 times. Therefore, during the time Yui was breaking through, their progress had caught up. Now, they had finally completed the transformation and become complete god-level netherworld beings. To rule Grand Douse descended simultaneously, bringing with them a pressure far greater than before. However, Sumyubai's internal world had become incomparably resilient under the reinforcement of the World Tree and the Sea of Death. Even with the descent of to rule Grand Douse, he could easily withstand it. This is the reversed fate rule. Looking at the rule Grand Dao descending upon Mingri, a flash of joy crossed Sumyubai's eyes. This almost confirmed the conjecture in his heart. The 10 god-level netherworld beings correspond to the 10 reverse supreme rule Grand Douse. The aura of the reversed fate rule was both strange and familiar to Sumyubai. As for the rule Grand Dao descending upon Jinmi, it was completely unfamiliar to him. Whether it was the destruction rule or the reverse destruction rule, Sumyubai had never touched upon them, so he was not familiar with them. Just like when Yui broke through, at this moment, a trace of an extremely eerie and distinct fluctuation suddenly seeped out from the originally pure auras surrounding Jinmi and Mingri. Chapter 960. Creating new god-level netherworld beings. This time, Sumyubai was no longer confused. He simply waited quietly for the two to fully regain consciousness. The terrifying Daorime pressure from the reversed fate rule Grand Dao and the reverse destruction rule Grand Dao in the sky stalled for a moment before completely enveloping them. The divine power within their bodies was also rapidly transforming into netherworld divine power. After a long while, their transformation finally came to an end. They immediately knelt on one knee before Sumyubai and spoke with a pious expression. Subordinate Jinmi pays respects to the sovereign. Subordinate Mingri pays respects to the sovereign. At the same time, two system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully creating a complete god-level netherworld being. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully creating a complete god-level netherworld being. Still no rewards, just notifications. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it would only trigger a Myriad Worlds announcement after all 10 god-level netherworld beings were created. Rise, both of you. Your improvement is not yet over. Sumyubai lifted his hand slightly, and Mingri and Jinmi slowly stood up, just like Yui before them. The reversed rules they comprehended would also trigger Myriad Worlds announcements and earn system rewards. Soon, the reversed rule Grand Douse descended once again, surging madly into their bodies. Mingri and Jinmi closed their eyes again, entering a state of sudden enlightenment. The degree of fusion between their auras and the rules was rising rapidly. At the same time, two consecutive Myriad Worlds announcements rang in Sumyubai's ears. Myriad Worlds announcement: congratulations to the netherworld player Jinmi for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the reverse destruction rule Grand Dao. This is hereby announced. Players of all races are encouraged to learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement: congratulations to the netherworld player Mingri for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the reversed fate rule Grand Dao. This is hereby announced. Players of all races are encouraged to learn from them to obtain generous rewards. The Myriad Worlds must be quite lively right now, aren't they? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The fact that Mingtu attempted to create the netherworld species must be known to the rule sovereigns. Previously, when he created ordinary netherworld beings, it didn't trigger any Myriad Worlds announcements. Now that the three of them, Yui and the others, had stepped onto the grand stage of the Myriad Worlds one after another, the brand new species of the netherworld had appeared in the vision of all races for the first time. Sumyubai was looking forward to seeing what actions the rule sovereigns of the various races would take next. In the past, he lacked the ability to contend with the rulers of the rules, but now, things were different. As he fused with more and more rule Daos, the power brought forth by the incomplete heart of Samsara grew increasingly formidable. Especially after the experience of slaying Heidi, Sumyu-bai no longer held any sense of awe toward the rulers of the rules. Nowadays, even without summoning the projection of the ruler of death, Sumyu-bai did not fear a battle against a ruler of the rules. Although he might not be able to defeat them, they certainly wouldn't be able to kill him easily either. Moreover, the strength of those rulers of the rules across the myriad worlds had almost reached a point where it could no longer be improved. Sumyu-bai, however, was different. It wouldn't be long before his strength would once again leap forward by bounds. After all, he had only fused the death rule and the fate rule to the extreme of the 9 pattern levels so far. Before long, Mengri and Jinmi finished receiving their rewards and exited their state of epiphany. Their auras were identical to Yui's from before, and their degree of rule fusion had also surged to the 5 pattern realm in one go. Thank you for your grace, Master. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for you. The two knelt on one knee once again, speaking the exact same words as Yui, without a single syllable of difference. Sumyu-bai turned his gaze toward them and waved his hand. The same goes for you. Familiarize yourselves with your power as quickly as possible and absorb more death energy. Very soon, there will be an opportunity for you to take action. Upon hearing this, a cold, battle-hungry glint flashed in both of their eyes. They had been in seclusion for too long and had long been yearning to conquer the myriad worlds for their master. In the past, it was due to a lack of strength, but now, facing peak high gods at the 7 or 8 pattern level, they had the power to fight. Such strength was already enough to sweep across many regions. Watching the two figures submerge into the depths of the Sea of Death, Sumyu-bai finally withdrew his gaze. Following that, the wheel of time and space shimmered with light, expanding the time acceleration zone that had previously enveloped Mingri and the other. Next, I must create the remaining god-level netherworld beings as quickly as possible. Sumyu-bai waved his hand, and 3 corpses instantly appeared before him. They were Lord of Prison Shaking Otis, Lord of Dream Weaving Modesty, and God of Thunder Ming King, 3 top-tier godheads, each with 999 facets, hovered above the corpses, emitting a soft, radiant glow. Sumyu-bai had almost forgotten about this fellow Otis earlier. Although he was still a hair's breadth away from being a true top-tier world lord, the gap was primarily due to his lack of high-level rule-grade treasures. In all other aspects, there was no significant difference between Otis and a top-tier world lord. Therefore, his corpse and godhead were perfectly suitable as materials for creating god-level netherworld beings. With this, only for more corpses and top-tier godheads were needed. Sumyu-bai's gaze swept over the 3 corpses, and with a mere thought, he mobilized the power of his catastrophe trait and began the creation process. And like when he created undead creatures in the past, this time, the system did not ask any questions. The death codex appeared automatically, and a massive amount of soul fragments surged from it, merging into the 3 corpses. The 3 godheads also suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The energy within them began to churn, undergoing some sort of unknown transformation. Just like the energy absorbed by Yui and the others, these 3 godheads were also being modified by Sumyu-bai in an instant. This time, the 3 corpses would not give birth to undead creatures first. Instead, they would completely absorb the power of the top-tier godheads during the creation process. When the time came, they would directly become complete god-level netherworld beings. However, this creation process was much slower than Sumyu-bai's previous direct creation of undead creatures, requiring a full several decades. But within the zone of 5,000-fold time acceleration, several decades was only a matter of a few days. Sumyu-bai could afford to wait that long. Glancing at the 3 corpses wrapped in cocoons of light, Sumyu-bai moved his divine sense and vanished from his inner world. Inside the private room, Sumyu-bai's figure materialized. He had just retracted the Samsara divine realm and dismantled the mystic heavenary that had been masking his aura when a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 961. Old Man Feng's Grand Gift. Little friend Bai, are you finished with your business? Feng Yuan's voice sounded from outside the door. From his words, it was not hard to tell that he had arrived earlier. But having sensed the auras of the Samsara divine realm and the mystic heavenary, he had chosen not to disturb Sumyu-bai. Just finished. Sumyu-bai waved his hand. The door to the private room opened, and Feng Yuan walked in with a smile. Old Man Feng. Why aren't you drinking with Senior Yumu and the others? What made you think of coming to find me? Compared to the name Yuan, Sumyubai preferred calling him Old Man Feng. With no outsiders present, both of them acted quite casually. Feng Yuan sat directly on the sofa, picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup, and replied with a smile, "I'm getting old. Compared to drinking, tea is more suitable for an old man like me." Hearing this, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Although the tea at the Death Domain Bank was top tier, how could it compare to the fine wine brewed by Yumu, the god of wine? He understood that Old Man Feng hadn't come over just for tea. There was definitely something else, most likely related to the announcement triggered by Yui and the others. After all, the appearance of the Netherworld was a major event for the entire myriad worlds. However, what surprised Sumyubai was that after Feng Yuan set down his teacup, he didn't ask any questions related to the Netherworld, but instead said, "I was a bit overwhelmed with work earlier, so I never found the opportunity to give this to you." As he spoke, light flickered in his palm, and a jade slip appeared, which he then handed directly to Sumyubai. The latter was slightly stunned. "This is... just project your divine sense into it, and you will naturally know." Feng Yuan stroked his long beard and smiled mysteriously. "Tell me, Old Man Feng, do you have some kind of illness that makes you feel uncomfortable if you don't act like a riddle maker?" Sumyubai rolled his eyes, reached out to take the jade slip, and projected his divine sense directly into it. The next moment, his eyes widened sharply. The moment his divine sense entered the jade slip, Sumyubai felt his mind go blank. This is no mere jade slip. It is a super information bomb, a massive, infinitely complex ocean of formation knowledge, insights, and application techniques, surged into his mind like a bursting dam. It was everything Feng Yuan had comprehended regarding the Zhuanshan Grand Formation over countless epochs. From the most fundamental rune structures to all manner of unimaginable formation variations and applications. From how to exert maximum effect with minimal divine power, to how to borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth to strengthen the formation. There were even many ingenious maneuvers he had never even thought of before. Old Man Feng's life's work and insights from countless epochs were all here. Sumyubai possessed too many treasures, and he had never carefully studied the Zhuanshan Grand Formation until now. His use of the Zhuanshan Grand Formation had been quite superficial. The reason he could achieve the desired effects was entirely because the Zhuanshan Grand Formation itself was inherently powerful. The volume of information within the jade slip was so vast and intense that it left Sumyubai feeling dizzy. It took a long while for him to barely digest this wave of impact, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the jade slip in his hand again. The weight of it felt completely different. This thing was of immeasurable value. As long as he could master the contents of this jade slip, his comprehension of the Zhuanshan Grand Formation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Old Man Feng this. Sumyubai looked at Feng Yuan, his expression somewhat complex. This gift was simply too heavy. It was almost equivalent to handing over his entire foundation to him. Feng Yuan, however, merely stroked his beard with a smile, looking calm and unruffled. "Hey, don't look at me with that expression. I have studied this formation for countless years. These few insights are nothing. You are the true successor. In my hands, these things are like pearls covered in dust. Only by giving them to you can they truly fulfill their purpose." Having said this, he paused, his tone becoming more serious. "The Zhuanshan Grand Formation is infinitely profound. What I have glimpsed after exhausting my efforts is likely only the tip of the iceberg. The path ahead must be walked by you alone, as you uncover the true power of this formation." Sumyubai took a deep breath and solemnly put the jade slip away. He would remember this favor. "Thank you, Old Man Feng." He didn't offer many polite words. Some sentiments are best kept in the heart. Feng Yuan spoke lightly, but he was the current #1 formation master of the myriad worlds. If this jade slip were released to the outside world, its appeal would be no less than that of a rule-level treasure, and it would certainly incite a bloody storm. The name Yuan was built entirely upon his formation skills. Who wouldn't want to rely on formations to contend against a rule sovereign while at the lawmaster stage? Feng Yuan waved his hand with a smile and poured himself another cup of tea. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Giving you this jade slip is only the first thing. There is a second." Sumyubai's interest was immediately piqued, and he asked curiously, "There's more good stuff." "I wouldn't call it good stuff, but it should be of some use to you." Feng Yuan sipped his tea and said slowly, "I want to introduce someone to you." "Who?" "The chief appraiser of the Dead Zone Bank, Zhongli Wen." Zhongli Wen. Sumyubai searched his memory, but he had never heard the name. The chief appraiser of the Dead Zone Bank must hold a transcendent status. But since Old Man Feng was specifically introducing him, it certainly wasn't just because of his position. This Master Zhongli Wen, what is special about him? Sumyubai asked directly. Feng Yuan set down his teacup, a flash of reminiscence and emotion crossing his eyes. "Special? I suppose so. Come to think of it, he and we share a bit of a connection." "We?" Sumyubai caught the word. "Yes, we." Feng Yuan looked at him and smiled meaningfully. The Zhuanshan lineage is passed down to only one person per generation and is incredibly mysterious. The previous successor was the Sovereign of Fate. And this generation, it is you. Sumyubai nodded slightly. He knew all this information, but he did not interrupt Feng Yuan, waiting quietly for what was to follow. Feng Yuan paused and continued, "But in this world, there are always accidents and opportunities. And there will always be one or two lucky ones, or rather, those with a predestined connection. They might, through some stroke of luck, obtain a few scattered fragments of the Zhuanshan lineage's inheritance. While not true Zhuanshan successors, they can be considered half-successors." Sumyubai's heart stirred, clearly. Feng Yuan was one such person, which was why he had once claimed to be half a Zhuanshan successor. At this moment, Sumyubai also recalled that at the auction of the Dead Zone Bank on Hanyuan Star, Brian had once said that the chief appraiser of the Dead Zone Bank was a disciple of the Zhuanshan lineage, and that Time Orb was identified by him as being related to the rule-level treasure, the Wheel of Time and Space. Now, hearing Old Man Feng say this, Sumyubai immediately understood that this Master Zhongli Wen was clearly also a half-successor of the Zhuanshan lineage. Chapter 962. Another person with a predestined connection. As Sumyubai pondered, he saw Feng Yuan point to himself and then gesture vaguely in a certain direction. "Take me, for example. Back then, I had a stroke of blind luck and obtained a bit of the surface-level inheritance of the Zhuanshan Grand Formation. It was precisely by relying on this that I achieved what I have today." "What you obtained was only the surface level?" Sumyubai couldn't help but ask. The information in that jade slip earlier was extremely vast. Moreover, Feng Yuan had relied on his formations to confront a rule sovereign level existence head-on. Yet now, he was saying that this was only the surface of the Zhuanshan Grand Formation. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. If one were to fully comprehend and master the Zhuanshan Grand Formation, just how powerful would they become? He even began to doubt whether the original Sovereign of Fate had fully comprehended the Zhuanshan Grand Formation. Yes, the surface level. Feng Yuan sighed. The Zhuanshan Grand Formation is far more profound and powerful than you imagine. Having said this, he waved his hand. "You will naturally understand once your comprehension deepens in the future. Let's get back to Zhongli Wen. That old fellow obtained a fortuitous encounter alongside me back in the day. But what he received was not the Zhuanshan Grand Array, but rather a partial inheritance of the Zhuanshan Eye." Zhuanshan Eye. Sumyubai's pupils constricted slightly. Before the Zhuanshan Divine Eye absorbed the space-time Divine Eye, it was the Zhuanshan Eye. Following that, Feng Yuan continued, that old fellow relied on that incomplete inheritance to forcefully train a pair of Divine Eyes capable of perceiving all things. That is how he secured his position as the chief appraisal master of the Dead Domain Bank, becoming renowned throughout the entire myriad worlds. Those eyes of his are incredibly sharp. Many sovereigns of rules have sought his help to appraise their treasures. So that was it. Sumyubai understood. No wonder Old Man Feng had specifically recommended him. Was he trying to get him to reconnect with kin, and incidentally, integrate the other part of the inheritance as well? Zhongli Wen is of the undead race. His temperament is a bit eccentric, but his character is absolutely trustworthy. That guy and I have been old friends for countless years. Feng Yuan looked at Sumyubai, his tone sincere. "My meaning is, if you have the time, you might as well go see him." Regarding the insights into the Zhuanshan Eye, he has accumulated them for countless years. His understanding and realizations must be substantial, if he is willing to share them with you. It should be of great benefit for you to fully master this divine eye technique. After all, Feng Yuan's side, his tone somewhat complex. These half-inheritors who obtain scattered fragments, when all is said and done, are ultimately walking on someone else's path. No matter how good the item is, if it isn't truly your own, it is difficult to reach the absolute pinnacle. But you are different. You are the orthodox successor of the Zhuanshan lineage. These fragments can only be truly pieced together and radiate their intended brilliance when they are in your hands. I believe that old man Zhang should also understand this principle. After listening, Sumyu remained silent for a moment. The amount of information was quite significant. The Zhuanshan lineage appeared to be even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. Even the mere scraps scattered about were enough to create figures like Feng Yuan and Zhong Liwen. How terrifying must the complete inheritance be? He had only guessed before, but now he was absolutely certain that the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage definitely originated from beyond the myriad worlds. He just didn't know why the myriad worlds did not reject this power that did not belong to them. And he was the orthodox successor of this generation. This identity brought not only opportunities but likely unimaginable responsibilities and trouble. After all, the disappearance of the Sovereign of Fate remained a mystery to this day. If he had truly fallen in that great upheaval just like the Sovereign of Death and the Sovereign of Life, why would Lian still be so persistent in searching for him? I understand. Sumyu nodded, his gaze becoming clear. I will go and meet this Master Zhong Liwen soon. For both public and private reasons, this was necessary. Integrating the inheritance and increasing his strength was never a wrong move. Good. Seeing him agree, Feng Yuan laughed happily. That old fellow will definitely be very happy to see you. Perhaps in his excitement, he will even hand over his bottom-of-the-box skills to you. Although Zhong Liwen held a high status and position at the Dead Domain Bank, he was not at all worried that Bai Yu would be unable to meet him. Not to mention that the two vice presidents of the Dead Domain Bank were drinking right next door. Through his vast wealth, he also knew that the current Dead Domain Bank had already been secretly controlled by Bai Yi. Wanting to see Zhong Liwen was, for Bai Yi, merely a matter of a single word. As for whether the other party would hand over his life's insights and realizations to Bai Yi, that was another matter entirely. However, based on Feng Yuan's understanding of Zhong Liwen, he knew that the other party would definitely make the same choice as he did. Thanks, old man Feng. Sumyu thanked him again. Today's harvest was too great. Not only did he obtain the complete insights into the Zhuanshan Grand Array, but he also gained a lead on another part of the inheritance. Why are you being so polite with me? Feng Yuan waved his hand and slowly stood up. All right, the tea is finished, and the business is settled. This old man won't disturb you any longer. Those old drunks like you have probably almost emptied the wine cellar. I need to go check on them. He walked toward the door with a smile. When he reached the entrance, he paused, turned his head, and gave Sumyu a meaningful look. Little friend Bai Yi, the path of the Zhuanshan lineage is not easy to walk, but this old man believes that you will definitely be able to walk further than anyone else. The future of the human race still relies on you. After saying this, he laughed heartily and pushed the door open to leave. Inside the private room, Sumyu was left alone once again. He felt the jade slip in his sea of consciousness, which recorded the vast knowledge of the Zhuanshan Grand Array, and his gaze gradually deepened. Zhuanshan lineage, orthodox successor, scattered inheritance. It seemed he would have to go and meet this chief appraisal master, urgently. He had planned to first find for blind top-tier world lords to fill the quota for the god-level netherworld. But after hearing old man Feng's words, he changed his mind. Hunting top-tier world lords was, for him now, merely a trivial task. Since he was already at the headquarters of the Dead Domain Bank, he might as well go see Zhong Liwen first. Sumyu was also quite interested in this chief appraisal master who had mastered a partial inheritance of the Zhuanshan Eye. Thinking of this, he raised his wrist and made a call. Sovereign, do you have any instructions? Bloom's voice quickly came through the communicator. This top-tier world lord of the succubus race, one of the 13 directors of the Dead Domain Bank, had a name that differed by only one character from Bruno, the sovereign of ice of the undead race. Where is Zhong Liwen now? Upon hearing this, Bloom was clearly stunned for a moment. The sovereign was suddenly looking for Master Zhongli when was there a treasure that needed appraisal. However, he did not ask, but replied directly. Master Zhongli Wen is currently at the headquarters. Have him come see me. Sumyubai's voice was very calm. And Bloom's response was equally simple. Understood. I will notify him immediately. Chapter 963 Zhongli Wen. Not long after the communication ended, the door to the private room was gently knocked upon once more. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very light, seemingly carrying a hint of cautious respect. Clearly, when Bloomer notified Zhongli Wen, he must have disclosed some information regarding Sumyubai's identity. Center. Sumyubai spoke indifferently, his aura and appearance shifting in an instant to that of one Zuziji. When operating within the Death Domain Bank, using the identity of one Zuziji was far more convenient. The door opened. A hunched figure wearing the high-ranking uniform of the Death Domain Bank walked in slowly. The person who arrived was an undead race elder who looked extremely aged. The soul fire within his eye sockets presented a peculiar silvery white color, burning with great stability. His attire was meticulous, with every button on his uniform fastened tightly. Yet, for some reason, his entire being exuded a sense of stagnant decay. He was like an old pedant who had been buried in piles of ancient papers for countless years. Sumyubai raised his eyes to look. With his current strength, he didn't even need to activate the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil to see the other party's information. Master of the Silver Eyes Zhongli Wen Undead Race. Death Domain Bank Chief Appraisal Master Law Master Realm Vitality. 99 Realms Divine Soul. Peak Upper God Divine Body. Peak Upper God Combat Power. Peak Upper God Level to Realm Master Rule Great Tao Fate Rule. Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree. 99.99% 9 Pattern Ultimate Authority. Partial Fate Authority. Relying on a pair of silver eyes to judge treasures of 10,000 realms. He is a world-renowned appraisal master. His status in the Death Domain Bank is on par with the 13 great directors. Zhongli Wen actually possessed the strength of a realm master. This was somewhat beyond Sumyubai's expectations. He had originally assumed that this chief appraisal master's strength would not be particularly high. However, a level to realm master was no different from an ordinary peak upper god to Sumyubai now. After entering the room, Zhongli Wen first bowed slightly. His silvery white soul fire looked toward Sumyubai, his voice calm yet carrying a faint sense of distance. Lord Wanzuziji, Director Bloomer just informed me that you were looking for me. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, carrying the specific pride unique to top-tier technical experts. Clearly, he assumed Sumyubai was looking for him to appraise some difficult-to-handle treasure. Given his status and position, even directors like Bloomer could not directly command him. The only reason he had taken the initiative to come over was because the identity of Wanzuziji was higher than that of the directors. Although he had not been in that conference room at the time, he was still very clear about the content of that meeting. Wanzuziji was rumored to be the spokesperson for the Death Sovereign. This piece of information was currently locked within the headquarters of the Death Domain Bank. Apart from the 2 vice presidents and 13 directors who attended that meeting, Zhongli Wen was the only other existence who knew this information. After all, his status in the Death Domain Bank was no lower than that of a director. However, even existences at the Rule Sovereign Realm would have times when they needed his help. Therefore, although Zhongli Wen's attitude was respectful, it lacked much warmth. Regarding this, Sumyubai did not speak, merely looking him up and down. This was Zhongli Wen, the chief appraisal master of the Death Domain Bank who had mastered a portion of the Zhuanshan pupil inheritance. He looked unremarkable, more like a pure scholar. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and the Zhuanshan divine pupil activated silently. A faint golden light flowed in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil between his brows opened accordingly. The yin-yang fish-shaped iris slowly rotating. Zhuanshan divine pupil activate. He wanted to see exactly what else was special about this master. However, the moment the divine pupil opened, the seemingly ordinary undead old man opposite him suddenly jerked his head up. The silvery white soul fire within his hollow eye sockets erupted with a brilliant radiance. Like two searchlights instantly turned to maximum power. An indescribable, extremely sharp gaze, as if capable of piercing through all falsehoods, slammed onto Sumyubai. More accurately, it landed on the Zhuanshan divine pupil he had just activated. This is Zhongli Wen's calm, and ruffled voice carried a violent tremor for the first time. It even carried a hint of unbelievable fanaticism. His hunched body suddenly straightened, staring fixedly at Sumyubai's eyes, as if he had seen the most incredible treasure in the world. Orthodox. Such a pure, orthodox origin or it. His voice trembled as he took a step forward, the silvery white flames in his eyes leaping violently, showing that his inner heart was far from calm. Sumyubai understood. Sure enough, this guy was sensitive to the aura of the Zhuanshan pupil to the extreme. He had only slightly activated it, and he had been instantly detected. Even though his Zhuanshan divine pupil was a product of absorbing the space-time divine pupil, the only thing that puzzled Sumyubai was why Old Man Feng hadn't told Zhongli Wen in advance that he would be looking for him. Otherwise, this undead old man wouldn't have been so suddenly agitated. Thinking of this, Sumyubai shook his head slightly, not knowing what medicine Old Man Feng was selling in his gourd, and let his gaze fall upon Zhongli Wen. Under the gaze of the Zhuanshan divine pupil, some additional information appeared at the very bottom of Zhongli Wen's status window. Once luckily obtained a partial, incomplete inheritance of the Zhuanshan pupil, and has spent his entire life pursuing the complete Zhuanshan pupil. Sumyubai dispersed the power of the divine pupil. The golden light in his eyes faded, and the vertical pupil between his brows closed as well. He looked at the uncontrollably excited Zhongli Wen and smiled slightly. It seems I don't need to introduce myself further. Zhongli Wen took a deep breath, struggling to calm his surging emotions, but his pair of silvery white soul fires remained fixed, burning upon Sumyubai. The previous sense of distance and arrogance had vanished, replaced by an excitement and scrutiny born from having found the source. You are the true successor of our path. His voice carried a tone of inquiry and verification. If you are referring to the Zhuanshan divine pupil, then that is indeed me. Sumyubai smiled and gestured toward the sofa nearby. Sit down, Master Zhongli. Old Man Feng asked me to come and have a chat with you. Zhuanshan divine pupil. Shouldn't it be the Zhuanshan pupil? Zhongli Wen's pupils constricted. He secretly thought that his understanding of the Zhuanshan inheritance was indeed merely the tip of the iceberg. However, he did not act overly humble this time. He sat down as instructed, leaning forward, his gaze still burning with intensity. Old Ghost Feng, he really found it. After countless years, I actually have the honor of seeing the true lineage. His emotions remained stirred, but he maintained the demeanor of a master. It was not servility, but rather a form of academic reverence. He said you obtained a portion of the inheritance and have reached a profound realm in this path. Sumyubai said. A silver light flashed in Zhongli Wen's eyes, carrying the pride of a researcher. Yet he frankly admitted his limitations. It is true that I obtained the legacy of a partial inheritance. I have explored it on my own for countless eons and gained some minor insights. But at most, I have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. It was not until I felt your aura today that I realized what it means to be as vast as the sea and what the true origin of the great Tao is. What I have learned is merely a branch and a trifle. Chapter 964. A curio that even Zhongli Wen cannot appraise. Beep, 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 beep. As he spoke, Zhongli Wen's communicator suddenly rang. He first glanced at Sumyubai, who smiled slightly and raised his hand gently, signaling him to proceed as he pleased. Seeing this, Zhongli Wen looked down at his communicator. The number of people who wanted to find him every day was countless, but those who could secure a spot on his friends list were few and far between. Some of them were even sovereigns of rules. Otherwise, Zhongli Wen certainly would not have answered a call at such a moment. The current descendant of Zhuanshan was right before his eyes. What could possibly be more important than this? However, upon seeing the name displayed on the communicator, Zhongli Wen was slightly stunned before he answered. Old Ghost Feng, speak if you have something to say. Spit it out if you have to. I'm busy. Sumyubai naturally could not hear the content of the call. However, he could hear Zhongli Wen's side of the conversation. A look of astonishment first flashed across the master's face. Then he looked up at Sumyubai, speaking with a strange expression. We have already met. Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lips. It seemed he had overthought things earlier. Old Man Feng hadn't been playing the riddle maker. He simply hadn't had the chance to notify Zhongli Wen yet. After all, Feng Yuan hadn't expected Bai Yu to summon the latter so immediately. After listening for a while, Zhongli Wen nodded. All right, I understand, don't worry. After ending the call, he changed the subject, his gaze burning as he looked at Sumyubai. Now that the successor has arrived, I have a presumptuous request. Oh, let's hear it. Sumyubai's expression remained unchanged, his eyebrows slightly raised. Zhongli Wen took out a primitive jade slip with great care. He did not hand it over immediately, but held it in his palm. This contains all of my insights, applications, and deductions regarding that portion of the inheritance over countless years. Although it is not even a 10,000th of the true lineage, it is the result of my life's work, and perhaps it may be of some reference to you. He paused, his silver-white soul fire locking onto Sumyubai. I am willing to offer these insights, not as a trade, but as a duty to return the item to its rightful owner and contribute my small part. But there is indeed one matter that has troubled me for countless eons. Perhaps only you, who bear the true lineage, might be able to solve the mystery. Sumyubai became interested. A problem that even you, the chief of the dead domain bank, cannot solve. Zhongli Wen gave a bitter smile and shook his head. It is not a lack of ability, but a conflict of origin. That thing, the restrictions or characteristics upon it seem to share the same source as the fragments I have studied. Yet it is far more ancient and profound. My pupil power cannot penetrate it at all. In fact, it is repelled and absorbed by it instead. His eyes revealed extreme confusion and intense interest. It is a curio that I have exhausted all means to appraise, yet I cannot even fathom a fraction of its nature. It lies in the deepest part of the bank headquarters' secret vault. Perhaps only your orthodox divine pupil can see through its illusions. Of course, he added, whether you are willing to try or not, please accept these insights. This is only right and proper for one of my standing. Sumyubai looked at the jade slip that condensed the life's work of a master, then looked at Zhongli Wen's eyes, which were filled with a desire for inquiry and a hint of anticipation. A curio that could not be seen through by a chief appraisal master, and one that might be related to the Zhuanshan lineage. Was it an item from beyond the myriad worlds? This successfully piqued Sumyubai's curiosity. He reached out and took the jade slip. I will accept the insights. As for that object, Sumyubai pondered for a moment and nodded. If it is convenient, you can go and bring it over now. Upon hearing this, the silver light in Zhongli Wen's eyes flared brilliantly. He was visibly relieved, carrying an excitement as if he were about to uncover the answer to a mystery. I shall go and retrieve that curio at once. He stood up and bowed, his movements much more agile than before. He no longer appeared as the weary, aged man he was earlier, as if he had found a new, highly challenging goal. After Zhongli Wen hurried away, the private room returned to silence. Sumyubai stroked the warm jade slip in his hand, not expecting such an unexpected gain. A lifetime of insights from a top appraisal master, plus a mysterious curio that might involve the Zhuanshan lineage. The harvest far exceeded his expectations. Then, before appraising that curio, let him first take a look at Zhongli Wen's understanding and insights regarding the Zhuanshan pupil. Sumyubai took a deep breath, and his divine sense slowly probed into the jade slip in his palm. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, Sumyubai felt as if he had suddenly plunged into a boundless ocean of knowledge. This volume of information was unexpectedly even more exaggerated than the Zhuanshan Granary jade slip from Old Man Feng. It wasn't that the total amount was greater, but that it was more fragmented, more refined, more intricate. It was all knowledge concerning eyes and seeing. How to condense divine power into the pupils to see further and more clearly. How to adjust the fluctuations of one's soul power to perceive the subtle differences between various energies and substances. How to reverse engineer the forging techniques and material composition of a treasure from its most inconspicuous patterns. How to judge the function and grade of a rule-based artifact through the residual traces of its rules. A massive amount of techniques, insights, case studies, and even lessons learned from failures, dense and exhaustive, encompassing everything. This little old man, Zhongli Wen, he had truly studied the art of seeing down to his very bones. The accumulation and sedimentation of countless epochs were all condensed within this jade slip. Sumyubai even saw many unique, secret techniques. For instance, a pupil technique called silver ID construction, which could instantly analyze the basic constituent units of matter. There was also tracing the source, which could vaguely reveal certain important fragments of an object's past. These were all unconventional tricks that Zhong Liwen had figured out himself. Sumyubai immersed himself in this ocean of knowledge, absorbing it frantically. His Zhuanshan divine pupil already had a deep foundation and was an orthodox inheritance. Now, receiving the supplementation and inspiration from these countless heterodox paths was like installing countless precision auxiliary components onto an already powerful engine. Many key points that he had previously only felt vaguely, or knew the what but not the why, suddenly became crystal clear. His understanding of pupil techniques deepened and expanded at a terrifying speed. The Zhuanshan divine pupil was already all-encompassing, but Sumyubai's past methods of using it had been too simple and crude. Now, with Zhong Liwen's insights and experiences, it was enough for him to raise his mastery of the Zhuanshan divine pupil by several levels in a short period. A moment later, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils, more refined and profound than before. Impressive. He let out a long breath of stale air and couldn't help but whisper a word of praise. The value of this jade slip far exceeded his expectations. By spending some time contemplating it next, it would not only elevate his application techniques for the Zhuanshan divine pupil by several grades, more importantly, it would also greatly broaden his vision and train of thought. In the future, when using his divine pupils to observe and analyze things, his methods would be more varied, and his angles more cunning. A huge gain. Just then, the door to the private room was knocked on gently once more. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the knocking carried a clear sense of urgency and excitement. Sumyubai's lips curled upward. The curious item had arrived. Enter. Chapter 965, The Unidentifiable Black Box. Enter. The door was pushed open. Zhong Liwen walked in quickly, holding an extremely ancient and heavy-looking black metal box. The surface of the box had no decorative patterns, only a sense of vicissitudes that had endured endless years. What was even more peculiar was that the spacer on the box was slightly distorted and blurred. It was as if the object itself was constantly repelling all external probing. Zhong Liwen carefully placed the box on the table, his silver-white soul fire burning with extra intensity, revealing the excitement in his heart. Successor, the item has been retrieved. His voice was even trembling slightly. For the sake of this thing, this old man had to bicker with those old fellows at the bank for a long time. If I hadn't brought up your name, they might not have been willing to let me take it out right now. Sumyubai's gaze fell upon the black box. Even with his current eyesight, without using his divine pupils, he could only see the box itself. The aura of the item inside was completely isolated. Not a single trace leaking out. Is this it? Sumyubai asked. Yes, this is it. Zhong Liwen nodded heavily, staring at the box with fiery eyes. This old man has exhausted everything he has learned in his life, and I still cannot fully determine what material this box is made of. I can only barely speculate that it possesses a terrifying property that isolates all probing. The thing inside is even more mysterious and unfathomable. Whenever my pupil power gets even slightly close, it gets ruthlessly devoured. Sumyubai's curiosity was completely piqued. Even the box was this formidable. What level must the thing inside be? He no longer hesitated. With a thought, Zhuanshan divine pupil activate. Golden light swirled in the depths of his eyes. The vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened instantly, and the Taiji-like pupils rotated rapidly. The feeling of activating his divine pupil this time was completely different from before. It was smoother, more precise, and his insight had improved by more than just one level. However, it was still far from enough to make the Zhuanshan divine pupil evolve into a rule-level pupil technique. The golden divine light shone onto the black metal box like a physical substance. However, the moment the golden light touched the box, a sudden change occurred. On the surface of the previously unremarkable black box, countless extremely complex and profound dark golden patterns, impossible to describe, suddenly emerged. These patterns seemed to move like living creatures, forming a layered, miniature barrier that seemed to contain infinite space-time. It firmly guarded the object inside the box. Sumyubai's pupil power was actually blocked outside by this suddenly appearing barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The status window for the black box was completely empty. No name, no information, nothing at all. Even the Sword of Creation, which had no data in the Myriad Worlds game, would at least display some question marks on its panel. But this thing didn't even have a single question mark. What? Sumyubai was shocked. His own Zhuanshan divine pupil couldn't see anything at all. This was the first time since the Zhuanshan pupil evolved into the Zhuanshan divine pupil that Sumyubai had encountered something from which he could not discern any information. This barrier. It was so strong. And why did the aura feel somewhat familiar? Just as Sumyubai was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead seemed to be provoked by the aura of this barrier. Or rather a triggered hum. The Taiji pattern suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a more ancient, more primordial, and more domineering pupil power erupted with a roar. This time, the dark golden barrier on the surface of the box fluctuated violently, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis. Crack. Immediately following, the box emitted a faint, unbearable cracking sound. A tiny, almost imperceptible fissure appeared on the surface of the black box and began to slowly spread across the barrier. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was working. Beside him, Zhong Liwen's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. The silver soul fire within his pupils flared intensely, and his entire body trembled slightly. How many years had it been? Was he finally going to be able to uncover the secret of this strange object? Zhong Liwen's lifelong pursuit was to explore all the secrets of the myriad worlds, ever since he had obtained a portion of the inheritance of the Zhuanshan. This peculiar black box was the only thing he had tried every possible method to identify, yet failed to discern even the slightest detail. Now that he finally saw a glimmer of hope, how could he not be excited? However, Zhong Liwen's excitement lasted only for a moment before the expression on his face suddenly shifted into one of profound disappointment. The barrier trembled violently once more, and it actually blocked the golden light of Sumyubai's Zhuanshan divine eye again. Even the tiny crack that had just appeared stopped spreading and vanished, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. The Zhuanshan divine eye, which had suddenly erupted with powerful force, had once again returned without success. So that's how it is. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. A look of sudden realization flashed across Sumyubai's face. Hearing this, Zhong Liwen, who had been deeply disappointed, looked as if he had seen hope once again. He jerked his head up, his eyes shining. "Successor, have you discerned something?" Sumyubai nodded slightly, pointed at the barrier on the surface of the black box, and spoke slowly. "This is actually not a barrier, but a type of seal." Seal. A look of confusion flashed in Zhong Liwen's eyes. As the foremost appraisal master of the myriad worlds, how could he possibly fail to distinguish between a seal and a barrier? If anyone else had said this, he would have dismissed it with disdain and never taken it seriously. But the one saying it now was the current Zhuanshan successor, a being who possessed the complete Zhuanshan divine eye. Therefore, he did not refute it. Instead, he began to doubt his own ocular techniques and methods of appraisal. Having studied for so many years, to be unable to even distinguish between a seal and a barrier, it was truly a failure. It is normal that you cannot see it. Sumyubai saw the dejection in Zhong Liwen at a glance. After offering a word of comfort, he slowly explained, "As far as I currently know, the Zhuanshan lineage possesses the inheritance of 3 great techniques." Sumyubai had only comprehended 3 skills from the Zhuanshan treasure mirror initially, so he only knew this much. However, the Zhuanshan treasure mirror still existed. If the Zhuanshan lineage had more inheritances, it was not impossible for him to obtain them in the future. 3 great techniques. Zhong Liwen's spirits were instantly lifted. When he and Yi Yuan had first obtained their fortuitous encounter, he had assumed that the Zhuanshan Eye and the Zhuanshan Greater Eye were the entirety of the Zhuanshan lineage. After all, whether it was the Zhuanshan Eye or the Zhuanshan Greater Eye, both were all-encompassing and profoundly mysterious existences. Possessing either one was enough to stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. So there is a 3rd great technique. Old Nanfang must already know about it, right? Zhong Liwen looked at Sumyubai. Since Yi Yuan had sealed himself and changed his name to Feng Yuan, he had grown accustomed to calling him that. Sumyubai nodded slightly. A faint golden light suddenly shot out from the vertical eye between his brows, heading straight toward Zhong Liwen. Words are too pale to describe it. I will use a tiny bit of power, feel it for yourself. This is the third great technique of the Zhuanshan lineage, known as the Zhuanshan sealing method. Chapter 966, Is it a treasure or a disaster? The faint golden light shot out from the vertical eye between Sumu Bai's brows and instantly submerged into the center of Zhong Li Wen's forehead. He immediately felt a tremor in his soul, as if his consciousness were about to fall into a deep slumber. Boom! Reflexively, Zhong Li Wen's soul fire flared up violently. He immediately mobilized his soul power with all his might, beginning to resist this sealing force. As the chief appraisal master of the Dead Domain Bank, he possessed profound attainments in the art of breaking seals, but to his horror, he discovered that all his past experience was completely useless when faced with this particular seal. Zhong Li Wen felt as if his soul had fallen into a boundless quagmire, constantly sinking deeper. The force invading his soul was not overbearing, nor was it particularly strong, but it was like a maggot on a rotting bone, tenaciously persistent. It permeated silently and soundlessly, wherever it passed. Zhong Li Wen's soul power felt as if it had been shackled by countless invisible chains, becoming sluggish, heavy, and increasingly difficult to mobilize. Even more terrifying was that this force was constantly assimilating the soul power he used to resist, making it equally sluggish. All the methods he had used to break seals in the past, violent impact, subtle manipulation, finding the nodes, all of them failed completely in the face of this power. It was like trying to cut flowing water with a knife. There was no point of leverage to be found. Frustrating, powerless, Zhong Li Wen felt as though he possessed a vast reservoir of soul power, yet it was wrapped in billions of layers of soaked cotton, leaving him unable to exert any strength at all. He could only watch helplessly as his thoughts slowed down and his consciousness sank deeper, as if he were about to fall into an eternal slumber. The feeling of watching himself being sealed while being completely unable to do anything about it was truly terrifying. Just as Zhong Li Wen was about to despair and give up, the sealing force lingering on his soul retreated quietly like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But the heavy, sluggish residual feeling deep within his soul, and the lingering fear in his heart, told him with absolute clarity that was definitely not an illusion. Zhong Li Wen gasped for air, his silver-white soul fire fluctuating violently. Like a person who had nearly drowned finally breaking the surface of the water, he looked at Sumu Bai, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and awe. This is the profound heaven sealing technique. His voice was trembling. Just a tiny sliver of power was enough to render him a top-tier appraisal master who had spent countless years studying sealing arts, completely powerless to resist. He couldn't even begin to comprehend it. Moreover, according to this successor before him, this was merely using a tiny fraction of its power. If it were unleashed at full strength, he would likely be sealed instantly, without even the capacity to react. Thinking of this, Zhong Li Wen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As expected of one of the three great arts of the profound heaven lineage, even after just a fleeting glimpse, he was certain that this profound heaven sealing technique was in no way inferior to the profound heaven eye or the profound heaven grandeur eye. Do you understand now why you couldn't see through or open this box? Sumu Bai spoke indifferently. He dispelled his ocular technique, his gaze falling once again upon the black box, his eyes narrowing slightly. The person who placed the seal on this box has an attainment in the profound heaven sealing technique far beyond my own. My meager grasp of it doesn't even qualify to trigger a true reaction from it. The burst of power he had just unleashed might have seemed to cause a crack in the barrier, but in all likelihood, that was merely a ripple effect automatically generated by the seal upon sensing a weak, yet homologous power. It was still a long way from truly shaking it. Upon hearing this, the excitement and fervor on Zhong Li Wen's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness and realization. So that was it. No wonder he had exhausted countless methods and couldn't even touch the surface of this box. This wasn't a gap in technical skill at all, but a crushing disparity in dimensions. Just as a two-dimensional being could never comprehend three-dimensional space, all his previous attempts, in the face of a true profound heaven seal, appeared laughable and futile. Then, successor, this box. Zhong Li Wen looked at the box, his expression complex. It held an irrepressible curiosity, yet deep down, there was a faint trace of fear. he hadn't known before, but now he understood. What was outside the black box was not a barrier, but a powerful profound heaven seal. What exactly was sealed inside the black box? A heaven-defying treasure, or a world-ending catastrophe? Sumyubai's expression also turned solemn. His feelings were much the same as Zhongli Wen's. To be guarded by a seal of this caliber. The object inside was definitely of extraordinary significance. Whether it was a blessing or a curse was hard to say. If something truly terrifying were sealed inside, wouldn't he be inviting trouble by forcing it open now? He already had enough trouble as it was. There was no need to complicate things further. He had originally intended to use the 100% appraisal opportunities he had obtained earlier, but now there was no need. After all, the prerequisite for appraisal was to first break the seal, and as for that, given his current attainment in the profound heaven sealing technique, he was still far from capable. I will keep this for now. Sumyubai made his decision and reached out to pick up the black box. The box felt cold and heavy in his hand, and that peculiar sealing power naturally retracted, no longer repelling the outside world. When my understanding of the profound heaven sealing technique deepens in the future, and I have sufficient confidence, I will consider whether to open it. If the two vice presidents ask, just tell them I took it. Although Zhongli Wen was extremely eager to know the answer, he understood that this was the most prudent course of action. He nodded solemnly. The successor is wise. This item should indeed not be opened rashly. If anyone else had wanted to take this strange object, Zhongli Wen would undoubtedly have been the first to jump out and object. But the calamity of all races was different. He gave his full support. As for the other high-level officials, they wouldn't have any objections either, because with the order issued by the Death Sovereign, the calamity of all races was now the existence in the Death Domain Bank, who stood above 10,000, second only to one. Sumyubai stored the box into his internal world, placing it in an absolutely safe corner, and looked at Zhongli Wen. Master Zhongli, thank you for today. Your insights have been a great help to me. Zhongli Wen hurriedly bowed. The successor is too kind. Being able to provide you with even a little reference is this old man's honor. Sumyubai nodded. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Safe travels, successor. If you have any needs, feel free to come to this old man at any time. Zhongli Wen said respectfully. Sumyubai stood up, suddenly patted Zhongli Wen's thin shoulder, and said solemnly, when I truly master the profound heaven divine eye, I will find a way to pass on the complete ocular technique to you. As his voice fell, his figure flashed and disappeared from the private room. There were still for God-level nether beings left. It was time to start collecting materials. Next, it was hunting time. Chapter 967, A Chance Encounter. Death Domain, Death Continent, City of Extinction. At the headquarters of the Death Domain Bank, beside the Soul Coin Bone Forest, two figures were walking side by side. Their very existence was completely out of place in this territory of the Death Sovereign. Radiating heart-palpitating, living energy fluctuations. The one on the left was extremely burly and imposing, nearly 3 meters tall, like a moving dark red mountain. His muscles were knotted and bulging, as if carved from cold volcanic rock, filled with an explosive sense of power. His skin was a deep, dark red, upon which one could faintly see naturally formed, mysterious, and rugged destruction patterns that flickered slightly with his breathing. A mane of wild red hair stood upright like burning flames. His face was rugged with a high bridge of nose, and a pair of giant, bronze bell-like eyes burned with a tangible dark red light, as if containing the terrifying scene of stars collapsing and all things returning to silence. This person was none other than the world-ending titan from the destruction domain, known as the strongest combat power beneath the sovereign of rules Doramit. The one on the right appeared much more normal, but his aura was equally dangerous. He was draped in a magnificent golden feather robe, where every feather seemed to be crafted from pure gold, flowing with a luster like the sun. His face was handsome to the point of being bewitching, his skin fair, yet his lips were as red as blood. A pair of sharp eyes glowed with a pure, golden hue. The pupils slit like those of a hawk. As they opened and closed, brilliant light radiated from them, as if they could pierce through the very void. His figure was well proportioned, and behind him, the faint, shimmering phantom of a pair of massive wings, formed entirely from golden divine light, slowly flapped. This was none other than the top-tier world lord of the demon race who had fought a great battle against Sikonyu not long ago, the Golden Winged Sovereign. HMPH. This death realm is truly permeated with a nauseating stench of decay everywhere. The Golden Winged Sovereign wrinkled his nose, his handsome face revealing undisguised disgust and contempt. Only those fellows from the undead race would enjoy such a hellish place. Dolomite's deep voice rumbled like grinding tectonic plates. Contain yourself, Golden Wing. Do not forget our true objective is massive. Dark red eyes scanned the surroundings. The passers-by who felt his gaze all saw their pupils contract, and they instinctively scrambled to distance themselves. The objective, the mark of the God Slayer or the calamity of all races. The Golden Winged Sovereign let out a scoff, a trace of disdain flashing through his golden-slit pupils. If you ask me, we've likely lost the trail for the mark of the God Slayer. As for the calamity of all races, since you've come in person, would he even dare to show his face? The mark of the God Slayer is one thing, the Longmite frowned, but the calamity of all races is no weakling. At the mention of this name, the disdain on the Golden Winged Sovereign's face grew even more pronounced. The calamity of all races. How? What a boastful title. A guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Only knowing how to take on bounty missions is he worthy of being called the calamity of all races. I think it's just a bluff. Destructive light swirled into Longmide's eyes. Modesty was not weak, and her soul rules were treacherous and difficult to guard against. To be able to kill her, regardless of the methods used, this person is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Do not underestimate the enemy. Underestimate the enemy. The Golden Winged Sovereign smiled arrogantly, the golden phantom wings behind him stretching slightly, emitting a sharp aura capable of slicing through all things. To Longmide, when did you become so timid? With the two of us joining forces, even if he truly had the strength to kill Modesty, what kind of waves could he possibly stir up? Hearing this, Longmide was about to speak, but his massive dark red eyes suddenly froze, instantly locking onto the space ahead. Almost simultaneously, the Golden Winged Sovereign's sharp golden-slit pupils narrowed, and a playful, dangerous smile curled the corners of his lips. Oh, speak of the devil, and he appears. It seems we don't need to waste our efforts searching for him. The space ahead distorted slightly, and a figure stepped out slowly. It was none other than one of the targets of their trip, the bounty hunter who had recently risen to fame, the calamity of all races. Sumyubai had just finished dealing with matters regarding Zhongli Wen and was preparing to leave the Death Realm Bank to hunt for the remaining targets. So, he had not yet deactivated his disguise as the calamity of all races. He hadn't expected that the moment he stepped outside, he would be locked onto by two extremely powerful auras that made no attempt to hide their hostility. He did not stop his stride. Beneath his mask, two points of soulfire turned toward the two uninvited guests. His indifferent, icy voice emanated through the mask, devoid of any emotion. Such powerful auras. The world-ending titan Longmide, and the Golden Winged Sovereign. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Longmide's aura was, without a doubt, the strongest among all the Lords of Laws he had ever encountered. World-ending titan Longmide, titan race. Star-shattering sea world lord, lord of Laws realm vitality. 99 worlds divine soul. Peak upper god divine body. Peak upper god combat power. Peak upper god top tier world lord rule grand Dao. Destruction rule. Space rule. Rule grand Dao fusion level. 99.99%. 99.99% 9 pattern ultimate 9 pattern ultimate authority. Level to destruction authority. Level to space authority. Due to differences in philosophy, the world-ending titan was expelled by the titan race. With his formidable strength, Longmide has indisputably claimed the position of the strongest world lord in the destruction realm. It had to be said. Even just looking at the panel, Longmide's strength was indeed excessively powerful. Not long ago, Sumyubai might have wanted to see who was stronger between the two of them, but now, that was no longer necessary. After emerging from the origin land, existences at the world lord level, no matter how strong, were no longer worth Sumyubai's concern. As for the Golden Winged Sovereign, he had already been on Sumyubai's kill list. A top-tier world lord of the demon race naturally. There was no possibility of letting him go if they crossed paths. Sumyubai looked at the two, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The two of you aren't staying in your own realms, but instead ran to the death realm. Are you tired of living and came to surrender, wanting to be my bounty targets? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Arrogant. The golden-winged sovereign's handsome face instantly darkened, and killing intent surged in his golden eyes. What kind of status did he hold? He was an overlord in the myriad demon realm. When had he ever been so slighted and humiliated? To actually be called a bounty target coming to surrender. It was one thing that he couldn't deal with that madman Sekong Yu earlier. But while the calamity of all races was strong, the golden-winged sovereign did not believe his defenses could be as strong as Sekong Yu's. Furthermore, he now had the world-ending titan Dolomite by his side. You ignorant fool, today, this sovereign will tear apart that shell of yours and see exactly what kind of thing you are. A trace of anger also flashed in Dolomite's massive dark red eyes. Although he was more composed than the golden-winged sovereign, as a world-ending titan, his temper was naturally explosive. Being so contemptuously called a bounty target by the other party had truly ignited his fury. His deep voice boomed like a thunderclap. Calamity of all races, you are too arrogant. Hearing this, Sumyubai almost wanted to laugh. He couldn't be bothered to waste more breath on these two self-important fellows and simply said coldly, "Want to fight? Then come." Before his voice had even faded, he raised his hand and slashed lightly at the void beside him. A massive spatial rift was instantly torn open, revealing the bizarre and violently energetic dark space behind it. Sumyubai didn't even glance at the two of them and stepped inside in one stride, trying to escape. Lord Goldenwing let out a sharp shout, assuming Sumyubai was attempting to flee. A flash of golden light erupted from his back, instantly transforming him into a streak of extreme golden light as he dove into the spatial rift in hot pursuit. Dolomite's massive body also erupted with a terrifying speed that defied his size. Wrapped in dark red destructive energy, he resembled a falling star of ruin, crashing thunderously into the dark space. Chapter 968. The terror of the two, Golden Wing's trump card. In the dark space, three figures appeared out of thin air, standing in a triangular standoff. Roar! Dolomite didn't waste any words. He went all out immediately. He understood the principle that even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Despite his verbal disdain, he did not hesitate in his actions. Domain of Annihilation activate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Centered on him, a terrifying dark red domain expanded frantically. Within the domain, it felt as if the end of the universe had arrived. Stars were constantly collapsing and exploding. This was the ultimate manifestation of the law of destruction. Almost simultaneously, screech, a sharp, piercing avian cry, capable of tearing apart one's soul, rang out. Billions of rays of golden divine light erupted from Lord Goldenwing's body. Golden Wing Divine Domain activate. The formidable domains of two top-tier world lords instantly overlapped. Dark red and gold intertwined, destruction and sharpness coexisted. And the resulting power was simply too terrifying to describe. Under the oppressive weight of this dual domain, ordinary top-tier world lords would likely struggle to even stand, their divine power stagnating in its circulation. A grim, confident smile of victory had already appeared on the faces of Dolomite and Lord Goldenwing. However, facing this dual domain suppression capable of destroying heaven and earth, Sumyubai simply stood there quietly, not even changing his posture in the slightest. When the terrifying domain power enough to dim the stars and drive world lords to despair struck within 10 jang of him, it was as if it had collided with an invisible, yet absolutely insurmountable wall of size. They scattered and dissipated into nothingness one after another. They couldn't even stir a single corner of his clothing. "Are you done playing?" The indifferent voice came through his faceplate, carrying a hint of something faint, boredom, noisy, as if shooing away a fly. He raised his right hand casually and pressed it lightly downward toward the surging dual domains in front of him. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy. There was no dazzling display of low-base light. An invisible giant palm, seemingly slow, actually transcended the limitations of time and space. Ignoring the violent laws of destruction and sharpness, it pierced directly through the core of the two divine domains. What? The grim smile on Dolomite's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror. He felt his invincible domain of annihilation. In front of that invisible palm, Acting like a fragile soap bubble, it twisted and trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain, as if it were about to collapse completely the next second. "This is impossible," Lord Goldenwing shrieked, his golden slit pupils widening, filled with incredulous fear. His golden peng divine domain, with its sharpness capable of cutting through laws, struck that invisible palm without leaving even a trace, while his own domain structure began to disintegrate rapidly. In the face of this incomprehensible, irresistible absolute power, they felt as small as a lone boat in a raging storm, ready to be overturned and annihilated at any moment. This was not the power of a world lord at all. This was the power of a law sovereign. Attack together. Kill him. Enveloped by the shadow of death, Lord Goldenwing let out a terrified scream. No longer caring about any reservations or his dignity, screech, he violently tore open the passage to his internal world. 3 figures, equally powerful and radiating the aura of top-tier world lords, rushed out from the passage like 3 streaks of lightning. On the left, one covered in thick, dark green scales with ferocious horns on his head, exuding a towering demonic aura, was the King Ming Demon Lord, known among the demon race for his defense and strength. The 2 on the right had vastly different structures but radiated the same cold murderous intent. One was composed entirely of countless precision silver metal components, with energy arcs flickering at the joints and pure data streams flowing in its eyes. It was the Silver Skeleton Lord of the mechanical race. The other had a more streamlined physique, covered in dark blue armor, with arms transformed into massive energy-gathering cannons, also a top-tier world lord from the mechanical race. 5 top-tier world lords. At this moment, they held nothing back, frantically burning their divine power origins, absorbing the power of the main god, and unleashing their ultimate trump cards and the power of their law authorities without reservation. Dolomide's destruction titan fist condensed into a black hole, fist mark compressed to the extreme. Lord Goldenwing's thousands of golden feathers converged into a golden divine spear capable of tearing the universe apart. The King Ming Demon Lord's beast claws carried the immense force to shatter stars. The Silver Skeleton King's silver tide was a torrent of countless nano-scale destructive machines. Zero-type's dark matter annihilation cannon spat out terrifying energy capable of erasing an entire star sector. Any one of these 5 attacks could easily cripple or even kill an ordinary top-tier world lord. Now, with these 5 forces converging, the resulting torrent of destruction was bright enough to illuminate the entire dark space, its power causing even some powerful entities far away on the Death Continent to feel a faint sense of dread. This was almost the strongest combined attack possible below the Law Sovereign realm. They believed that even if the opponent had truly touched the threshold of a sovereign, it would be impossible for him to receive this easily. However, facing this world-destroying strike that would drive any world lord to despair, Sumyubai simply maintained that downward pressing gesture. The invisible giant palm of the authority of death did not change its trajectory by even a fraction. And then, under the terrified gaze of the 5 world lords, the torrent of destruction, which held all their hope and all their power, the moment it touched the giant palm of the authority of death, it was like snow under the scorching sun. Hiss! There was no explosion. There was no roar. There was no dazzling light burst from energy collision. There was only a sound so faint it was almost imperceptible, as if something had been completely erased from existence. That terrifying combined strike, capable of tearing apart the galaxy, had just as silently vanished. Not even a ripple of energy or fluctuation of the laws remained. It was as if it had never existed at all. No, the color drained completely from the faces of the 5 world lords in an instant. Boundless fear and despair, like a cold abyss, swallowed them whole. The giant, invisible hand of the authority of death, having crushed their laughable resistance, did not pause for even a moment. It continued to press down with that absolute posture of indifference toward all things. After 5 consecutive dull sounds that froze the very soul, the dark space instantly returned to silence. Chapter 969. The power of a single strike. The end of Dolomed. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had originally thought that encountering to prey delivered to his doorstep right after leaving would be considered quite lucky. He hadn't expected that fellow, the Golden-Winged Sovereign, to have insidiously hidden 3 top-tier world lords within his internal world. In this way, He had not only gathered the materials needed for the final God-level nether entities in one go, but he even had some to spare. The full-force joint strike of the 5 top-tier world lords did not cause the slightest change in Sumyubai's expression. The giant hand, formed by the authority of death and the power of laws, continued to descend, and hurriedly, it instantly annihilated the attacks of Dolomed and the other top-tier world lords, meeting no resistance whatsoever as it continued to suppress them. The terrifying pressure and might left these top-tier world lords unable to move, stripped of any power to resist, their eyes filled with desperate fear. Ugh! The golden-winged sovereign's handsome face twisted instantly, filled with extreme terror. The next moment, along with the golden feathered wings on his back, he shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, turning into a sky full of golden light particles before being completely annihilated by the aura of death. Roar! The Azure Nether Demon Lord let out one final and willing beastly roar. His massive demonic body was crushed by an invisible, immense force. His scales shattered, his bones turned to powder, and he instantly exploded into a mist of blood, only to be reduced to nothingness by the laws of death. The data streams within the Silver Skeleton King flickered wildly, emitting sharp alarms as he attempted to disassemble and flee. But under the shroud of the authority of death, every structure was completely locked down and annihilated, turning into the most primitive metallic dust. The last top-tier world lord of the mechanical race still had the annihilation cannon on his arm flickering with the arc of a failed charge, but his entire mechanical body, like a drawing being erased by a rubber, began to vanish inch by inch from the head down, leaving no trace that he had ever existed. For top-tier world lords, each renowned in their respective realms, dominating their own territories, and having lived for who knows how many eons, they couldn't even leave behind a single complete final word. The force was just right. Sumyubai murmured indifferently, as if he had simply swatted a few flies. With a gentle clench of his hand, the divine bodies of the golden-winged sovereign and the other 3 top-tier world lords condensed once more. However, they were now nothing more than corpses, devoid of even a trace of soul or a dot in the past. The peerless Reaper Bach and the god of slaughter Ash could only choose to flee when facing a projection avatar of a law sovereign. How much more so for top-tier world lords like the golden-winged sovereign? Sumyubai's current strength was simply not something they could contend with. Facing Sumyubai was no different for them than facing the true body of a main god. With just one palm, these 4 top-tier world lords were completely wiped out, unable to even resist or escape. Notification: Authority of Death effective. Soul fragments come 1 million. Notification: You have obtained top-tier Godhead ×1. Notification: You have obtained extra large space ring ×1. Notification: You have obtained Golden Winged World Lord token. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Aside from the Godheads and the corpses, he had obtained 4 World Lord tokens in one go. 2 of them belonged to the Myriad Demon Realm, and 2 belonged to the Destruction Realm. Clearly, those 2 top-tier world lords of the mechanical race had both come from the Destruction Realm. It was just that they hadn't even had the chance to employ their many methods before becoming ghosts under Sumyubai's hand. For world lords falling at once, it seems the identity of the calamity of myriad races can no longer be hidden. Sumyubai waved his hand to collect the corpses and godheads of the 4, his eyes narrowing slightly. If it can't be hidden, then so be it. With my current strength, there is no need to hide it anymore. Thinking of this, his gaze turned to the only survivor, the world-ending Titan Dolomed, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. As expected of the strongest beneath a law sovereign in the Destruction Realm, Dolomed, relying on the Titan race's divine body, which could be called the strongest among all worlds, as well as the extreme resistance of the Destruction Law against annihilation itself, and the fact that the pressure he bore was somewhat shared by the others, he had luckily avoided instant death. Of course, the most important reason was that Sumyubai had held back. He wanted the corpses of these top-tier world lords. So, although it appeared he had annihilated them directly, he had actually left a margin of leeway. Otherwise, the Golden-Winged Sovereign and the others wouldn't have even left corpses behind. Even so, the price Dolomed paid was indescribably tragic. Ecchi. He let out a roar of extreme agony. His massive, mountain-like, and indestructible dark red Titan divine body was now covered in dense, terrifying cracks like a spider web, resembling a porcelain giant that had been smashed against the ground and barely glued back together. Dark golden divine blood gushed out frantically from every crack in his body like a bursting river. The vast and boundless life essence within him, capable of sustaining the operation of a star system, was draining away at an unprecedented speed. His aura had withered to the extreme, like a candle in the wind, with only his final breath keeping him alive, making it difficult for him to even maintain his suspension in the dark space. Delonmid's massive body plummeted powerlessly, eventually crashing heavily onto a relatively stable fragment of dark space with a dull, thunderous boom, leaving him unable to move even the slightest bit, lying in the cold, chaotic ruins of the dark space where energy turbulence raged. Delonmid's enormous, dark red eyes, which once burned with the flames of destruction, now held nothing but endless fear, bewilderment, and utter despair. As his divine soul began to slip into a deep slumber, his mind felt like a complete mush. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What happened? Just now, what happened? One move. It was merely a single move. It couldn't even be considered a move. The opponent had simply pressed his palm down casually. 5 top-tier world lords, 4 dead and 1 severely injured. What kind of absurd, inconceivable, and terrifying strength was this? The strength of Calamity of all races had completely exceeded everything Delonmid knew about the level of a Lord of Laws. This was simply not power that a Lord of Laws could possess. This was the kind of crushing dominance that only a sovereign of rules could achieve. But, although the aura of Calamity of all races was strong, when facing him, there was none of that oppressive feeling one would get when facing a sovereign of rules. That was the natural pressure brought forth by the great Tao after mastering complete rules. Therefore, Calamity of all races was definitely not a sovereign of rules. He was still just a Lord of Laws. But how could a Lord of Laws possibly be this strong? Even the Death God Bok and the Slaughter God Ashes, from back in the day, did not even come close to a fraction of this, unless, as he was about to fall into a slumber, Delonmid thought of this, and his pupils instantly dilated. A name that had recently echoed in every corner of the myriad worlds, triggering countless shocks and panics, struck his almost shattered mind like a terrifying bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. Bai, the monster who, despite not being a sovereign, had defied the heavens to slay the Zerg symbiotic sovereign Heidi, the human prodigy who had just triggered the myriad world announcement and was hailed as an eternal miracle, and his teammate, the shadow-chasing sword god Huijian. However, Delonmid had long known Huijian. The two had even had some interactions countless epochs ago. Although he did not understand how Huijian had the ability to participate in a battle of the Sovereign of Rules level today, he could not possibly mistake Huijian's aura and techniques. Therefore, Calamity of all races was definitely not Huijian. Then, there was only one answer left. Calamity of all races is Bai. Chapter 970. The Secret of the Titan Race. Bai is Calamity of all races. This identity of a bounty hunter house member was simply a mask the other party used to collect resources and intelligence. And he was actually stupid enough to take the initiative to come and provoke such an existence. He even had the audacity to claim he would take the other party down. Immense regret, fear, and self-mockery washed over him like a cold tsunami, completely drowning Delonmid's remaining consciousness. Just then, soft footsteps sounded. Even though there was no matter in the dark space, those footsteps resonated directly within Delonmid's divine soul. Every step felt as if it were treading upon the cracks in his soul. Strangely, these footsteps did not further destroy his soul. Instead, they helped stabilize it, preventing Delonmid from falling into a deep slumber immediately. But that was all. At this moment, the world-ending Titan remained on the verge of his divine soul falling into an eternal sleep. Sumu Bai, like a demon god wielding death, walked slowly before him and looked down at him from above, beneath the faceplate. Those 2 deep points of soul fire gazed at him coldly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. A palm slowly lifted, and the power of death began to condense once more. That aura of despair-inducing authority permeated the space again. Looking at the deathly radiance condensing once more, Delonmid clearly felt that a true, eternal end was about to descend. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die here. He used the very last shred of his remaining strength, burning his nearly withered divine soul, and let out a voice that was hoarse and distorted, yet filled with incomparable determination. Lord Baiyi, I am willing to become your most loyal follower and offer up everything I have along with my most fanatical faith, if only to trade for a chance to live, with death imminent. Dolomid did not waste any words and directly laid out his conditions and plea. As the strongest world lord of the destruction realm, he appeared incredibly humble at this moment, like a stray dog. But in order to survive, he did not feel there was anything wrong with this at all, because he understood what kind of monster he was facing, and he had reasons why he absolutely had to live. Sumyubai's movements paused slightly, and the power of death condensing in his hands stagnated. He looked down at the world-ending titan at his feet, who was like a broken doll with only one breath left, his gaze flickering slightly beneath the faceplate. He was not surprised that his identity as Baiyi had been exposed. When he used the authority of death just now, he had no intention of hiding it from this dying man, the Titan race. One of the ancient overlords of the life realm, a top-tier world lord level thug, especially one from the Titan race known for their physical bodies and strength, was indeed of some use. Moreover, there was no hatred between the human race and the Titan race. Dolomid had not come to the death realm to hunt him down because of any potential soul rule supreme treasure. Coming here now was merely to have a battle with calamity of all races. Most importantly, the materials needed for the god-level netherworld were already sufficient after killing the 4 top-tier world lords, including the golden-winged venerable dot subduing Dolomid. This world-ending titan was clearly of greater value than killing him. Seeing that Baiyi was wavering, Dolomid hurriedly continued, increasing his bargaining chips. Keeping me alive will also help you intervene in the affairs of the Titan race. This sentence immediately piqued Sumyubai's interest, though he glanced at Dolomid with an indifferent expression on the surface. You were expelled by the Titan race long ago. What right do you have to intervene in their affairs? Seeing that Baiyi seemed to be moved, Dolomid immediately explained, My lord, you may not know this, but my exile was merely for show. In reality, I remain one of the high-ranking members of the Titan race, with a status second only to the few rulers of rules. This involves some internal secrets of the Titan race, which cannot be explained in just a few words. Hearing this, a look of contemplation flashed across Sumyubai's eyes. Taking in Dolomid might actually lead to some additional plotlines regarding the Titan race. It sounded as if the Titan race still harbored some unspeakable secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no one to have discovered the trickery behind Dolomid's exile until now. Regardless, he wouldn't lose out on this deal. In any case, he could take Dolomid's life at any moment. Thinking of this, Sumyubai slowly lowered his hand, and the suffocating pressure of death quietly dissipated. His cold voice, like a final judgment, reached Dolomid's ears. As for the matters of the Titan race, we shall discuss them after you have recovered. For now, offer your loyalty and faith. These words were like the music of the heavens, announcing the rebirth of the world-ending Titan, Dolomid. They also quietly tore open a subtle and unknown rift in the future of the Titan race. Dolomid's massive body completely relaxed. The exhaustion of surviving a near-death experience and intense pain washed over him. Yet his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of relief. He had bet correctly. He had survived, although he had sacrificed his freedom and dignity for the sake of his race. It was all worth it. Even if the Titan race might become a vassal to the human race because of this, he would not regret it. Sumyubai flicked his finger, and a drop of divine medicine for repairing the soul instantly sank into the center of Dolomid's brow. This drop of divine medicine naturally could not make him fully recover, but it was more than enough to restore a bit of his mobility. A moment later, Dolomid struggled to stand up, ignoring the need to repair the wounds on his divine body. He knelt on one knee directly before Sumyubai, standing over 3 meters tall. Even after kneeling, he was still about the same height as Sumyubai. In reality, his size had already been reduced to the absolute minimum. If his true form were fully unleashed, he would be capable of plucking stars and grasping the moon. This was the terrifying nature of the Titan race. Even those creatures in the myriad worlds that possessed only a trace of Titan blood were immense in size. Sumyubai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Dolomid with a calm gaze, and nodded slightly. Begin. Yes, Dolomite nodded heavily, his expression becoming incomparably solemn and grave as he began to recite the follower's oath. Chapter 971, Strange Phenomena Emerge, the Myriad Worlds Tremble. Dolomite's massive body struggled to kneel on one knee, his dark red skin covered in cracks. Dark golden divine blood was still slowly seeping out, but his expression was solemn and grave, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. A low and resonant voice echoed in the dark space where the energy turbulence had yet to subside. Your subordinate, the world-ending Titan Dolomite, is willing to swear upon my soul to follow Lord Bai until death. From this day forward, your enemies are my enemies, and wherever your longsword points, that shall be my direction. Notification. The world-ending Titan Dolomite has sworn allegiance to you. Do you wish to accept him as your follower? As Dolomite finished his oath, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. He nodded slightly and chose to accept. Notification, congratulations. You have successfully contracted the world-ending Titan Dolomite as a follower. According to the usual process, Sumyubai should have summoned the Death Codex, mobilized the power of the Authority of Death, and bestowed a gift upon Dolomite to make him his fanatic. But now that he had already ignited the fire of faith in advance, things were different from the past. There was no need for a death bestowal before Sumyubai could even make a move. Dolomite remained in his kneeling position, continuing to chant a solemn oath. This time, every word he spoke invoked the power of his ancient Titan bloodline. I swear by my true name Dolomite, with my Titan blood as the contract, and my undying soul as the lock, from this moment on, my will shall forever follow the footsteps of my lord, Bai. My strength shall be the sharpest war spear in my lord's hand, and my existence shall be the sturdiest bulwark before my lord. Let the heavens and earth bear witness to this oath, and let the myriad paths be the proof. Even if the star seas run dry, this vow shall never waver. Should I betray this, I willingly accept the backlash of my bloodline. May my soul be eternally imprisoned in the abyss of destruction, and may I suffer for all eternity. A complex soul contract, woven from dark red destruction runes and ancient Titan hieroglyphs, slowly emerged from the center of Dolomite's brow, radiating a pure and powerful force of loyalty and constraint. This was the highest grade blood soul oath of the Titan race. Once established, its binding power surpassed even ordinary rules, directly linking to the origin of the bloodline. Sumyubai could clearly feel the absolute sincerity and heavy weight contained within this oath. He nodded slightly, and with a thought, the blood soul oath transformed into a stream of light, sinking into his body and establishing an unbreakable connection with his own soul origin. From this moment on, Dolomite's life and death were within his single thought. At the same time, the soul fire within Sumyubai's divinity received a strand of power even greater than all his other sources of faith combined. This was the most fanatical faith offered by the world-ending Titan Dolomite. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears once more. Notification. You have gained 1 fanatic, and obtained 100 points of death power. This was the first time someone had voluntarily offered their faith to become Sumyubai's fanatic. There was no need for a death bestowal, nor did he have to go through the dream entry of the Dream Illusion Divine Record. However, this certainly would not be the last time. After successfully igniting the fire of faith, as Sumyubai's fame grew ever higher, even before he broke through to the ruler of Rule's realm, more and more people would voluntarily become his believers. The amount of faith power he could utilize would also continue to increase. Rise, Sumyubai's voice softened slightly. Heal your wounds first. Thank you, Sovereign. Dolomite replied respectfully. Only then did he struggle to stand up, taking out a sacred healing elixir he had treasured to consume, while simultaneously circulating his Titan divine power with all his might to repair his shattered divine body. Although the process was slow, he finally managed to stabilize his injuries, no longer in danger of perishing. At the very same moment that Dolomite swore the blood soul oath, in the distant myriad demon realm, the sky turned blood red without any warning, as if the firmament itself were weeping blood. Countless phantoms of brilliant golden feathers, like morning snowflakes, drifted down from the sky, only to dissipate sorrowfully into nothingness before touching the ground. Scree, shrill, furious. and incredulous bird cry erupted suddenly from a palace cast entirely of solar essence gold in the deepest part of the Holy Land. The sound waves rolled outward, instantly spreading across the entire myriad demon realm, causing countless demon clans to tremble in fear. Golden Wing, my grandson. The roar was filled with monstrous killing intent and boundless grief. Who is it? Who dares to kill my kin? This heaven-shaking cry of grief and the anomalies spreading across the entire myriad demon realm all heralded the fall of Sovereign Golden Wing. Sure enough, immediately afterward, an announcement sounded in the Golden Wing realm. Golden Wing realm announcement. The Golden Wing realm master Golden Wing has been confirmed dead. The position of Golden Wing realm master is now vacant. Golden Wing realm announcement. Since the original realm master Golden Wing was of the demon race, those of the demon race who meet the requirements may be given priority to become the new realm master. If no one from the demon race meets the requirements within 10 days, the priority qualification will be lost. 15. Click to view details at the same time in the Destruction Realm. At the Mechanical Arc Fortress Zero, inside this unimaginably vast, cold, and silent metal structure, all warning lights suddenly erupted with a blinding, scarlet glare. The highest level, piercing alarm tore through the eternal silence of the fortress, echoing through every corridor and every cabin. In the central control hall, on the massive light screen, two complex icons glowing with silver blue light, representing the highest combat sequences, Silver Skeleton King and Zero Type, suddenly flickered violently at the same time, then dimmed completely, turning into a deathly gray. Beside them, cold mechanical text popped up mercilessly. Alert! Sequence 06 Silver Skeleton King Life Signal Lost. I confirmed dead. Alert! Sequence 080 Type Life Signal Lost. I confirmed dead. Root cause analysis. Suffered an unknown rule level strike. Information structure completely disintegrated. Threat assessment. Extremely dangerous. Highest combat readiness status initiated. Every member of the mechanical race, regardless of rank, felt their core processor's logic circuits suffer a violent shock at this moment, resulting in brief stagnation and garbled code. A sense of shock and crisis based on data logic permeated the entire ARC network. Likewise, the great worlds controlled by these two realm masters also broadcasted announcements of their respective realm masters' deaths. Almost at the same time, another great world in the myriad demon realm, the Azure Underworld realm, also experienced an anomaly. In just a short moment, the ripples of rules and the cries of bloodline grief triggered by the simultaneous fall of 4 top-tier realm masters were like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, sending massive waves spreading across the entire myriad realms at an astonishing speed. After a brief silence, players of all races were instantly overwhelmed by a tsunami of information. My God! What happened? The myriad demon realm has natural anomalies, blood rain and golden feathers. Sovereign Golden Wing has actually fallen, and the Azure Underworld realm. The life soul aura of the Azure Underworld Demon Lord has also completely extinguished. The demon race has lost to top-tier realm masters in an instant. Who on earth did this? It's not just the myriad demon realm. The destruction realm has also exploded. The mechanical arc has sounded the highest alarm. The life signals of the Silver Skeleton King and Zero Type have disappeared simultaneously. 4 top-tier realm masters have fallen at the same time. This is madness. It's absolute madness. Is the sky falling? Who did this? Did a rule sovereign step in personally? Is a full-scale war about to break out? Look at the bounty hunter's home quickly. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed like lightning, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 972. Is the calamity of myriad races actually by Countless divine senses instantly flooded into the public mission platform of the bounty hunter's home. The next moment, everyone saw a scene that was enough to make the entire myriad realms gasp for air. At the very top of the prominently displayed completed task list, for scarlet and glaring completion notices, like for dripping blades, stabbed fiercely into the vision of all onlookers. Hunting target: Sovereign Golden Wing Demon Race. Top-tier realm master of the myriad demon realm status. Completed by Calamity of Myriad Races. Hunting target: Azure Underworld Demon Lord Demon Race. Top-tier realm master of the myriad demon realm status. Completed by Calamity of Myriad Races. Hunting target: Silver Skeleton King Mechanical Race. Top-tier realm master of the destruction realm status. completed by Calamity of Myriad Races Hunting Target, Zero Type Mechanical Race. Top Tier Realm Master of the Destruction Realm Status, completed by Calamity of Myriad Races Silence. The entire public platform of the bounty hunter's home was deathly silent. It was as if everyone who saw this information had their throats gripped at that very moment. Then, there was an explosion and a frantic screen scrolling 10 times more violent than before. Calamity of Myriad Races, it's him again, in one breath. He completed the hunting missions for top-tier realm masters in one breath. How is this possible? It's true. The timing matches perfectly. The moment the anomaly occurred was exactly when the mission status was updated. A monster. What kind of monster is this? He killed Modesty before. And now he's taken out for more in an instant? A Lord of Laws. You're telling me this is a Lord of Laws? Which Lord of Laws could be strong to this extent? Weight of this overwhelming strength. This desperate style. And they all just popped up out of nowhere. Bai Yi, it's Bai Yi. Only that Bai Yi who defied and killed a sovereign could possibly do this. Isn't there still Huaijian? Why couldn't it be Huaijian? You are all still young, so it's normal that you don't know. Huaijian, the sword god of shadow chasing, has actually been famous for a long time. Given his style of conduct, he would absolutely never act in such a way. So that means Calamity of the Myriad Races is Bai Yi. And Bai Yi is Calamity of the Myriad Races. The truth is out. It's definitely him. Calamity of the Myriad Races. Calamity of the Myriad Races. The name itself explains everything. So that's it. Bai Yi chose this bounty alias to declare to the myriad worlds that the human race is about to begin its revenge. Speculation, debate, fear, fanaticism. Various emotions collided intensely. The theory that Calamity of the Myriad Races was Bai Yi, which had previously only been a small-scale conjecture, now spread like a wildfire, instantly gaining the recognition and support of the vast majority. The shock brought by this truth was even more staggering than the fall of the Four Realm Lords themselves. Death Domain, Death Continent, City of Extinction, headquarters of the Death Domain Bank. Inside the Supreme Private Room. The fine wine brewed by the wine god Yumu is not something easily obtained in daily life. So the victory banquet from earlier has not yet concluded, although everyone present, with the exception of Yi Yuan, was a ruler of rules. The news of four top-tier realm lords falling simultaneously still caught their attention, especially when the news that Calamity of the Myriad Races was Bai Yi arrived. The sovereign gods present immediately revealed different expressions. Xing Heng's expression froze. The god race had originally been investigating this matter, wanting to uncover the true identity of Calamity of the Myriad Races and let the other party know the consequences of impersonating a god race powerhouse to swindle others. As it turns out, Calamity of the Myriad Races is actually that human monster, Bai Yi, and he had even helped him not long ago. For a moment, the corner of Xing Heng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Having just drunk so much of Yumu's fine wine, wouldn't it be a bit awkward to go and cause trouble for Bai Yi now? As the saying goes, eat someone's food, and you'll be soft-spoken, take someone's gifts, and you'll be short-handed. What's more, a monster as freakish as Bai Yi would clearly be more beneficial for the god race to be on good terms with. Thinking of this, Xing Heng smiled helplessly. He looked toward Yumu, pursed his lips, and said, "Drunkard, it wouldn't be too much to ask for 2 more jars of fine wine. Would it?" "Easy, easy." Yumu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He naturally knew what Xing Heng was referring to. Since the other party had said these words, it meant that the matter of Bai Yi impersonating a member of the god race was now considered settled. Regarding this, Yi Yuan, who was to the side, smiled without a word. He simply raised the wine glass in front of him toward Xing Heng, then drained it in one gulp. The latter glared at Yi Yuan, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. Kingston and Robin exchanged a glance. These two supreme authorities of the Death Domain Bank had maintained this posture for a long time. Finally, the shadows around Kingston fluctuated slightly, and his soul emitted a low, cryptic laugh, breaking the silence in Robin's mind. "Heh, Calamity of the Myriad Races Bai Yi. So that's how it is." Ruler Robin's blue eyes flickered. A cold voice, like clashing ice crystals, rang out clearly and calmly in Kingston's mind. "The most important thing is, did Lord Ming to choose just Bai Yi? or the entire human race, regardless. We must reconsider our relationship with the human race, Kingston replied, the light in his eyes within the shadows becoming incredibly profound. Now that Bai possesses such strength, is inextricably linked to the human race, and is tied to our death domain bank to this extent. Robin's voice remained cold, yet it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. This means that the relationship between the demon race, the undead race, and the human race has undergone a qualitative change. It is no longer just commercial cooperation based on the exchange of interests and limited technological transactions. Because of the Death Domain Bank as a hub, because of the unfathomable will of the Death Ruler, and even more so because of Bai, this variable that defies common sense, our three great races have been firmly bound together by an invisible yet incredibly tough rope of fate. Our interests are intertwined, our fates are connected, we prosper together, and we suffer together. The two rulers looked at each other again, both seeing an unprecedented gravity in the other's eyes, as well as a trace of excitement and ambition that had been forcibly suppressed but was nonetheless real. Chapter 973. The successor of Zhuanshan Qingyu, 2-in-1. The sudden emergence of Bai Yi was like a giant boulder crashing into a pool of stagnant water that had been still for 10,000 years, completely shattering the rigid landscape that the myriad worlds had maintained for countless epochs. The future is destined to be turbulent and fraught with crises. The old hegemons will never sit idly by and watch a new challenger rise. But within the crisis also lies a tremendous opportunity to overturn the order and redraw the landscape, deeply binding themselves to such a monster with immeasurable potential, who also has the support of the Death Ruler and has already displayed terrifying strength. Might be an unprecedented gamble for the demon race and the undead race, but it could also be the key to reaching a higher level, a top 10 race in the myriad worlds. No, that is not enough. As beings at the Ruler of Rules stage, Kingston and Robin vaguely knew that beyond the myriad worlds, there was an even vaster world. The void is the world beyond the myriad worlds. But beyond the myriad worlds, it is not necessarily just the void. Although Kingston and Robin did not know exactly what existed beyond the myriad worlds, they both understood that deeply binding themselves to Bai and the human race might just be the opportunity for the demon race and the undead race to break through the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, both of them nodded calmly, their eyes flashing with divine light from each other's eyes. They both saw the other's decision. Robin nodded toward Bloomer, who was to the side. The latter nodded slightly. Although the two did not hold a conversation here, in the core territory of the undead race, a meeting initiated by the two had already been convened silently. The topic of the meeting was, naturally, to discuss the relationship between the undead race, Bai, and the human race, and what should be done next. Out for a time, the various rulers of rules in the supreme private room had different expressions. On the surface, everyone was still drinking wine, but in reality, their hearts were already long gone. Not only the undead race, but at the same time, the demon race also convened an emergency meeting. Kingston and other rulers of rules, while drinking wine here, were using projected avatars to discuss the pros and cons of deep cooperation with the human race during the meeting. In the face of matters concerning the entire race, even the fine wine brewed by the god of wine Yumu seemed to lose its appeal. Although the several rulers of rules did not show anything unusual, Xingheng still keenly sensed that something was wrong. A trace of doubt could not help but arise in his heart. Bai being the calamity of 10,000 races was surprising, but upon closer reflection, it was not something inconceivable. However, why were Kingston and the other main gods becoming so absent-minded because of this? For the first time ever, Xingheng only took a sip of the fine wine in his glass. The taste hadn't changed, the wine brewed by the drunkard was still as intoxicating as ever. So, did Kingston and Robin possess some information that he was unaware of? Thinking of this, Xingheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there was some cooperation between the demon race and the undead race, they stood on different sides regarding the matter of Bai. What exactly was it that he and the god race did not know that could make the main gods of these two races act like this simultaneously? Is it related to the Death Domain Bank? Xingheng thought of the place where he was currently located, and his heart stirred. The undead race and the demon race had intersections in the Death Realm. and the deepest intersection was none other than the Death Domain Bank. Kingston and Robin were both vice presidents of the Death Domain Bank. Ever since the ruler of Death went missing, the entire Death Domain Bank had been under their control. However, what was the relationship between the Death Domain Bank and Bai Yi? When Sumyu Bai originally summoned the projected avatar of the ruler of Death Ningtu, he had specifically instructed Kingston and Robin not to expose the news that he was still alive for the time being. Therefore, the fact that the calamity of 10,000 races had taken over the Death Domain Bank on behalf of the previous ruler of Death was currently only known to the high-level officials within the Death Domain Bank. Although the god race was powerful, and Xing Heng was the second strongest in the entire god race, he did not know the relationship between the calamity of 10,000 races and the Death Domain Bank. Lacking such key information, Xing Heng naturally did not understand why the undead race and the demon race were acting this way. Even so, Xing Heng still saw some clues from the subtle changes in both of them. The calamity of 10,000 races, or rather Bai Yi, definitely had a deeper connection with these two races. Therefore, besides the undead race and the demon race, the god race also convened an emergency meeting due to Xing Heng's speculation. Ever since the dragon race broke away from the monster race, looking across the entire myriad worlds, the god race could disregard any race. But the human race was the only one that even the god race had to take seriously. The human race at its peak was truly terrifying. Leading the powerful rise of the human race at that time was the ruler of time Xingqian. And the speed at which Bai Yi's strength increased was even faster than that of Zhu Xingqian back then. As long as Bai Yi did not fall midway, the human race would inevitably rise strongly again, and this time, it was highly likely that they would directly pull the god race off their pedestal and truly ascend to the peak of the myriad worlds. Because Bai Yi had one greatest advantage over Zhu Xingqian, he was a human with pure bloodline. Now that the human race, the undead race, and the demon race had some kind of deep-level intersection, the god race naturally could not ignore it. For a time, the various rulers of rules in the Supreme Private Room continued to talk eloquently on the surface. But in reality, they all had different thoughts. Death Realm, Death Continent, City of Extinction. Outside the headquarters of the Death Bank, Sumyu Bai stood proudly in the dark space. The world-ending Titan Doramid had already been taken into his internal world. There, the World Tree could help him recover from his injuries quickly. Coupled with Sumyu Bai's time acceleration rule, it wouldn't be long before Doramid was a hero again. Of course, this would require consuming a large amount of heaven-defying treasures for recovery. After all, Sumyu Bai had no intention of sparing his life with that previous strike. The only reason he held back was to leave them with a complete corpse, so it could be used as material for creating god-level nether beings. The reason Doramid was able to survive was entirely because he was tough-lived and had one last breath left. If he hadn't been cowardly enough to surrender quickly, and if he hadn't still been of some use to Sumyu Bai, he would have already become a corpse. That saved me quite a bit of trouble. Sumyu Bai smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared into the dark space. The next moment, he entered his internal world. Finally, they are all here. Waving his hand to release the divine bodies and godheads of the 4 top world lords, including the golden-winged sovereign, Sumyu Bai moved his divine sense, mobilized the power of the catastrophe attribute, and began the final creation. He had a faint premonition that once all 10 god-level nether beings appeared in the world, it might bring about tremendous changes to the myriad worlds, just like before. This time when creating the god-level nether beings, the system did not provide any prompts or inquiries. The death cannon appeared automatically, and a large number of soul fragments surged out from it, merging into the 4 corpses. Those 4 godheads suddenly emitted dazzling light. The energy inside began to surge, and they underwent some unknown transformation. In an instant, these godheads completed their transformation, and the energy within them began to merge into the corpses of the golden-winged sovereign and the other 3 top world lords. Soon, these 4 corpses, just like the previous 3, were wrapped in slightly dim light, forming cocoons of light. Since the materials were delivered to my doorstep, there's no need to specifically adjust the flow of time. Sumyu Bai's gaze swept over the 7 cocoons of light, his brows slightly raised. He hadn't expected that just after walking out of the Death Domain Bank headquarters, he would run into the Golden Winged Sovereign and the others who delivered themselves to him, directly gathering the remaining creation materials in one go, because he had solved the Golden Winged Sovereign and the others just by lifting a hand. Only a few minutes had passed since the previous creation. Most of that time had been wasted on Doramed. Next, I just need to wait quietly for the birth of the remaining god-level nether beings, Sumyubai murmured to himself. And just as he was about to leave his internal world, he suddenly remembered something. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Internal Small World number 5. In this internal small world, there were no members of the human race. Nor was it the place where the Signal Light Brothers or the Angel Sisters went into seclusion. What existed here were only a vast number of spiritual souls and one of Sumyubai's own soul projections. It was precisely because this soul projection had been continuously absorbing the spiritual souls that he was now able to possess an inexhaustible supply of soul power. Since a soul projection can absorb spiritual souls, then having it take on to more jobs should be quite reasonable, right? Sumyubai rubbed his nose, and with a flick of his divine sense, he condensed to more projection clones. Let's try it out first. As he spoke, 2 jade slips appeared in his palm. Sumyubai wanted to test whether he could use his soul projections to skip class. If it truly worked, he wouldn't need to spend time individually contemplating and comprehending the insights and experiences that Old Man Feng and Zhongli Wen had given him. The information contained within these 2 jade slips was simply too vast and complex, even though they were rare treasures for the entire myriad worlds. In the eyes of Sumyubai, who had never once turned off his cheat, they were still somewhat lacking. Wait! Just as Sumyubai was about to toss the 2 jade slips to the 2 projection clones, a new thought suddenly occurred to him. If he were to use catastrophe to upgrade the jade slips, what kind of changes would occur to the content inside? Once this wild idea emerged, it immediately took root in Sumyubai's mind and began to grow frantically. Unable to suppress the urge to experiment, he picked up the jade slip given to him by Old Man Feng and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target. Jade slip Feng Yuan's Ray insights and comprehensions. Prompt. Please choose to upgrade by 1 tier, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Only upgrade by 1 tier, Sumyubai muttered, though he was in no rush to upgrade it just yet. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened, its yin-yang fish-shaped iris spinning rapidly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. At the same time, the Great Tao of Space, the Great Tao of Time, and the Great Tao of Fate were all invoked simultaneously. Sumyubai did not know what changes would occur to the content inside the jade slip once it was upgraded, but since it could only be upgraded by 1 tier, he suddenly felt much more secure. If it weren't for the content, how could a mere jade slip be limited to only a 1-tier upgrade? However, for the sake of caution, Sumyubai still activated his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, although, given his relationship with Feng Yuan, even if this jade slip were ruined by the upgrade, he could just have the other party produce another one. But a jade slip that recorded the insights and comprehensions of countless epochs was something that even Feng Yuan himself would need to spend a great deal of time to recreate. Therefore, it was still necessary to take a look before upgrading, as the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was activated under the reinforcement of the 3 Great Taos. In Sumyubai's eyes, the jade slip given by Feng Yuan appeared and changed, but the content within it had already become completely different. The original description of the jade slip was as follows. Contains all the insights and comprehensions of the myriad worlds. Number 1 Ray Master. Feng Yuan. Regarding the Mystic Heaven Ray over countless epochs, it is a supreme treasure of the Ray path in the myriad worlds. But in the future that Sumyubai saw, the description of the jade slip was entirely different. Contains all the insights and comprehensions of the Mystic Heaven lineage successor Siqingyu regarding the inheritance of the Mystic Heaven Array. Due to unknown reasons, it has appeared within the myriad worlds. It is a supreme treasure of the Ray path, Mystic Heaven successor of Siqingyu. Seeing this description, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know who Siqingyu was, whether they were still alive, or if they were in the myriad worlds, the identity of Mystic Heaven's successor was the real deal. Old Man Feng's attainments in the Mystic Heaven Array were indeed the best in the myriad worlds. But how could they possibly compare to a true Mystic Heaven successor? This point could be seen from the last sentence of the two versions of the description. Even though both described it as a supreme treasure of the Ray path, Si Qingyu's insights and comprehensions did not have the limiting qualifier of myriad worlds. In other words, the insights and comprehensions left behind by Si Qingyu were also supreme treasures of the Ray path even outside the myriad worlds. However, this was understandable. After all, what Feng Yuan had obtained was merely a partial, incomplete inheritance of the mystic heaven array, limited by his vision and realm. Even if his talent in the Ray path was strong, he could not surpass Si Qingyu, a true mystic heaven successor. In the path of rays, it seems old man Feng and Zhongli Wen are in for a treat. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyu Bai's eyes. The mystic heaven lineage was passed down to only one person per generation, referring to the complete mystic heaven inheritance. If it were only the inheritance of the mystic heaven ray or the mystic heaven divine pupil, there could still be other inheritors. For example, hadn't Feng Yuan and Zhongli Wen each obtained a portion of the inheritance? It was just that Sumyu Bai was limited by the fact that he hadn't mastered much of it yet, so he couldn't pass it on to other beings. Otherwise, even if old man Feng hadn't given him this jade slip, he would have taken the initiative to pass the mystic heaven array to him. Because the improvement of old man Feng's strength was a great thing for both the human race and himself. After the upgrade, things would be different. Si Qingyu's jade slip would not disappear after Sumyu Bai comprehended it. When that time came, old man Feng would also be able to comprehend the complete mystic heaven ray through this jade slip. The same would apply after the jade slip left by Zhongli Wen was upgraded. 2 in 1 long chapter, Settling Yesterday's Debt, Chapter 974. Si Qingyu's Divine Sense Projection. Friendly reminder. What was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4-0-word 2 in 1 long chapter. Main text below. After foreseeing the future through the mystic heaven divine pupil, Sumyu Bai decisively moved his divine sense upgrade by 1 tier. The next moment, a strange energy manifested out of thin air and rapidly surged into the jade slip provided by old man Feng. The jade slip slowly hovered in midair and began to vibrate violently. A moment later, with a flash of light, the jade slip returned to its original state and fell back into Sumyu Bai's palm. I want to see just how powerful Si Qingyu's insights and experiences truly are. Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and probed it with his divine sense. Boom! The next instant, he felt as if his mind were about to explode. Even with his powerful soul, which had already surpassed the realm of a master of laws, he felt as though it were on the verge of being torn apart. This was no illusion. If he continued to comprehend it, his soul would truly be shredded. One could only imagine what terrifying amount of information was stored within the upgraded jade slip. From this, one could also see just how exaggerated the complete Zhuanshan Grand Array truly was. I've been played by catastrophe again. Sumyu Bai reflexively withdrew his divine sense, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. When he saw the description after the upgrade, he had only thought of the benefits, momentarily forgetting the issue of whether his soul could withstand such a massive influx of information. This is awkward. Sumyu Bai rubbed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. The last time he was played by catastrophe was the last time. To think he had accidentally fallen for it again. Looking at the other jade slip, Sumyu Bai shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to give up on further upgrades, he suddenly remembered something. There is still hope. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyu Bai's eyes as his gaze locked onto the upgraded jade slip once more. The only way forward now was to pin his hopes on the catastrophe trait. After all, the catastrophe trait had never let Sumyu Bai down before. I'm counting on you. Sumyu Bai took a deep breath and moved his divine sense once again. Catastrophe target. Jade slip Si Qingyu's Ray insights and experiences. Apply the catastrophe trait individually. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 500 million soul power to apply the catastrophe trait to this item individually? 500 million. Sumyu Bai's pupils shrank, startled by the cost. One had to know that applying the catastrophe trait to a single rule-level treasure only cost 100 million soul power. To think that applying it to Si Qingyu's jade slip would cost a full 500 million, the consumption was truly staggering. Even the wealthy and extravagant Sumyu Bai felt a pang of heartache. However, in order to be able to use this jade slip, He gritted his teeth and moved his divine sense. Confirm. A profound energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and surged frantically into the jade slip in his palm. Hum hum hum. Tilt tilt. The entire jade slip floated into the air and began to vibrate violently. The information within the jade slip transformed into a tangible stream of data, condensing into a data storm that swirled rapidly around the slip. A moment later, the data stream returned to the jade slip. Faintly, Sumyubai seemed to catch a glimpse of a human figure. That figure's eyes shimmered with divine light, as if reflecting 10,000 galaxies. Countless inscriptions and rays swirled around its body, exuding a mysterious and terrifying aura. Is this an image of Si Qingyu when he was setting up the ray back then? Sumyubai reached out and grasped the slowly descending jade slip. His eyes filled with shock. Si Qingyu's method of setting up the ray was simply natural and flawless, although Sumyubai could see what the other was doing. He couldn't comprehend it at all. As the jade slip entered his hand, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ear. Prompt: you have lost 500 million soul power and successfully applied the catastrophe trait to jade slip Si Qingyu's ray insights and experiences. Current soul power: 528 million after catastrophe concluded. He immediately checked it with anticipation. Catastrophe trait. By injecting a certain amount of energy, you can summon a divine sense projection of Si Qingyu to personally teach you the contents contained within the jade slip. Perfect. A look of joy appeared on Sumyubai's face. The catastrophe trait of the jade slip was simple and easy to understand, but it perfectly solved the problem he was currently facing. So what if his soul couldn't withstand it? The catastrophe trait directly summoned Si Qingyu's projection avatar to act as his teacher. This 500 million soul power was worth every bit. Sumyubai held the jade slip, a smile curling his lips, and slowly injected his divine power into it. It wasn't until nearly half of the divine power in his body was consumed that the jade slip finally shone with brilliant light. The next moment, a vortex appeared on the jade slip, and a figure slowly condensed out of it. The figure gradually shifted from ethereal to solid, finally appearing clearly before Sumyubai. The person looked like a middle-aged scholar with an ordinary face, yet he carried an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and wisdom. He wore a simple green robe, and there was no powerful energy fluctuation on his body, as if he were merely immortal. But those eyes were as deep as if they contained the birth and death of the universe. With the trajectories of countless stars flowing and vanishing within them, countless subtle ray runes flickered in and out of existence around him, resonating harmoniously with the rules of the entire world. He looked at Sumyubai, his gaze calm, yet it seemed as if he could see through everything about him. Little one, are you the one who awakened this strand of my divine sense imprint left within the inheritance jade slip? Si Qingyu spoke, his voice gentle yet carrying a rhythm that reached directly to the origin of the rules. Sumyubai felt a sense of awe in his heart. He set aside all casualness and bowed respectfully. Junior Bai, I obtained this jade slip by chance. Please forgive me for the presumption of awakening you, senior. He could feel that the essence of this seemingly ordinary projection was terrifyingly high. It was a state of returning to simplicity after reaching the pinnacle of understanding the rules. Although a divine sense projection had almost no combat power to speak of, who knew if Si Qingyu possessed arrays that could be set up without needing much power? Moreover, Si Qingyu was a senior of the Zhuanshan lineage. In a way, he could be considered Sumyubai's grandmaster, so his attitude naturally needed to be respectful. This was not just social etiquette, but Sumyubai's own code of conduct. Don't be fooled by the fact that he calls Hui Jian an old geezer or Feng Yuan an old man all day long. In reality, Sumyubai holds no disrespect for either of them. Si Qingyu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Sumyubai. He paused for a moment, particularly on the vertical pupil at the center of Sumyubai's forehead and the mysterious aura faintly circulating around him. A flash of surprise crossing his eyes. You are actually the orthodox successor of the Zhuanshan lineage of this generation. Interesting. I never expected that the meager insights I left behind would eventually return to the hands of an orthodox successor. It seems there is a destined path in the unseen workings of fate. He then smiled. There is no need for such formalities. The very purpose of this strand of my divine sense is to resolve the doubts of those fated to find it. Since you were able to awaken me, you are fated. and you possess sufficient potential to inherit my legacy. Having said this, Si Qingyu suddenly frowned. He looked around his surroundings and asked in confusion, "This is not the Huanyu continent." His voice paused, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so?" I see. Chapter 975, Masterful Ray Proficiency, Huanyu Continent. Sumyu caught the key information, his heart jolting. As expected, there are worlds beyond the myriad realms. The void is merely a part of what lies beyond the myriad realms. If that is the case, then are Zhu Xingchen and the missing sovereign of fate also there? Si Qingyu seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, "The vastness of the universe far exceeds your imagination. This place is nothing more than a pond. The world outside is more magnificent, but also more dangerous. However, that is still too early for you. Build your foundation first." He changed the subject, cutting straight to the point. "Since you are the orthodox successor of Zhuanshan, you should know that the Zhuanshan Great Array is the foundation of our Zhuanshan lineage's path of protection. I see that you have mastered the basics, but your application is shallow. You have grasped the form but not the spirit. Today, I will clarify it for you so that you may understand what a true Zhuanshan Great Array is." As his voice fell, Si Qingyu pointed his fingers like a sword and tapped into the air. Sumyu felt the scene before him change abruptly. He was no longer in the know, five small world, but standing in the midst of chaotic nothingness. Immediately after, countless basic array runes lit up like stars, beginning to combine and evolve in an incredibly profound manner. Watch closely. The foundation of the Array Dao lies in construction. Si Qingyu's voice resonated like the great Dao itself, echoing directly within Sumyu soul. He saw that those basic runes were no longer simple connections between energy nodes. They seemed to possess life, resonating and pulling at one another to form more stable, efficient, and self-evolving basic units. The efficiency was more than 10 times greater than the method Sumyu had known before. The transformation of the Array Dao lies in evolution. Following Si Qingyu's guidance, the basic units began to evolve wildly: confinement arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, spirit gathering arrays, FaceTime arrays. Countless types of arrays were summoned with a wave of his hand, and they could be seamlessly switched and fused with one another. A single type of array could instantly derive thousands of variations to deal with any situation. The pinnacle of the Array Dao lies in fusion. The scene that shocked Sumyu the most appeared. Si Qingyu demonstrated how to perfectly fuse arrays with one's own rules. When the rule of death was integrated, the array became a netherworld of death. When the rule of time was integrated, the flow of time within the array could be manipulated at will. When the rule of space was integrated, the array became a world unto itself, trapping all things. The array was no longer an external object, but an extension and amplifier of one's own rules. This was no longer simple instruction, it was the ultimate essence of the Array Dao being broken down, pulverized, and poured directly into the depths of Sumyu consciousness. Sumyu was mesmerized, his soul understanding and absorbing this knowledge at an unprecedented speed. The obscure and difficult parts of the jade slip from Feng Yuan that he had struggled with before suddenly became clear. Many techniques he had explored on his own now appeared crude and inefficient under Si Qingyu's system. He was like a parched sponge, frantically absorbing the vast ocean of the Array Dao. He did not know how much time had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. Sumyu snapped back to reality, finding himself still in the know. Five small world, with Si Qingyu's projections standing quietly before him, wearing a smile. The basic framework and philosophy have been imprinted into your soul. However, mastering them is not something that can be accomplished in a day. You still have much to learn. Si Qingyu spoke slowly. The Zhuanshan Great Array encompasses all things. One could spend a lifetime and still not exhaust its potential. I hope you use this art well to protect your own path. Sumyu bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for the grace of your teachings. This junior will keep them in his heart. This time, his gratitude was sincere. Si Qingyu's guidance had opened a brand new door for him. Although he had not yet grasped much, his understanding of arrays could already be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Si Qingyu nodded slightly, turned to look at one of Sumyu soul projections, and smiled faintly. Little one, you are quite clever. You flatter me, Senior. Sumyubai rubbed his nose in embarrassment, like a student caught skipping class. It is of no consequence. Sichengyu waved his hand. How can a Zhuanshan successor be bound by rigid rules? This is just right. Hearing this, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Does senior mean that this junior's soul projection can also follow you to learn the way of rays? Naturally. Sichengyu nodded. Just find a quiet place. Then I leave it to you, senior. Sumyubai bowed respectfully. Then with a thought, opened a portal in front of Sichengyu. It was a portal leading to another of his internal small worlds. Little one, I hope you do not disgrace the face of my Zhuanshan lineage in the future. As his voice fell, Sichengyu stepped through the portal. This junior will certainly not fail your expectations, senior. Sumyubai's voice was firm and resonant. His soul projection, also holding a jade slip, followed closely in Sichengyu's footsteps into the other internal small world. After the portal closed, Sumyubai finally withdrew his thoughts. It must be said that this time, the catastrophe trait not only did not disappoint him, but it also brought an unexpected joy. In the past, he only knew that the goddess of fate was a successor of the previous generation of Zhuanshan, but he never expected to see a Zhuanshan successor with his own eyes today. Senior Sichengyu, I wonder which generation of Zhuanshan successor he is. Sumyubai murmured in a low voice. Sichengyu hadn't mentioned this, and he hadn't asked. As for the specific information regarding the Zhuanshan lineage, there would always be opportunities to learn about it in the future. There was no need to rush. Next, it is time for the jade slip left behind by Zhongli Wen. Sumyubai gripped the jade slip tightly, his heart surging with excitement. He suppressed the urge to immediately go into seclusion to digest all his gains and turned his gaze toward the other jade slip that had belonged to Zhongli Wen. I wonder what kind of surprise this jade slip will bring after being upgraded. With the catastrophe trait that allowed him to summon the divine projection of Sichengyu, Sumyubai felt increasingly expectant about the catastrophe trait of this jade slip. Will I be able to summon other seniors this time? A look of anticipation flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Sichengyu's attainments in the Zhuanshan Grand Array had practically opened the door to a new world for him. Therefore, he couldn't wait to meet the next senior. However, Sumyubai was not sure if the divine projection summoned this time would still be Sichengyu. After taking a deep breath, he decisively moved his divine sense and activated the catastrophe talent once again. Catastrophe target. Jade slip Zhongli Wen's insights and realizations on ocular techniques. Upgrade by 1 tier. Chapter 976. Why call me senior? Call me grandmaster. Is it possible to summon the divine projection of the goddess of fate? A thought suddenly popped into Sumyubai's mind. The goddess of fate was also a Zhuanshan successor. It was not impossible. If I could really summon the divine projection of the goddess of fate, Li Yin would probably be very happy. Sumyubai smiled slightly, and the image of Li Yin couldn't help but surface in his mind. That sweet, naive girl had always been searching for the whereabouts of her sister, the goddess of fate. The reason she had mistakenly signed a heart-to-heart contract with Sumyubai in the first place was to ensure that if Xingchen appeared again, she would be the first to know and could ask her about the goddess of fate. However, Sumyubai also knew that the probability of summoning the divine projection of the goddess of fate was extremely small. He shook his head and followed the same procedure, preparing to investigate first. Despite the successful precedent of the jade slip left by Old Man Feng, it was always better to be cautious. Golden light flashed within his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow suddenly opened. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupil spinning rapidly. Zhuanshan divine pupil open. The jade slip left by Zhongli Wen immediately underwent some changes, and the description after the upgrade slowly emerged. Contains all the insights and realizations of Luo Wuan, a successor of the Zhuanshan lineage. Regarding the Zhuanshan divine pupil, due to unknown reasons, it appeared within the myriad worlds. It is a supreme treasure of the ocular arts, Luo Wuan. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. It was yet another Zhuanshan successor. It was a pity it wasn't the goddess of fate. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and Sumyubai moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target. Jade slip Zhongli Wen's insights and realizations on ocular techniques. Upgrade by 1 tier. A moment later, the jade slip was successfully upgraded. Having learned from his previous experience, Sumyubai did not rashly probe his divine sense into it this time. but instead activated his talent again. Catastrophe target. Jade slip will wounds insights and realizations on ocular techniques. Individually attach the catastrophe trait. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 500 million soul power to individually attach the catastrophe trait to it? Confirm. Sumyubai did not hesitate to consume 500 million soul power to attach the catastrophe trait to this jade slip as well. Prompt. You have lost 500 million soul power and successfully attached the catastrophe trait to jade slip wounds insights and realizations on ocular techniques. Current soul power 29.08 million. 29.08 million catastrophe trait. By injecting a certain amount of energy, you can summon the divine projection of wound to personally teach you the contents contained within the jade slip. After consuming almost all of his remaining divine power, another figure slowly condensed and emerged. The one who appeared this time was a young man in white with eyes as sharp as a falcon's. He stood with his hands behind his back, his entire being like a divine sword unsheathed. There was an S-shaped crack at the center of his brow similar to Sumyubai's, and as his gaze swept across, it felt as if it could slice through the void. My name is Won, kid of the later generations. Are you the one who obtained my insights on ocular techniques? Won's voice carried a sharp edge, getting straight to the point. Let me see if you have. He stopped halfway through his opening line, his gaze finally landing on Sumyubai, followed by a narrowing of his eyes. Zhuanshan divine pupil. Kid, I didn't expect you to also be a successor of my Zhuanshan lineage. Only then did he carefully examine Sumyubai, nodding with satisfaction from time to time. Not bad. To be able to evolve the Zhuanshan pupil into the stronger Zhuanshan divine pupil at such a young age, I am willing to call you a genius. Oh, and it's a Zhuanshan divine pupil that has absorbed space-time power. Your fortune is quite good. Double quotes junior. Sumyubai bowed first, about to speak, but was interrupted by a wave of Won's hand. No need to say more. I will see for myself. As he spoke, golden light seemed to flow within his eyes, and a golden vertical pupil instantly opened at the S-shaped crack on his brow. At this moment, all of Sumyubai's perceptions vanished without a trace. The entire world seemed to be filled by this golden vertical pupil. Under this gaze, which carried immense pressure, Sumyubai felt as if all his secrets had been seen through by the other party in an instant. This was no illusion, because the first sentence Won said next made Sumyubai's heart tremble. He saw him close his Zhuanshan divine pupil, cast a meaningful look at Sumyubai, and raise an eyebrow. Sumyubai, is it this talent of yours? Having said that, Won's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt, and he did not continue. Sumyubai's heart, however, skipped a beat. Is this the terrifying nature of the Zhuanshan divine pupil? With just a single glance, his true name and even his talent had been completely seen through by the other party. Sumyubai was not overly surprised that Won could call out his true name, because Zhu Xingchen also knew his true name. It was reasonable for Won to be able to discern it using the Zhuanshan divine pupils. But his talent was a different story. This was the first time someone had ever seen through Sumyubai's talent. He hadn't even used it in front of the other party. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp, forcibly calming the shock in his heart, and asked with a respectful attitude, Senior, I wonder what is wrong with this junior's talent. It's nothing. Won smiled. The heaven-defying level of your talent is something even I have never seen before. We can slowly study it when there is an opportunity in the future. Then, I will have to trouble you. Senior. Sumyubai nodded, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Given Won's realm and vision, perhaps he might have a different understanding of the catastrophe talent. Sumyubai was well aware that the reason he had been able to improve to this level so quickly was entirely due to the credit of the catastrophe talent. If he could develop it even better, that would be wonderful. It's no trouble at all. As it happens, I am quite interested in your talent as well. Won waved his hand, then suddenly changed the subject. What, Senior? Call me Grandmaster. Zhuanshan successor Sumyubai. Greets Grandmaster. Sumyubai's heart trembled, and he immediately bowed respectfully. That's more like it. Remember, you are the 178th successor of my Zhuanshan lineage. From now on, you must not tarnish the prestige of my Zhuanshan lineage. This junior will keep it in mind. Sumyubai nodded heavily, learning for the first time exactly which generation of successor he was. However, The number 178 still surprised him. The Zhuanshan lineage was passed down to only one person per generation. The 177th successor, the goddess of fate, had already existed for who knows how many epochs. Just how long must the entire history of the Zhuanshan lineage be? I believe that with your talent, your future achievements will certainly not be weak. Wu Wun patted Sumu Bai on the shoulder, a glimmer of expectation flashing deep in his eyes. And he whispered to himself, with such a heaven-defying talent, perhaps you might even surpass the achievements of the first ancestor. These words were spoken very, very softly, so softly that there was almost no sound at all. And Sumu Bai couldn't even hear them. Normally, with his current strength and realm, he would be able to hear clearly even if someone were whispering from a great distance away. But that such a thing happened with Wu Wun was not surprising, although it was only a divine sense projection. His methods were simply not something the current Sumu Bai could comprehend. Chapter 977. The Resentful Angel Sisters. After Wu Wun took a deep look at Sumu Bai, he spoke again. I take back what I said earlier to praise you. Your Zhuanshan divine pupils were advanced entirely by coincidence. You are still a long way from truly mastering them. As his voice fell, he pointed a finger directly at the center of Sumu Bai's brow. Sumu Bai did not resist, allowing a vast stream of information regarding the application of ocular techniques to flood into his mind. How to condense ocular power to the extreme to pierce through illusions. How to trace the origin through subtle energy fluctuations. How to use ocular techniques to interfere with reality and even briefly freeze the rules. And the deeper application of the Zhuanshan divine pupils peering into the trajectories of fate and observing the river of time. Its sophistication and depth were already countless times greater than the jade slip from Zhongli Wen. Many techniques that Sumu Bai had previously used by instinct were now systematized and theorized, causing their power to skyrocket. Wu Wun's teaching method was more overbearing and direct than Si Qingyu's. It was a complete cramming style infusion, but the results were equally significant. Of course, fully comprehending it was not a matter of a single day. There were many things that Sumu Bai was currently completely unable to understand. To utilize the Zhuanshan divine pupils at a higher level as soon as possible, he would need more guidance. After a long while, Wu Wun withdrew his finger and glanced at the divine soul projection standing respectfully to the side. Find me a quiet place. Hearing this, Sumu Bai immediately moved his divine sense and opened a portal to an uninhabited small world. I will notify you once I have a new understanding of your talent. Leaving behind these words, Wu Wun's divine sense projection turned around gracefully and stepped into the portal. The divine soul projection on the side also held the jade slip and followed him inside. From then on, Sumu Bai began skipping class for both of the great inheritances, the Zhuanshan Greater A and the Zhuanshan Divine Pupils, using divine sense projections. And it was the kind of skipping class that was specially permitted and personally taught by his grandmaster. However, human greed can never be satisfied. Looking at the spot where the portal had closed, Sumu Bai couldn't help but mutter, I wonder if anyone has obtained a partial inheritance of the Zhuanshan sealing method. If not, his progress in comprehending the Zhuanshan sealing method would certainly lag far behind the Zhuanshan Greater A and the Zhuanshan Divine Pupils. But this was something that could be met by chance but not sought. Sumu Bai had no way to force it. Moreover, it was highly probable that no one in the myriad worlds had obtained a partial inheritance of the Zhuanshan sealing method. Otherwise, that person would surely have become famous throughout the myriad worlds long ago. Just like Old Man Fang and Zhongli Wen, shaking his head, Sumu Bai's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving this internal small world. However, he did not return directly to his internal world, but instead came to another internal small world. This was the place where the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters were in seclusion. Ever since they realized that the gap in strength between them and Sumu Bai was growing ever wider, the five of them had been in constant seclusion. With the blessing of the time acceleration rules and the assistance of the Sea of Death and the World Tree, their strength had naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. However, compared to Sumu Bai, a player who was essentially using cheats, the gap had not only failed to shrink but had instead become even larger. Ever since they last met Patty, the Signal Light brothers had been acting as if they were pumped full of adrenaline. Upon returning, they dove straight into the depths of the Sea of Death. enduring soul-shattering impacts with a fervor that bordered on madness. They were tempering their divine souls while simultaneously utilizing the power of the world tree to refine their divine bodies. As for the path of laws, they hadn't spent much time trying to comprehend it. After all, Sumyubai had once said that as soon as they could break through to the upper god realm, he would immediately allow them to begin merging with the great Tao of rules. When one could use a cheat code, who would honestly and painstakingly bother to comprehend the path of laws? These three fellows have truly turned over a new leaf. A divine light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes as he caught sight of Amon and his two brothers at the bottom of the sea of death. This was the first time he had ever seen them work this hard. Given their restless and flighty nature, this was truly a rare sight. However, Sumyubai did not disturb them. Instead, he took a step forward and vanished into thin air. The next moment, his figure appeared on the other side of this small world. No sooner had he arrived than two figures burst forth from the sea of death below. Both possessed stunning figures and distinct styles, yet both were equally breathtaking. Behind them, each sported 5 pairs of angel wings, one set primarily white and the other primarily black, both adorned with dark gold and bright purple patterns. The rivals were the angel sisters, the holy light angel, Lingyu, and the fallen angel, Yulan, a pair of inseparable lovers. Since they had begun their closed-door cultivation, this was the first time they had seen Sumyubai, and they appeared quite emotional. A streak of black and white light arrived in an instant, coming to a steady halt beside Sumyubai. The two sisters clung tightly to Sumyubai's arms, one on each side, their faces tinged with a hint of resentment. "My lord, Xiaoyu has missed you so much," tilled Lord Baiyi. "I thought you had forgotten about us sisters." The sisters were aware that Amon and the others had gone out once before. Ever since that time, they had been yearning and waiting, anticipating when Lord Baiyi would summon them. But after waiting for so long, they still hadn't received a call. The time dilation in this small world was 500 times that of the outside, and later, it had even been increased to 1,000 times by Sumyubai. Therefore, for the two sisters, it had been a very long time since they had last seen Sumyubai. Helpless, they could only channel their resentment into motivation for improvement, hoping to reach the upper god realm as soon as possible. That way, they would surely be able to see Lord Baiyi. However, the upper god realm was not so easily attained. Even with the excellent conditions Sumyubai provided, it still required time. Yet, the angel sisters were different from the Signal Light brothers. Their situation was an extremely unique case. Even when considering the entire myriad of worlds, the original Chaos Cocoon had turned the two sisters into the only Chaos Angels in existence, although both were currently only at the Middle God Realm. Once they merged into Lanyu, she was already at the Upper God Realm. This was the reason Sumyubai had suddenly entered this internal small world. "The recent enemies have been too powerful. It's a bit dangerous to bring you along." Sumyubai ruffled Lingyu and Yulan's hair, explaining with a smile. "It's all because we are too weak." Yulan frowned. "Your rate of improvement is already very fast." Sumyubai shook his head. "I will soon begin purging the races on the death list, and you will be able to help very soon." "Yay, we can finally go out." Lingyu looked excited, appearing as though she had been stifled for far too long. "If you want to go out, you can do so at any time. You only need to say the word." Sumyubai smiled slightly. "All right, let's get down to business first." Chapter 978. Plucking the Strings of Fate. Double-length chapter. All right, let's get down to business first. Hearing this, the angel sisters, Lingyu and Yulan, couldn't help but exchange a glance. A sharp glint flashing in their eyes simultaneously. Lingyu even playfully winked at Sumyubai. "My lord, don't be surprised later." "Okay, I shall wait and see." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He didn't think there was anything the two sisters could do to surprise him. To this, the sisters merely rolled their eyes at him with a look of infinite charm. Without saying more, they opened their arms and embraced each other. A dazzling light instantly enveloped them. Vaguely, Sumyubai could dimly see the armor on the sisters vanish without a trace. Rubbing his nose, Sumyubai resisted the urge to activate his mystic heaven divine pupils to see through the light, waiting quietly for the two women's fusion to conclude. He had seen this fusion many times before, yet he felt there was something slightly different this time. Within the light, the naked embracing forms of Lingyu and Yulen gradually merged into one. The unique Chaos Angel of the Myriad Worlds stepped slowly out from the radiance. Her long, beautiful legs were perfectly accentuated by tight-fitting combat armor, and every step she took was incredibly elegant. Her angel wings were also different from the physical wings before the fusion. They were now in a state of manifested energy. The 5 wings on the left were primarily pitch black, but near the tips, they transitioned into a pure white. There was no abruptness between the two colors. Instead, they shifted in a natural, gradient fashion. Furthermore, the energy wings on the left were adorned with dark gold energy patterns, but they were not static, they were constantly flowing. The 5 wings on the right were the exact opposite. The main body was pure white, transitioning to pitch black at the tips. The flowing energy patterns were not dark gold, but bright purple. As the 10 wings swayed gently, specks of starlight emerged and slowly drifted downward. The moment the starlight left the wings, it transformed into feathers, some dark gold, some bright purple that circled Lan Yu's body once before merging back into the wings. Compared to the past, the dark gold and bright purple patterns on both sets of wings were significantly denser. The current Lan Yu had become a 10-wing Chaos Angel. However, this was nothing new. Once the Angel Sisters had broken through to the lower god realm, Lan Yu had already possessed 10 wings. Sumyubai had not reacted much at first, but upon seeing Lan Yu's status window, he was genuinely taken aback. 10-wing Chaos Angel, Lord of Lo's Realm Vitality, 99 Realm Stivine Soul, Peak Upper God Avine Body, Peak Upper God Combat Power, Peak Upper God Laws, All Original Laws, Authority, Level 1 Chaos Authority, a Peak Upper God. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with confusion. This was the first time he had ever seen a creature that could reach the combat power of a Peak Upper God without even beginning to fuse the great pots of rules. Even someone as monstrous as himself had only attained such combat power after using his catastrophe talent to freeload his way into promoting the great path of death rules. Although his divine body, divine soul, and cultivation realm were only at the early stage of the upper god realm at that time, the combination of treasures and the power of the great path of rules had allowed him to possess the combat power of a Peak Upper God. And he wasn't even the weakest of the Peak Upper Gods. Now, Lan Yu was the exact opposite of him. She hadn't comprehended a single great path of rules and was still stuck on a few paths of laws. Yet her combat power had reached the Peak Upper God level due to her divine soul, divine body, realm, and the power of her authority, just like Sumyubai once was. The current Lan Yu was not the weakest of the Peak Upper Gods either, relying solely on that level 1 Chaos Authority. Even without having started to fuse any rules, she was enough to contend with Peak Upper Gods at the 7 or 8 stripe level.